Chapter 1, The God of Wealth System. In early September 2024, it was the start of the new semester at Y State University in Y City. Although Y City is located in the Jiangnan region, its summers remain intolerably hot. Even in September, the scorching sun continues to bake the earth relentlessly. I was sitting on the high-speed train, gazing out the window at the scenery rushing past, propping my chin in a daze when suddenly a voice as clear as a silver bell sounded beside my ear. "Excuse me, could you help me lift my suitcase up?" I turned my head toward the source of the voice and saw a young girl standing in the middle aisle of the high-speed train. She appeared to be about my age, likely 18 or 19, with hair cascading like a waterfall down to her waist. Her delicate yet striking features carried an air of cool elegance, and even without makeup, her beauty was captivating. Tall and slender, she wore a plain beige short-sleeved top with light blue jeans. Her perfectly straight, anime-worthy legs looked like they could crush my neck between them. I was briefly stunned, but I quickly snapped out of it. "There's no one else around. She's looking right at me, probably calling for me," I asked in confusion. "Hello, can I help you with something?" She quickly repeated what she'd just said. "Hello, classmate, my suitcase is a bit heavy. I can't lift it, could you please help me put it up?" As she spoke, she glanced up at the overhead rack, indicating that's where she wanted it placed. I nodded, stood up, and effortlessly placed my suitcase on the overhead rack. The suitcase was rather heavy. If I weren't tall and strong, I might not have been able to lift it. After storing the suitcase, I returned to my seat and resumed gazing aimlessly at the scenery outside the window. Beautiful women might be pleasant to look at, but for someone like me, they're out of reach. I know my place. I was seated in a three-person row, with me by the window and her in the middle. The aisle seat was empty for now. After settling in, she pulled out a candy from somewhere and said, "Here, this is for you. Thanks for helping me lift my luggage." I thought she was quite polite and accepted the candy, replying, "No problem, you're welcome." She seemed eager to chat at first, but sensing my indifference, she didn't initiate further conversation and started playing with her phone instead. At this moment, a boy with a backpack and faintly dyed red hair came over and sat down right beside her. Upon noticing the beauty seated next to him, his eyes instantly lit up. The young man, named Fu Mingming, was a freshman arriving for university registration. Even the school Belle from his high school paled in comparison to this girl. He deliberately smoothed his hair, checked his reflection on his phone screen, and after feeling satisfied, gathered the courage to ask, "Hello, are you here for freshman registration too?" She glanced at the boy beside her with a cool expression before nodding politely and replying, "Hello, yes, I am here for registration." After speaking, he lowered his head to look at his phone again. Fu Mingming, noticing the girl responded to him, felt he had a chance. "Which school are you from?" "I'm from Yangzhou University. My name is Fu Mingming. If you're registering today, we might even be fellow students." She replied indifferently as before, I'm also reporting to Yangzhou University." Fu Mingming was overjoyed upon hearing this but feigned surprise. Then, "Beautiful, let's exchange WeChat IDs and get to know each other, just to make friends." She smiled and waved her hand to decline. "Sorry, I don't plan to expand my social circle for now." For a moment, the atmosphere turned awkward. It wasn't that she disliked making friends, but she had little interest in the flashy guys around her. Instead, she seemed somewhat intrigued by my steady and introverted demeanor. Pursing her red lips, she asked softly, "Hey, are you also heading to Yangzhou University for registration?" Fu Mingming stared at us foolishly like a clown, probably seething with jealousy inside. I glanced at the intelligent beauty beside me and calmly replied, "Yes, I'm also from Yan University, a freshman here to register." Seeing that we were about to start chatting, Fu Mingming quickly interjected, "Ah, so you're a freshman too. Have you joined the freshman group chat yet? How about we add each other as friends? I can invite you both to the freshman group. If you encounter any problems at school, you can just ask the seniors in the group directly." Noticing his enthusiasm, I thought for a moment before pulling out my phone and showing my WeChat QR code. "Then scan me," I said. Seeing me pull up the QR code while the gorgeous woman beside me remained unmoved, Fu Mingming felt somewhat displeased. His original intention had been to get the beauty's contact information this way. Seeing that I had already brought up my QR code, she hesitated for a moment before also pulling up hers. Fu Mingming was overjoyed. He added her on WeChat first, then reluctantly added me afterward. Just as I was about to put my phone away, she opened her WeChat scan function. "Classmate, let's exchange contacts too." I paused mid-motion, nodding slightly as I handed her my phone. So what if she added me? Did someone like me, a mere background character, dare hope for an exceptional girlfriend? This wasn't some novel plot. Fu Mingming wasn't joking. She really did drag me into a freshman group chat with over 1,000 people. The moment I was added, a voice suddenly rang in my ears. "Greetings, host. Congratulations on activating the God of Wealth system. Detecting that the host's current assets are less than 1,000 yuan, the system will reward a 10 million yuan beginner's package. Host has joined the freshman group chat. Temporary mission issued. Demonstrate your capabilities in the freshman group. Mission reward. A brand new Lamborghini Aventador SVJ. Mission failure penalty. Constipation. Chapter 2. Show your strength in the freshman group chat. A system? And missions? Never thought novel tropes would happen to me. I accepted this news rather quickly. A tycoon system, is it going to help me become wealthy? My lucky day has finally come. The system just issued a beginner's reward, 10 million? Right then, my phone pinged. I pulled out my phone and nearly fainted from shock when I saw the notification. 10 million had actually been deposited into my bank account. Could this be real? I've never seen so much money in 2 lifetimes. Actually, I'm a transmigrator. In my past life, I was just an ordinary earthling. Within 3 days of arriving in this parallel world, I received an academy admission notice. Since I'm here, I might as well settle in. After all, as a nobody, it makes no difference where I scrape by. Who knew my golden finger would finally activate? I'm absolutely thrilled. Fan Qingxue looked at me in utter confusion, probably wondering why this guy who'd been lifeless just moments ago was now barely suppressing a grin. My attention was completely focused on the newly awakened system. It said I needed to showcase my strength in the freshman group, but what exactly did strength mean here? I opened Yang University's freshman group chat, where a user named Zhang Muzi had posted, "I'm done for." My sister took the most unflattering photo of me while I was eating, accompanied by a facepalm emoji. Then they proceeded to post the photo with the caption, "Oops, accidentally sent this. Whose little kitten am I? Meow meow." Fan Qingxue and I shared nearly identical expressions, frowning with such profound second-hand embarrassment we could barely look. But why does this photo look so familiar? How? My gaze instinctively wandered to Fan Qingxue's side. This netizen named Zhang Nusai looks somewhat like Fu Mingming beside me, but the beauty filter is quite heavy. I can only say there's some resemblance. Maybe it's just a coincidence. Yet the next moment, I saw Fu Mingming tapping on her phone screen. Sure enough, someone in the group posted another message soon after. Rate me honestly, no hard feelings. Back in high school, I was unanimously voted as the school heartthrob. Many girls used to say I look like a playboy. Do I really give off that vibe? Someone in the group chat couldn't take it anymore. A user named Shanshan commented, "Playboy isn't obvious, but you do look like absolute trash." I could literally see Fu Mingming's face turn ashen, having been so confident just moments before. Think you're so good looking? I already told you this was secretly taken by my sister, no angles were even considered. Fu Mingming began frantically typing out counter-arguments. Just then, an alumnus with the username Kai Shuji chimed in, getting defensive? Fu Mingming, defensive your ass. What credentials do you even have to bark here? Kai Shuji, oh nothing much, just bought myself a Land Rover recently. Any ladies need a ride from the station? My dad just bought me a Land Rover Range Rover, it's still in the break-in period, so I figured I might as well drive it around more. Fu Mingming, bragging about a crappy Land Rover? There's a Bentley parked in my garage. Kai Shuji, what credentials do you even have? You look like a maggot from a sewer, stop yapping. A Bentley? More like your family's got medical records. Can euros be used at school? I just got back from a trip to Europe and haven't had time to exchange my money yet. I looked at the assortment of weirdos and oddballs in the group chat and could only feel speechless. I originally wanted to ignore this bunch of idiots. Didn't they realize that out of the 1,000+ people in the group, it was just them, a few attention-seeking clowns, doing all the talking? What normal person would even bother with them? But the system assigned me a task, forcing me to flex my status in the group. What else could I do? Would it be okay if I drove my Lamborghini for today's report? I sent a message in the group. If the goal was to show off, why not just say I owned a Lambo? Bro, if you can actually roll up in a Lamborghini, I'll bring my family helicopter. Trust him or trust me as Qin Shi Huang? Hail the first emperor. Seeing everyone's disbelief, I decided to distribute a 1,000,000 yuan red envelope in the group. With over 1,000 members, each could receive about 1,000 yuan. But since group red envelopes have a maximum limit of 100,000 yuan, I simply sent one for that amount. The moment the red envelope appeared in the group, even the lurkers surfaced to grab it. After claiming it, everyone checked the amount and froze in unison, each meticulously counting the zeros. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. Completely stunned. Damn, this is a real big shot. Without saying a word, they just dropped a 100,000 yuan red packet to prove themselves. Damn, this guy's the real rich kid. Compared to him, those others just look like clowns. I believe it now. I believe you've got a Lambo. LMAO, those of you who just said your family's own Range Rovers and Bentleys should also send red packets to prove it. Yeah, if you guys sent out 100 grand, I'd call you legends too. Congratulations, host, mission complete. Claim system reward? I silently thought claim. The car key has been directly generated in your pocket, and your vehicle has been spawned in the underground parking lot of the high-speed rail station. I reached into my coat pocket and sure enough, there was a key. I was ecstatic, a Lamborghini Aventador, a top-tier supercar worth nearly 10 million. I never even dared to dream of owning something like this. This system is unbelievable. In just a few minutes, I went from being a penniless student to a multi-millionaire. Since I have this system, becoming a mere multi-millionaire won't do. I'll need to aim higher from now on. Let's start with a small goal: becoming the richest person in City Y. I was still basking in my joy when Fan Qingshua's voice reached my ears. You're looking so happy, did something good happen? She had no interest in the group chat and immediately turned on Do Not Disturb after joining. The journey felt tedious, and she wanted someone to talk to. Still, she instinctively ignored the attention seeker sitting beside her. I'm in a good mood and become more talkative. Well, no big deal, just really looking forward to university life. She nodded slightly. So where's your hometown? I replied, my family's from X province. How about you? Where are you from? Her eyes twinkled with amusement as the corners of her mouth lifted. I'm a local from Y City. I went traveling up north earlier and just came back for the new semester. Fu Mingming beside us was practically green with envy, getting owned on his phone and now losing the spotlight to me in real life too. He thought he was being handsome when greeting Fan Qingxue, but only received 2 icy responses in return. In contrast, though I was quiet at first, the beauty proactively struck up a conversation with me. Now he wanted to butt in but lacked the opportunity. It was eating him up inside. Not being able to show off made him downright uncomfortable. How are you getting to school later? I'm planning to take a taxi. If it's inconvenient for you, just ride with me. Consider it repayment for helping me earlier. Fan Qingxue rather likes me, thinking I'm mature and steady in character, speaking appropriately, not as flashy as Fu Mingming. I tactfully declined. No need, helping you is just a small favor for me. Don't dwell on it too much. I'll drive to campus after arriving at the station. Oh, you already have a car now? What kind? She asked casually out of curiosity, though she didn't really believe I could drive anything fancy. Still, being able to drive to campus at this age suggests decent family circumstances. Having swallowed his pride for too long, Fu Mingming finally seized his chance to show off. Little miss, what decent car could he possibly drive? At best it'd be an M Grand or an Alto. Best you don't take a taxi. I also have a car at the station. With that, he took an Audi car key from his waist, brimming with confidence, thinking to himself, this is an Audi, surely I can impress Fan Qingxue with this. After speaking, he threw me a haughty glance, mentally scoffing. What does this poor loser have to compare with me? The car was actually his father's decade-old junker, its interior worn out and shabby. He'd just spent tens of thousands to replace the exterior shell, all to show off and pick up girls. He was already fantasizing about winning over Fan Qingxue, marrying her, and having kids. But before he could fantasize about life after having a second child, Fan Qingxue's voice snapped him back to reality. Sorry, I won't be taking your car. She turned to me and asked, since you're driving, would you mind giving me a ride? I'll save on cab fare. She had zero interest in Fu Mingming, finding him rude, constantly interrupting, and obsessed with flashing his wealth. People like him were beneath her notice. Fu Mingming frowned at us, thinking to himself, asterisk, what's wrong with this woman? She'd rather ride in this country bumpkin's junk car than my Audi asterisk. From the moment he saw me, he could tell I wasn't wealthy, not a single valuable item on me, and obviously not someone who could drive a decent car. I rubbed my nose, completely unfazed by Fu Mingming's provocative expression moments ago. But this beauty wanted me to give her a ride? No way. I just gotten this Lamborghini and hadn't even had the chance to enjoy driving it myself. Plus, her huge suitcase, where would I even put it? And if she scratched or dented it? I'd be heartbroken. Women only slow down my supercar dreams. Before I could even refuse, Fu Mingming pressed on relentlessly, Miss, my car's an Audi. Haven't you heard of Audi? He thought Fan Qingxue didn't recognize the Audi logo and quickly explained that his car was a luxury vehicle. Fan Qingxue said impatiently, I know what an Audi is, I just don't want to ride in your car. Her gaze then turned to me, certain I'd agree to let her ride in my car. After all, no man had ever been able to refuse her request. With a somewhat pained expression, I awkwardly replied, sorry, my car's a bit small, there's not enough room. Fan Qingxue looked at me in disbelief, her mind surely racing with the thought that I'd actually rejected her. She probably considered my excuse utterly lame and likely assumed I was mocking her weight. Fu Mingming burst into laughter upon hearing this, pointing at me and jeering, see, I bet he doesn't even own a car. He rejected you just to avoid having his lie exposed when you uncover he's broke. Sis, there's no point talking to losers like him, he continued, let him scan some shared e-bike to get to school. You're coming with me in my car. I'd rather walk with him than step foot in your Audi, snapped Fan Qingxue, thoroughly annoyed by his endless chatter. No matter how many times she rejected him, this thick-skinned guy just wouldn't take the hint. The high-speed train arrived at the station just then. Fan Qingxue had originally asked me to help with her suitcase, but Fu Mingming, seeing an opportunity to show off, sprang up like a dog spotting a bone, insisting on getting the luggage from the overhead rack and saying it was no trouble at all. But he hadn't expected the suitcase to be so heavy. When he pulled at it, he couldn't hold on, and the suitcase smashed right into his face. I couldn't bear to watch, it was beyond embarrassing. Even someone as thick-skinned as him turned red with awkwardness in that moment. I teased him, joking, "You sure know how to show respect, catching the suitcase with your face like that." "Hit like that." Fan Qingxue couldn't bring herself to scold him and quickly asked if he was hurt. Fu Mingming endured the sharp pain and pretended nothing was wrong. "It's fine, just slipped my hand." Fan Qingxue sighed in relief, saying, "Don't be so reckless next time." Then she pulled her luggage and came straight to me, resolved to ride in my car, probably wanting to see if I, this great beauty, really didn't mind. After delaying with Fu Mingming for a while, she stood up just in time to see me leaving the carriage and must have cursed in her heart at how fast I was fleeing. Women can be like this sometimes. What's out of reach becomes attractive, while what comes too easily isn't worth a glance. Why was I running so fast? It was a Lamborghini, the ultimate dream for any man. If it weren't for maintaining my dignity, I'd have dropped to all fours to reach it faster. I was sprinting ahead while Fan Qingxue chased after me, pulling her suitcase on those enviably long legs. Fu Mingming kept calling out, "Hey beautiful," beside her. "Come with me, gorgeous, let's get acquainted, I'll treat you to dinner tonight." The three of us ended up together in the underground parking lot elevator. Panting heavily, Fan Qingxue complained, "Why were you walking so fast, mister?" Seeing this girl still hadn't given up, I said helplessly, "Huh? I always walk this fast naturally." There was no escaping now. Fan Qingxue bit her lip and asked angrily, "Can't you give me a ride since we're going the same way?" I sighed, "No miss, my car's really small, it'd be too cramped." Her stubbornness flared up, "I'd ride with you even if you were on an electric scooter." Fu Mingming was beside himself with frustration at me, saying, "Beautiful lady, how can you ride on his electric scooter with your suitcase in this scorching heat?" Fan Qingxue retorted coldly, "None of your business." With that, we walked out of the elevator as Fu Mingming pressed his car key, making the lights of an Audi A4 flash. He was extremely confident about his Audi, convinced that Fan Qingxue would regret her choice and beg him for a ride when she sought his luxury car. The underground parking lot had only a Mercedes, a Phaeton, and that Lamborghini Aventador, which he never even considered. He was certain this country bumpkin couldn't possibly own either of the first two. He even said if I could afford a Lamborghini, he'd literally eat shit. He walked to the car and opened the passenger door, gesturing for her to enter. Fan Qingxue remained unmoved, refusing to even acknowledge him. Fu Mingming lost his patience and said coldly, "Miss, the high-speed rail just arrived. Everyone's hailing taxis right now. You won't find one easily. You'd better take my car." Fan Qingxue caught up angrily, asking if I didn't have a car. She said if that was the case, she'd call a ride-hailing service and I should go back to campus with her, already taking out her phone to book a car. Her estimation of me probably dropped a bit. After all, she used to be the class beauty and had never been rejected like this before. My unwillingness to engage with her made her feel somewhat wronged. She just wanted to use me as a shield to get rid of Fu Mingming. Seeing that this beauty was polite and wanted to head back to school with me, I thought, why not take her along? It was on the way anyway. The only question was whether the Lamborghini's front trunk could fit such a large suitcase. So I said, "Then don't take a cab. Ride with me instead." Fan Qingxue looked around in confusion. We were already in the deepest part of the parking lot, where only a black Lamborghini stood parked in the center. She recognized a luxury car like a Lamborghini, but she couldn't believe it was mine. The next moment, I pressed the key fob toward the Lamborghini, and the headlights flashed. This car really was mine. Fan Qingxue stood frozen in shock, probably never expecting that the person who'd ridden the high-speed train with her was actually a rich second-generation heir. With a calm expression, I opened the driver's door and called to her, "Why are you just standing there? Get in the car?" Outwardly composed, I was secretly bursting with excitement inside. I couldn't let anyone see me make a fool of myself. I opened the front trunk and got out to pull her suitcase, saying, "I told you the car was a bit small and cramped. Look at this piece of junk, won't even fit a suitcase. No other option now. We'll just have to make do with you holding it in the passenger seat." My tone sounded almost complaining. Anyone listening would think I was flexing. Fan Qingxue got into the car in a daze, still processing things. I settled into the driver's seat and ran my hands over the sports steering wheel, such a thrill, though the visibility was a bit low. I started the engine, vroom. The explosive sound echoed through the parking lot, drawing everyone's attention our way. I pressed the accelerator, and the surge of power was astonishing, like a wild beast beneath my feet that couldn't be contained. I shouted, "Buckle up, we're taking off." Meanwhile, Fu Mingming in the Audi A4L stared blankly at the scene, likely wishing he could skip school altogether. How humiliating, the clown turned out to be himself. From that day on, he never drove his Audi A4L again, and even cut off his flashy hairstyle. Years later, drunk and sentimental, I reflected, back in freshman year, I thought driving an Audi automatically made me superior. But when I saw a student about age as mine, sitting with the girl I liked in a Lamborghini Aventador SVJ, my inferiority complex reached its peak. I clearly realized how vastly the gap between people could be magnified. Fu Mingming was still fantasizing, If I drove a Lamborghini, I wouldn't even need to talk, the Lamborghini would speak for me. I had no idea that I had accidentally shattered a young man's dream of owning a luxury car. On Wenchang Middle Road, I drove a black supercar that reflected blinding light under the sun, and surrounding vehicles didn't dare to drive alongside me. The flashy exterior and roaring engine drew admiring glances from passers-by. My hands trembled with excitement on the steering wheel. This was absolutely badass. When passing through a traffic light intersection, I witnessed an astonishing sight. A convoy of supercars came tearing down the road led by a vibrant red Ferrari like a wild lion, followed by a dozen other luxury cars including Lamborghinis, McLarens, and Porsches. These drivers ignored all traffic rules, recklessly overtaking with extraordinary driving skills. They swept past like a whirlwind, drawing gasps of amazement and curses from passers-by. The red Ferrari roared at breakneck speed, reaching 200 kilometers per hour. Behind the wheel was Xiaoya, a beautiful live streamer who wasn't just gorgeous but also a professional racer, instantly becoming the center of attention. Her live broadcast erupted with excitement as comments flooded in. One fan marveled, "Xiaoya's incredible, hitting 200 kilometers per hour while steering with just one hand." Some questioned, "What do you know? Xiaoya wasn't even going all out, she was waiting for the vehicles behind to catch up." Then someone else chimed in, "I don't think she was driving that fast." Immediately came the retort, "Damn, haters everywhere. Go ahead and give it a try yourself if you're so capable." The livestream chat room erupted in heated debate. Chapter 5, Racing. My Ferrari revved side by side with her Lamborghini as Xiaoya smirked arrogantly at me through the car window, even stomping the accelerator provocatively. At first, I didn't intend to engage, just another reckless bunch of street racers, after all. At this moment, the system's voice suddenly rang out, detected provocation against the host. Issuing temporary task, race against the Ferrari traveling with you, you must win. Task completion reward, ownership of a novel publishing company. Task failure penalty, constipation. I couldn't help but curse. Damn. Fan Xingxue beside me gave me a puzzled look, and I waved my hand saying, "It's nothing, nothing." Outwardly calm, I was already cursing internally. Couldn't you change the penalty? Why is it always constipation every damn time? The system said no. I replied, "I just got my license a few days ago. She was driving at 200 just now, how am I supposed to compete with her?" The system detected my driving skills were rookie level and temporarily gifted me a professional racer's trial card. After claiming it, the system asked if I wanted to use it. Activating it would grant me top-tier racing skills, but only for 10 minutes. I couldn't help cursing. Damn, just 10 minutes? Your system is so stingy. The system said impatiently, "Do you want it or not? If not, just cancel it. Stop dawdling." Hearing this, I realized the system had intelligence and hurriedly said, "Yes, yes, yes, give it to me now." The system said it had been activated, with a countdown of 9 minutes and 58 seconds. As soon as the words left its mouth, I felt a strange power surge through me. The car and I seemed to merge into one, my control becoming effortlessly skilled. Every movement, every gear shift felt natural and smooth, the car's components obeyed like extensions of my own body. At the same time, far away in America, an F1 race was underway. The legendary champion racer, speeding at over 300 kilometers per hour, suddenly felt his control over the vehicle slipping, letting out a terrified scream. The out-of-control racing car, traveling at speeds exceeding 300 kilometers per hour, crashed into the barrier. Though he survived the impact, flames erupted the next moment, marking the end of the legendary champion. I rolled down my window, shot back a provocative glance, and like Xiaoya, revved the engine a few times. The livestream audience went wild. Who does this guy think he is, daring to challenge Xiaoya? He looks young, reckless courage of a newborn calf facing a tiger. Xiaoya, teach him a lesson. Just another rich kid, buying a car just to show off. But the girl in his passenger seat is really pretty, she could give Xiaoya a run for her money. What a waste of a Lamborghini ending up in his hands. He just bought it to pick up girls. In the live stream, envious haters shouted for Xiaoya to teach me a lesson. With a confident smile, Xiaoya glanced at the countdown red light, signaling she was ready to start the race here and now. The corner of my mouth lifted as I revved the engine in response. Xiaoya didn't even see me as competition. Someone like me, a spoiled rich kid, couldn't possibly compare to her. In her mind, she could beat me with half effort. The red light countdown ended. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. As soon as the light turned green, red and black streaks of light shot forward. Xiaoya was stunned. Was that a launch start? She got serious, pressing the accelerator to hit 150 kilometers per hour, leaving my car behind. At that moment, some spectators suspected Xiaoya had tweaked the speedometer data. She couldn't believe it, the Lamborghini had caught up and pulled alongside her. She wondered who on earth I was, straining to catch a clear glimpse of me in the driver's seat. After all, driving at 200 kilometers per hour on such a busy road, you're either a madman or a master. Someone in the live stream exclaimed, "Am I seeing this right? That guy just overtook Xiaoya. How is this possible? I thought Xiaoya was unbeatable, but who knew someone even fiercer existed? Who does this guy belong to?" I was driving my Lamborghini when, from Xiaoya's live stream next to me, cheers erupted. Xiaoya, step on it. Don't let him pass you. But how could I care about that? My only thought was to push this car to its limits, flooring the accelerator as I sped ahead. My Lamborghini swept past the Ferrari's rear like a gust of wind, quickly pulling up alongside it in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Xiaoya clenched her teeth in silent fury and stomped on the gas. The Ferrari's engine roared to life like an enraged beast, its speed surging to 240 kilometers per hour. At such high speeds, we had to stay constantly alert for cars ahead. The slightest misstep could trigger a rear-end collision. A crash at this velocity would have unimaginable consequences. I stomped the accelerator to the floor without hesitation, and my car shot forward like an arrow from a bow, the speedometer needle soaring past the 240 mark. Approaching the bend, Xiaoya lost focus for just a moment, and my car seized the opportunity to overtake hers, leaving her with a look of sheer astonishment. She slammed on the gas to catch up, but a sharp turn appeared unexpectedly ahead. At that speed, attempting to drift through the corner would have certainly flipped her car, so she braked hard. But I didn't even touch my brakes. Our distance widened with every second. As I barreled through the corner first, my car's left side lifted dangerously, teetering on the verge of rolling over. Then, miraculously, the opposite wheels caught on the roadside guardrail, and my ride rocketed forward along this unexpected track. The lively live stream suddenly fell silent, and Xiaoya was dumbfounded. You can actually do that? After a moment, Xiaoya snapped back to reality and caught up with a beautiful drift. But by the time she rounded the corner, my car had long vanished, and her live stream erupted in excitement again. Yet I had no idea about any of this. I was just casually out for a ride, never expecting to cause such a sensation. Fan Xingxue complained with lingering fear. You scared me to death. We almost crashed just now. Don't you realize how dangerous that was? She swore she'd never ride in my car again. 10 minutes later, my familiar feel for the car vanished, and I hastily slowed down. At that moment, the system notification chimed. Congratulations on completing the mission. Rewards will be distributed shortly. It then announced the reward was 100% shares of Orange Chinese Group, followed by a new temporary mission. Spend 10 million within 3 days, no investing or gambling allowed. Completion reward, 50 million. Failure penalty, constipation. I'm speechless. This system's punishment is just this one shitty option. Looks like I'll need to carefully plan how to spend these 10 million. Soon we reached the road near the school. It was peak enrollment season, with students and parents dropping off kids crowding the school entrance. Many young university upperclassmen were at the gate, claiming to help freshmen settle in but actually scouting for potential dates. The girls' skirts rode up to their thighs. Many freshmen arrived in luxury cars driven by parents, though a few wealthy heirs drove their own high-end vehicles, mostly hand-me-downs from their fathers. Yanzhou University enjoys good reputation with many beauties. Zhao Huanhuan, a third-year student welcoming freshmen, was introducing campus buildings to newcomers. With her hair in braids and light makeup, she looked pure and adorable. A girl beside her remarked that this year's freshmen had many handsome guys. Zhao Huanhuan added there were plenty of wealthy ones too, nodding toward a Mercedes-Benz parked nearby. The girl scoffed just a Benz, drawing Zhao Huanhuan's disdain for her ignorance. That's a Mercedes Maybach, she corrected. Even the base model costs over 1.2 million. A young man emerged from the Maybach wearing sunglasses in midsummer, dressed in a navy blue suit and leather shoes, appearing mature and dashing. Many girls were drawn to him, and Zhao Huanhuan secretly nodded in approval, setting her sights on him as a target. Niu Yongyu stepped out of the car with effortless coolness, his arrogance practically written across his face. A beautiful woman emerged from the passenger seat, her graceful figure accentuated by her professional attire, which lent her an air of efficiency and elegance. She picked up a black umbrella and gently shielded Niu Yongyu from the sun. Chapter 7, Write me an IOU and I'll let you off. Damn, that's way too cool, seriously freaking handsome. That kind of grandeur straight up made others green with envy. Just as he was about to step forward and embrace campus life, he heard a loud bang behind him. An electric scooter had rear-ended the Maybach. The metal parts of the scooter's front end had embedded themselves into the Maybach's body. Niu Yongyu turned his head and nearly turned green with fright. This was his father's beloved car that he'd secretly driven out to show off on the first day of school. If it got scratched, he'd be skinned alive when he got home. God damn it. Who the hell? Niu Yongyu roared furiously. He hurried to the rear of the car, where a girl sat on the ground clutching her knee, moaning in pain. This scene unfolded before many people, with numerous actions paused to watch the commotion. Yi Ruoro was nervous to death. Oh no, she'd hit someone else's car, and a Mercedes at that. Selling herself wouldn't cover the damages. Though it was just a dented panel, probably wouldn't cost much to fix. I'm so sorry, truly sorry, my brakes aren't working well. I'll pay for your car repairs. Yi Ruoro knew she had made a mistake, hoping her sincere attitude could calm the other party's anger. Damn it, pay what? Do you even know what kind of car this is? Were you biking blind? On this whole damn street, you could have hit anyone else's car, but no, You had to smash into the most expensive one? This is a Maybach. Base model starts at 1.2 million, mine's the top configuration at 1.8 million. Just the single panel alone costs at least over 100,000. What do you have to make up for it? Nyo Youngyu was furious, judging by the penniless bastard's looks. The guy clearly couldn't afford squat. How the hell was he supposed to cough up the money for compensation? And how would he ever explain this to his own damn father when he got home? Yi Ruoro froze in shock upon hearing Nyo Youngyu's words. Over $1 million? Is this for real? Could a car really be this expensive? But compared to other cars, this one does look way more luxurious. If it really costs over $1 million, there's no way she could afford to pay for the damages. At this thought, fear and helplessness washed over her. Despite the summer heat, her body felt as if she'd stepped into an icehouse, her hands and feet turning ice cold. Her family was poor. She'd even worked summer jobs to pay her college living expenses. In that sun-preferring household, all their earnings went toward buying her brother an apartment. Were it not for her part-time work, she couldn't have attended university at all. If she told her parents, they probably wouldn't help her, they'd most likely cut ties with her. Over 100,000. I don't have that much money. Could I owe you first? I'll pay you back later. Nyo Youngyu knew right then that the girl wouldn't be able to come up with the money today. He was definitely going to get a beating when he got back. But he couldn't just take the beating for nothing. Looking closely, the girl was actually quite pretty. Maybe he could use this chance to make her his girlfriend. Sleeping with her regularly wouldn't be a bad deal. You say you'll pay back, and I'm just supposed to believe you? How can I trust you'll return the money? Some onlookers couldn't bear to see Nyo Youngyu bullying a young girl. One parent spoke up. Young man, that's enough. It's just a minor damage. Stop picking on this young girl. Nyo Youngyu nearly choked with anger when he heard this. He'd been bottling up rage with nowhere to direct it. What do you know? Shouldn't she pay for crashing into my car? Why don't you pay for her then? Easy for you to talk when it's not your problem. The parent who had just spoken fell silent upon hearing Nyo Youngyu's words. However, many people developed a strong dislike for this Nyo Youngyu. Here's the deal. You claim you'll compensate me for the car repair costs, but you can't afford it right now. Write me an IOU. Once you sign it with your fingerprint, I won't trouble you anymore. Nyo Youngyu didn't actually expect this girl to repay the money. Her real intention was to use this IOU as leverage to pressure the girl into becoming her girlfriend. If you're unwilling, then return the money. Honestly, even if you really give it back, it wouldn't be a loss after all. Nyo Youngyu's scheming was as clear as the crack of an abacus. Holding this thought, Nyo Youngyu turned his gaze to the young woman before him, scrutinizing her from head to toe. The girl was dressed plainly, even somewhat rustic, yet she exuded in unique temperament a delicate grace reminiscent of women from the watery towns of Jiangnan. Because she kept her head lowered and continually apologized, Nyo Youngyu couldn't get a clear look at her face. Just moments ago, when the girl slightly raised her head, Nyo Youngyu finally caught a glimpse of her face and couldn't help but marvel inwardly. What a pretty face! With her perfectly oval face and delicate willow leaf eyebrows, she had a charm all her own. So, how much should I compensate you? Nyo Youngyu began to spout nonsense, things like needing to import panels from abroad to fix the car or the high cost of labor for repairs, just taking advantage of Yi Ruoro's naivety. In the end, Nyo Youngyu reached a conclusion, about 180,000 yuan. Write me an IOU. Yi Ruoro nearly fainted upon hearing that amount. 180,000 yuan was more money than she'd ever seen in her life. Seeing Yi Ruoro hesitate, Nyo Youngyu threatened, if you still refuse, I'll have no choice but to call the police and let them handle this. Those words succeeded in frightening Yi Ruoro. Don't call the police. I'll write you an IOU. The onlookers couldn't bear it any longer. Girl, you mustn't write it. Once you do, there's really no escape. Miss, an IOU is legally binding. You'll have to pay it back. Nyo Youngyu saw that his goal was about to succeed. How could a group of uninvited guests dare to disrupt his plans? Shut up, all of you. Stop pretending to be righteous. It's not your car that got hit. Like I said, if you've got what it takes, go ahead and pay for her instead. Yi Ruoro wasn't stupid either. She understood perfectly well that if she signed that IOU, there'd be no escaping it. They could easily use that loan note to track down her family and demand payment, and then she'd be utterly finished. But if I don't write an IOU, they clearly won't let me off the hook. What should I do? Yi Ruoro's eyes welled up with tears, unable to hold them back as they streamed down her face. Vroom, vroom, vroom. A pitch-black supercar came speeding over from the distant horizon line. Even those unfamiliar with cars could tell this vehicle was extraordinarily expensive, judging by its dazzling exterior and thunderous engine roar. The crowd that had been gathered around suddenly had all their attention drawn to this luxury car. Numerous boys couldn't hide the look of envy in their eyes after seeing the vehicle. A Lamborghini Aventador, this is officially one of the most expensive luxury cars in the world. Of course, Nyo Youngyu was equally captivated by this car, because this was his ultimate dream ride. Who would want to drive something as dated as a Maybach? Most people wouldn't even recognize it on the road. The true marks of wealthy young heirs were cars like Lamborghinis, Ferraris, and McLarens. But for him, this dream remained completely out of reach. Chapter 8. Oops, my hand slipped. The Lamborghini gradually decelerated before the crowded onlookers before proceeding slowly down the street. Holy crap, a Lambo. And it's the Aventador. What am I seeing? A moving 3-bedroom house. That looks like the latest model. The base version costs over 9 million, and this one doesn't seem to be the standard edition. Even if it's not 10 million, the price must be close. Damn, if I had one of these cars, I wouldn't even dare to drive it. Look at how easily they just brought it out. Jingma noticed both sides of the road were lined with parked cars, leaving no available spots. But then he spotted a Maybach, and right behind it was an empty parking space. Near luxury cars, no one except other luxury car owners dared to get close. A single scratch would be too costly to cover. Just like that, Jingma slowly moved his car behind the Maybach. But why were there two people standing here, taking up the parking space? Jingma rolled down the window, stuck his head out, and shouted at them, "Hey, could you move aside, please? I'd like to park my car there." These words left Nyo Yongyu with no choice but to step aside onto the curb. Yi Ruoro saw the Lamborghini and, recalling her earlier mishap, thought to herself that since she had already bumped into a Maybach, she couldn't afford to hit an even more expensive car. She quickly led her electric scooter to the side. Seeing the two tactfully step aside, Jingma pulled the Lamborghini over to the roadside. The scissor doors of the driver's and passenger seats slowly rose as Jing Mo and Fan Qingxue stepped out of the car. However, Fan Qingxue's exit from the car was rather awkward. She had to disembrace while clinging to her suitcase. When everyone witnessed this scene, they unanimously cast envious glances. This was genuine young aristocracy, the epitome of showing off. Just look at the stunning beauty by his side. She had to be at least campus belle level gorgeous. Her aloof demeanor set her apart from the surrounding girls, as if she were a different breed altogether. Jingma noticed the two people who had just been standing by the parking spot and sensed something off about the atmosphere between them. But since he wasn't the type to meddle in others' affairs, he pretended not to see anything and simply headed toward the school exit. Just as he and Fan Qingxue brushed past these two individuals, the system's voice rang out in his mind. Release temporary mission, daily good deed. Help the girl overcome her immediate crisis. Completion reward, permanent god-tier driving skills. No penalty for mission failure. Jingma's advancing footsteps suddenly halted. This god-tier driving skill he used earlier was indeed awesome, just now he really enjoyed flooring it. As for why it's permanent, the system didn't explain the reason. This driving skill, he absolutely must get his hands on it. So Jingma took 2 steps back. Tell me what's going on. Nyo Yongyu had been waiting for this rich young master to leave so he could continue pressuring Yi Ruoro into writing him an IOU, but to his surprise, the very Jing Mo who had just left had unexpectedly returned. Several onlookers nearby had long been disgusted by Nyo Yongyu bullying the weak while flaunting his wealth. Seeing an even more impressive young master step in to intervene, they surged forward, each adding their own voice to denounce Nyo Yongyu's wrongdoing. Hearing this, Jing Mo quickly grasped the situation. Doing a good deed daily simply meant helping this young girl pay the compensation. Coincidentally, he had a task to spend 10 million in 3 days. This could count as spending, right? System, does paying her compensation meet the task requirements? System, it does not. Such behavior equates to giving gifts rather than spending on yourself. Jingmo mentally cursed, damn, why are there so many requirements? Since I can't compensate with money, how else can I help? What he had in mind was both solving the girl's immediate problem and accomplishing his previous mission. Just as Jingmo was racking his brains, Yi Ruoro spoke up timidly. Please don't call the police, I'll write up an IOU, okay? Still fuming, Nyo Yongyu snorted coldly as he pulled out paper and pen from the car. Go on, write it then. After speaking, he shot Jingma a vicious glare. This guy had stolen his thunder. How infuriating. Just as Yi Ruoro's trembling hands reached for the paper and pen, ready to write the IOU, Jingma caught Yi Ruoro's hand. Don't write it yet. Yi Ruoro gazed blankly at the man beside her. Then he saw the man looking around as if searching for something. Nyo Yongyu thought his scheme was about to succeed when this troublesome meddler appeared out of nowhere. What are you doing? So you want to stick your nose in this mess too? Nyo Yongyu's voice clearly lacked confidence, as anyone who could afford such a car undoubtedly came from a well-connected family. Jing Mo completely ignored Nyo Yongyu when suddenly his eyes lit up upon spotting something. He quickly stepped forward and jogged toward a worker repairing a water pipe by the roadside. Then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he said something to the worker before pulling out a wad of cash from his hand and handing it over. Then the plumber happily handed a large section of an iron hammer to Jingma. Jingma jogged over, holding the hammer. Nyo Yongyu took one look at the situation, took a few steps back in alarm, and shouted warily, "What do you think you're doing? Just because you have money, you can bully ordinary people? You want me to call the police on you?" Nyo Yongyu was terrified that this man might attack someone with the hammer, but the target didn't seem to be him. The man ran excitedly towards his own car. That expression looked utterly delighted. What kind of lunatic was this guy? Just as Nyo Youngyu was still wondering what the man intended to do, he saw Jing Mo walk up to the car and smash the windshield with a single hammer blow. 80. Before anyone could react, Jing Ma had already leaped onto the vehicle with his heavy hammer and begun smashing everything wildly. Nyo Youngyu's heart bled at the sight. This was the car his father treasured most, the one it had taken him years to afford. He'd always driven it with extreme care, yet now it looked thoroughly battle-scarred. The windshield was smashed into a spider web of cracks, while the hood bore countless dents from the impacts. Stop it now. Nyo Youngyu panicked and rushed forward to try to stop Jing Mo. He was desperate, truly desperate. Seeing that he'd smashed enough, Jing Mo jumped down from the car roof. Oh dear, how clumsy of me. Look, my hand slipped and I hit your car. How much do you think I should pay for this? Jing Ma's expression grew as gloomy as if it were truly an accident. But everyone present knew full well this bastard did it on purpose. Nyo Youngyu roared, "You think I'm an idiot? You obviously smashed it deliberately." Jing Mo shrugged and casually tossed the iron hammer in his hand onto the ground. "I really didn't mean to. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do about it. You. Just wait. I'm calling the police to arrest you for willfully damaging someone else's property." Nyo Youngyu's eyes were red with rage, and his face flushed crimson. Jing Ma said indifferently, "I don't care. Right now you can still negotiate compensation with me, but if the police come and let the insurance company assess the damage, the compensation amount will be much less." Nyo Youngyu understood this logic perfectly well, but he just couldn't swallow his anger. They had smashed his car right in front of him, yet he was powerless to do anything about it. Chapter 9, He's My Prince Charming. Nyo Youngyu did consider saying outright, "I don't want the money, I just want to see you behind bars." He couldn't do it himself, he needed money. With the Maybach in this condition, if he didn't get Jing Ma to pay up, he'd probably be hung up and beaten by his dad when he got home. It couldn't be helped, he wasn't a rich young master. Nyo Youngyu angrily snapped, "Fine, I think my car in this state is worth 500,000. Jing Ma frowned slightly upon hearing this. Nyo Youngyu was delighted to see him in such a state. "What's the matter? Weren't you just acting all high and mighty? Now you're saying my price is too high? So much for being a real rich kid. Guess he's just a pretentious clown putting on airs. Almost had me fooled. Bet that Lamborghini is rented too. Now you think I'm asking for too much? Then kneel before me and slap yourself. Each slap deducts 1,000 from what you owe me. How about that?" Nyo Youngyu was suddenly emboldened again, convinced that this guy was no rich young master at all, just a pretentious fraud. He had it all wrong. Jing Mo wasn't demanding too much, if anything, it was too little. He'd expected the other party to go for $1 million after wrecking his car like this, but this guy was only asking for $500,000, still far short of his goal. Jing Mo completely ignored Nyo Youngyu's barking nearby. Instead, he casually walked over to a female classmate who'd been watching the drama unfold. "Hey beautiful, would you sell me that cup of Mishue ice cream and tea for $1,000? The female classmate was completely stunned. 1,000 yuan? But after just a brief moment of stunned silence, he hastily nodded and said, yes, we sell it. Just kidding, this cup of Mishue Bingcheng only cost me $8, but selling it for 1,000? I'd be rolling in cash. Jing Mo promptly pulled out 1,000 yuan in cash that he had just exchanged from the system. He handed it over effortlessly to the female classmate. Jing Mo dashed back with the milk tea in hand, lifting the car's hood without hesitation. He twisted off the engine's oil bolt and poured the Mishue Bingcheng drink straight inside. The onlookers stared in disbelief. What kind of move was this? Nyo Youngyu was dumbstruck. This was disastrous. Wasn't the engine the most expensive part of the car? With Snow Ice City's syrup poured into the engine, wasn't it completely ruined? Jingma's back and forth running around was exhausting enough, and after just smashing up the car, he was now drenched in sweat. He walked over to Nyo Youngyu, then pulled out the checkbook he'd exchanged from the system. "Here's $1 million. I'm buying this piece of junk car of yours, keep the change." Then he said to the stunned Yiruoro, "This car is mine now, you don't need to compensate me anymore. Hurry up and go to school." After speaking, Jingma turned around without bothering about the aftermath, catching up to Fan Qingxue as they strode toward the school gate. Everyone present was completely dumbfounded. The noisy chatter of a group of girls. "Holy shit, so damn hot. Now that's a real rich boy, so domineering. Smashing $1 million luxury car without batting an eye. So fucking badass. I'm getting wet just watching. Is he actually helping that girl out? Oh my god, he's so kind. I'm in love. Who is this guy? I need to chase after him, definitely not because he drives a Lamborghini. Game over, every girl here is totally smitten. Who could resist a guy who's handsome, tall, kind, and loaded? Even with all his wealth, his other shining qualities still stand out. The campus belle Zhao Huan sized up this junior, height, looks, wealth, a textbook perfect rich, handsome prince. The girl beside her clasped her hands to her chest, Huan, he's my dream guy. All the female students welcoming freshmen converged toward Jing Mo. Junior, the campus is huge and the paths are confusing. How about letting your senior sister show you to the dorm? Hey Junior, it's so hot out, would you like some tea brewed with black silk from senior sis's dorm? Junior, her legs are short, look how fair mine are. Let me brew you some white silk tea. Junior, come with me. Junior, come with me. Junior. Fan Xingxue was completely squeezed out by the group of girls, while Jing Mo found himself surrounded like a celebrity adored by stars. These senior sisters didn't care about Fan Xingxue by Jing Mo's side at all. So what if she was his girlfriend? Outstanding guys always have plenty of girls around them anyway. Besides, they considered themselves not bad either. After all, they were women too, with ample curves in all the right places. Why couldn't this wealthy junior possibly fall for one of them? At worst, I'll just be a sweet and obedient green tea bitch or a mistress fighting for favor. Jingma was overwhelmed. These women were too crazy. Other freshmen, especially the male students, all looked at these frenzied girls with envy. It's great to be rich. Niu Yangyu clutched the check tightly in his hand before shoving it forcefully into his pocket. He glared fiercely at Yu Ruoro and snarled, "Just you wait." His gaze once again turned to Jing Mo beside him. He was about to lose his mind. That treatment should have been his. Where on earth did this Jingma come from? It's like she popped up just to provoke him. I've really made a fool of myself today. I bet this incident will be trending on the campus forum and become the new hot topic everyone gossips about. And I'll definitely be the one who got humiliated here, serving as the perfect contrast to showcase just how amazingly rich and impressive Jingma is. Damn it, I don't even want to continue studying at this school anymore. Is it too late to transfer now? There's no way I can save face from this situation. Whether it's financial resources, family background, looks or height, I've been completely outclassed in every aspect. Even his ride is worth 10 of mine, there's just no comparison. Niu Yangyu slunk away in a taxi, thoroughly dejected. The Maybach was probably totaled beyond repair, and now that he'd accepted Jing Mo's money, it wasn't even his car anymore. All that awaited him now was going home to face his father's wrath. Yi Ruoro had originally intended to thank Jing Mo, but seeing him surrounded by people, she couldn't even get close to him. She wouldn't forget this debt of gratitude. The man had spent $1 million for her sake. Even now, it still felt surreal. Jingma was really troubled now. He didn't want to be this popular, he truly wished to keep a low profile, but the system just kept pushing him to show off. Surrounded by all these girls, he couldn't escape even if he wanted to. Junior, let's exchange WeChat. Come find your senior if you need anything. Junior, don't forget mine too. Me too. Me too. Seeing that they couldn't take Jingma with them immediately, the senior sisters adopted a sustainable development strategy, casting a long line to catch a big fish. First, they'd get his contact information. Jing Mo realized there was no way he'd be allowed to leave without handing over his contact information. Reluctantly, he pulled up his WeChat QR code on his phone. Beep beep beep. The sound of phones scanning the code filled the air incessantly. Dozens of pretty senior sisters added him on WeChat. Jingma spent ages just approving all those friend requests. Some girls even took photos of Jingma's WeChat QR code to share with their roommates and besties. Good fortune should always be shared with your best friends. Chapter 10. Damn you, system. After adding Jingmo's contact information, all the girls tactfully dispersed, each preparing to chase after him using their own methods. Different strokes for different folks. Witnessing Jingmo's popularity, the male students collectively felt speechless, overwhelmed by envy, jealousy, and resentment. At 18, some kids drive Lamborghinis to school, while they'd be lucky to even have a basic car for transportation. For most students, transportation means either an e-bike or the bus. Even taking a cab requires calculating whether the distance justifies the fare. In this moment, everyone clearly realizes that the gap between people cannot be replicated. Fan Xingxue waited until all the girls gathered around Jing Mo had dispersed before approaching with a bitter smile. You're really popular with the ladies, huh? Jingma sighed helplessly. Can't be helped. Being this handsome naturally attracts girls. I'd actually prefer to keep a low profile. Fan Xingxue was truly speechless. Can't you see these girls are obviously only interested in your Lamborghini? What does this have to do with your looks? For heaven's sake. Changing the subject, Fan Xingxue said, thanks for driving me to school. If you're free tonight, let me treat you to dinner at the cafeteria, if you don't mind cafeteria food, that is. This was the first time she'd invited a guy to dinner. With anyone else, she wouldn't have even considered whether they'd agree, because obviously they would. Usually, others were the ones treating her to meals, and most of the time she refused. Getting to share a meal with her was incredibly difficult. Now Fan Xingxue saw it clearly. Jing Mo was truly too popular. Even she felt she wasn't the absolute best in the world anymore. Would someone of his status look down on eating at the school cafeteria? Jing Mo actually wasn't overthinking it. By nature, he was someone who preferred staying low-key, so going to the cafeteria was no big deal. Alright then, we've got WeChat. Just message me when you're ready to eat. Fan Xingxue secretly breathed a sigh of relief. feeling a subtle spark of joy in her heart. After Jing Mo and Fan Qingxue left, the surrounding onlookers finally gathered their wits. Now that's what you call a real young master. Did you see his class, his presence? He didn't even bother to say a word to that fake young master from start to finish. Absolute contempt. Truly incomparable. This one is clearly from high society, completely above worldly concerns, while the other is just some nouveau riche at best. Driving a Maybach is downright embarrassing. Fortunately, Niu Yangyu had dashed off early, otherwise, seeing so many people roasting him would have probably given him a heart attack. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the daily good deed task. Rewarding host with permanent top-tier racing driver skills. Why is it permanent this time? System, because when I wanted to return it, I found the person was gone. Jingma vaguely understood these words. What did it mean that the person wasn't there when someone wanted to return it? Was this borrowed before? Detected that the host has successfully enrolled in school, completing elementary achievement. System rewards complete edition of the Lao Wei 18 techniques. King of Fists Combat Technique Experience Card X1. Durex Dragon Vitality X1. Host charm value increased. Rewards have been issued. Host, the system is about to fully activate. Lychee will transform you into the universe's ultimate tall, rich, and handsome man. Please prepare yourself mentally. Temporary mission releasing now. Mission 1, Hero Saves Beauty. Find a suitable target to stage a heroic rescue scenario. Reward, max level charm boost. Mission 2, keep the music playing, host a freshman welcome party at school and lead the new students in wild celebration. Reward, top-tier singing skills experience card X1 inch. Mission 3 is downright outrageous, spend 100 million yuan at school, with a reward of 1 billion renminbi. The mission has been issued. Wish you a pleasant life, host. The system's voice kept ringing incessantly in Jing Mo's ears. In the brief moment Fan Qingxue turned her head, Jing Mo had grown even fairer, and his previously decent features had become strikingly handsome and dignified. Jing Mo felt his previously somewhat hunched back straighten up, while his abdomen and chest subtly swelled. System, what's going on here? Host, this increase in charm value is entirely based on big data analysis of female aesthetic standards. Your current charm perfectly fits the beauty standards of the vast majority of women. Fan Qingxue turned to say something, but the moment she saw Jing Mo, her heart started pounding wildly. Thump, 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 and wouldn't stop. Is this Jing Ma? Why does he look so different from before? How can he be this handsome? I like him so much. How can his facial features be this perfect? That gaze, that demeanor, every movement tugs at her heartstrings. She wants to possess him. The girls passing by gaze at Jing Ma with longing eyes, practically devouring him with their stares. Hey, look over there, such a hottie. Holy shit, that's so damn cool. Who is this, some celebrity or what? Jingma felt for the first time like some rare specimen, surrounded by a crowd of girls, some of whom even secretly snapped photos of him with their phones. This was quite agonizing for Jingma, who had always been unassuming by nature. You've really done me in, system. Fan Qingxue's dormitory was further ahead than Jingma's. As they approached the point of separation, she spoke to him with reluctance in her voice. Shall I call you tonight? Jingma kept his head lowered. This was the girls' dormitory, after all. The moment he showed his face, girls from every floor had come out of their rooms and were leaning over the railings to look at him. Keep a low profile. Keep a low profile. Alright, I'll head back first then. Fan Qingxue's voice was slightly different from usual. Her usual cool tone carried a trace of gentleness as she replied, yes, okay. Contact me if you need anything. With that, she watched Jingma walk away. Jingma fled like a runaway yo-yo, utterly terrifying. Women were truly terrifying creatures. Fu Mingming parked his Audi A4L at another small gate of the school, known only to upperclassmen, so there weren't many people around. He tucked away his flamboyant demeanor. There would always be someone better, and his crappy Audi was better off kept out of sight. Maybe he should go back to basics and settle for an electric scooter. The whole walk to the boys' dorm was fraught with fear, worried he might catch a glimpse of that person. Seeing him would just be humiliating, dredging up unpleasant memories. Fu Mingming just hoped he wouldn't run into that person for the entire 4 years of college. He finally breathed a sigh of relief when he reached the dorm. Looks like he wouldn't run into him today. He'd have to find out which dorm the guy lived in later and avoid him whenever going out. After the guy forgot about him, then he could reappear in front of him. Otherwise, if recognized, he'd just get teased relentlessly again. Chapter 11, A Strange Coincidence. Fu Mingming arrived at the dormitory only to find he was the first one there, so he decided to start by setting up his bedding and sheets. From now on, I must remain humble. Maybe I should dye my hair back to its original color. While making the bed, he heard the dormitory door open behind him. Probably the new roommate arriving. Time to greet them. Hello, roommate. Fu Mingming turned around and immediately saw a familiar face. Wasn't he the guy with the Lamborghini? Fu Mingming was devastated. What was this guy doing in his dorm room? Could it be? He considered one possibility. Damn, this guy might actually be his roommate. Mom, I want to transfer schools, Jing Yamo took one look at that red hair and remembered exactly who this was. Wow, your Audi luxury car is seriously fast, you beat me here. Fu Mingming swallowed hard and forced a bitter smile as he said, Big bro, could you please stop talking? Is it really okay for you with your Lamborghini to play dumb and eat the tiger like this? Jing Yamo replied with an oblivious expression, I don't see any problem with that. As if suddenly remembering something, Fu Mingming exclaimed, so it was also you who sent that 100,000 yuan in the freshman group chat. It finally dawned on him. There were barely a handful of people at the school with the means to casually send 100,000 yuan in the freshman group chat. Right after he had added Jing Yamo to the group, someone had sent the money, and this guy was driving a luxury car worth tens of millions. Hell, even Ito could figure out it had to be the person standing right in front of him. Jing Yamo said indifferently, it was me. I originally wanted to send 1 million. But the group red envelope limit is only 100,000. Don't you have my WeChat? If you just clicked on my profile in the group, you would have recognized me. Upon hearing this, Fu Mingming literally dropped to his knees. All his attention had been focused on Fan Qingxue. How could he have thought of such details? Women really do complicate things. Big brother, please accept me as your follower. Jing Yamo saw how earnest he was and quickly helped him up. Don't be like this, we're roommates from now on. Fu Mingming could barely hold back tears. This guy had dirt on him, and if it got out, he'd never be able to show his face at school again. Big brother, if you won't take me as your follower, I absolutely won't get up. Please let me serve you hand and foot and take care of your daily needs. Niu Yongyu took a taxi around to the back gate of the school, examining the authenticity of the check during the ride. It was his first time seeing such a thing. After receiving the check, he first contacted his uncle who worked at a bank to verify its authenticity. Only after confirming it was real did he let out a heavy sigh of relief. At least he could go back and report success, otherwise, he'd be facing his father's merciless wrath, symbolized by the dreaded 7 wolves belt. Thanks to Jing Mo's antics, his reputation had already taken a hit within certain circles. I'd better avoid Jing Mo from now on, preferably not seeing him at all throughout my 4 years of university. Niu Yonyu's hired umbrella-holding secretary couldn't stand it anymore and left too, leaving him alone dragging his luggage toward the dormitory building. At least he was wearing a face mask, and since many people didn't know about the incident, his dorm roommates wouldn't find out about it anytime soon. Just as Niu Yongyu opened the dorm room door, he saw a red-haired guy kneeling before someone. Big bro, please take me as your little brother. Niu Yongyu cursed this spineless bastard in his heart. Had he no pride, begging to be someone's lackey right off the bat? He was utterly disgraceful to manhood. But when he saw that familiar face staring back at him, thud, Niu Yongyu dropped to his knees too. The air froze in an instant. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. Big brother, please take me as your underling. What terrible timing. The person I least wanted to see just happened to cross my path. Niu Yongyu and Fu Mingming acknowledged they weren't exactly model citizens, having previously indulged in some shady schemes. As luck would have it, they crossed paths with Jingma while putting on airs, only to become his unwitting foils. Big bro, your name's Jingma, right? That incident at the school gate earlier was my bad. Since we'll be living together for 4 years, let's just drop this matter and never mention it again. Niu Yongyu wore a bitter expression. His freshman year had barely begun, yet already everything seemed shrouded in gloom. Fu Mingming now roughly grasped the situation. Their other roommate apparently also had some compromising information in Jingma's hands. No wonder he seemed equally terrified of him. I can understand that. Alright, we're roommates after all. We'll be living together from now on, so let's just forget about what happened before. Niu Yongyu and Fu Mingming both breathed a sigh of relief. They had been worried that Jingma might hold a grudge over their previous conflicts. Seeing how magnanimous Jingma was, they both relaxed considerably. After all, Jingma was a rich second generation driving a Lamborghini Aventador. Normally, rich kids don't have the best tempers, but this one seemed quite amicable. You'll need someone to be the leader in the dorm, and I think you'd be perfect for the role. Fu Mingming nodded and said, right, I'm probably the youngest among the three of us, so I'll be the third in line. Jing Mo didn't object either and nodded in agreement. Alright, we're all roommates now, no need to be so formal with each other. Despite how heartfelt their words sounded, the truth was they each had dirt on the other. If they didn't treat Jing Mo with some respect, who knew when he might spill the scandal and make them a laughingstock? Big brother, where's your luggage? Let me help you pack. Fu Mingming looked around but couldn't find Jingma's luggage. Jingma paused for a moment before speaking slowly. I didn't bring that many clothes or luggage. The truth was, his family didn't have extra quilts or bedding to give him. He'd planned to buy new ones after arriving at school. In the eyes of Niu Yongyu and Fu Mingming, they couldn't help but sigh, truly the children of the wealthy. They don't need to bring anything when going out, just buy everything new wherever they go. Niu Yongyu laughed heartily. Big brother, if you don't mind, I know a vendor who specializes in custom-made high-end mattresses, though they aren't cheap. Jing Mo's eyes lit up when he heard this. He had initially thought recruiting these two, Sleeping Dragon and Young Phoenix, wouldn't be of much use, but turns out, neither of them was someone to underestimate. Both were notorious spendthrifts. Fu Mingming, needless to say, if he had the money, there'd be no limit to his extravagant spending. As for Niu Yangyu, he'd somehow managed to wreck his family's Maybach just by driving it to school. As the saying goes, among three people, there must be one mastermind. Take Jing Mo as an example. He's currently troubled about how to spend money, but now the problem is solved because Niu Yangyu will become his personal Zhuge Liang from now on. Let him handle all the strategizing. Then hurry up and contact the vendors for me. Money isn't an issue, just make sure everything is top tier. Jing Mo is in a rush now. He absolutely has to find a way to spend money. If he doesn't spend it within 3 days, he'll get constipated and die from the damn shit. When Niu Yangyu heard that money wasn't an issue, he knew he hadn't mistakenly recognized this elder brother. He'd truly latched onto a powerful patron. This merchant specialized in custom-made mattresses and bedsheets, using only premium materials. Even their cheaper bedsheets started at over 40,000 yuan. Chapter 12, 4 million just for a mattress? Jing Mo was delighted to have someone by his side who could help him spend money. In high spirits, he immediately made an announcement. Second brother Niu, call that vendor and order 3 sets of the highest grade mattresses and bedsheets, customized to the exact size of our dorm beds. Preferably, have them delivered by tonight. Niu Yangyu was overjoyed upon hearing this. Indeed, life wouldn't be bad when tailing behind someone rich. He had been coveting such a mattress for a long time. Among their social circle, there was a second-generation rich kid who had bought one and flaunted it in the group chat for ages. For people like them, second-generation rich kids were still out of reach. They were merely a bit better off than moderately prosperous families. Stuff costing a few thousand yuan usually didn't faze them, but shelling out tens of thousands would still sting. Fu Mingming was flattered upon hearing this and quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, big brother. From now on, I'll be at your beck and call, just order me around as you please. Jingma thought for a moment and said, I'm not a slave owner, don't worry. At most, I'll just have you run errands, won't ask for anything more. Got it, big brother. Niu Yangyu, catching on quickly, chimed in, big brother, I may not have much talent, but at school, I pretty much walk sideways, no one dares mess with me. The school principal is my uncle. Jingma frowned and scolded irritably, since you've acknowledged me as your elder brother, then I must advise you travel lightly and keep a low profile. What if you provoke someone you shouldn't? What then? Niu Yangyu looked puzzled and asked, big brother, then why are you being so flashy? Jingma said helplessly, because I was forced to. Niu Yangyu looked puzzled after hearing this. Huh? Big bro, you're already so rich, who could possibly force you to do anything? Jing Mo patted Niu Yangyu's shoulder with a grave expression. Actually, the lives of wealthy people are also quite exhausting, you just don't understand. Fu Mingming suddenly interjected, well, I'd like to experience that kind of exhaustion too. Alright, look, it's getting late, why don't you quickly call that vendor and order 3 custom mattresses, little brother? Jing Mo didn't want to delve too deeply into this topic. After all, everyone has their own personality, and it's unreasonable to expect others to be as low-key and reserved as he was. Niu Yangyu quickly took out his phone and called the merchant who sold high-end mattresses. Hello? I want to order 3 of your most premium mattresses. The regional sales manager in Hanjiang received this baffling phone call. Ha, you must be Boss Niu's son, right? Do you know how much our most expensive mattress costs? I suggest you get something more affordable. What's the matter? You think I can't afford it? Now that he had a wealthy young master backing him, he couldn't allow himself to speak politely, he had to act even more arrogant than usual. The sales manager smirked dismissively, your family just owns that crappy bathhouse, and you really think you're some rich heir? Which model could you possibly afford anyway? Niu Yangyu flared up immediately. What did you just say? I suggest you watch your tone with me, or I'll take this big order to someone else. The business manager said dismissively, sorry, that's just how I talk. What kind of business deal could someone like you even negotiate with me? Clearly, he was looking down on Niu Yangyu. Angrily, Niu Yangyu retorted, just you wait. Niu Yangyu hung up and immediately called the brand's top executive in City Y. Hello? Who's calling? A middle-aged man's voice came through the phone. Hello, I want to file a complaint. I want to buy a mattress from your store, but your salesperson has an extremely terrible attitude. The manager, hearing it was such a trivial matter, responded impatiently, this isn't my responsibility. You need to contact the regional general manager. Niu Yangyu wanted to say more, but Jing Ma by his side was growing impatient. Buying something shouldn't be this tedious. If they kept dragging this out, it would be dark soon. Hey, are you really not going to deal with me? I'm planning to buy the most expensive mattress here, the million tier 1. If you won't sell it to me, I'll go elsewhere. I'm sure your company isn't the only one selling this. Upon hearing this, the manager immediately softened his tone. are you saying you'd like to customize our Gold Silk Royal Premium mattress? Jing Mo asked in confusion, is this thing expensive or not? After a long pause, the manager replied, this is our top-tier mattress, entirely handcrafted. Most of its materials come from the manes of Akeltech horses, and the threads used are all gold-plated silk. So, naturally, the price is quite steep. Jingma nodded to himself upon hearing this. I'll give you 3 million, and you must deliver 3 immediately to Yangda University for me. The manager broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this. Purchasing their mattresses was like buying groceries for him, casually ordering 3 at once. Don't you think this is a bit too rushed? Our production process also requires time. For a million, stop dawdling. The extra million is your craftsmanship fee, and you must take that previous complaint seriously. The manager was overjoyed at the response. Sir, I guarantee with my life today that we'll deliver your mattress to your school by evening, and we'll definitely fire that employee from earlier. Without even hearing the reason for the complaint, the manager immediately dismissed the salesman. He was joking. After all, hiring a new salesman was easy, but pleasing this gentleman was absolutely critical. Fine, just make it quick, and print a cinnamoroll pattern on the bedsheet. I love that stuff. The manager was momentarily stunned. Having dealt with many wealthy clients, he'd encountered all sorts of eccentric tastes. Some wanted tea tree patterns, lilies, or plum blossoms, all chosen to highlight sophistication and refined taste. But what on earth was this cinnamoroll thing? Niu Yangyu and Fu Mingming listened with some speechlessness, thinking this guy's taste was truly unique. If you too have any specific patterns you want for your mattresses, just let him know. After saying this, Jing Yamo handed the phone back to Niu Yangyu. Seeing the respectful attitude of the person on the other end of the line, Niu Yangyu couldn't help but marvel, as expected of the big boss. With just one move he could make people bow in admiration. A rich young master was indeed a rich young master. This level of presence was something he could never hope to match. The person in charge nearly jumped off the table in excitement when he saw the 4 million hit the account. Hello, factory staff? Get the workers to rush customize 3 deluxe royal-grade golden vine mattresses for school dormitory beds immediately. Put all other projects on hold and go full throttle. I want to see these 3 mattresses before nightfall. The factory workers finally understood what true efficiency meant. With the entire facility dedicated to producing just 3 mattresses, the job was completed in a mere 2 hours. True to the promise, the mattresses were ready before evening. Pleased with the factory's speed, the supervisor rewarded the workers by letting them clock out an hour early. Next up was delivering the mattress to the big client. Simply arranging a regular delivery truck wouldn't do for this occasion. Since they were students, what's the defining characteristic of bold, spirited young people? Naturally, it's showing off. This wealthy buyer probably made the purchase just to flaunt their status, so naturally they'd want to make it as extravagant and attention-grabbing as possible, ideally ensuring the entire campus knew someone had spent 4 million on their mattress. Around 5 in the afternoon, the sun was still blazing, and the campus buzzed with activity. It was dinner time, with students streaming toward the cafeteria, while some freshmen, celebrating the start of the semester, headed off campus for a restaurant meal. Some students weren't in a hurry to return to their dormitories after meals. Instead, they strolled around the campus, casually wandering about in hopes of a romantic encounter. Chapter 13. What it means to be extravagant. Just then, a luxurious Bentley sedan slowly rolled onto the campus, like a dazzling star descending to the mortal world. Following closely behind were 2 neat rows of Mercedes-Benz E300 vehicles, resembling loyal guardians protecting the prestigious ride at the front. The 2 rows of cars added up to more than a dozen, forming a spectacular sight. At the rear of the procession followed a mysterious black truck. When passing students saw the banner hanging from the truck, they were stunned. Yangda freshman Jing Xiao spends 4 million to custom order 3 mattresses. Such extravagance truly left people speechless. The scene before them left all the students present utterly stunned. All this grand spectacle was just to transport a mattress for some young master? Leading the procession was the Bentley, guiding the imposing line of Mercedes-Benz vehicles behind it like a majestic honor guard. The massive motorcade finally came to a smooth halt in front of the boys' dormitory building. From each Mercedes-Benz emerged over a dozen men dressed in impeccably tailored black suits, adorned with exquisite black ties and wearing spotless white gloves. Moving in perfect unison, they stepped out of the vehicles swiftly yet gracefully, forming a straight line beneath the dormitory building like well-trained soldiers standing at attention. These men stood guard around the black trucks, resembling security personnel for an armored cash transport vehicle. A middle-aged man alighted from the Bentley, his face beaming with joy as a long-absent smile graced his lips. This is the district's general manager, who even borrowed the chairman's Bentley to show his respect. The group formed their formation, and at the manager's signal, 10 people shouted in unison, "We won't disappoint. The mission will be accomplished." The loud shout startled the entire dormitory building, drawing all the male students out to watch. When they saw the banner on the truck, countless people started filming, making noise, and expressing admiration. Jing Mo was also stunned. Wasn't this display a bit too extravagant? He had wanted to keep a low profile. When young Master Jing also leaned over the railing to look down, a crowd of people bowed to Jing Mo in unison. Greetings, young Master Jing. Who is that? This is so damn impressive. How much was the young master's mattress? 4 million. Am I seeing this right? Are they using 4 apartments just as mattresses to lie on? What's the point of going to school anymore? These people are already so rich right after starting college. Even if I get a master's or PhD, what difference would it make? I probably couldn't even afford a rich kid's mattress in my lifetime. Jing Mo listened to the chattering voices discussing this, feeling reluctant to sign for the delivery now. Boss, our mattresses have arrived. I'll have them bring the mattresses up and set them up for you. Nyo Youngyu was a quick-witted fellow. He'd never let his elder brother make the trip for nothing. It all comes down to this moment. Whoever shows their face gets to put on a grand performance in front of the crowd. Opportunities like this don't come often. I've got to seize it. Fu Mingming was immediately displeased. Third brother, how could we trouble you with such menial tasks? You and eldest brother wait up here. I'll gladly make the trip down myself. Nyo Youngyu could clearly see through his buddy's ploy. Third brother, you're being too courteous with those words. As the younger generation, it's only fitting that I look out for you. I should be the one to go. It's most appropriate. Fu Mingming wore an expression of utter remorse. Second brother, hearing you say that, I simply can't bear the thought of you running this errand. It's got to be me. Jing Ma was speechless. You two go together. After all, I bought 3, the other 2 are for you. Tell them to deliver our mattresses to the dorm. Upon hearing this, Fu Mingming and Nyo Youngyu wasted no more words and immediately dashed downstairs. The commotion downstairs was eye-catching enough to draw even the girls in their dormitories to peer out their windows, eager to catch a glimpse of who this legendary young Master Jing really was. So damn impressive. As Nyo Youngyu and Fu Mingming strode out of the dorm hallway, they carried themselves with unmistakable pride, their aura absolutely commanding. But both of them felt that having someone follow them around showing off affected their own image, since they also wanted to be mistaken for wealthy young heirs for once. The salesperson referred to young Master Jing buying mattresses, yet 2 people came down, so which one was young Master Jing? Still, since he wasn't actually young Master Jing, just coming down to sign for the mattress deliveries was impressive enough. Fu Mingming thought to himself, later, once I've changed into it, I'll take a photo and post it in the freshman group just to show off. Under the curious and expectant gazes of the onlookers, Nyo Youngyu and Fu Mingming walked leisurely toward the person in charge. They felt that all the pretentious acts they had put on over the years paled in comparison to the satisfaction of putting on this show along the way. They sincerely wished the path could stretch a little longer. When the 2 finally stopped in front of the person in charge, Nyo Youngyu was the first to speak. My boss has instructed us to ask for your help in moving these mattresses upstairs and setting up the beds for us. Hearing this, the person in charge's expression instantly turned very serious. He straightened his posture and responded solemnly, of course, no problem, this is precisely within the scope of services we should provide. Then, without hesitation, he issued the command, all personnel, begin unloading. At his booming order, the group of sharply dressed men in black suits sprang into action. They were all former military personnel who had recently retired from service, and their disciplined, well-trained nature was on full display. Their movements were perfectly synchronized as they carried out the task with swift efficiency. Several of the men strode toward the rear of the massive truck, expertly swinging open the cargo doors. 3 burly men nimbly climbed onto the vehicle, steadily lifted the 3 heavy boxes placed inside, then carefully stepped down. The entire process was executed smoothly and effortlessly, making one deeply admire their professionalism. The 3 men holding the boxes stood at the forefront, followed by several uniformly dressed figures in black suits, lined up in perfect formation. This group followed Nyo Youngyu and Fu Mingming up the dormitory building, then arrived at Jing Mo's dorm room. The black-suited men tidied up the 3 beds belonging to Jing Mo, Nyo Youngyu, and Fu Mingming, then carefully took out the custom-made $1,000,000 mattresses from the 3 boxes and meticulously arranged them in place. Young Master Jing, our mission here is complete. Please keep my number handy. Feel free to contact me anytime if needed. We'll take our leave now. The team leader handed his business card to Jing Mo. Chapter 14. Wealth doesn't entitle you to special treatment. Jing Mo waved them away with a dark expression. It's settled. I'll call if anything comes up. The leader turned to face the line of men in black suits. Attention! Retreat! The black-suited men shouted in unison to Jingmo, young Master Jing, we salute your hard work. Then the whole group came with a whoosh and left with a mighty roar. Now that's what I call impressive. Nyo Youngyu had to admit defeat. Just look at the caliber of this guy. The art of pretentiousness had clearly left him in the dust decades ago. Fu Mingming stared at the scene with stars in his eyes. Compared to this, what he'd done before was just childish. Just look at his big brother, now that's next-level showmanship. Jingmo was utterly exasperated. He had thought buying a mattress wouldn't stir up much commotion. Little did he know it would make him the center of attention at school, leaving no room for keeping a low profile. Wasn't I just trying to live a modest university life? Why does he always end up showing off in ways he never expects? Just then, Jingma realized he was getting hungry. He hadn't eaten lunch on the high-speed train, and had been too busy all afternoon to even drink water. When he pulled out his phone, his outdated iPhone 8s, already behind the times in this era, finally received delayed messages. Most were from senior female classmates asking him out for meals, along with some selfies they'd sent. Those dazzling white legs, Jingma would have to study them carefully from his bed tonight. Fan Qingxue sent a message at this moment. Jingma, was it you who bought the 4 million yuan mattress? Jingma, yeah. Didn't you know I didn't bring any luggage when I came? If I didn't buy a mattress, I wouldn't have a bed to sleep on at night. Fan Qingxue, 4 million for a mattress, you really are a rich second-generation heir. Jingma, when you have money, shouldn't you make sure you sleep comfortably? Fan Qingxue, alright then, are you hungry? Let's grab something to eat at the cafeteria. Jingmo, I am actually a bit hungry. Fan Qingxue, then I'll wait for you at cafeteria entrance number 1. Jingmo, okay. Niu Yangyu lay on the bed to experience it. This $1 million mattress felt truly different, so incredibly soft. Bro, are you hungry? Let me take you out for a feast. I've got membership at all the top restaurants in Y City. Niu Yangyu suggested. This guy might not have much talent, but when it came to enjoyment, eating, drinking, and having fun, he knew his stuff. Jingma promptly reprimanded, it's just a meal, no need to go anywhere fancy. Let's just eat at the canteen. We should follow the masses, not seek special treatment just because we have money. Keep those capitalist tendencies in check. Niu Yangyu hurried to flatter on the side. Big bro really has vision, my perspective is still too narrow. I'll follow your arrangements, big bro. Fu Mingming noticed his second brother constantly seeking attention while he himself seemed useless. What if one day he got abandoned and left out of the fun? That would be terrible. Now following Jingma as a lackey isn't because of fearing his exposure of one's dirty secrets, but because of genuinely reaping benefits. If it weren't for following Jingma, I might never have had the chance to sleep on this $1 million mattress in my lifetime. Big bro, I'm kinda broke, but hey, if you're heading to the canteen, order whatever you want, it's on me. Fu Mingming moved closer and said in an ingratiating tone. Jingma waved his hand dismissively. Come on, I'm the big brother here who needs you guys to pay for such small change. Let's march to the canteen. Niu said to the two. Okay, let's go. Jingma, wait a sec. I feel like we're missing someone, aren't we? Fu Mingming slapped his forehead. Yeah, it's already mealtime. Why hasn't our other roommate shown up yet? After a moment's thought, Jingma said, the three of us have already put on our mattresses. Wouldn't it seem like we're excluding him if we don't get one for him too? Fu Mingming immediately responded unhappily. We're your little brothers, so it makes sense for you to buy us stuff. But you've got no ties to him whatsoever. Forget about him and let's go eat. Jing Mo thought that sounded reasonable and stepped out of the dorm. Jing Mo walked through campus flanked by Niu Yangyu and Fu Mingming, the pair swaggering like they were begging for a beating. But they weren't afraid. Everyone's heard about rich kids bullying others, but nobody's heard of rich kids getting bullied themselves. Although I'm not a wealthy young master myself, my older brother certainly is. Jingma trailed behind the two of them, speechless. Truth be told, there really are so many beautiful girls at this school. Every random female student walking by has an amazing figure. Black stockings, a fitted skirt, and paired with little white leather shoes, she exuded the charm of a young matron. Those two guys ahead had eyes like LiDAR scanners. Their gazes never lingered in one place for even a second. Her fair skin, slender waist, and strikingly beautiful youthful features. College life really is something to look forward to. The three arrived at gate number 1 of the cafeteria, where three graceful figures stood at the entrance. One of them stood out with her tall stature, towering a full head above the surrounding girls. Fan Qingxue had specifically changed into a fresh outfit, a white short-sleeved shirt with a red bow at the chest, paired with a black miniskirt. Her slender, straight, manga-perfect legs drew second glances from every passing eye. Jingma, I'm here. Fan Qingxue spotted Jingma from afar and, fearing he might miss her, stretched her tall frame to wave vigorously in his direction. Initially, the surrounding men had all been watching Fan Qingxue. Seeing her beckoning someone else, they grew curious about who could make such a stunning beauty wait. When they caught sight of Jingma, their curiosity vanished, replaced by sheer annoyance. The man was preposterously handsome, looking like he'd stepped straight out of a male model catalog. Can being really good-looking allow someone to do whatever they want? Those guys' worldviews were completely shattered. Damn it, a goddess-tier woman was actually waiting for this man. If they could just get acquainted with her, forget making her wait, they'd have arrived at least an hour early themselves. Jing Mo walked leisurely toward Fan Qingxue with his so-called brilliant strategists in tow. Fu Mingming immediately recognized Fan Qingxue, reawakening that unpleasant memory. Fan Qingxue also recognized Fu Mingming, casting an inquiring glance at Jing Mo. What a coincidence, he's my roommate. Jing Mo replied helplessly. Fan Qingxue gave a slight nod. Before Fan Qingxue could say anything, the girl beside her spoke up. Hey kid, you're bringing your roommates along when asking our Schwer out to eat? Jingma's gaze shifted to the speaker, another girl with a slightly chubby baby face, petite in stature yet slender in figure. She wore white stockings and a JK uniform, her hair tied into twin ponytails, a classic Lolita-style ensemble. Nyo Youngyu took one look and was immediately smitten. Grinning widely, he said, "What can I say? Just tagging along with our boss here for a free meal." He had secretly cursed Jingma earlier, thinking all that talk about not wanting special treatment and keeping capitalist tendencies in check was just an excuse to avoid going out to eat with him. Turns out the guy already had plans to dine with a beautiful girl that evening, but now it seemed having meals on campus wasn't so bad after all. Chapter 15, I was there too. The little Lolita spoke with a somewhat prickly, tsundere tone. "Your leader? You're saying this guy is your leader?" Nyo Yanyu smiled amiably and said, "Yes, we just acknowledged him as our leader. This kind of thing is pretty common in boys' dormitories." Fan Qingxue sighed helplessly and said, "These are my two roommates. One is called Tian Tian and the other Choji." Jing Yamo said indifferently, "Now that everyone's here, let's go." He was genuinely hungry. Setting aside everything else, his first priority was finding a place to eat. The cafeteria had 2 floors. The first floor served buffet-style meals with pre-made dishes, where you'd hand your tray to the kitchen staff to have food added. The second floor resembled a food street, offering all kinds of snacks and dishes. Think spicy and sour rice noodles, barbecue skewers, vermicelli dishes. Today there were 6 of us, so we definitely couldn't just eat downstairs. We'd need something at least a little more upscale. The 6 of us found a table by the window, sat down, and ordered 8 stir-fried dishes along with some barbecue and beer. The atmosphere at the table was somewhat awkward since, apart from Jingma and Fan Qingxue, none of the others had met before. During conversation, Tian Tian suddenly grabbed her phone and cursed, "What an absolute scumbag, bullying a young girl like that." He immediately grabbed his phone to share it with Fan Qingxue beside him. Students watching the incident on Yangzhou University's forum had taken photos of what happened earlier at the school gate and posted them there. Maybach rich kid bullies others with wealth, demands girl sign IOU or threatens to call police. Shocking. A Lamborghini Aventador driving freshman saves the damsel in distress, living out a fairy tale prince moment. New school beauty Fan Qingxue, who will win the heart of this ice queen? Ultra-rich heir spends 4 million on a new mattress. This year's freshmen really mean business. Someone sent 100,000 yuan in red packets to the freshman group chat. Are millionaire heirs everywhere now? Many seniors couldn't help but marvel that this year's freshmen are the most impressive cohort yet, with one even arriving in a Lamborghini, an unprecedented sight. Not to mention another heir who splurged a staggering 4 million on a mattress. Talk about extravagance. Jing Mo hadn't checked the school forum yet, mainly because his phone was too laggy to access it. He decided he'd definitely buy the latest Huawei phone when he got back. Had he seen the forum, he would have been speechless, because all the hottest trending topics at school were actually about him. Since the incident had been posted online, both Jing Mo and Nyo Yangyu had gained considerable fame. But their online reception couldn't have been more different. While Jing Mo was hailed as a mysterious crown prince and campus heartthrob, Nyo Yangyu was met with a chorus of condemnation. Holy shit! Look, there's a freshman driving a Lamborghini worth over 10 million, how insane is that? Tian Tian stared at her phone in shock, eager to share the news with her best friend beside her. Choji was also taken aback. Fan Qingxue, however, wore an awkward expression, because the very person they were raving about was sitting right across from them. Tian Tian was extremely envious because, although her family was quite well off, the idea of them buying her a Lamborghini was nothing short of a pipe dream. "Ah, I want a Lamborghini too." Tian Tian stretched and glanced at Jing Mo across from her. "Hey, kid, did you get to watch the show at the school gate today? You guys arrived at noon too, right? Did you see what the rich guy driving the Lamborghini looked like?" Jingma stroked his chin. "I did see him, but looks wise, just so. Tian Tian said disappointedly. "Yisai, then no chance. I'm all about looks, he's not my type." Fuming Ming and Nyo Yangyu were stifling their laughter nearby. Nyo Yangyu spoke up at an awkward moment. "He might not even fancy you. I was there too." A stunning girl got out of his car with him that day. Cough, 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 cough. Jing Mo and Fan Qingxue choked on their food at the same time. Tian Tian said with a proud and coquettish tone, "Really? Is she prettier than me?" Nyo Yangyu found this question quite tricky to answer, especially since he still had hopes of pursuing Tian Tian. However, Fu Mingming cut in and replied, "Yes, she's prettier than you. I was there when it happened." Tian Tian looked suspiciously at Fu Mingming. "What a coincidence, all 3 of you were there at the scene. Even if she's prettier than me, she definitely wouldn't compare to our Schwer." As she spoke, Tian Tian boldly patted Fan Qingxue's back with a proud expression. Fu Mingming and Nyo Yangyu laughed and agreed. Absolutely, absolutely. She couldn't possibly be as pretty as Qingxue. Fan Qingxue found herself caught between laughter and tears. She should have told Tian Tian about this beforehand. If Tian Tian learned that the Lamborghini driver was Jing Mo, and considering she'd openly declared she wasn't interested in him right to his face, the sheer awkwardness would be unbearable. Instant social suicide. Yet this commotion had successfully broken the ice at the dinner table. Tian was the talkative type by nature, and though Nyo Yangyu liked to show off, his affluent background gave his words a certain sophistication. The two even downed 2 bottles of beer together. They might as well have become sworn siblings on the spot. There was a minor incident in between. Tian, after downing her drink, started cursing the Maybach driving man who had bullied the female student. Hearing this, Nyo Yangyu could only swallow his bitterness in silence. The key point is, if you're going to scold me, just scold me, but then you ask for my opinion on what you should do? You'd throw all dignity out the window just to chase after girls, even joining others in berating yourself. He resolved never to admit to Tian that he had ever driven a Maybach. Just as everyone was chatting merrily, a man's voice rang out from the side. Xingxue, you got into Yangda University too. A guy stood up from the table behind him and started walking toward their table. Fan Xingxue and Tian smiled and greeted the approaching male student. Zhou Xian, didn't you originally apply for Jinling University? What brings you to Yuzhou University instead? Zhou Xian had fair and clean skin, his hair styled in a trendy Korean side parting, with earrings dangling from his ears. Zhou Xian had attended the same high school as Tian and Fan Xingxue, where he was somewhat known as a wealthy second-generation heir. During high school, he had once confessed his feelings to Fan Xingxue, but was rejected. Still, the two maintained a decent relationship. Zhou Xian knew his boundaries and limits. He wasn't the type to desperately cling to someone like a typical simp. Instead, he had his ways of playing the game. I didn't get into my dream school. Had no choice but to come here. Never expected you'd be studying here too. What a coincidence. High school classmates. Fan Xingxue explained the newcomer's identity to Jingma. This explanation made Zhou Xian sense something amiss. As a battle-hardened man, he could detect a woman's thoughts from the subtlest of gestures. Fan Xingxue took the initiative to explain her identity precisely because she didn't want this man before her to misunderstand. The Fan Xingxue of the past would never have volunteered such an explanation. It seemed this man occupied a special place in Fan Xingxue's heart. Zhou Xian's gaze towards Jingma carried a trace of venomous malice. Where did this little pretty boy come from, thinking he can reach for the moon like a toad lusting after swan meat? Just because he has a handsome face, he thinks he can woo Fan Xingxue? Has he even asked what happened to the other men who dared to have ideas about her? Chapter 16, The Pauper. P.S. Wishing everyone a happy Mid-Autumn festival with family reunions. Before this, there were also some blind fools who dared to set their sights on Fan Xingxue, but they all ended up getting brutally beaten after he sent people after them. The lightest injuries sustained were 2 broken ribs, but their family had connections at the municipal bureau, so any police reports filed always ended up being shelved due to insufficient evidence. In the end, all the victims of these beatings had no choice but to let the matter drop. As Zhou Xian saw it, as long as he drove away all the men around Fan Xingxue, ultimately the only man left by her side would be her husband. Zhou Xian thought to himself, I must find an opportunity to teach this guy a lesson. Tian had quite a favorable impression of Zhou Xian, handsome, wealthy, and most importantly, exceptionally talented. During high school, he'd already been helping manage his family's business and even earned some money. While his peers were still fooling around, he was already making profits, a fact that gave him every reason to be proud. She had always wanted to help Zhou Xian pursue a relationship with Fan Xingxue, often mentioning him in front of her. Naturally, Zhou Xian didn't appear here by coincidence. It was all thanks to secret intel from Tian that led to his belated arrival. Tian, ever the sociable one, beckoned Zhou Xian to join them at the table. Zhou Xian, sit next to Schwer. You two haven't seen each other all summer, perfect chance to catch up. Tian knew how to play the supporting role. The moment Zhou Xian arrived, she immediately stood up and offered him receipt. Without hesitation, Zhou Xian strode forward and casually took a seat next to Fan Xingxue, as if they were already familiar. Xiaoxue, long time no see. You never mentioned you were coming to Yangda, otherwise, I would have invited you out for a meal in advance. I have a private booth at Wanyanju, usually closed to the public. It's reserved specifically for me whenever I go. If you ever want to dine there, you're welcome anytime. After all, the food in the cafeteria is too low-end and doesn't taste very good. Zhou Xian's words were essentially mocking Jingmo for taking a girl to the campus cafeteria, a cheap move befitting only a stingy loser. Jingma couldn't care less. He never had those kinds of feelings for Fan Xingxue in the first place. His phone was packed with contacts of dozens of senior sisters of all kinds. Why cling to a single tree when he had the whole forest at his fingertips? So even when faced with direct mockery from others, he remained unfazed, because keeping a low profile was the way to go. Zhou Xian's remark was originally directed at Jingmo across the table, but after hearing his sarcastic comment, the other party just kept eating and drinking without any reaction whatsoever. What's wrong with this guy? Did he not understand what I meant? However, while Jingmo remained unresponsive, Fan Xingxue spoke up instead. I'm the one who invited him here for a meal. This is classmate Jing Mo. We met on the high-speed train today, he helped me carry my luggage, so I treated him to a meal on campus as thanks. Hearing this, Jo Xin secretly sighed in relief. So that's how it was, he thought the guy might have feelings for Fan Qingxue. Still, there were hardly any men who could resist Fan Qingxue's beauty. He refused to believe this guy truly had no thoughts about her at all. Out of politeness and mainly not wanting to lose his composure in front of Fan Qingxue, he stood up and extended his hand to Jingma. Hello, Jingma. I'm Jo Xian, Fan Qingxue's childhood friend. Jingma stood up and shook his hand briefly. Hello, I'm Jingma. Since Xiao Shui said she wants to thank you, don't hold back at this meal, it's my treat. Jingma shrugged indifferently. You're the hosts, your call. Jo Xian, the food here doesn't quite suit Xiao Shui's taste. She hasn't eaten much. Tian on the side chimed in with a reminder. Jo Xian smiled gently. That's true. Xiao Shui has gotten used to dining on delicacies with me. She wouldn't touch this simple fare. How about this, guys? I'll take Xiao Shui to Wanyanju for a meal. You all stay here and eat as much as you like, it's all on me. After speaking, he tried to pull Fan Qingxue beside him away. Jingma couldn't help but frown. While Niu Yangyu beside him had been holding back for a long time, this guy was really fucking pretentious. He couldn't allow anyone except Jingma to out-pretentious him. The only reason he hadn't torn off the mask earlier was because this man had a close relationship with Tian, the girl he liked, and he didn't want to ruin his image because of it. But now that someone's practically stepping on your face, if you still don't react, that's really inexcusable. This is going too far. There are plenty of gorgeous women in this world, but there's only one thigh like this. Snap. What do you mean by that? What you're eating is delicacies from land and sea, while what we're having is just plain fare. Niu Yangyu slammed his chopsticks fiercely on the table and glared angrily at Jo Xian across from him. Jo Xian sneered. Isn't that obvious? For you penniless losers, eating at the second-floor cafeteria counts as a group feast. Do you even know a single dish at Wanyanju costs over 1,000 yuan? Compared to that, what you're eating might as well be peasant gruel. Jingma wanted to stop Niu Yangyu, but suddenly the system's voice rang in his ears. I won't allow the host to lay low, you must strike back hard. Succeed in slapping their faces, and you'll be rewarded with full ownership of Wanyanju. Fail, and you'll suffer instant constipation. The system's voice carried a rare hint of human emotion, almost like anger. Jingma slammed his chopsticks down on the table with a loud slap. Damn it, keeping a low profile is one thing, but you can't make me constipated. He stopped Niu Yangyu in his tracks. So you're saying what we're eating is just plain and simple fare? Jingma's tone was unhurried. The tension in the air became palpable. Tian chimed in from the side. Jingma, don't be like this. They kindly invited you to dinner, you should at least be polite. Jingma snorted coldly. From start to finish, I haven't said a word, and you jump straight to mocking us for being poor? Tian tugged at Fan Qingxue unhappily. Xiao Shui, look at these people who came from who knows where. They have absolutely no manners. Fan Qingxue's usually indifferent face showed displeasure. Tian, Jo Xian, what are you two doing? How could you say such things about them? Tian looked arrogantly at Jingma and the other two across from her. I told you they're no good. Not to mention how tacky it is to let a girl pay for dinner. They even showed up late to the appointment, utterly lacking in courtesy. Niu Yangyu was so furious he rolled up his sleeves, ready to throw hands. F***ck your mom, who the hell are you calling uncultured? Tian instantly ducked behind Fan Qingxue at the sight. Look at him, now he's about to throw punches. Not just uncultured, but downright barbaric. Fan Qingxue frowned. Naturally aloof, she felt helplessly anxious witnessing this but had no idea how to mediate the misunderstanding. Jo Xian rose arrogantly to his feet. Well, go ahead, give it a try if you dare. Tian stuck out her tongue teasingly. You bunch of penniless losers. Jo Xian is a black belt in Taekwondo, the three of you combined couldn't take him on. Fu Mingming was fuming, itching to slap that woman across the face. But just as things were about to escalate, Jing Mo stepped in between them. Didn't I tell you two to keep a low profile and stay kind? No throwing punches at the drop of a hat. With a sharp gaze, he looked at Jo Xian and said, you called this simple fare, does that mean I can eat my fill here if I want? Chapter 17, did you just record that? Jo Xian sneered disdainfully and replied, of course, I can afford as much as you want to eat. Delighted, Jing Mo continued to bait Jo Xian by asking, does that mean you're covering the meal for all of us brothers too? Jo Xian glanced sideways at Jing Mo and his two companions. Look at you penny-pinching losers, your eyes light up at the thought of mooching. You think you're worthy of having dinner with Xiao Shui? Jing Mo leaned over and whispered something into Niu Yangyu's ear. That's all I needed to hear. Niu Yangyu suddenly stood up and shouted to the entire cafeteria, attention everyone. Anyone who acknowledges young Master Jing as their brother today gets their entire meal paid for by him. The commotion had already drawn many curious onlookers, but this announcement instantly silenced the entire cafeteria for 3 seconds. Hundreds of people turned their gazes in unison toward the scene. A bold soul tentatively asked, really? Just admit we're Brother Jing's friends and our meals today are free? Niu Yangyu responded, That's right. Everything consumed here today goes on Brother Jing's tab. The entire cafeteria erupted in cheers all at once. Bro Jing! Bro Jing! Long time no see, Bro Jing! Bro Jing! You're so handsome. These classmates who had just greeted Jing Mo went laughing and joking to order food at the cafeteria counters. Nyo Yongyu looked at the confused Zhou Xin. Come on, young Master Zhou. Time to foot the bill for us peasants' humble meal. Zhou Xin gritted his teeth. I said I'd treat you three to a meal, not this whole crowd. Jing Mo shrugged. You said you'd treat us brothers, you never specified how many. Everyone here is my brother. And you said you'd foot the bill. Only then did Zhou Xin realize he'd been tricked, leaving him temporarily speechless. Jing Mo turned to Nyo Yongyu. Tell the restaurant everything's free today. Put it all on my tab and have young Master Zhou settle it in the end. Upon hearing this, Nyo Yongyu's face broke into a mischievous grin. Got it, boss. Consider it done. With that, he dashed to the serving window and explained the situation to each cafeteria vendor one by one. Initially, the vendors hesitated, but when the cafeteria manager heard Jing Mo's name, they immediately agreed. Some students, upon realizing the meals were genuinely free, promptly grabbed the most expensive dishes items they'd previously been too thrifty to order for themselves. Like someone possessing an immortal godly physique of 200 Jin, they effortlessly ordered over 1,000 yuan worth of barbecue in one go. There were plenty of such saintly physiques, cube-shaped girls and Madame Pogon, whose combat prowess was nothing to scoff at, completely oblivious to the concept of frugality. The cafeteria dishes were being ordered at lightning speed, with many vendors already sold out, and more students still queuing up behind. Zhou Xian's eyes turned icy as he watched, though inwardly he sneered. After all, he wouldn't be footing the bill, it would all be on that guy. He'd just sit back and see how he planned to pay up after everyone had eaten. Miss Tian began scolding Jingma. You're really ungrateful. Zhou Xian invited you all to eat, yet you're trying to harm him. We're not paying this bill. Nyo Yongyu was utterly disgusted by this kind of woman and fired back. Have you fried your brains with too much internet? Twisting facts like this? Who was it that started showing off first? Calling this plain fare and saying only broke losers eat here, and claiming he could afford whatever we ordered, but the moment we ordered a bit more, he clammed up. What, suddenly it's too expensive now? Since when has it been expensive? The prices haven't changed in years. Stop spouting nonsense, the cafeteria workers have it hard enough. All these years plain tea and simple meals have been this price. How is it expensive? If you can't afford it, look at your own shortcomings, okay? After all these years of earning whatever pittance, you still come out pretending to be rich. Without money, go work hard properly instead of acting like a big shot, okay? Nyo Yongyu's remarks were absolutely dripping with sarcasm. Tian was so angry she wanted to swear. Zhou Xiong stared wide-eyed, clearly seething with anger. But as if remembering something, the corners of his lips curled upward. You're Jingma, right? The three of you kneel before me now and beg me to pay, or I'll walk away, and you can wait for those vendors to come knocking for their money. You broke-ass losers wouldn't be able to pay me back even if you worked your whole lives. Especially you, I really don't like that mouth of yours. Slap yourself 100 times. Otherwise, I won't lift a finger to help any of you. He calculated that today's massive group order would cost at least over 100,000. Even for him, that was a serious financial hit. There was no way he'd actually pay that money himself, but first, he'd find a way to vent his anger. He was certain these guys were dead broke, thinking he'd definitely foot the bill for them, which was why they dared to pull such a stunt. But he absolutely wouldn't pay for them, they could wait forever for this money. Even if these guys knelt and begged him, it would only let Fan Qingxue see how pathetic they truly were, ensuring they'd never amount to anything in the future. Tian also thought of this and waved her hands excitedly. Zhou Xian, we can't let him off so easily. Make him kneel here for an hour, and get the other students to snap photos and post them online. Jingma glanced at the two of them with a strange expression and said, Are you really rich? Quibbling over such a small amount seems rather petty. Zhou Xian scowled darkly and asked, What did you just say? How dare you talk to me like that at a time like this? Aren't you afraid I might really abandon you? Jingma shrugged his hands nonchalantly and said, Fine, don't interfere then. Who cares about your measly few 100,000? What are you talking about? Do you even know what hundreds of thousands means? You keep throwing around numbers like that. If you can actually pay that amount, I'll eat shit right here on the spot. Jing Mo's eyes lit up as he turned to Nyo Yongyu. Did you get that on video just now? Nyo Yongyu gave a thumbs up. Don't worry bro, got the whole thing recorded. We'll post it on the forum when we get back. Zhou Xian nearly fainted upon hearing this, these two bastards. Jing Mo coughed twice. You said it yourself, I didn't force you. Don't go back on your word later when I pay up. Zhou Xian clenched his teeth and said stubbornly, I don't believe you can actually shell out hundreds of thousands just to treat a bunch of unrelated people to a meal. Jingma replied unhappily, What kind of talk is that? Didn't I say it already? These people are my brothers, not unrelated folks. Seems your hearing really is a bit off. Tian, noticing Zhou Xian wavering, quickly jumped in to back him up. Zhou Xian, don't show weakness. This guy's just bluffing. trying to impress Shoshui. In reality, he's a broke loser. Just think, who eats at the campus cafeteria if they're not broke, and even lets a woman pay for the meal? Upon hearing this, Jo Xian's expression grew even more resolute. If you've got the guts, go pay then. If you actually cough up the money, not only will I eat shit on the spot, but I'll even call you dad. Chapter 18. Even the goddess can't get a free ride. He'd rather believe Jo Xian ate shit than accept that Jingma couldn't produce a few 100,000. Besides, how much could anyone possibly eat in this cafeteria anyway? Before long, Nyo Yongyu came running back clutching an absurdly long receipt. Big bro, the cafeteria manager says it comes to 176,000 yuan total, but since we're students they gave us a discount and rounded off the decimal. Nyo Yongyu handed the bill to Jingma, but Jingma didn't take it. You should show the bill to our tycoon Jo Xian, after all, he's the one who offered to pay. Nyo Yongyu burst out laughing and tossed the receipt straight to Jo Xian. Come on, rich boy, time to pay up. Jo Xian's face turned ashen. I said I'm only paying for the three of you. Jing Mo said with a grin, that's right. You can consider all these things as bought by the three of us. Fu Mingming loved nothing more than adding insult to injury. Thought we had some rich kid here, turns out it was just hot air. Tian remained sharp-tongued while mocking Jing Mo. Look at these ugly faces across from us, Xiao Shui. Bad character and no integrity, they're just making trouble on purpose. Fan Qingxue shook off Tian's restraining hand, visibly angry this time. Tian. What's wrong with you? Can't you see Jo Xian has been provoking Jing Mo all along? If he hadn't called Jing Mo poor, would they have any reason to give Jo Xian such a hard time? If Jo Xian hadn't offered to pay for Jing Mo's meals 3 times himself, Jing Mo would have had no reason to treat the entire cafeteria. Tian pressed her lips together with an indignant expression and protested. Xiao Shui, what are you talking about? It's clearly that Jingma has no money yet still wants to chase you. I'm thinking only of your good. I don't want to see you end up with someone like him. Fan Qingxue stared at Tian in disbelief. This was the first time she realized what kind of person she truly was. Jingma and I are just friends. Are you saying those without money don't deserve girlfriends? Is being poor a crime? Tian didn't think she had said anything wrong and continued arguing. In this society, if you don't have money, you have no status. People will look down on you. You're so beautiful, you could clearly be with someone wealthy and live a good life. Shoji, who was standing nearby, couldn't take it anymore. Tian, you can't judge a person's character and achievements just by how much money they have. Many people in the past weren't wealthy but still accomplished remarkable things. Just like that homeless man, despite living in hardship himself, he still funded several students to attend university. A truly admirable person is one with a rich inner world. Tian clenched her teeth. I'm not that noble. How the world is doesn't concern me. I'm just a simple woman who wants the best for myself and those close to me. Sticking with a poor guy like Jingmo won't get you anywhere. Jo Xian is a rich second-generation heir who's been deeply in love with you since high school. Why won't you just agree? I don't dislike the person, but if I were with him for money, I'd despise myself. I won't rely on a man for material comforts. I'll work hard to earn what I want myself. Fan Qingxue spoke these words with unwavering resolve, neither servile nor overbearing. For a moment, Tian was left speechless, not because the words shamed her, but because she couldn't believe such a foolish woman still existed in this world. With looks this outstanding, wasting them instead of using them to charm men and satisfy her material desires and vanity was just absurd. As the three women argued, Jo Xian fixed his gaze on Jingma. You broke-ass loser trying to show off in front of goddesses, but you picked the wrong target. Your troubles start today. I absolutely won't cover for you now. With all these vendors you owe money to, let's see how you repay them. If you want to play deadbeat, go ahead. I'll personally hire the best lawyers for every vendor you screwed over, just you wait. Jo Xian's venomous tone left no room for Jingma to recover, every word designed to crush him completely. Even if their family gave them this amount of money, over 170,000 is still a huge sum for an ordinary household. Jing Mo rubbed his ear with a completely indifferent expression. A petty clown, why do you always think you're the only rich person in this world? I know there are plenty of rich people in this world, but it can't possibly be you. Look at your impoverished appearance, you couldn't even afford a single button on my clothes from head to toe. Jo Xian looked smug, like a superior gazing down at an inferior. Jing Mo glanced at the clothes he was wearing, these were the same ones he'd brought from home. The original owner of this body had come from a poor family, and even these clothes had been bought from a street stall long ago. Nyo Yongyu and Fu Mingming snickered on the side, waiting to see the impending humiliation. Just then, the cafeteria manager walked over. Hello, who will pay for this 176,000 yuan? Jo Xian watched the scene with smug amusement, eager to see how long Jing Mo could keep pretending before begging him for help. Jing Mo glanced at Jo Xian. Aren't you going to pay? Jo Xian remained unmoved, outright ignoring Jing Mo. I really don't see what's there to show off about. Calling this simple fare, yet can't even afford to pay. Jo Xian instantly lost his cool upon hearing this, blaring at Nyo Yongyu, shut your filthy mouth. My money is mine to spend or not as I please. You'd better think about what you're going to do. I'd love to see your family members come scold you and desperately scrape together money for you. Jing Mo genuinely didn't want to waste any more time arguing with this person. Give me your WeChat payment QR code so I can transfer the money to you. Jing Ma scanned the payment code and transferred 180,000 yuan to the manager. 180,000 yuan for a lucky number. Keep the extra amount stored so I won't have to pay when I come to the cafeteria next time. The manager's lips curled into a smile as he stared at the incoming payment of 180,000 yuan. Today's earnings surpassed the revenue of the past 3 days combined. The manager greeted Jing Ma. Alright, young Master Jing, you won't need to pay for meals in our cafeteria from now on. On behalf of all the students, I thank you. After the manager left, both Zhou Xian and Tian Tian were stunned, momentarily unable to react. Young Master Jing, young Master Jing. Zhou Xian muttered it under his breath before suddenly realizing something. So you're the Prince Jing who just bought a 4 million yuan mattress? Anyone who could casually pay 180,000 yuan without batting an eye definitely wasn't from an ordinary family. Add to that the fact that this Prince Jing nickname was already spreading through campus. Having two people surnamed Jing who were both this wealthy, it couldn't possibly be a coincidence. Jing Mo didn't want to waste another word on this idiot. His mission was complete. Tomorrow he'd go shopping, buy some things, take over his novel publishing company, and figure out how to blow through 10 million yuan. He's actually worrying about having too much money now. Qingxue, I paid for today's meal myself. You still owe me a meal, we'll settle that another time. Just kidding, even if you're the campus goddess, you can't get a free meal. Chapter 19. Please decline the school beauty's date invitation. If it weren't for having to complete this mission, Jing Ma wouldn't have bothered with Zhou Xian at all. From start to finish, this person rubbed Jing Ma the wrong way. Jing Ma's temperament was actually quite reserved, most things wouldn't linger in his mind. But Zhou Xian consistently spoke from a self-important position, looking down on anyone less wealthy than himself. His words were laced with hidden daggers, outwardly offering to treat the three of them to a meal, but in truth, he was just showing off and putting them down, trying to use Jing Mo as a stepping stone to flaunt his wealth. As Jing Mo and the other two were about to leave, Fan Qingxue stepped forward. Sorry, Jing Mo, this meal wasn't pleasant at all. Let me treat you to another one tomorrow. Jing Mo glanced at Tian Tian and Zhou Xian. I'd prefer it if there weren't so many people next time. Tian Tian's face alternately flushed and paled with fury as she snapped. So what if you're rich? Zhou Xian is way richer than you, his family owns a company. Zhou Xian's face darkened as he growled. Kid, even if your family has some money, you and I live in different worlds. Stay away from Fan Qingxue from now on. Before Jing Mo could respond, Fan Qingxue angrily retorted, who gave you the right to control my social life? I'll get close to whoever I want, you've got no say in this. Qingxue, what did you just say? Are you serious? What do you mean serious or not? I just said there's nothing between us, you have no right to interfere with my social life. And please don't call me Qingxue, we're not on that kind of terms yet. Fan Qingxue was truly furious. Her usually aloof face darkened completely, and her tone turned icy as she spoke with unmistakable hostility. Fine, just perfect. Consider my 3 years chasing you wasted on a dog. This pretty boy's family could never match my wealth. You'll regret your blindness soon enough. Zhou Xian stared fixedly at Fan Qingxue and Jing Mo, the fury in his eyes barely contained as he uttered these words before turning decisively and walking away. Today, he had completely lost face. Jing Mo glanced at Zhou Xian's retreating figure. The venomous look the boy had shot him before leaving suggested this wasn't over, this guy wouldn't let things rest and would likely cause trouble for him later. Tian Tian said angrily, Fan Qingxue, you've gone too far. You don't appreciate those who treat you well. How could you disregard 3 years of our friendship like this? What you just said was beyond cruel. Have you forgotten how Zhou Xian treated you throughout high school? Fan Qingxue showed no trace of wavering in the face of Tian Tian's accusation, her tone remaining firm. Tian Tian, sometimes I'd rather not say things outright. You know exactly why you're so supportive of Zhou Xian. Over these 3 years, you've taken plenty of money from him, haven't you? You sold all my information to Zhou Xian. Not just that, whenever a guy appeared near me, you'd find ways to make him stay away or alienate him. That one time I even ended up in the hospital, dare you say that had nothing to do with you? Tian Tian's face turned deathly pale upon hearing this. I didn't. You're talking nonsense. I just genuinely admire Zhou Xian as a person. Fan Qingxue sneered, oh really? Zhou Xian got a girl pregnant in high school, paid some hush money, and then abandoned her. Did you know about that? Is this what you call being a good person? Is this what you call admirable? I don't know what promises Zhou Xian made to make you try so hard to push me toward him, but if you still want to be my best friend, shut your mouth right now. Tian Tian bit her lip, looking aggrieved. Xiao Shui, I'm sorry. I'll never meddle in your personal life again. Percent. She can't cut ties with Fan Qingxue now. Those 3 years of high school where she enjoyed a high-quality life were all funded by Zhou Xian's money. and all of that stemmed from Fan Xingxue. If she severed ties with Fan, she'd lose her usefulness, and Zhou Xian would stop giving her money. Fan Xingxue stopped addressing Tian Tian and instead turned to Jing Mo. It's getting late. If you're still hungry, shall we grab something at the stalls near the school gate? Jing Mo had originally been ready to leave, but hearing Fan Xingxue's invitation for just the two of them made him pause mid-step. A beauty asking to treat him to food, who in their right mind could refuse that? Just as Jing Mo was about to agree, a voice sounded in his mind. Host, you are a man destined to become a super wealthy individual in the future. You must cultivate noble and distinctive tastes. Choosing a girlfriend must be done with utmost caution. Before achieving great accomplishments, one must never rashly involve themselves in matters of the heart, because emotions like these will only become stumbling blocks on your path forward, hindering your steps toward success. Therefore, it is essential to remain clear-headed and rational, striving to become a true Sigma male. So please reject the campus Belle's invitation to a date. Beijing Inc. gritted his teeth. This system had absolutely no sense of boundaries. Fan Xingxue had just gotten angry because her best friend was controlling her social life, and now he was in the same boat, except he was being controlled by the system. The difference was, Fan Xingxue could afford to throw a tantrum, but he definitely couldn't if he got angry. The system might just curse him with constipation. Beijing Inc. forced a bitter smile and said, I have to go back and study, so I won't be able to make it. Maybe another time when I'm free. With that, he signaled to his two lackeys and turned to leave. Fan Xingxue watched Jing Mo's retreating figure with gritted teeth. She had asked him out on a date, and he actually turned her down. Study, is any book as good looking as her? Xiaoji, let's go too. With that, Fan Xingxue hurried away, her little leather shoes clacking rapidly against the floor. She moved as fast as a gust of wind. Xiaoji sighed. What on earth is she upset about now? She had just come along for a free meal, never expecting this mess to unfold one thing after another. Hardly managing more than a couple of bites, she figured she might as well head back and settle for instant noodles. Tian Tian shamelessly followed along. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the system mission. Reward, full ownership of Wanyan residence. Completion of the Reject the Campus Belle mission rewards a Rolls-Royce Phantom. The host's charm value has increased once again. The system's notification kept ringing in Jing Ma's ears. Damn, good thing I turned down Fan Xingxue earlier. A Rolls-Royce, that's the car the wealthiest people drive. Lamborghinis may look cool but they're impractical. You can only pick up one girl at a time in a Lambo, but a Rolls can handle three. Truth be told, this was Jing Ma's dream car all along. In his mind, sports cars were just toys. When it came to true status symbols, nothing beat a Rolls-Royce. You should have told me earlier that the reward was a Rolls-Royce. System, I almost agreed right away. Are you kidding me? Who in their right mind would choose a woman over a Rolls-Royce? With a Rolls-Royce in your possession, how could you ever lack for women? Detecting that the host has already agreed, I'll make it quick. But system, you just boost my charm points without letting me get a girlfriend. What's the damn point of increasing them then? Chapter 20, Building the Most Expensive Computer. I only said you shouldn't casually find a girlfriend, but I never stopped you from finding women. Jing Ma was utterly speechless about this system. Clearly, it wasn't exactly a proper system. What kind of decent system would produce something like the Dragon Essence Tiger Vigor Durex condoms? Big bro, you even turned down a date with the campus Belle. You really have no interest in women, do you? Fu Mingming fawned from the side. Niu Yanyu chimed in. I always thought you taught us to stay low-key because you were afraid we'd steal your thunder, but now I'm starting to believe you genuinely prefer staying under the radar. Hey boss, what's there to do back at the dorm so early? I suggest we go get a foot massage. Y City is famous for its bathhouses, foot massages, and spa treatments. Let me show you around. Jingma thought for a moment before declining. I'm exhausted from traveling all day today. I'd rather head back early and get some rest. But boss, it's only 7 o'clock right now. You think you'll be able to sleep at this hour? If not, how about we go back and play some video games instead? Jingma thought this was an excellent suggestion, but since he didn't have a computer to play games on yet and seeing there was still plenty of time, why not go assemble a computer right now? After all, not having a computer could be quite inconvenient sometimes. That sounds good, but I don't have a computer, can't play. How about you guys wait in the dorm while I go buy one? The other two originally wanted to come along, but Jing Ma stopped them. Can't have two thugs that clearly look like bad news following me around when I go out. Near the university, there's a Galaxy Electronics Plaza with an adjacent street called Pishy Street, which is considered a famous pedestrian street in Y City. Jing Ma started his Lamborghini at the school gate and drove to the shopping mall near Galaxy Electronics Plaza. After parking, he decided to browse around casually. This was the time when people had just finished dinner and were out strolling. The city was brightly lit everywhere, with more pedestrians at night than during the day. Jingma first went to the Huawei store and bought a folding-screen Huawei phone. This phone has large memory capacity, is suitable for work, and operates extremely fast. Jingma transferred all the data from his old phone to the new one. This new phone feels great to use, having money is truly wonderful. To complete the mission, he deliberately bought the most expensive phone. He arrived at a computer store in Galaxy Electronics Mall. Upon entering the shop, a young man about high school age gestured toward an ROG laptop and said to a middle-aged woman, "Mom, this one is awesome. I want this. This laptop is epic, all my classmates have it. That one is nice, but why don't you look at some others and pick the one you like best?" The middle-aged woman was dressed in a luxurious cheongsam, carrying an LV bag in her hand, with a gold necklace around her neck. A salesperson in the store greeted her with a smile. "Hello. Are you looking to buy a computer for your son? Please come this way to see our latest models." Fang Xiuxiu, young as she was, could tell at a glance that this woman was clearly well off, clad entirely in designer brands. However, judging by the computers they were looking at, all priced under 20,000, it seemed that budget was the limit. "See if there's a way to sell them a 30,000 yuan one, that way I can pocket around 1,000 in commission." Jingma walked into the store, but Fang Xiuxiu merely glanced at his outfit and instinctively ignored him, focusing entirely on serving the mother-son duo. Those clothes looked downright cheap. This was, after all, an ROG flagship store, where any single computer cost tens of thousands. Plenty of people just came to test the demo units, utterly unable to afford the products sold here. Jingma had actually come to ask if they sold PC components. He wanted to assemble a desktop, but seeing that the salesperson here wasn't paying attention to him, he politely looked around, thinking it wouldn't hurt to wait until the salesperson finished with their current customers before stating his own needs. Fang Xiuxiu noticed that Jingma had entered the store and instead of leaving, was looking around. Feeling that she couldn't just leave him unattended like that, she called over a younger salesperson. "Hey, Xiaofeng, please assist him and see what he's looking for." A young girl who appeared just around 20 years old quickly walked over and politely bowed. "Good evening, sir. Are you here to purchase a computer?" Jingma was hunched over examining the prototype when a soft female voice reached his ears. He glanced at Feng Muyun, a girl dressed in a sleek black women's suit, her hair neatly combed, with an oval face, willow leaf eyebrows, and delicate features. A quintessential Jiangnan beauty. Her speech was gentle and refined. Even the usually aloof Jingma found himself softening his tone, speaking with notably more warmth than usual. "I want to assemble a top-tier PC, spare no expense on the specs. What's this about the latest Gen i9, the 4090 Raptor, throw in a Genesis case and ROG monitor?" He figured this setup should handle gaming just fine. As for other needs like research and document processing, of course he'd need the best monitor. Feng Muyun was rather shocked by this configuration. She noticed Jing Mo wasn't wearing any luxury brands or even a watch. Could this guy really be here to stir up trouble? After all, just that 4090 Raptor alone cost over 20,000 yuan, and the whole setup would come out to nearly 70,000. After hesitating for a moment, she reluctantly said, "The specifications you mentioned are all top-tier configurations. We don't currently have them in our store. If you genuinely want them, I can only arrange for our technician to transfer them from headquarters for you. If that doesn't work for you, perhaps you could consider this model instead. It's also a new release. Judging by your age, you must be a student from the nearby university, right? For student use, this one should be more than sufficient." Feng Muyun pointed to an Asus computer beside her while making the recommendation. Truth be told, their store did have the exact configuration Jing Mo wanted. However, she doubted he could actually afford it, so she made up an excuse to brush him off. Jingma glanced at this computer's specs, mainly checking the price, just over 6,000 yuan. Specs don't matter at all, the key thing is that it needs to be expensive. Got to spend 10 million in 3 days. Seeing Jingma frown, Feng Muyun felt his guess was right, the guy must think it's too pricey. So she spoke up softly, "If you think this price is too high, we also have second-hand ones for sale, those are much more affordable over there." Even she felt a bit embarrassed saying this. Jingma glanced at the young woman and said with a faint smile, "Then call your master and have him assemble a computer with the specs I mentioned earlier. If it can be done by tonight, I'll pay a 10,000 yuan service fee." Feng Muyun was momentarily stunned. "Sir, are you absolutely sure you want to proceed? Once assembled, refunds won't be possible." Feng Muyun kindly reminded him, as all these components came in separate packaging, and assembly would require opening them. Chapter 21, Judging People by Their Appearances. Jingma nodded and replied, "I definitely want them." But this matter couldn't be decided by a freshly arrived intern like herself, so she first arranged for Jingma to wait on the shop's sofa, then hurried over to Fang Xiuxiu by herself. Fang Xiuxiu had been happily serving customers in her section when Feng Muyun suddenly came over, immediately putting her in a sour mood. Was this newcomer trying to steal clients from her already? Xiaofeng, hold on a moment, let me attend to the VIP guests here first. This mother-daughter pair was about to place an order for a 30,000 plus yuan computer. She absolutely couldn't let Feng Muyun steal the deal from her. Though intimidated by Feng Xiuxiu, Feng Muyun mustered his courage and spoke up. The customer over there requested the technician to build him a top-tier rig with a ROG Strix RTX 4090. Feng Xiuxiu's face immediately filled with disdain. She thought to herself how clueless this new hire was, completely lacking situational awareness. That customer over there didn't even look like someone who could afford a proper computer. She crossed her arms with an expression of disdain and impatience. Tell him to wait a bit, I'll deal with him once I'm done here. She didn't believe for a second that Jingma could afford to build a PC with a 4090 that was currently the top-tier graphics card, costing over 20,000 yuan for just that single component. Probably thinks the new staff member is pretty and is just trying to save face. The moment he's actually asked to pay, he'll start making excuses. But Feng Muyun still refused to leave. Sis Xiu, I think he's genuinely serious about buying it. Feng Xiuxiu forced an apologetic smile at the mother-daughter pair beside her. So sorry about this, our new staff member doesn't know better. Please feel free to look at this laptop first. Then she immediately turned with annoyance. Does he look like someone who can afford a custom-built PC? If he can put down half the deposit right now, I'll call the technician immediately. Do you realize a setup with a 4090 would cost 70 or 80,000? Feng Muyun was scolded a bit before returning. Sir, we'd like you to pay a deposit first, just in case you change your mind after we finish installation. Jingma thought this made sense. After all, these were tens of thousands worth of equipment. Then just bring me your store's payment QR code. Forget about the deposit, tell me the total price, and I'll throw in an extra 10,000 yuan as labor fee if you can install everything quickly for me. Feng Muyun noticed Jing Mo wasn't joking and felt slightly nervous. This was her first time handling such a large transaction. Feng Xiuxiu kept observing the situation from the sidelines. When she saw Feng Muyun actually go to fetch the payment QR code, she nearly laughed aloud. She couldn't wait to watch the show. Without doubt, this customer would soon make excuses about bank card limits or delayed fund transfers when the payment inevitably failed. She was particularly looking forward to seeing Jing Mo's embarrassed expression when the payment didn't go through. Broadcast trying to act rich. Alipay payment received 80,000 yuan. The store's payment phone chimed with the notification tone. Feng Muyun's eyes widened in disbelief. She thought her ears were playing tricks on her until the payment actually went through. She had always believed Jingma couldn't possibly be this wealthy, and had even planned to turn down her phone volume later to avoid the embarrassment of a failed payment scan that would leave him losing face. Yet unexpectedly, the payment actually went through, with an additional 10,000 yuan manually added for the service. Now she felt slightly awkward, having initially assumed someone this affluent would balk at a computer costing mere thousands, when in reality, he'd found it too cheap. Now it turned out he entirely disdained laptops, having directly assembled the world's most advanced desktop computer instead. Her little brain couldn't comprehend it all at the moment. If this deal went through, the commission would be nearly 10,000 yuan. She felt incredibly lucky. This sale was so much easier than her usual computer sales. In fact, she hadn't even said much. The customer had just strolled in as if taking a walk and bought a top-tier gaming PC like it was grocery shopping. She hadn't needed to pitch much. He had outright stated his requirements right away, didn't even haggle over the price, and even threw in an extra 10,000 as a service fee. Feng Xiuxiu watched Feng Muyun's blissful expression and was utterly dumbfounded. This isn't how the script was supposed to go. Here I was, mouth dry from enthusiastically explaining computer specs to this mother-son pair while they kept finding fault with everything, yet over there, another salesperson just closed a deal selling a top-tier gaming PC. Her jaw practically hit the floor in shock. Just then, the mother from the pair she'd been assisting spoke up. I think computers interfere with studying. We won't buy one now, we'll get it after you're admitted to university. With that, she dragged her reluctant son away. Feng Xiuxiu's face turned ashen as if she just lost a child when she saw the scene. How could this be? He looks like a penniless student. How could he afford a creator god computer, dressed head to toe in cheap rags? But when she saw the printed receipt and invoice, her regret deepened. Why hadn't she attended to Jing Mo instead? This mother-daughter pair wasted half an hour of her time, only to walk away empty-handed, while Jing Mo placed an order with just a few words. She'd truly misjudged the wealthy at first glance, letting such a big order slip right through her fingers. Feng Muyun's cheeks flushed with excitement. Please have a seat, sir. I'll fetch you some water right away and immediately contact our technician to assemble a custom PC for you with overtime priority. It's already past 8 o'clock, and the shop would close in an hour. But money talks. He outright paid a hefty 10,000 yuan as service fee. How could the technician possibly refuse to come install the computer? When Feng Muyun mentioned the 10,000 yuan service fee, the technician, who had just climbed into bed for some intimate time with his wife, immediately pulled up his pants and channeled his inner Fast and Furious. 10 minutes, I'll be right there. The technician slammed the accelerator pedal to the metal, arriving at the shop in under 10 minutes on his electric bike, sweating bullets with sparks practically flying. Seeing the seated young man, he immediately stepped forward with a smile and shook his hand. Dear customer, thank you for choosing our store. I promise not to let you down and will make sure your computer is perfectly fixed. Fong Muyun awkwardly reminded him, that's our part-time janitor. The actual customer is over there. Money really makes the world go round. With the bonus of 10,000 yuan, the technician seemed to gain an extra buff. His hands moved with lightning speed. The computer in his hands was practically shooting sparks. He had the entire PC tower assembled in just half an hour. The sleek case with synchronized artwork, combined with the panoramic glass panel design, clearly screamed premium price tag. The technician wiped sweat from his brow. Little phone, come here. Help this customer deliver the computer tower to his home. He might not know how to install it, so set it up for him before returning. I'll give you an extra 1,000 yuan as a service fee. Computer towers are different from laptops. Their circuitry requires proper debugging, so you need professionals to visit and teach you how to connect the wires properly. For instance, how to connect the tower to the display, or how to plug the Ethernet cable into the tower. Actually, these simple things could be looked up online, but out of respect, the store directly sent their pretty staff member to install it at his place. Chapter 22. How come buying a computer comes with a woman? Fong Muyun felt somewhat shy, as it was her first time being assigned such a task. However, seeing how Jing Mo had helped her earn so much commission, she gladly accepted. Jing Mo spent another few thousand yuan, a mere trifle, to buy some peripherals. With all these big and small packages, Jing Mo really couldn't manage to carry them all by himself. Jing Mo and Fong Muyun left together, carrying all these items. First, Jing Mo led Fong Muyun to where he parked his car. When Fong Muyun saw the Lamborghini, his face was filled with a bitter smile. So that's how it is. He's truly a wealthy young master. No wonder spending tens of thousands on a computer didn't even make him bat an eye. Jing Ma opened the front compartment and proceeded to assemble the computer monitor along with all the peripherals. Looks like I'll have to drive a Rolls-Royce from now on. This Lamborghini is indeed eye-catching, but it's not very practical. Fong Muyun stood nervously by Jing Ma's car, utterly bewildered. It was a supercar she'd never seen before in her life. The Lamborghini is the most prestigious luxury car in a girl's social circle. Jing Ma stepped forward and opened the passenger door. This door really is a bit tricky to open. Fong Muyun carefully climbed into the passenger seat. It was her first time riding in a luxury car, her flushed little face unable to conceal her excitement. Jing Mo got into the car and drove back to the university. Galaxy Electronics closed at 9 p.m. After cleaning up, Fang Xiuxiu changed her clothes in frustration, ready to leave work and go home. What a terrible day, just handing over thousands of yuan like that. If she had been the one entertaining Jing Mo, the commission would have been hers. She approached her electric scooter and pressed the key fob, but surprisingly, the lights didn't turn on. She had a bad premonition and quickly stepped forward to lift the seat, only to have her already fragile heart stabbed once more. The electric scooter's battery had been stolen. With a heart as cold as ashes, Fang Xiuxiu walked her scooter home. As she waited at a red light, the roar of an engine sounded behind her. A Lamborghini pulled up beside her, waiting at the same red light. She glanced over and saw a woman sitting in the Lamborghini's passenger seat. Fang Xiuxiu was truly envious, but this woman looked strangely familiar. Upon closer inspection, wasn't she Fong Muyun from her workplace? Could that person in the driver's seat possibly be? Fang Xiuxiu stepped forward and stole a glance. Sure enough, it was that computer-buying student. She truly wished she could find a hole to crawl into at this moment. Compared to Fong Muyun, she seemed utterly destitute. Moreover, she was even more regretful. She had just assumed Jing Mo was a poor student, yet he turned out to be driving a Lamborghini. No wonder he settled the bill so effortlessly, without the slightest hesitation. She had really misjudged him this time. Now she wasn't just losing a commission worth thousands, but missing the chance to get acquainted with such a wealthy young master. If only she could leave with this rich young man tonight and something happened, she'd strike gold. Even if nothing happened that night, she'd find ways to climb into his bed later. That meal ticket could sustain her for years. The kept women around wealthy heirs never lacked money. And if she got pregnant, holding the heir hostage to command the lords, she'd have an even better shot at becoming the rich madam. Such golden opportunity had slipped right through her fingers. In her worldview, Jing Mo bringing Fong Muyun home meant something was bound to happen, otherwise, it wouldn't fit the persona of a wealthy young master. The chance to climb into bed was actually given to Fong Muyun. Her regret was so intense it felt like her guts were turning green. The car could only be parked on the roadside near campus now. Outside vehicles weren't allowed inside school grounds. Looks like he'd have to buy a parking spot inside the university. After parking near campus, Jing Mo grabbed his laptop and headed back to the dorm with Fong Muyun. At the dormitory entrance, the dorm auntie stopped Jing Mo and Fong Muyun. This is the boys' dormitory. Female students aren't allowed inside. Jing Mo explained the situation. Oh, this is the technician I hired to assemble my computer. They're here to set it up in my dorm room. The dormitory supervisor eyed Feng Muyun with suspicion. Is that so? Then get it installed quickly. Come back down as soon as you're done. Jingma nodded obediently and followed Feng Muyun upstairs to their dorm room. Carrying all his belongings, Jingma finally reached the dormitory, utterly exhausted. Hauling a computer up 6 flights of stairs was inhuman work. If all else fails, just donate $1 million to the school to install a few elevators. He couldn't help but marvel at how his mindset had shifted. In just half a day, he'd fully embraced being a wealthy man. Having a system was truly exhilarating. Jingma walked into the dormitory and saw Niu Yanyu and Fu Mingming hunched over their desks playing video games. The 4th roommate still hadn't arrived, probably on leave. Boss, you're back. What kind of computer did you buy? Damn, that's our boss for you. Straight up bought himself a creator god. Feng Muyun and his roommate were both stunned when he walked into the dorm. Since when do computers come with women included? Bro, where'd you buy this rig? Do they really offer that kind of service? Should third brother and I make ourselves scarce tonight? Niu Yanyu looked at Jingmo with a lewd expression. Fu Mingming said enviously, Boss, where did you buy this computer? I need to get one too. What the hell are you two thinking about? They provide service when you buy the computer. Jingmo looked at the two with utter disdain. Niu Yanyu nodded with half understanding. It's probably like car salespeople. After buying a car, you've got to do something in the car with the owner. Boss, I get it now. I'll go stay out with Fu Mingming tonight. There's a new pack of extra-large condoms in my drawer, make sure you use them. Jingma yelled in frustration, you don't need to emphasize extra-large. Besides, they just came to install my computer. Your minds are really filthy. Fu Mingming asked foolishly, after assembling the computer, then what? Jingma replied, after assembling it, they just leave. Fu Mingming said with a puzzled look, they deliver the duck to your doorstep and you don't even eat it? Jingma was truly speechless at these two. Feng Muyun stood nervously at the side. This was the boys' dormitory, her first time visiting. As she climbed the stairs, she kept her head down the whole way, yet she could still feel countless gazes fixed on her. Besides, she was only here to complete the task her senior had assigned her. She absolutely had no improper thoughts whatsoever. A wealthy young master like Jingma was far beyond her reach. She had enough self-awareness. While she admittedly had some charm enough to attract boys in daily life, women were the last thing someone like Jingma lacked around him. Even wealthy young men choose girlfriends from their own social circles. Someone like me can only be a wealthy man's kept mistress. But Feng Muyun has her own principles. She would never sell herself for money. Chapter 23, Forced Marriage. Jingma politely said to Feng Muyun, let's get the computer set up quickly, then I'll take you home. It's already very late. If we delay any longer, your family might start worrying about you. Feng Muyun's expression changed abruptly as if reminded of something. She hurriedly pulled her phone out of her pocket. As I thought, does anyone have a phone charger? My battery's dead. I need to send a message to my family or they'll worry. Feng Muyun looked visibly distressed. Fu Mingming glanced at Feng Muyun's phone model and then handed over his own charger. Just plug it into the wall socket over there. After Feng Muyun connected his phone to charge, the screen lit up almost immediately. Just as it turned on, a call came through. Feng Muyun picked up the phone. Mom, I'm out working. You brat, staying out so late. Who knows what you're up to all day, just running around outside. Your Uncle Wang's kid has been waiting for you until now. Mom, I told you I don't want to start dating so soon. Can you stop setting me up already? Don't you understand your mother's good intentions? Don't you know what kind of conditions Uncle Wang's family has? They own a factory making $300,000 a month. Their son may not be the brightest, but he's a decent person. Feng Muyun gritted her teeth, not the brightest? He's literally brain damaged. What kind of mother makes her daughter date someone with cerebral palsy? Even the usually gentle Feng Muyun sounded on the verge of breakdown. You silly girl, what are you talking about? Who cares if he has cerebral palsy? His family has money, and that's all that matters. If you can find someone richer than him, I swear you can go wherever you please, I won't stop you. Just then, the sound of boys chatting drifted in from the dormitory doorway. You silly girl, where are you right now? Why do I hear men's voices? Are you with a guy? What are you doing with a guy this late at night? How could I have given birth to such a shameless daughter like you? Tell me where you are right now, and I'll bring your father to beat you to death, you disobedient girl. Feng Muyun retorted angrily, I told you I'm busy with work. I'm at a client's place installing computers right now. What computers are you installing? How much money could you possibly earn in a month? You're a woman who'll have to marry sooner or later. Wouldn't it be better to find a rich man while you're young and live the life of a wealthy wife? How can you be so inconsiderate? And what kind of shady job are you doing anyway? Still fiddling with computers this late at night? Feng Muyun's mother fired off 3 rapid-fire questions in succession. I don't care what you're doing right now, you come home immediately. Tonight, you're going to spend time with Uncle Wang's son properly and get this marriage settled as soon as possible. Feng Muyun instantly felt terrible. her face turning crimson with a mixture of humiliation and choked sobs. "Mom, can you stop forcing me to get married? I've just turned 21, I don't want to marry so young, and certainly not to someone with cerebral palsy." Her mother flew into a rage. "How can you be so disobedient, you ungrateful girl? I've already accepted the dowry from the Wang family, you must marry him, and that's final." Feng Muyun's face turned deathly pale, as if her entire life had already been ruined. Her youth had barely begun, yet she was about to be shackled to a man with cerebral palsy. But she still made one last effort to resist. "If you want to marry him, then go ahead, I'm not marrying him, period." Feng Muyun's mother resorted to emotional blackmail again. "You unfilial daughter, are you trying to make me die from fury? Your father is still ill, can't you think about him if not for me? Or at least think about your brother. He's still attending school, and we're borrowing money everywhere just to pay his tuition. Do you know how much the Wang family is offering for your bride price? It's 1 million. Do you have any idea how much 1 million is? With 1 million, your father's illness can be treated, and your brother's wedding and tuition will no longer be a worry. Listen to your mother. Who you marry doesn't matter, you'll still have to bear children and live your life. With the Wang family's financial status, you'll definitely live comfortably." Feng Muyun fell silent on the other end of the phone. She had nothing left to say. With tightly closed eyes, her delicate face wore an expression of numbness. "I understand. I'll come back after I've finished what I'm doing." Hearing Feng Muyun's agreement, her mother sighed in relief and began speaking more warmly. "Xiao Yun, being born into a family like ours, these things just can't be helped. We raised you from childhood, you have to repay us. There's no other way." Feng Muyun spoke in a trembling voice. "I understand, Mom. Please don't say any more. I'll obey whatever you say. If you want me to marry someone, I'll marry whoever you choose." With that, she hung up the phone. Having just gone through such an incident, Feng Muyun still forced a smile while holding back tears. "Sorry for making you witness such an awkward moment," Fu Mingming said with naive honesty. "Is she really your biological mom? Maybe you should go get a paternity test?" Jing Yamo nearly choked hearing this. What kind of consolation was that? Get lost. Shut your mouth if you don't know how to speak properly. Fu Mingming frowned. "I'm just stating facts. What kind of mother would let her daughter marry someone with cerebral palsy? Hey girl, you'd better get a DNA test at the hospital. If it turns out you're not biologically related, you can still make a run for it." Niu Yongyu looked at Fu Mingming with disgust. "You're so dumb. Even if she's not biologically hers, they've raised her all these years and probably have registered her in the household registry. Legally, they're still mother and daughter." Jingma thought these two idiots were truly brain dead. What kind of time was this to still be hung up on whether he was biologically related or not? Don't pay them any mind. Neither of them ever says anything sensible. How about I take you home first? Talking properly with your mother might help, who knows? There could still be a way out of this. Don't worry about the computer. My two roommates and I can handle it together. Feng Muyun insisted on finishing the computer setup before leaving. Say what you will, this girl really has professional ethics. Instead of fleeing abroad, she's still here setting up the computer. What's the point of going abroad? Didn't you hear her mother? They're wealthy. What if her parents collaborate to drag her back from overseas? That's true. Worst case, she can live as a hermit in the mountains, then no one can force her to marry. Being a savage is worse than getting married. Savages have no food or shelter, exposed to the elements day and night. Who said that? I think being a savage is great, no one to boss you around. Free to do whatever you want. How liberating. Jingma was going crazy listening to these two ramble. Can you two just shut up? Someone's heartbroken here, and instead of comforting them, all you do is talk nonsense. Have you no empathy at all? Chapter 24. I bet he won't come back. The two kept chattering on the side, and Jing Mo was worried it might affect Feng Muyun's mood. What if he became so distraught he jumped from the 6th floor? These two really have no sense of timing. Just imagine the scandal, a girl in the boys' dormitory, with 3 guys inside, if someone really were to jump. If the marketing accounts got wind of this, it would absolutely explode as a trending topic. In fact, Feng Muyun didn't show much reaction. She'd already become disheartened by now, though the antics of these guys managed to lighten her mood considerably. Since things have already come to this, there's no choice but to accept it. What else can I do? Really throw myself off a building? Anyway, a poor life is better than a good death. Feng Muyun set up the computer for Jing Mo, installed the system, and tested all its functions. Once everything was running smoothly, Niu Yongyu and Fu Mingming eagerly gathered around. When the computer booted up, the iconic Republic of Gamers logo lit up the screen. Niu Yongyu and Fu Mingming were so envious they practically drooled. Though their families were fairly well off, Fu Mingming even drove an Audi. How bad could their backgrounds really be? Yet a computer costing nearly 100,000 yuan was still beyond their wildest dreams. Damn, boss, your computer truly lives up to its top-tier specs. Look at that screen refresh rate. If only I had one like this myself. Fu Mingming was practically pressing his face against the computer screen. Fu Mingming also owned an ROG laptop, but it was definitely no match for Jingma's rig. Watching the fleeting boot-up animation, that logo really did look like something straight out of a movie's opening sequence. Truly lives up to its name as the Eye of Prodigality. Bro, can you let me play a couple rounds of 4,399 games? Get lost. Playing those 4,399 games on such a high-end PC is an absolute waste. In my opinion, Plants vs. Zombies is still the way to go. Jingma face-bombed. If you two like them, I'll just buy one for each of you. Stop fighting over mine. Fu Mingming and Niu Yanyu were so excited their breathing grew heavy. Big bro, once a brother, always a brother, you take the lead, I'll follow. From today onward, my life is in your hands. Anything you need from now on, just say the word. As your little brother, I'd go through fire and water without hesitation. Jingma felt utterly embarrassed, being so materialistic right in front of outsiders. No need, really, no need. Miss Phone, tell the technicians at your shop to assemble 2 more identical sets for me tomorrow and have them delivered. The price will be the same as what I paid before. I'll transfer 160,000 yuan to your shop's account later, and you can keep the commission. Feng Muyun was completely stunned. Jingma spoke with such casual indifference, as if it were the most trivial matter in the world. Just bought 2 more, totaling over 200,000 yuan for all 3. My commission alone was more than 20,000. This is just ridiculously extravagant. But then I think about how my own mother sold me out for just $1 million to a cerebral palsy patient. Guess I'm really worthless. People in this world are truly on different levels. Alright, I'll talk to the shop's master tomorrow. Since everything's settled, I should head back now. Feng Muyun stood up to leave. Let me drive you back. I happen to have my car, and I don't feel comfortable letting a girl go home alone at night. Oh wait, I wouldn't feel right about it. Feng Muyun looked at Jingma with confusion, thought for a moment, but didn't refuse. Then I'll thank you for this. No problem. It's nothing. Let's go now. Then Jingma led Feng Muyun out. Fu Mingming and Niu Yanyu watched their retreating figures. Do you think the boss will come back tonight? I'll bet you $100. I bet he won't return. Don't bother betting. I don't think he'll come back either. Jingma slapped his forehead as he reached the building's entrance. Damn it, I forgot my car keys. Feng Muyun smiled gently and said, no worries, just go back and get them. Forget it. I didn't bring the Lamborghini keys, but I've got the Rolls-Royce keys with me. As he spoke, Jing Mo pulled out a Rolls-Royce car key from his pocket. Feng Muyun was speechless. Jing Mo was still quite excited. Though he had driven a Lamborghini before and could be considered a man who owned luxury cars, he had never driven a Rolls-Royce. Besides, who would ever complain about having too many cars? The system thoughtfully parked it in a lot near the school. From afar, he spotted the deep blue Rolls-Royce Phantom parked beside his Lamborghini Aventador in the center of the parking lot. Jingma walked up to the car. Get in. Jingma pressed the button on his car key. He got into the car first, settling into the driver's seat and fastening the seatbelt. The Rolls-Royce truly lived up to its reputation as the ultimate luxury business sedan. The interior was incredibly opulent. The leather seats and steering wheel made of some unknown material felt exceptionally comfortable to the touch. At this moment, Feng Muyun also boarded the car and took the passenger seat. Jingma, may I ask, how much did this car cost you? Jingma rubbed his nose. The price of a Rolls-Royce has no upper limit, as each car's price varies. System, how much does this car cost? System, this vehicle is the latest model Rolls-Royce Phantom, with host-exclusive customized coloring, a brand new color that makes this the only one in the world. The price is 11 million renminbi. Jingma was shocked. This expensive? This car costs around 11 million yuan. Feng Muyun beside him trembled so violently her delicate frame shook. Where do you live? Let me drive you home. Feng Muyun said timidly, my home is in the neighborhood under Longchuan Bridge in Jiangdu district. Jingma nodded. Alright then, just give me directions when we get there. Jingma started the car and began driving toward the destination. Chapter 25, Can I Be Your Lover? The Rolls-Royce gave Jingma an exceptionally smooth driving experience, with outstanding sound insulation. Inside the car, one could hardly hear any outside noise. There wasn't even the slightest sense of bumpiness when driving. Crossing over small stones or climbing slopes only produced the faintest vibrations. To be honest, this car is really comfortable to sit in, much more comfortable than a Lamborghini. The atmosphere in the car remained quiet throughout the ride. Feng Muyun seemed to be in a bad mood, gazing silently at the night scenery outside the window. Still, Jingmo noticed the sorrow in her eyes, so Jingma took the initiative to find a topic to comfort her. Is your name Feng Muyun? Yes, but I never told you my name. I saw it when you signed the receipt. That's how it is. Then the two fell silent. While Jingma was still pondering what topic to bring up, Feng Muyun, who had remained silent until then, suddenly spoke up and asked, Is your family wealthy? Jingma thought for a moment and instinctively nodded. He supposed he could be considered rich now. How much money does your family have? Jingma thought about it but didn't know how to respond. With the system backing him, the money should be endless, but he couldn't answer like that, it'd sound way too braggy. I don't know, I've never counted. Feng Muyan nodded slowly, then continued asking as if something else had occurred to him. What requirements does your family have for your marriage partner? Jingma thought for a moment and replied, there probably aren't any requirements. Feng Muyan looked at Jingma and said, don't all you rich people like having lovers? Can I be your lover? Jingma thought he must be hearing things, but the car's sound insulation was so good that even if they were having sex in the car, no sound would leak out. How could he possibly be hearing things? This moment nearly caused him to lose control of the steering wheel. Jingma wiped the sweat from his brow as he stared at Feng Muyun, utterly speechless. Feng Muyun was really laying it all on the line. I know I'm not worthy to be your girlfriend. Wealthy families always arrange strategic marriages, and matching social status is important. But could I be your lover instead? Jingma didn't know how to respond. Before Jingma could speak, Feng Muyun continued. If you agree, I won't ask anything from you except to come home with me tomorrow and pretend to be my boyfriend. I just don't want to marry someone with cerebral palsy. Please, help me this once. As she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes, and her pink lips trembled slightly as she struggled to hold back sobs. Jing Mo was rich. If she could just get Jing Mo to pretend to be her boyfriend once, her family would know she was dating a wealthy man and wouldn't force her to marry that mentally disabled person. Wang Yuxuan's family was indeed wealthy, but could they possibly be as rich as Jing Mo? The Wang family always arrived in a Range Rover worth at most $1 million, while Jing Mo's car cost over $10 million. How can this even compare? Given how money-loving my parents are, they clearly know which option to choose. If you agree, let's book a room right now. You can have me tonight, don't worry, I'm still a virgin. Perhaps backed into a corner, Feng Muyun showed no trace of embarrassment as she spoke, as if this were simply a business transaction. Before Jingma could refuse, a notification chime echoed through his mind. Agree to Feng Muyun's request and receive knowledge spicy strips. Refuse Feng Muyun's request and be rewarded with a detached villa. Faced with such choices, Jing Mo definitely wouldn't need to think twice. After all, it's a detached villa in City Y. The price of a detached villa would easily exceed 10 million yuan. I agree. I'll book the hotel right now. Jingma didn't consider himself a money grubber. Living in a villa was just too flashy. Though he didn't know what this intellectual spicy strip thing was, it had to be good. Definitely not because he was ogling her body. Hearing Jingma's agreement, Feng Muyun's eyes lit up. If she went home tonight, her parents would probably just deliver her to that brain-damaged guy's bed anyway. Might as well give her first time to Jingma instead. At least Jingma is rich and handsome. System, didn't I also receive a Dragon Energy Vitality condom as a reward earlier? System, yes. Host, would you like to use it now? Stop wasting time, give it to me quick. System, if you can't do it, just say so. Acting all arrogant like this, I have no idea where you get the confidence to talk to me like that. What do you mean by that, System? Who are you saying can't do it? And what about that always 18 techniques? Hurry up and let me learn it already. System, look at you, all antsy like a monkey. Jing Mo's lips curved upward as a peculiar piece of knowledge surfaced in his mind. Whatever that knowledge snack was, he couldn't care less about it. Driving his Rolls-Royce, he headed toward Y City's most expensive hotel, Evergreen Hotel. It was nearly midnight now, and not a single vehicle stood before the Evergreen Hotel's entrance. Jing Mo parked boldly right on the vacant space in front of the hotel's doors. Any sensible person wouldn't dare say no. After parking the car, Jingma got out with Feng Muyun. Upon reaching the hotel lobby, he told the front desk attendant they wanted the most expensive presidential suite. The entire time, Feng Muyun kept her head meekly lowered. She still feels like she's in a dream. She actually told a boy younger than her that she wanted to be his lover. Feng Muyun, how could you be so shameless? Now watching Jingma really bring her to a hotel, her heart has been pounding wildly the whole way, almost jumping out of her chest. Silently following behind Jingma's footsteps, not daring to utter a word, just like a robot, the two entered the room. Since stepping into the room, Feng Muyun hadn't moved a muscle. Her body stiff, she sat rigidly on the edge of the bed, curled up tightly. She instinctively glanced at Jing Mo beside her. It must be said that Jing Mo was truly handsome, with well-defined facial features, outstanding temperament, and fair skin even most celebrities in the entertainment industry wouldn't compare. Lost in thought for a moment, she snapped out of it, feeling somewhat ashamed. How could she be so unreserved? Staring with obvious infatuation at a man in a hotel room, would Jing Mo think of her as a loose woman? Jing Mo reached out and grabbed her shoulders, pulling her close until their faces were just inches apart. Feng Muyun's cheeks flushed slightly, the mixture of panic and tenderness in her eyes igniting a fiery desire within Jing Mo. Jing Mo was nervous too. This was his first time in 2 lifetimes. Suddenly, Feng Muyun was pushed down, her body collapsing softly onto the bed. Chapter 26. Her breath was sweet, their noses nearly touching as Jingma kissed her deeply with tenderness. Feng Muyun didn't resist, then embraced Jingma in return. After the kiss, the two separated, and Feng Muyun asked shyly, Did you like it? Jing Yamo nodded slowly, of course I like it. This touch feels incredibly soft. Girls really are such boneless creatures. Poof. Feng Muyun turned her face away, unwilling to let Jingma see that expression on her. Under the dim yellow desk lamp, a flush of pink tinged the tip of Feng Muyun's nose. Then be gentle with me. Glittering teardrops shimmered in Feng Muyun's eyes as she pressed her lips together. Gradually Feng Muyun began responding to Jingma, feeling as if she was facing a blazing furnace. Feng Muyun held Jingmo's hand, her brows tightly furrowed. Feng Muyun truly embodied the characteristics of a Jiangnan woman. Not only was her temperament gentle, but her physique was equally graceful. Unexpectedly, Feng Muyun's figure was truly exquisite, nearly rivaling Fan Qingshue's. Both were beautiful women, differing only in temperament. Each exuded a distinct aura. The next morning, Jingma slowly opened his eyes and gazed at the beauty lying beside him, reminiscing about what had happened the night before. He felt incredibly refreshed. The two items provided by the system were truly effective, especially the dragon's vigor and tiger's might. Its combat prowess had Feng Muyun begging for mercy repeatedly. Jingma called the hotel front desk and asked them to deliver breakfast to the room. The sound of voices woke Feng Muyun from her deep slumber. She had slept very late last night, her body nearly worn out from all the exertion. Moreover, Jingma seemed quite skilled in these matters. Many of the positions had been taught to her by his guiding hands. Now that the two had thoroughly acquainted themselves with each other, Feng Muyun could be considered Jingma's woman. The breakfast in City Y is famously delicious nationwide. Whether it's crab roe soup dumplings, dried shredded tofu, or kidney noodles, all make perfect morning meals. Jingma didn't know what Feng Muyun liked to eat, so he ordered everything. Feng Muyun was genuinely moved when he saw the lavish spread of breakfast dishes covering the entire table. He always just grabbed a quick bite for breakfast, with hardly anyone ever caring whether he'd eaten or not. During the meal, Jingma added Feng Muyun on WeChat and casually transferred her 1 million yuan. Take this to spend first. Let me know if it's not enough. I've got nothing else, just drowning in money. Feng Muyun stared at her phone screen, feeling like her entire brain had just short-circuited. 1 million. Feng Muyun had never seen so much money in his life. His voice trembled with disbelief. No, I can't accept this. This is just a transaction. After you meet my parents, we won't stay in touch anymore. Stop whining like a damn fool. You must be itching for a beating. Prepare to die. Are you Ron? Ron, will you accept the money? Yes, I will. Will you stay in touch? Of course. Absolutely. Thought about walking away like nothing happened? At noon, Feng Muyun got out of bed, steadying herself against the wall. As soon as she unlocked her phone, she saw over 40 missed calls, all from her mother. This time, she dialed back with newfound confidence. How dare you stay out all night? Uncle Wang is furious. Where are you? My mother's accusatory tone came through immediately. I have a boyfriend now. I'm with him, I replied. I knew it. You little hussy. You went and found yourself a man, she snapped. I'm telling you, break up with that guy right now and come home. Your Uncle Wang said he'll wait until noon. If you don't come back by then, he's taking the betrothal gifts back. If we lose that money, your father will die in that hospital. Feng Muyun sighed and reluctantly said, I'll be right there. After hanging up the phone, Feng Muyun turned his gaze to Jingma. Jingma, are you free today? Could you come home with me? Jing Yamo thought for a moment and asked, Do I need to meet your parents? Feng Muyun nodded in agreement. She's urging me to go back and get married. Since we're meeting your parents, shouldn't we buy something to bring back? Would it be inappropriate if I went empty-handed? Feng Muyun said while getting dressed, just buy whatever you feel like. Jingma felt somewhat troubled. What exactly should he buy? With no Niu Yangyu around, their resident idea master was absent. He'd have to call him later for advice. After packing up, Jingma took Feng Muyun out of the hotel. At the entrance, a security guard stood watch by the Rolls-Royce. Hello, dear customer. I've been protecting your beloved car all along. Jingmo nodded slightly without uttering a word in reply, but as he passed by, he casually slipped over 1,000 yuan tip. He couldn't spare a thought for such matters. Meeting a girl's parents was an experience he entirely lacked. What on earth should he buy as a gift? Yun, can you drive? Jingma and Feng Muyun had grown much closer now, even addressing each other by nicknames. Feng Muyun nodded obediently. I have a driver's license, but I've never driven on the road. Jingma pointed at the Rolls-Royce and said, Then you drive. I need to make a phone call. Hearing this, Feng Muyun's heart trembled with fear. This car worth over 10 million is like a luxury villa on wheels. If I were to accidentally scratch or dent it, how much would I have to pay in damages? Jing Yamo seemed to sense her worries and reassured her, Don't worry, just drive however you like. If you crash it, I have others. With that, Jing Yamo trustingly handed the car keys to Feng Muyun. He then got into the passenger seat, took out his foldable Huawei phone, and gave Niu Yangyu a call. Hey, are you up yet? Hee, boss, what were you up to last night? As soon as the call connected, Nyo Youngyu's sly laughter came through. Jing Mo glanced at Feng Muyun, who had just gotten into the car and was cautiously starting the engine. I was riding the clouds last night. Nyo Youngyu was left somewhat baffled after hearing this. But beside him, Feng Muyun's face instantly turned crimson. The voice of Fu Mingming came through the phone again. Whose call is it? The eldest brother's. Oh, the eldest brother hasn't come back all night. Yes, they said he's soaring through the clouds. What do you mean? Must be a delightful way to describe it. Oh, listening to their teasing remarks on the phone, Jingma's face darkened with annoyance. These two weren't being serious at all. Stop fooling around, okay? I need to ask you something. Nyo Youngyu and Fu Mingming immediately straightened up a bit when they heard their leader needed assistance. Boss, what's the matter? Jingma paused to gather his thoughts. I'm planning to meet a girl's parents. What kind of gift should I bring to show sincerity? Upon hearing this, the two people on the other end of the phone were completely stunned. Boss is truly the boss. Incredible. Yesterday he left with a girl, and today he's already meeting the parents. What a lightning-fast pace. If only I had the skills our boss has. Boss, I think meeting your girlfriend's parents is tricky nowadays. No matter what you bring, it's hard to please them. But I've got a cunning plan. Nyo Youngyu spoke with profound mystery, like some strategic military advisor. Jing Mo's eyes immediately lit up. This guy could actually be useful sometimes. Just bring along the ultrasound scan results and toss them cockily onto the table. Her parents will be groveling at your feet in no time. Jing Ma almost cursed after hearing that. This bastard can't come up with a decent idea? If it really turns out that way, the other party would definitely kill me. Who knows if I could even make it out of their house alive. Nyo Yanyu, can you be serious for once? Fu Mingming chimed in from the side. Exactly. How could you do this? If you're gonna pull that move, you might as well dye your hair blonde, wear some bean shoes, and pick some shrimp lines. Jing Ma was nearly losing it. How could he possibly be stuck with these two geniuses? Can you two even function? If you don't behave, I'm shutting down the computer on you. At the threat of losing computer access, the two of them panicked instantly. Come on, big bro, I admit I was wrong. I'll think of something good for you right away. How about this, you put on an official style jacket and buy a magotan. Next time you visit your mother-in-law, she'd be so impressed she might rush back to her room to change into stockings, practically begging to marry her daughter off to you. Jing Ma thought it was a great idea. Dressing up like that would make him look like a government official. After all, nowadays, no matter how rich you are, you still fear those with power. But then again, he felt it wasn't quite proper. The act could easily fall apart since he wasn't really part of the system. There was so much he didn't know. What if someone asked a few probing questions? He'd be exposed in no time. Fu Mingming saw that the spotlight was being stolen from him, and in a flustered rage, he hastily offered a suggestion. Boss, I think nowadays most families are run by men. What you need to do is win over her dad. Why don't you buy a Cadillac and take your future father-in-law to the spa? That'll definitely lock things down tight. Oh, and I've got a membership card for this spa. Take it with you, it'll save you a lot of money. Jingma gritted his teeth in frustration. Her dad's practically on his deathbed in the hospital, and you want me to take him to a spa? So he can die there, is that it? Ah, if you really must, take her mom to the bar too. Order some male models. Chapter 27 Wife. Jingma truly had no way to deal with this joker. Fu Mingming, shut your mouth right now, or I'll throw you out when I get back. Nyo Youngyu, do you have anything else to say? If not, I'll figure it out myself. Nyo Youngyu pondered for a moment. Boss, I have another plan. Jing Mo had already lost all hope, but who knew his eyes would light up upon hearing this idea? Good, then arrange it for me right now. Feng Muyun's home was located at the very end of an urban village alley. The people living here were both fortunate and unfortunate. Fortunately, it will definitely be demolished in the future. This is an urban village, and the land here will be very valuable after demolition. Unfortunately, it's already 2024, and surprisingly, it still hasn't been demolished. The real estate market isn't as lucrative as it used to be these days. Even if it gets demolished now, the compensation won't be as much as it was a few years ago. The urban village was crisscrossed with alleys, making it impossible to drive in. He had no choice but to find an open space to park outside the maze of narrow lanes. This was the beauty of a Rolls-Royce, it never struggled for parking. Few dared to park beside such a luxury car. Feng Muyun wasn't much of a driver. He moved at a leisurely pace, never pushing past 60 kilometers per hour. The cars behind him grew impatient, wanting to overtake but not daring to. One by one, they trailed along in a slow procession. Afraid of even the slightest scratch, it was truly a predicament. As they neared their destination, Feng Muyun got out of the car to let Jing Mo take the wheel. Her parking skills were hopelessly inadequate. Now equipped with masterful driving abilities, Jing Mo possessed the skills of a world-class racer, effortlessly reversing with just one hand. This display left Feng Muyun beside him utterly smitten. In fact, starting from last night, she had begun to think Jing Mo was really handsome. Everything he did was attractive, decisive, efficient, and never messy. Add to that his stunning face, which rivaled that of any celebrity. Several times, she couldn't help but wish Jing Mo were truly her boyfriend. But she understood the gap between her and Jing Ma. She was just a poor girl from a humble family, while he was a lofty young master from a wealthy family. How could she ever reach such heights? After parking the car, Jing Ma got out and said to Feng Muyun, "I'll buy something for your parents first. Go home ahead of me, and I'll come find you later." Feng Muyun was a little scared because she didn't dare to go back alone. Jing Mo patted the back of her hand. "It's fine, I'm here with you, don't worry." Somehow, Feng Muyun found Jing Mo's deep, starry eyes mesmerizing as if they had magical power to steal her soul away. She felt an inexplicable trust towards Jing Mo, like a puppet to its master. "Alright then, I'll go back first. I'll wait for you at home." She believed Jing Ma would definitely come looking for her. "You wretched girl, coming back so late. You kept Xiaoxian waiting at home for ages." Feng Muyun's mother He-tong was flushed with anger, immediately landing a fierce slap across her daughter's fair face. With the countenance of a raging shrew, Mother Feng He-tong had no intention of listening to explanations. She simply wanted to unleash a violent beating on Feng Muyun to vent the fury that had simmered all evening. "Wife, my wife." Beside him, a young man dressed in an LV suit was staring dully at Feng Muyun. The man stood about 1.8 meters tall but had an asymmetrical build, one shoulder higher than the other, with vacant, lifeless eyes. His mouth hung permanently agape, drool dripping steadily from the corner of his lips. "Honey, give me a hug." Wang Yuxuan staggered like a toddler just learning to walk, yet his face beamed with excitement as he moved to embrace Feng Muyun. Feng Muyun dodged to one side with undisguised disgust. Seeing Feng Muyun actually evade him, Wang Yuxuan's smile gradually faded from his face. Then came a loud wail. "Mommy, I want my mommy. Someone's bullying me." He looked just like a child whose toy had been snatched away. He-tong was frightened out of her wits at the sight. "You damn brat, what are you hiding for? I told you to hide." With that, he grabbed a nearby broom and raised it threateningly, ready to strike. But his movement was interrupted by a woman's voice beside him. "What on earth are you doing?" Wang Yuxuan's mother, Zhou Xiang's voice came from the inner room. A woman wearing a black silk top studded with diamonds walked out. Around her neck hung a gold necklace, golden bracelets adorned her wrists, and she carried an LV handbag, as if afraid others wouldn't know how wealthy she was. "It's fine, kids who don't behave deserve a spanking." Zhou Xiang sighed. "Children are meant to be cherished, not beaten." As he spoke, he picked up the crying Wang Yuxuan with a tender expression. "Alright, little Xian, don't cry. If someone doesn't want to hold you, maybe you just need to be better. Try being more gentle, then she'll surely want to hold you." Wang Yuxuan truly listened to his mother like a child. After sobbing a few times in her embrace, he quickly stifled his cries. "Xiao Yun, forgive me for laughing, but our Xiao Xian isn't quite right in the head." Zhou Xiang gently patted Wang Yuxuan's head. Feng Muyun did not respond. Zhou Xiang wore an expression of utter sincerity, never hiding the fact that her son had cerebral palsy. Unlike other parents who might resent a child with such a condition, she treated him with immense patience, regarding him as no different from anyone else. How profound is a parent's love. Zhou Xiang took Feng Muyun's hand and said earnestly, "Xiao Yun, Auntie knows this isn't fair to you, but he's the only heir to our Wang family. We can't let the lineage die out." "Mom, wife." Wang Yuxuan still pouted greedily as he stared at Feng Muyun. "Alright, Xiaoxian, be a good boy and go play somewhere else for now." "Okay." Wang Yuxuan obediently nodded and went off to play in the mud. "Auntie, I really don't want to marry Xiaoxian." "Don't say that yet. First hear my conditions." Feng Muyun remained stubborn. "Auntie, please don't insist. I genuinely don't want to get married now." He-tong began angrily stomping her feet again. "Mother-in-law, step aside. Let me give her a good beating. You're getting cocky when someone's speaking nicely to you, aren't you?" Zhou Xiang stepped between the two of them. "Xiaoyun's mom, don't rush. This matter can't be settled in a single day. Our Wang family isn't here to force a marriage either. We must also consider the girl's opinion. Otherwise, if the marriage doesn't work out later, it'll just bring more trouble. Xiaoyun, ignore your mom for now. How about this? Hear me out on the terms first, then think it over before deciding whether to marry. Alright?" Feng Muyun saw that Zhou Xiang was patiently persuading her and stopped talking to hear what conditions she actually wanted to propose. Zhou Xiang said with a tender expression, "Xiao Yun, I regard you as my own child. So naturally, I can't let you down. As you can see, my son is like this, and I'll need you to take good care of him in the future. How about this? You come stay with us at the Wang residence for a while first." Chapter 28. You're asking for 4 million for a Wuling Hongguang? If you agree, not only will we not ask for the 1 million dowry we gave your mother back, but we'll also give you an additional 200,000 dowry personally, buy you the latest Audi A6, and purchase a property under your name. What do you think? What extravagance! Leaving aside the 1 million dowry, which would already count as astronomical in Y City, this is really something else. Just saying the additional gift money of 200,000 yuan alone, let's be honest, this is just pocket change. Then, with a grand gesture, he casually gifts an Audi A6, a car that's nothing short of unattainable in the eyes of ordinary folks. A single car like that costs several 100,000 yuan. As for real estate, that goes without saying. As long as Feng Muyun agrees, she could practically soar overnight and become a phoenix. Sister, how can you not be tempted? Even the author is tempted. Moreover, Wang Yuxuan is a fool. Once married into the Wang family, she would basically rule the roost. When the elders eventually pass, she'd practically be the Wu Zetian of the Wang household. But, Auntie, I don't need money, cars, or a house, I just want my freedom. I want to take control of my own destiny. Zhou Xiang, seeing Feng Muyun still being so stubborn, couldn't help but lose some of his good temper. Xiaoyun, dear, Auntie has done her research. Your job is just sales, you must endure a lot of humiliation out there, don't you? At most, you earn just over 10,000 a month. With that amount, pursuing freedom in Y City isn't exactly easy. Why not resign yourself to fate and come back with me to live comfortably as a wealthy lady? Anti-ISN telling you this for your own good. But Xiaoshuan's father isn't such an easy talker, and his temper, let's just say he knows some undesirable people. I really hope you'll be sensible and listen. Zhou Xiang first offered a sweet date, then followed it with a club. Anyway, both kind words and warnings have been said. Feng Muyun still pursed her lips, glancing repeatedly toward the door, truly hoping for someone to appear. Mother-in-law, you see how this girl just needs a good lesson. I agree to your terms, I'll have my son haul her onto your truck right now, and then you can take her home. That'll be the end of it. This time, Zhou Xiang remains silent, tacitly admitting it. Seeing Feng Muyun remains impervious to reason, I'll have to resort to tougher measures. He Tong saw Zhou Xiang's silence and knew he had agreed to the proposal. He directly called his youngest son. Feng Hao, come out. Soon, a chubby young man came running out from the inner room. Mom, what's wrong? Your sister won't listen. Help me carry her to their car. Feng Hao narrowed his small eyes on his chubby face. Will buying me a car come right after we ship my sister away? Indeed. Got it. Mom, don't lift a finger, I'll handle this myself. Zhou Xiang took out her phone and called her husband, asking him to drive the car in. Upon receiving the message, Wang Qichuan drove his Land Rover straight into the alley. Feng Muyun's face was filled with panic. If she were taken to the Wang residence, she probably wouldn't be able to leave. Unless she bore them a child, son or daughter, why else would they go to such lengths to bring her back? No, Xiao Hao, I'm your sister. Feng Hao sneered, just a worthless burden. Go with the Wang family quietly and save me the trouble. As he spoke, his fat hand clamped down on Feng Muyun's delicate wrist, forcibly dragging her outward with violent tugs. The whole group followed closely, encircling Feng Muyun in their midst to prevent any chance of escape. However, Feng Hao, with his 200-pound divine Ma Chao physique, still possessed considerable strength, so dragging Feng Muyun, who weighed less than 100 pounds, was effortless. There was no need to guard against her escaping at all. Wang Yuxuan was as happy as a 100-pound child, clapping his hands and bouncing around. Wife, I have a wife now. However, when they pulled her to the alley entrance, what they saw left them utterly stunned. Before them, a luxurious Range Rover had collided with a Wuling Hongguang minivan. Can't you fucking drive, you blind idiot? A towering, burly man stepped out of the Range Rover in black leather shoes, his face radiating fierce aggression. This is Wang Yuxuan's father, Wang Qichuan. When a young man stepped out of the Wuling Hongguang, the previously panicked Feng Muyun suddenly broke into a smile. I knew it, you'd definitely come. Jingma ground his teeth and spat. You rear-ended me, you bastard. Can you even drive? All that comes out of your mouth is pure shit. Wang Qichuan was already furious, but when he heard Jingma dare to curse him, he couldn't contain his temper anymore. Xiao Huzi, break his damn legs. A thuggish-looking guy with dyed yellow hair stepped out of the Land Rover, cigarette dangling from his mouth as he looked at Jingma with disdain. Pretty boy, you've pissed off our brother Chong. Have you thought about how you want to die? Jingma glanced sideways at Wang Qichuan. Brother Chong? Pretty impressive at jerking off, huh? Wang Qichuan immediately flew into a rage. You're really asking for trouble, punk. Xiao Huzi, beat him up for me. I'll take responsibility even if you kill him. Xiao Huzi cracked his knuckles eagerly. You got it, Brother Chong. He took step after step forward with a menacing look on his face. You should go ask around. Everyone knows what happens to those who cross Chonggu, the legend of the Jianghu. At that moment, Zhou Xiang jumped out and stopped Xiao Huzi. We're here for a celebration today, not to cause trouble. It wouldn't be auspicious to bring misfortune at this time. Kid, just apologize for what happened today and we'll call it even. I won't even ask you for compensation. She glanced at Jingma with an icy, haughty look. She could clearly see it was the Land Rover that had hit the Wuling Hongguang, but this pretty boy had insulted her husband and needed to apologize. To her surprise, Jingma responded with a cold laugh. What did you say? You want me to apologize? I should be the one demanding compensation from you. Not a single cent less than 4 million, or I'll call the police and report you. Zhou Xiang stared in shock at this suicidal pretty boy. He really had the guts to ask for that. for a beat-up Wuling Hongguang worth at most 20,000 yuan. Talking about extorting 4 million at every turn. Young man, I advise you to think twice. My husband has a bad temper and will really throw hands. You're demanding 4 million for a Wuling Hongguang? She reminded Jing Mo again to know what's good for him. Jing Mo remained as haughty as ever. I said 4 million, not a cent less. Wang Qichuan immediately grabbed Zhou Xiang. Why waste words with this retard? Beat him up. Upon receiving the order, little Huzi eagerly charged straight at Jing Mo. You're going down, punk. Jing Ma, be careful. Feng Muyun's face was full of worry and anxiety as he rushed forward to protect Jingma. You little vixen, didn't I tell you to cut ties with other men? He Tong immediately turned around and slapped Feng Muyun across the face. What kind of crap is this? Some guy driving a beat-up minivan. How could she, He Tong, have raised such a short-sighted daughter of hers? Before Feng Muyun could even begin to worry, little Tiger swiftly dashed over and flew out. Jing Mo kicked him so hard that he went flying several meters before slamming into the wall and finally stopping. Put! Little Tiger spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 29, A Truckload of Mutai. Meanwhile, in distant America, welcome to the boxing championship. Today's our final match, where our black contender has already won the golden belt 3 times. I wonder if he can continue writing his legendary brilliance this time. Let's wait and see. The host exclaimed passionately. The stadium was packed with spectators as the 3-time golden belt winning black athlete stepped onto the platform, facing off against a dark horse contender of this season. He was facing an incredibly challenging test, but the moment he stepped onto the stage, he felt as if his body had been drained, and all his previous combat skills had completely slipped his mind. What the hell? What's going on here? The boxing champion frowned in confusion as he clenched his fist. The feeling of giving back is just like before. What's going on? But why can't I sense those nearly instinctive fighting skills anymore? As the referee rings the bell, the match begins. The boxing champion is still trying to find his rhythm and form. By the time he snaps back to reality, a fist as big as a sandbag is already hurtling toward his face. The boxing champion was knocked out cold with a single punch. Knocked out in one hit. The audience fell silent for a moment before erupting in angry roars of dissatisfaction. What the fuck? We paid good money to watch this? Knocked out in one punch? Do you think we can't tell when a fight's rigged? Are you treating us all like fools? Meanwhile, Kayakutsu had just activated his 10-minute combat mastery trial card. After using it, he felt light in body and supple in limbs, with various combat techniques surfacing in his subconscious as if forged through countless trials. When Little Tiger charged at him, he instinctively delivered a kick to the opponent's abdomen, sending him flying backward in an instant. The system is fucking awesome. Jing Ma couldn't help but marvel. But 10 minutes is very short. I must resolve this matter quickly, or else once my real man time runs out, I'll revert back to being that feeble-faced pretty boy again. Of course, the most astonished person in the room was Wang Qichuan. He knew exactly what Xiao Huzi was capable of. He might call him Little Huzi, but outsiders who crossed his path had no choice but to address him respectfully as Brother Tiger of Hanjiang. In the underworld, this man was notorious for his ruthless methods, frequent brawls, and fearsome reputation. But such a ruthless player was taken down with just one kick. Jing Mo treasured this moment and immediately started kicking and punching Xiao Huzi, who was lying limp on the ground. Xiao Huzi, huh? I'll show you what Tiger, really means. Still wanna call yourself Little Tiger now? Stop hitting me. Ouch. I was wrong, bro. Stop hitting me. Jing Mo stomped down with his foot, feeling as if he might suffocate at any moment. He wanted to stand up and fight back, but he could tell the other guy was trained. This wasn't some random brawling, there was method and technique to his movements. He knew he stood no chance whatsoever. Jingma beat the guy half to death after thrashing him for what felt like ages. Give me your WeChat. Trembling, Little Tiger asked, Big bro, why do you want my WeChat? Are you still not done with me? Jingma responded by slapping him across the face again. Why are you talking so much nonsense when I tell you to do something? Xiao Huzi pulled out his phone from his pocket, its screen shattered by Jing Mo's stomp, and opened WeChat. Jing Mo directly added the other person on WeChat and transferred 100,000 yuan over. Don't say I'm not being chivalrous. The medical fees have been transferred. If you want to report to the police, I'm not afraid of you either. Hurry up and take the money. Little Huizi didn't dare say no. After he took the money, Jingma turned to Wang Qichuan and Zhou Xiang. You two saw it, I gave him compensation, and he accepted the money, which proves he's forgiven me for hitting him. If he reports it to the police later, I'll need you to testify. Tiger Cub wished he could smash his own head with a brick upon hearing this. How could someone be so shameless? As if he'd be short of 100 grand. The injuries he'd suffered today would keep him hospitalized for months at the very least. Wang Qichuan instinctively took a step back under Jing Mo's glare, his face visibly tinted with fear. Zhou Xiang quickly tried to smooth things over with an ingratiating smile. Young man, I can see you're a reasonable person. We were in the wrong today, how about I compensate you with 10,000 as repair fees? Jing Mo frowned once, 10,000? You think 10,000 covers my losses? Wang Qichuan chimed in from the side. Your car is clearly an old Wuling Hongguang model. Nowadays even selling it second-hand wouldn't fetch 10,000 yuan. Jingma sneered. Who said anything about paying for the Wuling Hongguang? I'm making you compensate for the cargo of Mutai liquor inside that Wuling Hongguang. As he spoke, Jingma directly opened the van's rear compartment, revealing crushed red packaging boxes. Many bottles inside had shattered, with alcohol already leaking across the floor. With so many bottles of Mutai completely destroyed, the aroma of fine liquor instantly saturated the entire alleyway. Zhou Xiang and Wang Qichuan were both dumbfounded. Are you out of your fucking mind putting such expensive Maotai in a Wuling Hongguang? I originally wanted to meet my girlfriend's parents, and figured since I had nothing good to give, I'd just casually bring some Maotai. Normally I drink it as a little beverage. If I can't finish it, I can always use it for foot baths or as cologne. Now look what you've done, you smashed everything. How are you going to pay for this? Either fork over 4 million, this car is brand new, just bought. Here's the receipt if you want to check. Jing Mo rummaged in his pocket and pulled out a crumpled scrap of paper, smoothing it out to reveal what was clearly an invoice, complete with the official seal of Mutai Industries at the bottom. The transaction amount was over 4.4 million. Asking for just 4 million was Jing Mo going easy on them. There's a whole truckload of Mutai here, at least 20-some cases, and it's all spoiled. Zhou Xiang and Wang Qichuan were speechless after hearing this. People usually bring 1 or 2 bottles of Mutai when meeting parents, but you brought an entire truckload, and you casually drink it like soda when you're thirsty, using the leftovers to wash your feet. This is absolute insanity. But this is 4 million yuan. Even if the Wang family liquidated all their current funds, it still wouldn't be enough, unless they demanded the return of the previous betrothal gifts. Yet they truly didn't want to part with such a colossal sum. But if they tried to renege, their opponent's combat abilities were overwhelmingly superior. Wang Qichuan wasn't even sure how he'd walk out of this alley alive. I wish I could slap myself. Why would I play with my phone while driving? I don't have a POS machine for card payments either, but I love WeChat Pay. Just scan my payment QR code. Before Wang Qichuan could respond, Jingma had already pulled up his payment QR code. Wang Qichuan hemmed and hawed, unsure how to refuse. Their entire family savings amounted to just over 2 million yuan earmarked for finding his son with cerebral palsy a wife. But now he would have to compensate 4 million. And there's no choice but to use the factory's working capital. The factory's working capital must not be touched lightly, doing so might lead to bankruptcy. Wang Qichuan was so frantic he was practically on the verge of tears. Chapter 30, She's My Girlfriend. Zhou Xiang stepped forward with an apologetic smile to help her husband out of the awkward situation. Young man, please understand that 4 million is an enormous sum for us. We can't possibly come up with that amount easily. Jingma grew impatient and snapped. What? You hit my car but can't pay up? Now I've got no wine to bring to my girlfriend's place. How am I supposed to show up there? Just as Zhou Xiang was struggling to find the right words, her gaze landed on Feng Muyun standing nearby. If she remembered correctly, Feng Muyun had shouted in concern when Xia Huzi was about to hit that pretty boy earlier. Could it be? Young man, I wonder which family's precious daughter has caught your eye. Zhou Xiang was speaking very carefully now, afraid that Jingma might call the police. He had no choice but to force a smile. Jingma glanced at Feng Muyun. It's her. She's my girlfriend. Feng Muyun's beautiful eyes turned red as a tear slid down her cheek. Never in her life had she encountered someone reliable enough to lean on during hardship, yet today, this man younger than herself had given her such an immense sense of security. Jingma had actually declared her as his girlfriend in front of everyone. Really? She was deeply moved. And just now, Jingma was so incredible, he literally kicked a grown man several meters away like it was straight out of a movie. What girl wouldn't adore that? He was just too cool. Aside from the observant Zhou Xiang, almost everyone at the scene was stunned. When did Feng Muyun find such a handsome boyfriend? After learning the truth, Zhou Xiang felt a bit awkward. No wonder Feng Muyun refused to leave with him earlier. She had already climbed onto such a high branch. But Zhou Xiang was overthinking it. Jingma and Feng Muyun had nothing more than a transactional relationship. Xiao Yun, is this really your boyfriend? He Tong's voice carried a hint of surprise, never expecting her daughter to have such good taste, truly worthy of being her own flesh and blood. Feng Hao, who had just been gripping his sister's hand, was so startled that he immediately let go. Once freed, Feng Muyun hurried over to Jing Mo's side and hid behind him. He Tong scolded in a reproachful tone, Xiao Yun, what are you doing? Are you even hiding from your own mother? Would I ever harm you? Feng Muyun had completely lost hope in her mother. She didn't even acknowledge her, just nervously hid behind Jing Mo. Nowhere in this world could offer her the sense of security that being behind Jing Mo did. Jing Mo gently patted the back of her hand. Don't worry, I'm here for you. Wang Yuxuan cried and stamped his feet. Wife, my wife, stay away from my wife. Without thinking twice, he charged forward like a wild boar. The scene unfolded so quickly that before Zhou Xiang could even shout, Wang Yuxuan was sent flying with a kick. Then Wang Yuxuan collapsed on the ground like Xiao Huzi had earlier, lying there like a limp rag. But his mouth kept crying and making a fuss. Upon seeing his precious treasure injured, Zhou Xiang got anxious right away. Xiao Xian, are you okay? Zhou Xiang quickly rushed to Wang Yuxuan's side to check on his condition. You're Jingma, right? Today you hit my son, and I'll make you pay with your life. Old Wang, your son got beaten up. Hurry and call for reinforcements. Wang Qichuan always listened to his wife, so he immediately made a phone call. Jingma knew he only had 10 minutes. If someone arrived later, he might be finished here. So he had to strike first and gain the upper hand. Jingma instantly threw a left hook, followed by a right sweeping kick, then unleashed a lightning-fast 5-strike combo. Wang Qichuan only felt darkness before his eyes. A tremendous force struck his chest, and then he collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. Jingma grabbed him by the neck. Give me your WeChat, I'll send you the medical fee. Wang Qichuan thought this guy was such a scoundrel, he had never met someone so shameless in his entire life. Beating someone up and then forcing a pile of money on them, forcing him into a position where he couldn't even call the cops. Even in the martial world, this is perfectly justified, it aligns with the code of honor. Seeing her husband beaten, Zhou Xiang snapped back to full awareness. Young brother Jingma, right? Please don't hurt us anymore, I'll agree to anything you want. Jingma was a meticulous man who never let go of an advantage once he grasped it. Compensate me 4 million, or I'll call the police right away. Call the police? You'd get arrested too. You assaulted someone in public. Zhou Xiang tried to use this leverage to blackmail Jingmo. Jingmo wasn't buying it. I acted in self-defense every time, you always threw the first punch. Besides, didn't I compensate you for your medical bills? Then we don't have 4 million. Go ahead and call the police if you want. Wang Qichuan panted breathlessly beside Jingmo's feet. For him, 4 million might as well be asking for his life. Jingmo never actually intended to take the 4 million anyway, this was all just for show. Alright then, tell me, how should I visit my girlfriend's family to make a good impression on them? Zhou Xiang understood what this meant. Years of navigating the business world had taught him how to read between the lines. Young man, you're Feng Muyun's boyfriend, right? Well, our family originally intended to marry her, but we'll pass this opportunity to you now. Also, don't worry about her family objecting to your relationship. Consider that 1 million dowry is an early wedding gift from us. Does that sound acceptable to you? Wang Yuxuan started making a fuss again when he heard he couldn't have his prospective bride anymore. Mom, no, I want this wife. I must have this wife. Zhou Xiang affectionately rubbed the spot where Jingma had just kicked him. Be good now, Xiao Xian. I'll find you an even prettier wife, okay? No, I only want this wife. Jingma thought this guy was truly a hopeless romantic. Xiao Xian, stop fooling around and go home first, alright? Otherwise mom will get angry and ignore you. Zhou Xiang put on a stern face to scare Wang Yuxuan. Sure enough, Wang Yuxuan stopped making a fuss. Tong had initially been worried upon hearing Zhou Xiang say the Wang family wouldn't be marrying her daughter anymore, fearing they'd demand the betrothal gifts returned. The anxiety had made her want to object several times. But now, knowing they didn't intend to reclaim the gifts and that her daughter had found someone even wealthier, her heart blossomed with joy. Still, she couldn't show her delight too openly. This was the perfect opportunity to extort even more from Jingmo. Young Jingmo is truly wonderful, but this marriage was arranged long ago between our family and the Wangs. For you to interfere like this really isn't proper. The Wang family came with sincere intentions. How will you, young man, prove you'll treat our Xiaoyun right? These days, finding a wife is no easy feat, let alone one as beautiful as our Xiaoyun. She gave up being a wealthy lady in the Wang family to be with you, so you'd better cherish her. Otherwise, as her mother, I wouldn't let her stay with you for her own sake. After all, she's my only daughter, the apple of my eye. Chapter 31, Such a Dull Life. Jingma glanced at Feng Muyun. Feng Muyun's eyes revealed disappointment. I originally intended to give you this truckload of mutai as a welcome gift, but as you can see, they wrecked it. Didn't they give you a 1 million yuan betrothal gift earlier? Now that they've crashed into my mutai, that million will be deducted from the cost of the liquor. You won't need to return that million to the Wang family anymore. Consider this 1 million as my gift to you. But Tong's ambition had grown far beyond what a mere million could satisfy. Young man, she's the only treasure in our household. That million came from the Wang family, but honestly, you haven't shown us any real consideration. Even though you brought a truckload of mutai liquor, none of it actually reached my hands, did it? Jingma furrowed his brow and gave Tong a long look, but soon smiled in understanding. Having such a mother must be a lifelong sorrow that Feng Muyun could never escape. As mothers go, Zhou Xiang's kindness and love were truly beyond reproach, while Tong treated her own daughter merely as a bargaining chip. Jingma turned his gaze to Zhou Xiang. Look at this, now my girlfriend's family is dissatisfied just because I didn't bring enough gifts. What am I supposed to do now? Zhou Xiang's gaze turned sharp, and his tone towards Tong turned cold as well. Your family already took 1 million from us, that should be enough. If you're still not satisfied, then return that 1 million in betrothal gifts. Our family will instead give this young man 4 million. The moment He Tong heard about returning the betrothal gifts, his face instantly darkened. How could the Wang family act like this? This money rightfully belongs to our son-in-law. How could you have the audacity to demand it back? 4 million worth of Maotai liquor. Your dowry payment only covered 1 million. Since those Maotai bottles were originally meant for our family, that entire 4 million should rightfully be mine. In fact, you still owe us 3 million. Now that her daughter had found an even wealthier match, she no longer needed to tread carefully around the Wang family. Zhou Xiang found this woman utterly despicable. Before anyone had even spoken, she was already rushing to claim relations, calling him son-in-law repeatedly. Her behavior was truly nauseating. If you put it that way, then return that 1 million to us. We'll give the 4 million to this brother here. If you really think that money is yours, then go ahead and ask him for it. He Tong would never fork over that million. To her, money was life easy to put in her pocket but nearly impossible to get out. What nonsense are you talking about? My daughter and my son-in-law are already together, they're family now. If you give me money, it's the same as giving it to him. Zhou Xiang had no intention of arguing with this woman. There was absolutely no way the Wang family would cough up 4 million. Little brother, here's the deal. To be honest, our Wang family has savings of just over 2 million yuan. 1 million is already set aside as the betrothal gift, and the remaining million is needed to pay our employees' salaries. I won't ask for the 1 million gift money back, consider it compensation for part of your loss. Think of it as my gift to you for meeting your girlfriend's parents. We really can't come up with the remaining money, but let us compensate you in another way. Jing Mo lifted his eyes to glance at Zhou Xiang, thinking to himself, this woman certainly isn't straightforward. Tell me, how do you plan to compensate me? Our family business deals in medical equipment distribution, and our factory specializes in producing medical devices. How about we offer you a 5% stake? The annual dividends alone would net you 1 million yuan. What do you think? At that very moment, a system notification chimed in Jing Mo's mind. Ding! Host must choose, accept the compensation offer and receive the system's reward of a cancer breakthrough drug. Reject the opposing request, reward, shopping plaza currently under construction. Jing Mo froze completely after hearing this prompt sound in his head. A miracle drug for cancer. You can't be serious. Even the most advanced technology on Earth in his previous life couldn't achieve this. He understood the value of this thing. It was simply incomparable to any shopping mall. Its worth wasn't measured in money, but in its power to save actual human lives. With this, deaths caused by cancer would cease to exist, and those suffering through chemotherapy agony would regain their health. How much would a plot of land at a shopping plaza cost? Over 1 billion yuan. Yet, Jing Mo still chose the cancer miracle drug. Fine, I agree. Have the share transfer contract ready for me within the next couple of days. Zhou Xiang breathed a sigh of relief. Shares could be valuable or entirely worthless. This is a double-edged sword. Though Jing Mo's background remains unclear, the sheer extravagance of buying an entire cart of mutai just for his girlfriend's foot so clearly indicates his family's substantial wealth. Offering Jing Mo shares essentially means pulling him in as a business partner. If the venture ever hits rough patches, Jing Mo wouldn't be able to just stand by and watch. Naturally, Jing Mo understands this implication too, which is why he finds Zhou Xiang truly remarkable. Despite being a woman, she's exceptionally shrewd in playing the game of business. Zhou Xiang stepped forward to help her husband up, supporting him by the shoulders as she pushed him into the back seat of the Land Rover. Then, she got out of the car and helped her son inside as well. Little Huzi had recovered somewhat by now. Though he had broken several bones, he could still manage to drive. Zhou Xiang had always been perceptive. Though on the surface, today's incident meant their side lost 1 million in some shares. As the saying goes, a loss may turn out to be a gain. Getting to know such a wealthy young man was quite a fortunate encounter. She simply treated it as an investment. But little did she know, this single investment would completely alter the course of her life. With just the faintest flick of fate's finger, Zhou Xiang and Jing Mo were brought together, ultimately forging the world's most formidable medical company. Brother Jing Mo, we'll take our leave now. I'll have the contract transferred to you tomorrow, and we should be able to sign it by the day after. Since you've already added my husband on WeChat, just send him the location later. I'll have him personally deliver the contract to you when the time comes. Zhou Xiang greeted Jing Mo with a smile before leaving. After the commotion dissipated here, Feng Muyun breathed a sigh of relief. Feeling truly liberated now, it was all thanks to Jing Mo's intervention. Having witnessed her superior's abrupt departure, He Tong now found herself left with only Jing Mo as her sole subordinate. Then she changed her expression again. Jing Mo, right? Listen to this name, it sounds so elegant. Your parents must be so cultured. Come cook at our place. Oh, and have you had lunch yet? Tell auntie what you'd like to eat, and I'll go buy the ingredients for you. He Tong's face blossomed into a radiant smile. Jing Mo had achieved his goal. As long as the Wang family's fool didn't end up marrying Feng Muyun, that was enough. He had no intention of taking this charade too far and actually playing house with this family. The 4 million spent on Mutai was mainly to complete the mission. The system's task of spending 10 million in 3 days has already been accomplished. The 50 million reward from the system has been credited. What a headache, just as I finished spending 10 million, I'm awarded another 50 million. When will this ever end? Waking up every day only to fret over how to squander my fortune, such a monotonous and tedious life. Chapter 32. If you don't mind, noble sir, this lad would willingly become your godson. No thanks, auntie. I actually have a business trip to Japan this afternoon. I'll find another chance to visit you next time. With that, Jingma took Feng Muyun's hand and promptly walked away. No way was he staying for a meal. Who knew how much that would end up costing him? Feng Muyun unconsciously tightened her grip on Jingma's hand a little more. Even if only as a lover, she felt content just to stay by Jingma's side. Holding Jingma's hand might only last a moment, but its lingering warmth was enough to satisfy her. Jingma didn't know what Feng Muyun was thinking, but a system prompt suddenly sounded in her mind. The mission Hero Rescues duty has been completed. The reward, Maximum Charm Points Upgrade, has been issued. In the blink of an eye, when Feng Muyun saw Jingma's face again, his heart nearly leaped out of his chest. How could there be a man this handsome in the world? Jingma's features had become even more chiseled, his aura now irresistibly drawing Feng Muyun's gaze at every moment. When her eyes met Jingma's, she was completely lost in him. What are you planning to do this afternoon? Let me drive you there. Are you going back to your sales job? The haze in Feng Muyun's heart had lifted. No longer wearing a pained expression, she now looked somewhat sly. I'm not going into sales anymore. Since you've already given me 1 million, I'm not selling to you. I plan to use this money to open a flower shop. I really love flowers. I think flowers are the best thing in the world to express affection. I want to live surrounded by blossoms to attract my beloved's attention. Jingma rubbed his nose. Didn't realize you were such a romantic. Jingma was no child. Such words couldn't sway him in the slightest. Romantic entanglements would only slow down his spending speed. However, this 1 million yuan couldn't be spent in vain, because the system had just rewarded him with an extra virile Durex. So then open your flower shop a day later. Consider this your day off today. Feng Muyun was still fantasizing about his future happy life, completely missing the deeper meaning behind Jingma's words. Great, I could use some relaxation too. Where do you suggest we go this afternoon? I want to ride the clouds. Feng Muyun's face visibly turned red in an instant. Ah no, didn't you just this morning? I gave you this morning's money, but shouldn't you reimburse me for the 4 million Moutai expenses? Evergreen Hotel, top floor. 2 cleaning staff were resting in the lounge. Good heavens, listen to that noise. How long has it been going on? Over an hour already. Youth is truly wonderful, let me tell you. Nowadays rich people's bodies just can't keep up. Those staying in presidential suites are usually done in minutes. Seeing someone last this long is a first for me. It was the guest from this morning. That handsome young lad, though his girlfriend was truly radiant. If I were a man, I wouldn't want to leave bed either. But guess what I found when I cleaned the room? What? The bedsheet is soaked through. Oh my. By the time Jingma returned to school, it was already afternoon. There weren't many classes scheduled these 2 days, so Jingma could fool around freely. But military training would begin in a couple days. That would be the tough part. Jingma returned to the dormitory just in time to see the technician who had installed his computer yesterday frantically debugging the performance of 2 new machines. Niu Yangyu and Fu Mingming quickly greeted their boss when they saw him arrive. Boss, you're back. You're really something, just returning now. So how'd it go? Any good results? Jingma didn't want to respond. All he wanted now was some rest, so he immediately lay down on the 1 million yuan mattress upon returning to the dorm. It's really comfortable, I must say. Feels just like lying on a cloud. Speaking of clouds reminds me of Feng Muyun again. That feeling is truly indescribable, utterly indescribable. But finally, the 4th roommate has arrived at the dorm. The moment he saw Jingma, he immediately knelt before him. My young master has drifted through half a lifetime, regretting only that he never met a worthy lord. If you would disdain me not, this humble one begs to honor you as his sworn father. Jingma stared blankly at his new roommate. This roommate, how to put it, had long hair, wasn't very tall, and spoke with a faint northeastern accent. Jingma looked at Fu Mingming and Niu Yangyu, wanting them to explain. Despicable. Shameless. The two were indignant and immediately berated their new roommate in outrage. Boss, don't mind him. He's just jealous because you bought mattresses and computers for us too. He wanted to become sworn brothers with you too, but we refused. Who'd have thought he'd be this disgraceful, coming straight to acknowledge you as his dad? Boss, don't believe him. I think he's a traitor. Last night I kept hearing a Japanese woman's voice from his bed. And I also noticed his hands moving nonstop, obviously sending telegraph messages. Right. I can confirm he's no good. He even gambles. I heard him watching Sounds of Macau casino grand openings at night. The new roommate wanted to explain, but how could he possibly explain this mess? Godfather, I've been wronged. Godfather, my name might be Yamamoto Kagoro, but I hold Chinese nationality. If you don't believe me, look at my ID card. With that, Yamamoto Kagoro hurriedly pulled out his identification card. Who knew these words would make Fu Mingming and Niu Yongyu even more convinced of his traitorous identity? Ah, boss, see? I told you he's a traitor spy. Be careful not to drink the chicken soup he made for you. What if it's poison and kills you? Then we'd be left without a leader. The installation technician watching from the sidelines wore a thoroughly amused expression. But upon learning that simply becoming sworn brothers with Jingma would earn him the 80,000 yuan Genesis gaming PC, he almost felt tempted to swallow his pride and call Jingma big brother. But it was just a thought, his pride was at stake here. He was a man, after all. Yet Miyamoto Goro had just demonstrated exactly how much pride was worth. Jingma noticed outsiders watching the scene, and he certainly didn't want to lose face in front of them. So Jingma helped Yamamoto Kagoro up, but Yamamoto Kagoro remained kneeling, refusing to rise. If father will not take me in, then permit me to show you the depth of my sincerity. Jingma was truly at a loss. Bye, sir, please assemble another identical one for me. Hearing this, the technician felt foolish about his earlier thoughts. Was it really being purchased just like that? It seemed his dignity wasn't worth that much money. With no one around, maybe he should try kneeling too? Someone already claimed to be the eldest son, so being the second son would work too. After all, isn't everyone saying the second child gets the most favor nowadays? But the installation technician ultimately couldn't swallow his pride. Upon hearing this, Yamamoto Kagoro wept bitterly. Father, from this day forward, I will shed blood and lay down my life for you. If you tell me to beat a dog, I swear I won't chase a chicken. Fu Mingming and Niu Yongyu both felt ashamed for such a person. You've completely dishonored the dignity of men. How could you just acknowledge someone as your father now? I despise you. Yamamoto Kamuro remained kneeling on the ground. Father, the night is bitterly cold, and I didn't bring any bedding. Jingma was speechless. It's only early September, and the weather is unbearably hot. Y City's midday temperatures still reach 37 degrees Celsius. And evenings hover around 28 to 29 degrees Celsius. And you're calling this nighttime freezing cold? Chapter 33, Keep good men company and you shall be of the number. Just say you want another bed and be done with it. Beating around the bush trying to play the pity card really left Jingma exasperated. Alright, Niu Yongyu, call the supplier and order another mattress. This time tell them to keep it low-key. No more grand theatrics. Yamamoto Kamuro's eyes instantly welled up with tears upon hearing this, the droplets streaming down his face in an instant. They were truly tears of emotion. The computer technician standing nearby was somewhat bewildered. Was this really necessary? It was just a mattress after all. But when he learned that the mattress cost $1 million, his jaw nearly hit the floor in shock. Damn! How much dignity can this mattress buy? With too much happening these past 2 days, Jingma was completely exhausted. After returning to the dorm and bantering with his 3 roommates for a while, he lay in bed scrolling through his phone. The hottest topic on the school forum recently was Joe Xian's video. Previously, he had boldly claimed he'd eat shit if Jingma could afford to pay for everyone's meals in the cafeteria. Now, alumni were actively chasing him down to make good on that promise. Under Joe Xian's social media posts, the comments were flooded with recommendations for which toilets served the tastiest options. Many mocked him for overestimating himself, daring to challenge the wealthy young master. It was like kicking an iron plate. Jingma had only browsed the forum for a short while when notifications began flooding his phone. Do you like this, Junior? Image, it's freshly taken off today. Want it, Junior? I have all kinds of styles, Senior Sister, even ones with a milky fragrance. Then, a variety of pictures flooded Jingma's phone. Fishnet stockings, thigh-highs, garters, gradient black stockings, attack speed socks, critical hit socks, endurance socks, and even manslayer outfits. It was the kind of content that would make any hot-blooded man lose control and charge headlong into battle. But Jingma was currently in a sage-like state of mind, utterly unmoved by these photos. To him they were merely skeletons in red powder. Still, he methodically categorized each one, saving them for when his ascetic phase would pass. Let you all show off for now. Just wait till I complete a few more missions and unlock some Dragon Vigor Tiger Might, then you'll be weeping. The system only forbade him from getting a girlfriend, but never said anything about women in general. Helplessly, the system was forcing him to become a playboy. This was absolutely contrary to his true intentions. System, you've truly been the death of me. Now Jingma is carrying a staggering 50 million yuan, while also facing the daunting task of spending it all within a week. Life truly brims with troubles and the pungent stench of money. With such overwhelming life pressures, one can't help but indulge in lavish spending to relax a little. After all, happiness is what matters most. Isn't the point of a man's success to win the favor of more women? Who cares whether she loves your money or you as a person? Just say no to misusing public assets for private pleasures. Just as Jingma was enjoying a moment of peace, his 2 sidekicks and a sworn son were whispering among themselves, seemingly plotting something. Soon, Niu Yongyu came to Jingma's bedside. Boss, what are you up to? Nothing much, just scrolling through my phone to relax a bit. Going out for dinner tonight? Kayakage rolled over with little enthusiasm and said, not interested. Yamamoto Kamaru said his girlfriend is bringing her roommate along. Kayakage sighed and patted his stomach. So unreliable, look at this, getting hungry again. Night had fallen, but for a bustling city, nightlife was just beginning. As Jingyamo and his friends stepped out of the dormitory, they were met with waves of pale legs passing before them like rolling tides. The sweltering heat prompted girls to wear ultra-short shorts or miniskirts, seemingly eager to expose their thighs. Those pairs of fair, jade-like legs gleamed in the air, making Jingmo's group stare like wolves starving for days, their eyes practically glowing in the darkness. The four of them truly ran wild on campus. Beyond just having the wealthy young master Jingmo as their backing, Fu Mingming and Nyo Yongyu were troublemakers in their own right. Unlike other boys who stole furtive glances, they openly leered at girls without restraint. They were staring so hard it seemed they wanted to crawl into each other's skin, no different from perverted thugs. Hey! Fu Mingming let out an even lewder whistle to harass passing female students. This made everyone nearby, regardless of gender, avoid them by walking around. The four of them strode forward with swagger, like campus bullies. The key point was that no one dared to step forward and cross their path. If it weren't said that Jiangnan has produced beauties since ancient times, take a look. TSK, I'm in love. Yamamoto Kamaru himself already had a sleazy appearance, and now he didn't even bother to lower his voice when speaking, saying such things right in public. Fu Mingming nodded in agreement, grinning as she said, you're right, the most youthful and beautiful girls in the whole city are all gathered here. Nyo Yongyu burst into laughter. Look at you all being so provincial. You're just relying on your youthful figures that haven't gone to pot yet, then using makeup skills to lure boys. Honestly, your bare faces would be unbearable to look at. Then second brother, what kind of girls do you consider truly attractive? I think those few girls recently trending on the forum are the genuinely good-looking ones, like Fan Qingxua, Zhang Saiwu, Yiruoro, and those already famous campus belles from sophomore and junior years. Their natural looks can hold their own. Makeup just adds icing on the cake. Yamamoto Kamaru was practically drooling. These were all goddess-tier women. If you had one as your girlfriend, what would you do? Of course I'd do her. The four of them strutted along with an air of absolute arrogance, chatting nonsense as they went, while occasionally making snide remarks about the girls passing by. Some girls' legs are so long they could strangle a neck, another girl's bust is big while her butt curves up sharp. Just like that, Jingma put on a face mask and sunglasses. The four of them walked and chatted, eventually finding seats at a street-side food stall near the campus. Yamamoto Kamaru may not look like much, but his name has an impressive ring to it. Nowadays, girls seem inexplicably drawn to men with mysterious backstories. The name Yamamoto Kamaru has a distinctly cosmopolitan flair, and combined with his somewhat intriguing family background, he's never short of girlfriends, though the quality is rather hit or miss. This particular girlfriend is a local from Y City, currently attending Y Vocational University, a second-tier institution not far from Y University, just a half-hour cab ride away. After Yamamoto Kamaru called his girlfriend number 1, she replied that she was already on her way and would arrive in about 5 minutes, suggesting they go ahead and order first. Fu Mingming was still sticking close to Yamamoto Garo, eavesdropping on the sounds from the phone. Hey, can you hear any other girls' voices? Nyo Yongyu asked anxiously. Fu Mingming curled his lips into a wicked smirk. Yep, sounds like there's quite a few girls. Jingma watched these two with utter speechlessness. Could they possibly be any more shameless? He fell into deep thought, wondering how a righteous and exemplary young man like himself had ended up hanging out with such a bunch of unsavory characters. Truly, close association with the wicked corrupts good morals. If he ever went astray in the future, he would have no one but these people around him to blame. Chapter 34. Cutting off the head and disrupting the tail. As the group leader and the one entrusted with the spending mission, Jiang Ma naturally footed the bill. Besides, how much could a barbecue meal even cost? The four of them ordered some barbecue skewers and specifically requested a few bottles of strong beer. Boss, bring us 10 bottles of Jiangshuang. Just as I finished ordering, a Didi slowly pulled up in front of the barbecue stand. Li Qingqing, over here. Yamamoto Kagaro waved his hand in the direction of the girl, signaling her to come over. From afar, Fu Mingming and Nyo Yongyu could already see them. Those four girls had truly stunning figures, their looks beyond reproach. Damn it! What the hell does Kagoro think he's entitled to? Fu Mingming lit up a Likun cigarette, racking his brains but still couldn't figure out where exactly he had lost. Nyo Yongyu wasn't as sentimental as Fu Mingming. His attention had already settled on the other 3 female students as he searched for his next target. Boss, check out that last girl, she's stunning. The short and sweet one in the middle is mine. I've got a thing for Lolas. Don't even think about snatching her. Jingma followed Nyo Yongyu's gaze towards the girl he mentioned, and sure enough, she was indeed a sweetheart, wearing a pink short-sleeve top paired with white thigh-highs and a skirt. The exposed bare thighs in that infamous absolute territory zone were enough to set anyone's imagination running wild. This girl was the very epitome of what the internet calls a sweetheart. Though to be honest, Jingma didn't really have a thing for Lolita-type girls. Still, Xiao Lang's girlfriend was undeniably attractive. Fu Mingming must really be thirsty or something. Nephew, could you let me have your girlfriend? I really like her. Kagoro was dumbfounded. What nephew? You call my older brother godfather, so by family hierarchy shouldn't you call me uncle and me call you nephew? Get lost. And haven't you heard the saying you don't poach on a friend's love? What you're doing goes against the code of brotherhood. Kagoro looked utterly dejected. Had he known earlier, he wouldn't have brought these guys along. Who'd have thought they'd set their sights on his girlfriend? Fu Mingming wore an expression of utter despair. Bro, do you know how long I've been single? A full 3 years. My youth has passed without a girlfriend, without love. As the saying goes, brothers are like limbs, women like clothes. Good brothers should share everything between them. So tonight, you take the front line to engage the enemy, while I flank from behind. With their forces divided and unable to support each other, our plan will succeed. Upon hearing his buddy's outrageous banter, Nyo Yangyu quickly chimed in, same here. Kagoro gritted his teeth and said, there's absolutely no need to trouble you two, I can handle this alone. Kyoka Matsu wanted to leave. Staying with this group would surely tarnish his illustrious reputation. Li Qingqing arrived at the barbecue stall with her girlfriends, tightly furrowing her brows at the rather unrefined environment. But she hadn't come here to eat today anyway. Yamamoto Kagoro, I'm here to tell you we're breaking up. A loser like you isn't worthy of being with me. Li Qingqing deliberately spoke loudly, not caring about the eyes of those around her, clearly intending to humiliate Yamamoto Kagoro. Nyo Yangyu, who had initially wanted to step forward and greet them, instantly swallowed the words he was about to say. Jingma's brows also furrowed tightly. Couples can break up, but there's no need to humiliate each other like this. Yet who could have predicted that Yamamoto Kagoro's expression remained completely placid as he shrugged and picked up a lamb skewer from the table to snack on. Then just break up. No need to make a special trip to tell me. Li Qingqing wore an expression full of resentment. I've been with you for 3 months, and all you've done is take me for malatang or fast food. Today, I finally dragged my girlfriends all the way here, and you take us to a street vendor? Before Yamamoto Goro could respond, the barbecue stall owner got furious, grabbing a brush and scolding. Who the hell do you think you're acting all high and mighty with? Ever heard of a damn barbecue joint, you damn roadside stand? You look like a walking potato, yet you talk so damn big. Li Qingqing's face darkened, and her roommate beside her wasn't happy either. What kind of business owner are you? Why are you butting in when it's just a couple arguing? Don't you believe my boyfriend will smash your shop when he gets here? Dai Hongyu stepped forward and started cursing at the barbecue shop owner. Oh ho ho, I'd love to see what kind of big shot your boyfriend is. Don't talk nonsense if you've got the guts. Go ahead and smash it in front of me. The barbecue shop owner also had a fiery temper and started yelling back at Dai Hongyu. If not for the owner's wife holding him back, they probably would have come to blows right then. Here, Dai Hongyu divided the battlefield while Li Qingqing confronted Yamamoto Kagoro, who was sitting on a stool. Truth be told, Yamamoto Kagoro genuinely didn't care. He and Li Qingqing were high school classmates. Back then, Li Qingqing was the class belle. They dated just before the college entrance exams, and because of the relationship, Li Qingqing underperformed and ended up at a second-tier university. Yamamoto Kagoro, however, remained completely unaffected and went straight to Y University. Li Qingqing absolutely loathed Yamamoto. Every guy who had pursued her before was some rich second-generation heir. None could even get her WeChat without spending tens of thousands on her first. But with Yamamoto, it was all street stalls and spicy hot pot. 3 months into dating, he hadn't given her a single proper gift. To be fair, this wasn't entirely Yamamoto's fault. Ever since they started dating, he'd drag Li Qingqing to budget motels the moment he had free time, only checking out when their room rental expired. Yamamoto spent all his money on this. Where would he get the funds to treat Li Qingqing to something nice? To make the room fee worthwhile, he went all out with full force. Not a single day goes by without it happening at least 4 or 5 times. 3 months into the relationship, he'd already lost nearly 20 pounds. Li Qingqing must be grinding her teeth in anger. After all, Yamamoto was her first boyfriend. Besides, Yamamoto has plenty of other girls lined up behind him. He won't miss you. Breaking up is no big deal. Li Qingqing originally wanted to break up amicably, but she just couldn't swallow her resentment. It wasn't because she had deep feelings for Yamamoto, she just felt utterly cheated. Having given Yamamoto everything, she simply couldn't accept ending things like this. She had to find a way to make Yamamoto pay some price. Arms crossed, Li Qingqing looked down at Yamamoto with icy disdain. A loser like you should thank your ancestors' graves for smoking just to date someone like me. I bet you'll never find another girl even half as good looking as me in your entire pathetic life. Yamamoto said indifferently, yeah. Hurry up and leave after you're done talking. I'm about to grab some barbecue with the boys. Li Qingqing eyed Jingma and his friends and muttered, what kind of people could losers like them even be friends with? They look. She was just about to say they look like monsters, but even she couldn't bear to look at Fu Mingming and Nyo Yangyu. Yet when her gaze landed on Jingma, His striking looks left her with nothing to criticize, no flaw to nitpick. Just one glance from this man made her feel ashamed of herself. He was simply too handsome. For the first time, she actually felt inferior in terms of looks, a deep sense of unworthiness. Anyway, you broke-ass peasants only deserve street food. My boyfriend's picking me up later for French cuisine. You losers can keep roasting in this heat. Chapter 35. Can I be your girlfriend? But as everyone knows, relationships in girls' dorms aren't exactly rock solid. While Li Qingqing and Dai Hongyu were busy arguing, one of the remaining two roommates walked over right in front of Li Qingqing and approached Jing Mo. Handsome, can I have your WeChat? Baek Sinyo had exceptional looks, which Jing Ma considered the best among the four. Wearing a white dress, her delicate features gave off an approachable aura, evoking a familiar sense of first love. Baek Sinyo, what are you doing? Li Qingqing's face kept alternating between pale and flush. Bei Xingyao said dismissively, you two sort out your own issues without dragging others into it. I'd like to get acquainted with this handsome guy here. Handsome, this place is too noisy. How about we find somewhere quiet to drink and chat about life and ideals? Bei Xingyao was appearance-focused and came from wealthy family background. She often frequented bars to order male escorts for drinking company. However, just like how men might consider women in red-light districts as impure, she only ordered them for companionship without ever crossing any inappropriate boundaries. Ever since she stepped out of the car today, her gaze hadn't left Jing Mo for a second. Even if it makes my roommate angry, I still have to get to know this guy. His looks are practically the textbook definition of my ideal boyfriend. Jing Ma looked at her, the corners of his mouth curving upward, thinking this girl was rather interesting. So Jing Ma pulled up his WeChat QR code on his phone. Bei Xinyao glanced at Jing Mo's phone. Being discerning about brands, she recognized it as one of Huawei's premium business models, a high-end device typically favored by the affluent. A glint flashed through Bei Xinyao's eyes. She then cast a glance at Niu Yangyu and the others. When her gaze fell upon the necklace around Niu Yangyu's neck, it lingered momentarily before she shot a rather meaningful look at Li Qingqing. Jing Ma and the others don't seem like losers, they must come from somewhat affluent families at least. But she had no intention of telling Li Qingqing and the others. It wouldn't be fun if the ending was revealed prematurely. No need to find somewhere private, I'm exhausted today. If you don't mind, we can just sit here and have a drink. Jing Ma found a small stool and placed it beside him. Baek Sinyo didn't mind it either and sat down gracefully next to Jing Ma. Want to go for one? Seeing the girl being so free-spirited, Jing Ma didn't want to fall behind either and picked up the strong cocktail. Bottoms up. Li Qingqing was absolutely livid that her own roommate could possibly get along so well with her sworn enemy. Another roommate, Huang Lily, the least attractive among them, stepped forward. Bei Xinyao, you're completely humiliating Li Qingqing. What's so fun about hanging out with these losers? Baek Sinyo narrowed her eyes like a cunning fox, exuding an intimidating aura. Who I hang out with is none of your business. You! Before Huang Lily could respond, Li Qingqing jumped in with a threat. Get over here right now, or we're cutting ties. From now on, you won't exist in our dorm. Baek Sinyo put on a pitiful expression with her innocent face. Brother Jingma, I'm scared. If they kick me out of the dorm, I might be homeless. Could you take me in, please? Seizing the opportunity, Baek Sinyo leaned against Jingma, her cool, smooth hand sneaking into his shirt for a quick grope. Damn, 8-pack abs. Bei Xinyao's beautiful eyes curved into crescents, it seemed she'd struck gold. Li Qingqing was fuming with rage at being ignored. Fine, don't say I didn't warn you. When my boyfriend gets here, he'll treat us to French cuisine and bar hopping. Don't blame me for leaving you behind. Bei Xinyao's delicate and slender frame was already clinging tightly to Jing Ma's arm. Brother Jing Ma, do you have a girlfriend? Can I be your girlfriend? The system notification chime rang out in Jing Ma's mind. Detected that Bei Xinyao is not the most beautiful woman in the world and thus unqualified to be the host's girlfriend. Therefore, the host is not permitted to comply with her request. Upon agreement, you will face the penalty of constipation. However, the host can take her as a mistress. Successfully doing so will reward you with 100 million yuan. Jing Ma sighed, this system was really something else. Always forcing myself to play the bad boy. All I want is to be a devoted man. Jing Ma gave a playful pat to the shapely rear of the lovely figure beside him. Big brother doesn't have a girlfriend right now, but I have very high standards. You'll have to pass the test if you want to be my girl. Baek Sinyo giggled. Forget it then. Only the party and the people are qualified to test me. Jing Ma burst into laughter after hearing this. Yet what both were thinking remained their unspoken understanding. Their business here was settled, and now they entered spectator mode. Li Qingqing ignored Bei Xinyao completely, directing all her hatred towards Yamamoto. Yamamoto, screw your ancestors. Remember this, I'm the one dumping you. Yamamoto Kamuro remained completely unmoved, behaving like a dead pig that fears no scalding water. Yes, alright already, sis, please, just leave, we still need to eat. Li Qingqing saw that Yamamoto actually didn't try to stop her, which made the pent-up frustration in her chest impossible to release. In the script she had written in her mind, after she announced the breakup, Yamamoto should have knelt down, clung to her fair, slender legs, and begged her not to leave, melodramatically uttering those classic simp lines. "Don't go, I'll promise you anything." Then with a look of disgust, she kicked away Yamamoto who was clinging to her, got into her new boyfriend's Porsche, and drove off in style, leaving Yamamoto crying as he ran after her. "Ching, will I ever see you again? Be happy when we meet again. It's okay if your world no longer has me in it. Just be happy and live well. Ching, how am I supposed to live without you?" This is how the story should normally progress. But what's going on here? Yamamoto is actually leisurely eating skewers. It feels like he didn't even care when I initiated the breakup. Doesn't that just make me look like a complete clown? But it's fine, my boyfriend will be here soon anyway. If I don't put Yamamoto in his place today, I'll probably never get over this mental block. Because Yamamoto had already done God knows how many deals relying on just a few bowls of spicy hot pot and McDonald's meals. This would become his inner demon from now on. Just then, two sports cars approached from not far away. One was a Porsche 718, the other a BMW i8. Two cars pulled up outside the barbecue joint, and two young men stepped out, looking around at their surroundings with obvious disdain. Both young men were dressed in outrageously flashy outfits, black short sleeves layered with diamond-studded black vests. Their pale faces looked almost powdered, and their ears were adorned with piercings. The other one was even more abstract, sporting a buzz cut, a lip piercing, and pants from some obscure high-end streetwear brand, his face etched with arrogance. With swagger that put Neo Yongyu and Fu Mingming's earlier display to shame, the two strutted forward. His nostrils were practically pointing skyward, one step away from writing superior across his forehead. "Honey, I'm over here." Chapter 36, No Mercy for the Wrongdoer. "Yeah, have you settled things here? Let's hurry and go." Dong Rui's gaze swept over the group, his brow furrowing when he saw Bei Xinyao clinging to Jing Mo. But with his girlfriend present, he couldn't very well say anything. Dai Hongyu ran over to Shu Rui in a huff, throwing herself into his arms with suppressed sobs. "Honey, someone bullied me. The owner of this barbecue place kept insulting me." Shu Rui frowned and glanced at the boss. "Get over here and apologize." The boss had a fiery temper to begin with. Having just been kept in check by his wife, he completely lost it when he saw Shu Rui's arrogant attitude. "Go to hell." He grabbed a chair from the shop, ready to throw hands. Just then, several men in black suits rushed in through the door, positioning themselves firmly between the barbecue shop owner and Shu Rui. Seeing how outnumbered he was, the barbecue shop owner paused his aggressive stance and eyed the newcomers warily. The shop owner's wife quickly stepped forward to offer apologies. "I'm really sorry, young man and miss. Our old Lin has a bad temper and speaks bluntly. Please don't take it to heart." Shu Rui glanced at his girlfriend Dai Hongyu. Little did anyone expect that Dai Hongyu, emboldened by her boyfriend's backing, wouldn't back down. She stepped forward and slapped the shop owner's wife across the face. "This slap is to teach you that some people shouldn't be messed with." The barbecue shop owner's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. His wife had been humiliated by someone right in front of him. "Bastard, I'll fucking kill you today." With that, he moved to attack again. But she was still stopped by the shop owner's wife. "Little sister, you've hit him and vented your anger. Now please leave quickly." Dai Hongyu wore an obstinate expression. What kind of shopkeeper tries to drive customers away? "Let me tell you, my boyfriend is an influencer with over 1 million followers. Don't think I won't expose your store and ruin your business." The spot where the landlady had been slapped still bore the imprint of a palm, yet for the sake of her shop and family, she endured the humiliation with a forced smile for Dai Hongyu, a woman younger than herself. "I'm really sorry about that. I don't know what came over me. Please order whatever you'd like, it's all on me, just to make it right." Li Qingqing transferred her anger toward Yamamoto Kaoru onto the landlady. "Eating what? Some lousy barbecue? Junk food. Only poor losers eat that crap." The shop owner's wife stood frozen in awkward silence. The shop owner clenched his fists with audible cracks, his eyes nearly popping with rage. "Forget it, Xiaoyu. Why bother with insignificant people like this? Be the bigger person, remember why we came here." Huang Lili now spoke up, reminding everyone to focus their full attention on Yamamoto Kojiro and his group. How can we let them off so easily after offending me? They even dared to curse at me just now. I ought to slap her a few more times." As she spoke, she made to strike the landlady again. Just then, Jingma's mind was filled with a sudden notification chime. Temporary mission. Daily act of kindness helped the barbecue shop owner vent his anger. No penalties for mission failure. Mission accomplished. Reward obtained, 1 Audi A8 Horch. Jingma narrowed his eyes. Even without this system mission, he would have stepped in, because these people had truly gone too far. Although I don't have a martial arts mastery experience card anymore, I still have 3 brothers here. We won't be at too much of a disadvantage if a fight breaks out. What do you say, bros? Should we rush them together? Neo Yongyu and Fu Mingming had long been itching to take action, thoroughly disgusted by Dong Rui and Shu Rui's arrogant, show-off attitudes. "Boss, I can message some of my dad's bouncers to come deal with them. but it'll take time for them to get here. Nyo Yonyu's family ran a bathhouse business. Every proprietor of such establishments knew some people from the underworld circles. Fu Mingming clutched at the stool beneath him. Big bro, just say the word and I'll throw hands. Although Fu Mingming and Nyo Yonyu initially didn't get along with Jing Mo, he had genuinely treated them well. When they called him Big Bro, they meant it from the bottom of their hearts. He might not have many virtues, but he was fiercely loyal through and through. The three were about to strike, but Yamamoto Goro stopped them. Yamamoto Goro still had that carefree look as he picked up a skewer of lamb and stood up. Godfather, please sit. Give me 3 minutes. If these guys aren't down, I'll bring you my head. With that, Yamamoto Goro acted like he was heading to battle, dramatically sweeping both arms behind him in what he thought was a cool pose. He wasn't drinking alcohol? I only saw him have a cup of guo li chang, fruit juice drink. Since when does fruit juice contain alcohol? Look how drunk he is. The landlady had already closed her eyes bracing for a hit, but the expected blow never came. When she reopened them, she saw a long-haired young man standing before her. Yamamoto Kagaro grabbed Dai Hongyu's hand. You really enjoy slapping people, don't you? As he spoke, his other hand moved and he delivered a powerful backhanded slap across Dai Hongyu's face. The blow was so forceful that it sent Dai Hongyu sprawling sideways, crashing heavily onto the ground. Dai Hongyu only felt his entire face go numb, with a ringing sound buzzing in his ears. Kagaro, you bastard! How dare you hit Xiaoyu? Li Qingqing wore a dark, sinister expression. Kneel down right now and slap yourself 100 times, or after we break up, we won't even be friends anymore. Yamamoto glanced up at her and spat out just 2 words, fucking idiot. Seeing his girlfriend get hit, Shu Rue's pretentious face darkened as he glared viciously at Yamamoto Kamaru. You've got some nerve, daring to hit my girlfriend. Get him. I'll take responsibility if anything happens. The barbecue shop owner had long been itching for a fight. Young man, let's take them on together. These guys in black suits were just security guards from a security company, burly in appearance but actually a bunch of jobless hoodlums. The 2 internet influencers had paid to hire them as bodyguards just to show off and boost their image. When it came to real fighting, they weren't worth much. Despite their imposing stature, all 4 could only throw wild, clumsy punches. As a result, Yamamoto Kagoro knocked down these men with just a few punches after taking the proper Tai Chi opening stance. It was over in the blink of an eye. Before the boss could even rush forward, the fight had already ended. Every punch, kick, and knee strike landed precisely on joints, devoid of any flashy movements. Seeing that he was dealing with a trained fighter, Shu Rue's previously arrogant face twisted with panic. But as an internet influencer, he refused to believe anyone would dare lay a hand on him. Don't you know how terrifying cyberbullying can be? The commotion here attracted many onlookers. Shu Rue, being active on the internet, naturally knew how to rile up the crowd. You harassed my girlfriend, forced her to drink with you, and when she refused, you hit her. You're truly scum. Yamamoto Kamuro sneered, quite skilled at turning black into white. Chapter 37, Distorting Right and Wrong. Dai Hongyu, upon hearing her boyfriend say this, immediately slumped to the ground, hugging her head and wailing. In broad daylight, they actually forced me to drink with them. When I refused, they slapped me right across the face. Several onlookers immediately began condemning Yamamoto Kagaro upon seeing this. This is utterly outrageous. How can such things still happen in a society governed by law? Call the police quickly. People like him should be thrown in jail and never let out. What a despicable animal. These bystanders wouldn't bother with the essence of things. They just follow the crowd blindly. Seeing so many people supporting him, Shu Rue's expression once again took on that arrogant look. Just you wait, kid. We'll have you hauled off to the police station soon. Nyo Yongyu suddenly spoke up at this moment. Oh wow. Thank you, top donor, for the rocket gift. Drop another sports car and I'll have my nephew give you another set of Wing Chun forms. Shu Rue's gaze turned toward Nyo Yonyu's direction, only to see him pointing his phone camera their way. Hearing Nyo Yonyu's earlier mentions of some top donor, could it be he was live streaming this? Shu Rue's face instantly turned pale. If he was live streaming, then his carefully crafted online persona would be completely ruined. Hey, don't get thrown off by their tactics. Even if he's live streaming, how many viewers could he possibly have? You're not new to navigating the internet. Dong Rue stepped forward and patted Shu Rue's shoulder, signaling him to keep his composure. Shu Rue thought that made sense. These days, without a professional team operating it, who would even watch a live stream? Unless the other party is wealthy enough to pay the platform a hefty promotion fee. But how could these losers possibly fork out that much money? Most likely they're just messing with me, trying to scare me off. Kid, trying to bluff, huh? When I call the police later, I'll tell them you're a gang conspiring to harass my girlfriend. None of you will get away with this. Shu Rue threatened with a dark expression. Fu Mingming stood up and pointed at the barbecue restaurant's surveillance cameras. You see that? You really think the cops are idiots or what? Hearing this, Shu Rui immediately burst into laughter. Boss lady, here's what we'll do, I'll give you 100,000 yuan. Just fabricate some evidence and tell the police these men were harassing my girlfriend. As for the surveillance footage, just delete it. Shu Rui was utterly confident, because in this world, profit reigns supreme. 100 grand was no small sum. The proprietress hesitated, but the barbecue shop owner exploded. That's horseshit. Expecting me to delete the surveillance footage? Dream on. I won't stand by and watch you frame innocent people. The boss's voice was loud, and the people around heard it. The voices that had been condemning Yamamoto Kagoro gradually softened, then a crowd began whispering among themselves. Dong Rui stepped forward with a dark expression. I suggest you think carefully before making any decisions. We have millions of followers on Musical Note. Do you believe that if we post a video about you tomorrow, you won't have a single customer left? The boss wanted to step forward and argue, but his wife held him back. The proprietress gave Jingma and the others an apologetic look but clenched her teeth and said, we won't take your 100,000 yuan. I'll delete the surveillance footage, but we won't provide false testimony. A smug smile curled at the corners of Dong Rui's lips as he cast a deliberately provocative glance at Jing Mo and the others. But who knew Jing Ma was actually enjoying the show while eating skewers and drinking with Bei Xinyao? His face was utterly calm, showing not a trace of concern. Dong Rui was extremely angry. Originally, he'd only been with Li Qingqing as a temporary fuck buddy, but his real target had always been Bei Xinyao. This girl is the campus belle of Y Vocational University. If I could date her, it would really boost my reputation. But now the woman I've got my eyes on is getting cozy with another guy. I definitely need to teach him a lesson. Might as well take this chance to rough him up while dealing with Li Qingqing's ex-boyfriend. So what if you're good-looking? My uncle-in-law is the deputy director of the local police station. Even without the boss and his wife giving false testimony, I have the connections to frame them and have them detained for several days. These guys must be freshmen. Getting detained for days would absolutely get them expelled from university. The top contributor is seriously loaded. Yamamoto Kagoro, the top donor, wants you to beat up the guy in front of you and says he'll cover all the consequences for you. As soon as Dong Rui turned around, a fist smashed squarely into his face. In an instant, blood gushed from his nose, and he staggered backwards several steps, barely keeping his balance. Ah, look at this guy, he's utterly lawless, actually hitting someone in public. Li Qingqing's voice instantly redirected the onlookers' gazes back to Yamamoto Goro. Li Qingqing glared at Yamamoto Goro with venom and mockery in her eyes. You're dead. My boyfriend's uncle is the deputy director of the local police station. You hit him, so just wait to get locked up. Dong Rui covered his bleeding nose while glaring hatefully at Yamamoto Goro. You, how dare you hit me? Just you wait, you're done for, you're dead. Dong Rui was practically hysterical. Having grown up always being the one to hit others, with no one daring to fight back, it was unprecedented that someone had actually dared to strike him today. Li Qingqing clung to Dong Rui's shoulder with a fawning expression. Honey, are you okay? Dong Rui paid no attention to Li Qingqing. Gasping heavily, he glared at Yamamoto Kagoro and Nyo Yangyu, who was still snapping photos. You're just great, and you too, you fat bastard. You let this guy hit me, you won't get away with it either. Stop filming, everything you're recording now is proof of your own assault. You're digging your own grave. At that very moment, the crowd gathered at the barbecue shop entrance abruptly parted, making way as 3 police officers rushed forward. Nobody move. Who called the police? Dong Rui recognized the familiar face and stepped forward enthusiastically. I'm the one who called the police. This officer was a direct subordinate of his uncle, and he had a close relationship with Dong Rui. They were truly birds of a feather. Although he was just a regular officer, he had a knack for handling affairs. On paper, his rank was only squad leader, but his voice carried significant weight in the police station. Dong Rui and this officer, Gua Hong, were sworn brothers. Gua Hong immediately understood what was going on the moment he saw Dong Rui. Of course, he had to pretend not to recognize him on the surface. You called the police saying someone assaulted people in public and harassed your friend's girlfriend, correct? Shu Rui put on an indignant act and directly pointed at Jing Mo's group, accusing them. It was these 4 people. They harassed my girlfriend and demanded she drink with them. When she refused, they slapped her. We have bodyguards too, who knew this guy would actually attack people in public and injure all of our bodyguards trying to protect my girlfriend. Chapter 38, The People's Daddy. Gua Hong put on a stern face and asked seriously, is this the guy? Gua Hong glanced at Yamamoto Kamaru. It's this guy. It's him. Li Qingqing was the first to jump out and accuse him. She genuinely wished she could send Yamamoto to jail. Her humiliation was all because of him. Gua Hong didn't even bother asking questions and immediately ordered 2 officers to pull out handcuffs to arrest him. Kid, you'd better surrender quietly. Your charges are already serious enough. If you add assaulting an officer to the list, you'll really never see the outside again." Gua Hong sneered mockingly. Dai Hongyu flashed a smug, triumphant smile. "Uncle officer, please arrest this guy right away. Scum like him should be locked up forever and never let out." Dong Rui turned his gaze towards Jingma and Nyo Yongyu's direction. "And those guys over there, they're together. That fat guy who was filming with his phone earlier instructed this thug to hit me. Look at the wounds on my face, that's the proof. That fat bastard was gloating when I got beaten up earlier. If I don't drag him into this mess too, there's no way I can vent my fury properly." Shu Rui, emboldened by the police officers at his side, swaggered up to Yamamoto Kagoro. "Brat, with enemies like us, even having 9 lives wouldn't be enough. Just wait till we get to the station, I'll show you what's coming." Yamamoto Kagoro's expression remained unchanged, but an even colder aura emanated from him than before. His icy glare fixed relentlessly on Shu Rui and the 2 police officers slowly approaching behind him. Finally, the corners of his mouth curled up into an enigmatic smile. Gua Hong led Dong Rui to the table where Jing Mo was eating barbecue. Apart from the slightly nervous Fu Mingming, the others remained completely unfazed. When Gua Hong approached, the group continued casually eating barbecue skewers and sipping drinks, utterly disregarding his presence. What particularly infuriated Gua Hong was the chubby guy constantly making faces and filming with his phone, ignoring everything else, showing absolutely no fear in front of the police. This was outright defiance of his authority. "All of you, stand up," Gua Hong growled in a low, menacing voice. Jingma spoke slowly. "May I ask what brings you here?" Gua Hong smirked disdainfully. "Trying to fish in troubled waters? How naive. I told you to stand up first. Cooperate with our investigation. Are you deaf?" Like Sinyo gave a light laugh and spoke without a trace of fear. "Then I'd like to ask, what authority do you have to investigate us?" "Oh, what authority? You resorted to violence. Did you expect me to just turn a blind eye? So you saw it happen with your own eyes? There was a witness who reported that you were involved in assault. Where did this witness come from? You don't have the right to know yet. Come with me quietly to the station for investigation. If you haven't done anything wrong, you'll naturally be released. You're arresting people just like that? Is that how the law works?" Gua Hang scoffed disdainfully. "Here, I am the law." Meanwhile, in Nyo Yonyu's livestream, 666. "This is truly the people's daddy. This is our umbrella of protection. If they take you back with them, given their methods, you'll likely be subjected to interrogation until they force a confession out of you. The sky over Y City has fallen. This is textbook bureaucracy. At Y City government, at Y City police, at Y City prosecutor, are you watching? Is this what you call justice? Unbelievable." These bullet comments are flooding the screen. The live stream viewership has already surpassed 100,000 plus. As for why Nyo Yongyu, a new streamer, could attract so many online viewers, that's because Jingma directly bought promotions worth 500,000. The live stream exploded in popularity instantly. From the moment Dai Hongyu slapped the shop owner's wife, some initially thought it was scripted, but as it became clear this wasn't acting, more and more people tuned in to watch. This is way more entertaining than any movie. Then when Yamamoto Kamitaro fought 1 against 4 towering bodyguards, the audience was shouting amazing. By the time the police arrived, there were already 100,000 viewers in the live stream. 100,000 viewers, think about what that means. It's guaranteed to be a trending topic tomorrow. And Dong Rui and Gua Hong still had no idea about any of this. Aren't the police supposed to serve the people? Arresting people without solid evidence violates regulations, doesn't it? Dong Rui said cheerfully, "Who cares about regulations? Might as well tell you the truth, my uncle's the deputy chief of the local police station. If we say we're taking you in, then we're taking you in. Bei Xinyao, come drinking with me tonight, or else the police will haul you back as an accomplice later." Dong Rui's gaze was fixed intently on Bei Xinyao's thighs, so fair, so straight, good for playing with for years to come. Bei Xinyao burst into laughter, rocking back and forth. "Then arrest me, why don't you? I'd love to see what an interrogation room at the police station actually looks like." She wasn't the least bit afraid of Dong Rui's threats, because her identity was anything but ordinary. If she were arrested today, every cadre in Hanjiang below the section level would be dismissed by tomorrow. Besides, there's a good chance he won't even be arrested since the live broadcast is already underway, and officials will likely shut down the stream soon. This kind of information would never be allowed to circulate publicly, it would get suppressed immediately. Still, plenty of people already know, so authorities will definitely take swift action. Gua Hong, the deputy station chief, and even the other 2 officers present will all face dismissal and investigation. Just as Bei Xinyao had predicted, when Nyo Yongyu's live stream viewership surpassed 120,000, the broadcast was abruptly shut down. Many people are still waiting for the follow-up, and the audience is getting quite anxious. Many local outdoor streamers in Y City are rushing to the scene upon hearing the news. Seizing this opportunity might just make them go viral. Numerous media outlets are already itching to make their move. The situation has gradually started to gain momentum. Many viewers have already captured screenshots of the highlights from the livestream replay and posted them on short video platforms. Even if the authorities wanted to suppress it, they couldn't quell this matter in a short time. More people began noticing this incident almost instantly. The solemn government building in City Y appeared exceptionally tranquil under the cloak of night. Normally at this hour, all office workers should have finished their busy day and left the building. Yet just then, a brand new gleaming Audi S6 came speeding in. The security guards stationed at the entrance were startled by this sudden event, but when they clearly saw the license plate number, expressions of panic instantly flashed across their faces. Without a moment's hesitation, they swiftly pressed the remote controls in their hands, opening the tightly shut gates to ensure the mysterious vehicle could pass through smoothly. The Audi S6 roared into the parking lot in front of the government building, coming to an abrupt yet steady halt. Immediately afterward, the driver's side door was flung open, and a tall, well-built man stepped out of the car. He was dressed in a meticulously tailored black shirt paired with straight suit pants, exuding an aura of authority and icy detachment. With hurried steps, he got out of the car and proceeded directly to the rear door, carefully opening it. Chapter 39. Let the bullets fly for a while. A solemn middle-aged man in his 50s stepped out from the back seat. Summon all officials below the director level for an emergency meeting. They must arrive within 30 minutes. Go prepare a meeting room. The middle-aged man spoke with an air of authority, having already issued 3 commands. The person who had just been driving was actually a deputy division-level official from Guangling, someone holding considerable rank who could shape local policies. Yet here was this bureaucrat being ordered around by the middle-aged man like some errand boy. At the same time, Jingma found himself in a situation where Guahong was preparing to make his move to arrest him. The law states you'll only be detained for 24 hours, but if I uncover even the slightest wrongdoing, I doubt you'll be walking out anytime soon. Guahong wore a haughty expression, eagerly searching the other person's face for any sign of panic or fawning admiration. Because in the past, whenever he uttered such words, everyone, whether guiltless or guilty, would tremble in fear and panic. This is the most satisfying moment of his career as a cop. Outsiders say the police exist to uphold the law and maintain order, but in Guahong's view, the law is simply a sharp blade in the cop's hands, one that can dictate life or death for ordinary people. Everyone claims to hate officials, yet secretly everyone wants to be one. This world no longer belongs to the workers and peasants of the last century, it's now the era of bureaucracy and businessmen. Yet Jingma and Niu Yanyu remained completely unfazed, showing not a shred of concern on their faces. This made Guahong feel his authority was being challenged. Cuff them and take them away. Guahong ordered the officers with a dark expression. Though Yamamoto Kagoro had already been handcuffed, the officer glanced at Jingma and the others. We don't have enough handcuffs, only one left. Guahong looked around, his gaze settling on Jingma. Dongrui leaned close to Guahong's ear and whispered something. This guy is way too handsome and even stole the woman his buddy had eyes on. He absolutely must be arrested. Just cuff this guy. I think he's the ringleader of this bunch. Anyway, he could arrest anyone however he pleased, just slap some trumped up charge on them first and deal with the details later. Once back at the police station's interrogation room, they'd use whatever means necessary to force a confession out of him before locking him up for a few days. Jingma pointed at himself in utter confusion. What the hell? Who did I piss off? Why are you grabbing me? From start to finish, I haven't done anything at all? You better play along if you don't want trouble. The policeman took out handcuffs and slowly approached. Jing Mo indifferently extended his hands, his cold eyes glaring fiercely at these conspirators. You won't be gloating much longer either. Let the bullet fly for a while. Guahong then turned to Niu Yanyu. You'd better come with us quietly too. The victim just testified that you were the one who instructed your accomplice to commit the assault. Niu Yanyu was speechless. If they wanted to arrest him, they had to hypocritically pin a false charge on his head first. Dai Hongyu and Li Qingqing cheered excitedly. Shields of the people. Long live Officer Uncle. Not a single one of these societal scum will escape justice. The onlookers, seeing the police handcuff those individuals, immediately sided with Dong Rui, showering Jing Mo and his companions with contempt. At such a young age, isn't there anything better to do? Snatching a young woman in broad daylight utterly immoral. They clearly lack proper upbringing. What kind of family raises kids like this? Officers, you mustn't let them off easy, give them the punishment they deserve. These onlookers didn't bother verifying the truth and were all misled by Dong Rui and his group. While no one was looking, Shu Rui took out the police baton from the officer and struck Yamamoto Kagoro's knee with full force. Yamamoto Kagoro felt an excruciating pain shoot through his knee, making his whole body convulse from the agony before instinctively dropping to one knee. Beads of sweat broke out across his forehead. Jingma was furious. These people truly disgusted him to the core. You'll regret this. Shu Rua said with a smug expression, you should worry about yourself first. You can barely get out of this situation, yet you're still thinking about others. He crouched down, gripping Yamamoto Kagoro's hair tightly. This one's for slapping my girlfriend earlier. As for the injuries on me, you'll pay for them slowly once you're at the police station. Yamamoto Kagoro smirked. Oh yeah? We'll see about that. Several people were escorted into the police van. Many students near Y University posted videos of the scene on the forum. Such a major incident was bound to attract attention. The school immediately distanced itself from the matter. Those arrested are members of society and have no connection to our institution. Many bandwagoners from the school flocked to comment below. All of them were cursing Jingmo's entire female lineage. Tian saw this video the moment it was posted. Xiaoxue, I told you this guy was no good. Look, shocking footage, harassing a girl in broad daylight caught on camera. The video clip was actually very brief, just showing Jingma and Niu Yangyu being escorted into a police van. Fan Qingxue froze completely after watching the video. How could this be? Xiaoxue, cut ties with this scumbag immediately. How could he do something so disgusting? Tian's mouth kept firing like a machine gun, relentlessly disparaging Jingmo. But Fan Qingxue didn't register a single word, because he knew Jingma's character. Not to mention someone so rich wouldn't even need to harass girls if he wanted. What kind of woman couldn't he find at this school? Besides, if he didn't even fancy a campus belle like me, how could he possibly be interested in anyone else? Enough! Tian's chatter nearby was driving her up the wall. There must be some misunderstanding in this. Jingma definitely isn't that kind of person. I'm going to the police station to find Jingma. Fan Qingxue got down from her dormitory bed and put on her shoes, ready to head out. Tian gritted her teeth, wondering what kind of bewitching potion Jingmo had fed Fan Qingxue. How could she still stand by him at a time like this? Shouldn't she be joining in condemning Jingmo's villainous actions? Even Jingma couldn't stand witnessing this sort of behavior. At the same moment on short video platform, two bloggers with millions of followers simultaneously posted a video. The video content showed Shirue himself speaking directly into the camera. It's truly regrettable that I've encountered this situation. While having barbecue, my girlfriend was openly pressured to drink with strangers in broad daylight. When she refused, she was assaulted. I can't believe such incidents of forcibly harassing women still happen in 2024. I'm deeply disappointed by today's public security environment. I strongly advise everyone against going out for barbecue at night. The video concluded with footage of Jingma and others being escorted into police cars, captioned, "Thank you to the police, the world becomes a better place because of you." With 1 million followers, the blogger already commanded significant online influence, and this incident's controversial nature made it particularly eye-catching. Keyboard warriors swarmed in immediately, unleashing torrents of abuse across the video's comments section. Chapter 40, The Situation Escalates. Yi Ruoruo had just finished her part-time job and returned to her dormitory, taking off her work uniform and changing into pajamas. She was ready to get some proper rest. Her best friend ran over to her bed and started playing around with her. Ruoruo, look at this, it happened right near our school. My best friend tapped play on the phone video. A tragic shame that I'd encounter such misfortune, my girlfriend. Yi Ruoruo saw the video and echoed the crowd's scorn. What a despicable person. Her thoughts drifted to her crush, that wealthy young master who'd come to her rescue. He actually lost 1 million for my sake. Although 1 million might not mean much to him, I feel this debt of gratitude weighs heavily on me. Back in high school, I was known as the school belle. But to someone like Jingma, a wealthy young master, I probably don't deserve him. If he's willing, I might even offer myself to be his girlfriend to repay him. If he doesn't mind me, I could marry him and bear him a child or two. We'd name our child. Overthinking it. But aside from being pretty, I'm good for nothing. How could I ever match someone as radiant as Jingma? He's so popular. She vaguely remembered being surrounded by so many girls at the school gate, and it seemed he wasn't single anymore. Didn't he enter school at the beginning of term with a girl who was no less attractive than herself? There was no hope of becoming his girlfriend in this lifetime, and this thought always left her feeling a little dejected. Still, she needed to find a way to repay him. She didn't have 1 million, but she could certainly save up to treat Jingma to an expensive meal. Thinking of Jingma and then watching this blogger's video about scumbags. Why is the disparity between men so vast when they're all the same gender? Young Master Jingma shines radiantly, a great philanthropist who helps strangers, a real-life modern-day lay phone. Not only is he so handsome, it's genuinely difficult to find even the slightest flaw in him. Then look at this, he actually went and harassed an unfamiliar girl. Behavior like this is as disgusting and vomit-inducing as a sewer rat. When Yi Ruoruo saw the face of the person being escorted to the police car at the end of the video, her pupils constricted in shock. How could this be possible? Yuruoro snatched the phone in a panic. Her face was filled with shock and disbelief. This can't be possible, it must be fake. However, after searching through the school forum and seeing many people post about it, she had no choice but to believe. There must be more to this story. How could he possibly harass another girl? Yuruoro had no doubts about Jing Mo's character. As she searched for related videos and saw someone posting the live stream replay again, she was absolutely furious. Then she felt deeply sorrowful. How could someone she loved endure such treatment? He must be feeling so wrong sitting in that police station right now. I must do something for Jingma. Yuruoro put on her clothes and prepared to head to the police station. However, before that, she saw many people cursing Jingma, especially Dai Hanyu and Li Qingqing, who posted videos on their social media accounts, still slandering Jingma in the clips, claiming how he harassed them. Yuruoro was absolutely furious. How could such people exist? What shameless behavior! Never had the usually gentle and timid Yuruoro been more furious than at this moment. She commented under the other person's post. With looks like yours, he'd harass you? Your face is thicker than a city wall. Yuruoro had always been gentle. It was rare for her to lose her temper, and this outburst was solely because of Jingma. Dai Hanyu immediately bristled with anger. Let me see what you look like. The meeting room in the government compound. The air was unbearably oppressive. The middle-aged man sitting at the head of the table in his bureaucrat's jacket had turned deathly pale. Have you seen this video from the municipal bureau? The police chief of Y City, who had been singled out below, was dripping with sweat. I've watched this video. Chief, do you want to handle this? The director said, I want to take charge. Can you manage? The director, I can handle it. Can you handle it? The bureau chief, we can handle this. What is it? Don't you dare to resolve this, or can't you resolve it? The bureau chief's back was drenched in cold sweat. At which level do you think the problem lies? Where's the oversight? Where are the regulators? The director of the regulatory bureau and the prosecutor's office section chief simultaneously raised their hands. Were you aware of this issue today? They both swallowed hard. We should have known. The person seated at the head of the table let out a cold laugh. If you knew, then why did something like this still happen? How are you managing things? The state granted you authority. Where exactly have you been applying it? Where is the district-level bureau chief? I'd like to ask whether this situation constitutes deliberate harassment? The district governor hastily organized his words. This reflects that our case handlers are typical examples of negligence and bureaucracy. I hereby apologize on behalf of my subordinates to our superiors and to the general public. The middle-aged man surveyed all the officials present at the meeting. That great leader would still shake hands with workers and peasants when meeting them. What gives you the right to put on such bureaucratic airs? You've betrayed the working class and the common people. The workers and peasants are the foundation of a nation. Laborers must lead in all things. Do these law enforcement officers in this video think they're the supreme authority or what? This behavior is utterly despicable, and using power to intimidate others makes it even worse. It's peak travel season right now, with many tourists visiting Y City. If this scandal blows up, tell me, how will people across the nation view our Y province? We've completely lost face for Y province. Mayor, municipal bureau, district bureau, prosecutors, district chief, tell me, how soon can you give me, the nation, and the people a satisfactory resolution to this matter? All those named immediately pledged in unison to handle the matter overnight without delay. We must do our utmost to compensate the truly injured people. This matter must be handled properly. All the officials attending the meeting responded in unison, understood. As the meeting was about to conclude, a middle-aged man in military uniform walked in through the conference room door. A menacing scar stretched across the middle-aged man's face, strikingly intimidating. Behind him, many soldiers in uniform stood guard at the entrance as if protecting this middle-aged man. All the officials present gasped in shock when they saw the insignia on the newcomer's shoulder. 2 stars and an emblem. This was a lieutenant general. This is a top military leader. Oh, everyone's here? The middle-aged man glanced at the head seat. Hello, I'm Fong Jinshu, Deputy Minister of the Eastern Theater Command. The person seated in the main position, wearing an administrative jacket, stood up in response. Hello, Minister. I am Deputy Provincial Party Secretary Lu Zhu. If outsiders were present, they'd probably drop dead from shock. These two were legendary figures spoken of in hushed tones. They're all big shots who could appear on CCTV1. I'm here because of a case that occurred in your Y City today. One of the arresting officers is someone from our military. Chapter 41, Awaiting Trial. Lu Zhu's eyebrows shot up upon hearing this. The officials in Y City were already trying to mitigate the pressure brought by public opinion. If it were just an ordinary incident, that would be one thing. But the arrested party immediately started a live broadcast online, and the number of viewers was simply overwhelming. Over 100,000 spectators. Had the prosecutors not urgently contacted the official platform to forcefully terminate the broadcast, the internet would likely be flooded with condemnations against Y City by now. All the prestige accumulated over the years could be destroyed overnight. Even so, there are ways to recover. After all, reputation is a double-edged sword. After all, some fame comes from notoriety. Just like a certain celebrity who's been mocked by his fans for years because of his basketball skills. As long as the Y City authorities handle this matter actively, the public will also see the positive side of Y City. Next is compensation for the victims. Try to have them post an announcement online stating that they are very satisfied with how the Y City authorities handled the situation. This way, the impact of this incident can be minimized. Y City can't avoid this war of words. Tens of thousands are watching. And who knows how far that video is already spread. In today's internet era, if someone in Harbin has their underwear blown off by a fart, people in Guangdong would know about it within an hour. Now the only thing we can do is resolve this matter as quickly as possible, as people are only concerned about the official stance anyway. But no matter how you look at it, this is just a private matter within official circles. If the military gets involved, things will be much harder to handle here. May I ask who you're referring to? Lu Zhu, having served as an official for many years, understood all the intricacies and backdoor dealings in these matters. At the very moment Jing Mo and the others were arrested, their complete dossiers had already been laid out before him. They were just ordinary civilians without distinguishing characteristics. But this Fang Jinshu claimed right away that he had arrested military personnel, meaning there was someone among them connected to that deputy minister. Using the military's name to pressure him, this was clearly about coming to demand accountability. Fang Jinshu glanced around the surroundings. This matter constitutes classified state secrets. Officials below ministerial level are not permitted to know about it. Lu Zhu glanced at the other officials and instructed, "Carry on with your duties. Prioritize evacuating the victims and ensure proper compensation is arranged promptly." The official who had just called the roll nodded hurriedly like a pecking chick before hastily exiting the conference hall. The other officials, being astute individuals as well, followed suit and left one after another. Only Fang Jinshu and Lu Zhu remained at the scene. Among those arrested was a man named Yamamoto Komuro. Lu Zhu frowned in confusion and said, according to this person's records, his father was from the island nation, and his mother was from northeast China. His father came to China for business in 1999, married his mother in 2002, and he was born in Jilin, northeast China, in 2004. When he was born, his father divorced his mother and then returned to the island country without any further contact. Fang Jinshu casually pulled over a chair and sat down before speaking. That's just the surface information. In fact, this Yamamoto Kagoro is actually Chinese, and his father is Chinese too. He was supposed to have the surname In originally. His father was a member of the military special operations unit, lurking in the island country to carry out a mission. He's already dead over there on the island nation. Before his death, he entrusted his son to me and asked me to take good care of him. Now that something like this has happened to the boy, should I step in and do something about it? Lu Zhu felt his whole world turn upside down upon hearing this. This is truly digging myself into a massive hole. If this matter gets exposed online, there probably won't be any way to suppress it. A father sacrificed himself for the nation, while his son was coerced by police into confessing to a crime he didn't commit and wrongfully imprisoned. With a topic like this, forget about suppression. Even the central government would probably have to report on this incident. Hua Hong never imagined that as just a grassroots police station captain, he'd trigger such a massive disturbance due to one person's actions. The situation grew increasingly out of control, spiraling beyond containment. So how do you intend to handle this? All three officers involved in the case must face military tribunal. Officials below the division level should be punished or replaced accordingly. Jing Mo was taken directly to the holding cell after being brought to the police station. Locked up with him were some genuine criminals. What Jing Ma hadn't expected was that even Baik Sinyo, a female student, had been arrested too. The charges naturally involved gang-related criminal activities requiring investigation. Niu Yangyu shouted at the top of his lungs, "I'm calling my lawyer." Fu Mingming glanced around, searching for an escape route to call for reinforcements. "Hey boss, are you sure your previous idea is gonna work? How come nobody's come to take us out yet?" Jing Mo said with confidence, "Don't worry, someone will definitely invite us out soon. No, when the time comes, they'll be begging us to leave." Bei Xinyao blinked her almond-shaped eyes, her face full of sly mischief. Ever since she entered the holding room, all the criminals had been ogling her with lustful gazes, because this girl was just too stunningly beautiful. If they were outside, he might really have acted impulsively. Bei Xinyao didn't care at all because with Jing Ma by her side, she feared nothing. This boy gave her an inexplicable sense of security. Besides, her father was the chairman of Rusu Group, paying over 1 billion yuan in taxes to the government every year. In City Y, no one would dare lay a finger on this little princess. As for why she hadn't revealed her identity earlier, it was because she wanted to experience some thrilling sensations, like role-playing being arrested by the police. Plus, having a handsome guy by her side made her heart flutter with joy. It was all like visiting a theme park for fun. Jingma's confident expression completely enchanted Baik Sinyo. How could there exist such an utterly captivating man in this world? Even in the detention room, Bei Xinyo was still clinging to his arm. Niu Yangyu, do you think excessive indulgence could lead to mental exhaustion? Jingmo's bizarre remark completely baffled everyone. It took Niu Yangyu several seconds to process what had just been said. Bro, what the hell? At a time like this, can't you think about how we're gonna get out? He had to admire his brother's attitude, it was truly something else. The waiting room had been quiet until Jingma and the others showed up, turning the place into a noisy mess. What kind of decent person throws a party after getting arrested? Gua Hong couldn't stand the sight of them. He thought these guys would at least behave properly once inside, especially since other offenders brought in were all sighing desperately with expressions of utter despair. Yet these people actually had the nerve to keep smiling. Clear out interrogation room number 1 for me, it's time to start questioning. Dong Rui glanced at Bei Xinyo on the surveillance monitor, his malicious thoughts starting to stir. So he asked Gua Hong for another interrogation room. Suspects Jing Mo and Bei Xinyo, come out. A policeman stood at the door of the holding room and called inside. Jingma and Bei Xinyo exchanged a glance before rising and heading toward the door. Chapter 42, Fierce Bei Xinyo. Jing Mo was escorted by several officers straight to the interrogation room. Not long after, 2 police officers walked in toward him. One of them was none other than Gua Hang. Beside him was another officer who had participated in his arrest. Gua Hong switched on the blindingly bright interrogation light, making Jingma squint painfully. Name? Jingma. Age? 18 years old. Gender? Male. Did you really harass the victim and force her to drink with you? Jing Mo simply watched him calmly without saying a word. Kid, do you really think staying silent will save you from trouble? We didn't turn on the criminal procedure recording device during your interrogation. Just confess directly. There's no way you'll go to prison, but a few days in detention is unavoidable. Gua Hong spoke casually. Jingma remained silent as before. Kid, there's an old Chinese saying, the wise man knows when to submit. You'll be at the police station for 24 hours, and I don't believe you can hold out without confessing during that time. Gua Hong propped his feet up on the table. I'm curious, aren't you afraid someone might investigate you for doing this? Gua Hong burst into laughter, rocking back and forth with amusement. Who'd investigate? Who dares to investigate? I'm a law enforcement officer. Everything I do is grounded in the law. Who would believe the words of a criminal like you? In another interrogation room. Bei Xinyo, as you can see, you've been brought to the police station. The deputy chief is my uncle. Whether you're guilty or not is entirely up to me. I won't beat around the bush with you. Become my woman. I'll have them release you. Dong Rui sat on the stool with his legs crossed, his expression radiating arrogance and confidence. Bei Xinyo sprawled comfortably on the opposite chair and said casually, don't you already have Li Qingqing? What would happen to her if I became your woman? Naturally, she'd take the lesser role. Don't worry, you'll always be the principal wife here, while she'd at best be a concubine. Bei Xinyo covered her mouth with a faint chuckle. Ah, you really think you're some hotshot, don't you? You're actually considering having a harem? Bei Xinyo's laughter grated harshly in Dong Rui's ears. In an instant, it made him fly into a rage. A dirty little slut who hangs around bars every day dares to laugh at me? I was doing you a favor by showing interest, and you don't know what's good for you. With that, he got up and lunged at Bei Xinyo. Bei Xinyo's face showed undisguised disgust as she deftly turned her body to avoid Dong Rui's pouncing embrace. Dong Rui wasn't so fortunate, his excessive momentum sent him crashing face-first into the ground. Bei Xinyo pressed one foot firmly against Dong Rui's back. Do you really think someone like you could ever sleep with me? What a ridiculous fantasy. Dong Rui struggled to get up, but that delicate jade-like foot pressing down on him felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, making it impossible for him to rise. You bitch, get off. How dare you step on me? Believe me, I'll have someone F***ck you dead. Bei Xinyo snorted coldly, viciously lifting her foot before stomping down squarely between his legs. Ah! A piercing scream echoed throughout the police station. The commotion here alerted many officers. They knew this was the deputy chief's favorite nephew, they couldn't let anything happen to him. A whole group of officers came rushing in. When they saw the scene before them, they all froze in shock. Dong Rui knelt on the ground clutching his crotch, beads of sweat covering his forehead as he writhed in extreme agony. Ah, there's blood. Call an ambulance. Call an ambulance now. Do you all want to lose your jobs? Call an ambulance now. He stared at the blood on his hands and screamed hysterically. Gua Hong was about to confront Jing Mo when suddenly a police officer rushed in and alerted him to the incident happening next door. Gua Heng's expression changed abruptly. There was no time for further interrogation now. He hastily sprang to his feet and rushed outside. When he arrived at the interrogation room next door, police officers were already sprawled across the floor like fallen leaves. Bei Xinyo clapped her hands, her pretty face frosty with anger and impatience. So you're Dong Jia, quite the deputy director, aren't you? Spotting Gua Heng's entrance, she snapped, Listen kid, you'd better release us right now, or your police station can brace itself for an investigation. Gua Heng stared at the chaotic mess on the floor with a grim expression, How dare you resort to violence in a police station? This is assaulting an officer. I could shoot you dead right now. Shu Rui, Li Qingqing, and their group, who had been waiting outside, noticed the commotion and rushed over. Li Qingqing turned pale upon seeing Dong Rui writhing and moaning in pain on the floor. Bei Xinyao, you vile woman, what have you done? Li Qingqing stepped forward, ready to slap Bei Xinyao across the face. But just as she raised her hand, Bei Xinyao countered with a sharp backhand across her cheek. The blow left Li Qingqing momentarily stunned, her previous arrogance completely shattered by the strike. Get lost, you money-grubbing woman, just looking at you makes me sick. Dai Hongyu, standing nearby, was seething with anger. Stamping her feet in frustration, she thrust a finger right at Bei Xinyao's nose and lashed out viciously, "Humph! Don't you dare put on this holier-than-thou act with me. You think I don't know exactly where all your so-called luxury goods come from? You're just some kept woman selling your body to rich men. How dare you criticize Qingqing?" Bei Xinyao couldn't contain her fury after being falsely accused. Enough is enough. You're the one sleeping around for money, yet you assume everyone with money does the same? Just because I'm wealthy, does that automatically mean I'm being kept? Couldn't it simply be that my family is well off? I was simply genuinely trying to fit into your circle, but I never expected you'd let your petty jealousy blind you to the fact that I'm truly wealthy. Instead, you're using these notions to soothe your wounded pride. Brainless trash with no moral compass like you should stay home and spare us the embarrassment. Gua Heng's face darkened as he maintained his air of authority. Silence. How dare you resort to violence in front of police officers? You clearly have no respect for the law. Bei Xinyao had truly lost her patience. Officer Gua, do you know what that fat guy was filming with his phone all along? Gua Hong was momentarily stunned by the question. Right, what exactly was that fat guy filming? He'd been so focused on how to force confessions out of these people after coming back that he hadn't even checked what had actually happened. What's he filming? Let me tell you myself, I've actually been live streaming this whole time, and there are over 100,000 viewers watching right now. Even though you didn't turn on your body cam, I did it for you. At this point, the entire nation probably knows how you handle cases. Gua Hong turned to see Jing Mo and Niu Yanyu standing behind him with their group. Who let you out? Are you trying to escape prison? Jingma stood up with a smile and said, none of us have been convicted, and you've merely brought us in for questioning. In fact, as a regular police officer, you don't even have the authority to handle this case. Chapter 43, Nothing more sincere than a best friend's love. You are now suspects. You're practically contemptuous of the law. Add assaulting officers on top of that, you qualify as terrorists right now. I could call in the armed police to gun you down immediately. Gua Hong was still framing several people with false accusations. Shut your mouth. How dare you throw your weight around like this? At that moment, a large group of people began streaming into the police station lobby one after another. What are you doing here? Don't you know outsiders aren't allowed to enter the police station without permission? Gua Hong was still putting on airs. Dong Jia, the deputy director of the police station, finally managed to push his way through the crowd. Shut your mouth. This is the municipal bureau chief. Gua Hong hadn't even registered what was happening yet. Which department does the municipal bureau belong to? Dongzhu was completely drenched in cold sweat. Today so many high-ranking officials had unexpectedly descended upon his police station. These were big shots he couldn't even dream of meeting before. Which municipal bureau did you say? He's the director of Y City Municipal Public Security Bureau. Gua Hong stood frozen for a full 10 seconds before fully processing this statement. Then sheer terror shot through his entire being. He felt as though he'd been plunged into an icy cellar, a chill running down his spine. His lips trembled as he forced out the words, BBB, Bureau Chief. The bureau chief sneered with a face like thunder. Don't. You're the bureau chief. What remarkable capability. Your work style is arrogant and domineering. Your investigative methods oppress civilians. You act like a tyrant in the precinct. Your interrogation tactics involve extorting confessions through torture. Truly, you're a fine example of a people's police officer. Dongzhi stood trembling on the sidelines, not daring to utter a single word. Another group of people came running in from outside. The group was clad in military uniforms. Kamaro, the buzzcut soldier at the lead, came running over. Yamamoto Gogoro looked at the newcomer, then forced a bitter smile. They had indeed come now that something had happened to him. Are you okay? Yamamoto shook his head. I'm fine, just took a hit to the knee. Can't walk properly now. Earlier, he'd been leaning on Fu Mingming for support while walking. The squad leader, Brother Beng, was the top soldier in the army, and his instructor was none other than Yamamoto Kojiro's father. Before his passing, Uncle Chihong entrusted me to look after you. Why can't you just join the army? Yamamoto Kojiro shook his head. This is something you shouldn't concern yourselves with. Shu Mingyu sighed. Fine, I won't meddle in this anymore. But as your brother, I can't just let you take that hit for nothing. Who did this to you? Yamamoto Kagaro looked at Shu Rue, who had long since lost any trace of arrogance. Shu Mingyu walked toward Shu Rui without a moment's hesitation. Stay away. You're a soldier of the people. You can't touch me. I'm an internet celebrity. I'll post a video exposing you. Shu Mingyu's face remained expressionless as he stepped closer to Shu Rui and kicked him hard in the knee. Snap! The sickening sound of bone cracking. Shu Rui immediately collapsed to the ground. He lay sprawled on the floor, his knee bent at an unnatural angle, completely broken by that single kick. My leg. After completing all this, Ju Mingyu nonchalantly turned around and walked over to Yamamoto Kojiro's side. Do you want to go to the hospital to get that checked? Wouldn't want any hidden injuries. I know a good doctor at the military hospital, extremely skilled. Yamamoto Kojiro refused. Forget it, don't worry about this matter. Tell Elder Jinsu to stop interfering in my affairs from now on. Shu Mingyu sighed again. Never mind. Kagaro, old man Jinsu wasn't wrong in this matter. Don't blame him, alright? A warrior's tender heart beneath his iron will. Yamamoto Kagoro remained silent, avoiding the topic. The municipal bureau chief's expression darkened considerably. No matter what, he himself was representing the municipal bureau here. For someone to dare assault others so brazenly right in front of him, this person truly showed zero respect for his authority. But considering even a deputy minister had been alarmed before, it would be better for him not to stir up unnecessary trouble. Dongja looked at his kneeling, wailing nephew. Though he usually doted on the boy, seeing the massive trouble he'd caused almost made him hate the kid. Xiao Rui, get over here and apologize to the victim. Dong Rui was still lost in his frenzy. Uncle, call someone to arrest them all. Hurry, I've been beaten. Dongja was so furious that he immediately slapped his nephew across the face. Shut up. Do you really think your uncle is the kind of cop who arrests people without asking questions? Now the only thing he could do was try to salvage his reputation in front of all these people. Dong Rui stared at his uncle in disbelief. No, what is he saying? His son previously assaulted a minor, and when the father came to stir up trouble, they were all arrested and are still in prison. Now you're saying they don't just arrest anyone? What are you looking at me for? Hurry up and apologize to the victim. But uncle, I'm the one who got beaten up. A group of people simply watched their performance with cold indifference. The municipal bureau officials stepped forward. Enough, Dongja. Stop putting on an act and quit trying to maintain your image. We've thoroughly investigated all the rotten deeds you've committed. The prosecutor stood up holding the report and began reading. The involved party, Dongja, deputy director of Hanjiang Miling XX police station in Y City. From 2017 to 2024, accepted bribes, falsified financial records, and embezzled over 90 million yuan of public funds. 19 unjust cases caused by abuse of power. 47 mistresses kept. You'll need to come with us for investigation now. Jingmo was completely dumbfounded when he heard about the embezzled money. A deputy director could embezzle 90 million? Just how many missions would he need to complete to earn that much? This god of wealth role is better suited for corrupt officials. Shu Mingyu stood up and looked at Guahong. You're coming back with me to face a court-martial. Since you've detained active-duty military personnel, we'll let the military tribunal decide what charges to bring against you. The officer from the municipal bureau stepped forward and looked at the two figures lying on the ground, Shu Rui and Dong Rui. You are suspected of slander. Come with us for questioning, and you two as well. The municipal police glanced at Dai Hongyu and Li Qingqing, who were clinging to each other nearby. The two named individuals were so terrified they immediately collapsed onto the ground. It's not me. It was all Dong Rui. He did everything. I had nothing to do with any of it. I report. Dong Rui assaulted multiple minors. Dong Rui, enduring excruciating pain, snarled with a twisted face, you little slut. That's bullshit. You damn well deserve to die. The municipal bureau couldn't wait any longer. A crowd of reporters outside was about to storm in. Take her away. Li Qingqing, realizing she was truly about to be taken away, panicked and flung herself at Yamamoto Kamaru's feet. Kamaru, save me. If I'm arrested, I'll definitely be expelled from school. I've always loved you. It's Dai Hongyu, that bitch. She's always talking trash about you behind your back. That's why I wanted to break up with you. Just save me, and from now on I'll only sleep with you, okay? Please, save me. If you want to arrest someone, arrest Dai Hongyu instead. Dai Hongyu was stunned to hear Li Qingqing suddenly turn on her like this. Hadn't she ended up in this situation because of Li Qingqing? And now she was being betrayed like this. What kind of person does that? Chapter 44. Buy a few bottles of iced black tea, make sure they're cold. Dai Hongyu knew she couldn't escape this calamity since she'd gotten dragged into this because of Li Qingqing. She wouldn't let Li Qingqing off easy either. Xiao Wulong, don't believe her nonsense. She's actually been seeing 3 or 4 guys behind your back. She cheated on you during your relationship. Don't trust her character. It was her idea to target you from the very beginning. Li Qingqing flew into a rage when she heard Dai Hongyu exposing her secrets at this critical moment. Dai Hongyu, you vile bitch. How dare you spout such lies? Normally you'd stir trouble between me and Dalong, but now you're trying to poison my feelings for him too? What wicked scheme are you plotting? Dai Hongyu glared fiercely at Li Qingqing. You know exactly what you've done. Just check your recent hotel check-in records if you need proof. Li Qingqing turned pale upon hearing this. Anyone could tell Dai Hongyu was telling the truth. Still unwilling to give up, she clung to Yamamoto Kamaru's leg. Darling, she's lying to you. Save me. I love you. I'll always love you. Please, save me. Yamamoto Kamaru smiled faintly and said, sorry, but I don't love you. He turned to the city bureau chief and said, take her away. The city bureau had been waiting for Yamamoto Komatsu's stance on the matter. If Yamamoto had wanted to protect her, it would have only taken one word from him. Two accompanying officers stepped forward and began dragging Li Qingqing out like a dead dog. All the way, she wailed loudly, Delang, I love you. Save me. Save me, Delang. Nyo Yanyu approached Yamamoto Kagaro and watched as Li Qingqing was taken away. If you save her now, won't you have one more free whatever in the future? And you don't even want that? What's the matter? You want it? You want me to give it to you? Nyo Yanyu was somewhat tempted. Li Qingqing was genuinely attractive, and with a bit of training, she'd be passable. But forget it. Sharing a woman with his nephew would make it impossible to get over that mental hurdle. The military personnel escorted Gua Hong away. Gua Heng's body trembled uncontrollably, his legs barely able to support him as he staggered. His knees buckled. After all the wrongdoing he'd committed over the years, even he couldn't fathom what fate awaited him now that his crimes had been exposed. Perhaps even the death penalty wouldn't be beyond possibility. The matter came to a temporary conclusion as Dongzhi was taken away by the procuratorate, while Dong Rui and Shu Rui were arrested by the Municipal Public Security Bureau. The director of the local police station was replaced, while all other officers were dismissed or transferred. This amounted to a complete overhaul, but that's a story for another time. For now, there's still a thorny problem at hand. The city bureau official wore a kindly smile on his face. Young friends, you've suffered through no fault of your own. It's entirely my fault for not enforcing stricter inspections and oversight. Now that reporters waiting for interviews have gathered outside, the authorities could indeed step in and forcibly disperse them. But there were reporters from CCTV among them. This is not under the jurisdiction of local authorities. All he could do now is try to earn the victim's forgiveness and say nice things about Y City Police in front of the reporters. If everything's fine, we'll head back first. Jingma prepared to leave with his group in tow. They hadn't even eaten much dinner before getting dragged here. Might as well find a decent spot to feast after leaving. Seeing these people about to leave through the main entrance, a high-ranking city bureau official felt nervous for the first time in his long career. Sweat was practically dripping from his pants pockets from the tension. Wait, young friends, don't leave just yet. In light of the harm caused by our police, we've decided to offer you some compensation. All eyes turned to Jingma. The municipal bureau officials were seasoned veterans in bureaucratic circles, with first-rate skills in reading people's expressions and moods. At a glance, they could tell the central figure of this group was that exceptionally handsome and refined young man, so he directed all his attention to him. The prosecutor, showing no airs, immediately patted Jingma's shoulder. Young man, you're truly handsome. Have you had dinner yet? How about I treat you both to a meal later? Jingma was puzzled as this inspector, who looked old enough to be his uncle, acted so familiar and casually pulled him alone. These old guys usually act all high and mighty. What's with their sudden change of attitude today? No need. It's getting late. We're heading back to campus. Jingma casually made up an excuse to decline. Then he rose to leave for the second time. The prosecutor also grew anxious. While the municipal bureau had nothing to do with him, today's incident meant shared responsibility, split 50-50 between them. In fact, he'd have preferred if Jingma shifted all blame onto the bureau while he sat back enjoying the news spectacle. Hey, young man, don't leave yet. Stay and have some tea with me. Inspections are usually conducted with solemnity and rigidity, as this helps pressure officials with questionable integrity. But now, he was straining his aged face to force out an awkward smile. Tea won't be necessary. I prefer loser beverages, thank you. Upon hearing this, the inspector immediately summoned his subordinate. Go buy some iced tea, make sure it's chilled. The subordinate turned and went out to buy drinks. The prosecutor said like a kindly uncle, listen kid, I've sent someone to get you some iced tea. Why don't you have a seat and rest for a bit? Jingma wasn't stupid, he could tell such politeness meant they clearly wanted something from him. If you've got something to say, just say it directly. The inspector said with a troubled expression, young man, to be honest, there's a crowd of reporters waiting outside. Jingma instantly understood what they meant. Turns out they were afraid he would slander them in front of the reporters since this incident had blown up. A city bureau representative also stepped forward somewhat apologetically, saying, young man, we recognize that you're the victims here, and this treatment isn't fair to you. But I'd like to ask that you try not to say anything too negative about us to the reporters or online, because this incident has a significant impact on our Y City. Just a few years ago, a similar case occurred, the Tangshan barbecue restaurant assault, which directly affected their tourism industry, leaving many too afraid to visit. So, for the sake of Y City's innocent citizens, please work with us officials to suppress this matter as much as possible. In return, our government owes you a favor. You can call me anytime for assistance in the future, as long as it doesn't involve any criminal activities. Jing Mo agreed without hesitation. No problem, you just need to ban those 2 million follower bloggers online directly, and then we'll publicly announce that the whole thing was a hype, it never actually happened. Just officially declare this entire incident as a false case from your authoritative position. The prosecutors and municipal bureau officials' eyes lit up. If this could really work, it would be ideal. That's really very kind of you, young man. On behalf of Y City's citizens, we thank you. Indeed, we should be grateful. If this incident were exposed, outsiders would immediately form a poor impression of Y City residents, making it impossible for us to hold our heads up online. Chapter 45, Unable to return to the dormitory. Gratitude is unnecessary. I wouldn't want this incident to cause many Y City residents to be criticized online. After saying this, Jingma and the others attempted to leave for the third time. The city bureau and prosecutor's office felt somewhat ashamed. What a fine young man he was. He actually left without demanding any compensation. The two had originally planned to pool together 100,000 yuan from their own pockets as compensation for those involved. Young man, wait a moment. Jingma paused in his steps for the third time. Anything else, you two? The inspector caught up to Jing Mo and pulled out his phone. This is my private number. Feel free to call me for meals anytime. I've got membership at Winding Abode. Jingma thought for a moment, wasn't he himself the boss of Wanyanju? Damn, I've been swamped with work and haven't had time to pick it up. Jiancha even felt a bit proud, thinking Jingma had probably never even heard of a high-end place like Wanyanju. Jingma pulled up his WeChat QR code on the phone. Just add me on WeChat directly. The municipal bureau staff also came forward to add him on WeChat, saying they should stay in touch, and mentioning they had a daughter about his age. Jingma lifted his foot to leave for the fourth time. Wait a second, young man. Jingma turned around once more. Take the iced tea with you. After Jingma left, call Y City University. Such an outstanding student deserves proper recognition. Jingma and his companions exited the police station through the back door. I just wanted to simply get acquainted with Yamamoto Kotaro's girlfriend and meet her other roommates. So much had happened. Fortunately, their fourth roommate didn't come along, otherwise she probably would have been dragged into it too. For Jingma, the biggest gain was gaining yet another little fangirl. There was just no helping it, his looks were simply too devastating. Wherever he went, women would be utterly spellbound. Just as I stepped out of the police station, I saw a crowd of reporters jostling at the main entrance. Then came the city bureau and prosecutors taking turns giving passionate speeches for PR. They pinned all the blame squarely on Shuruei, Dongrui, and their gang. They recounted the entire sequence of events. It was essentially a scheme where Jing Mo colluded with Shuruei and Dongrui to use official channels for traffic generation and then profit from the exposure. Now all of them have been apprehended. Of course, the authorities only revealed the names of Shuruei and Dongrui's gang, with no mention whatsoever of Jing Mo's associates. The media, seeing no new leads to dig up, all dispersed. This topic alone would have been enough to fill the newspaper pages, but since it turns out to be just media hype, they stopped paying attention to it. Yi Ruoro and Fan Qingxue, who had been anxiously waiting outside the press circle, breathed sighs of relief upon hearing the official explanation. It was good that Jingma hadn't been arrested, and moreover, he hadn't harassed any other girls. I wonder where Jingma brother plans to take me tonight. Bei Xinyo hugged Jingma's arm and swayed back and forth. Jingma pondered for a moment. He really couldn't skip the dormitory again today. 2 consecutive days of intense battles had left him somewhat drained. From the looks of it, Bei Xinyo was another temptress. Ordinary stamina might not be enough to handle her without solid vitality. Ahem, let's head back to the dorm first today. My roommates have been dragging me into gaming sessions together, he said. Jingma found an excuse to slip away first, because the system said an Audi Horch was waiting for him to sign for delivery. Spanning the heavens and earth in 6 horizontals and 12 verticals, the Horch fulfills your youthful first love dreams. Looks like I'll need to buy a house, otherwise, there's nowhere to park it. If I leave it at the school parking lot every day, just imagine those parking fees. Jingmo wanted to slip away, but his roommates misunderstood his intentions. Bro, I can't make it back to the dorm today. Same here. It's so late the dorm lights are already out. I'm not planning to go back either. Gonna crash at home for the night. Niu Yangyu and his group had all left together, leaving Jingma standing there in a daze. Beside him, Bei Xinyao's eyes curved into delighted crescents. Her fair face was wreathed in smiles. If any of her simpering admirers had seen this expression, they would have wept in despair, for Bei Xinyo only ever regarded them with contempt. Xinyo is the campus belle of Y Vocational University. Her graceful figure and those long, slender legs have bewitched countless male students. Alright, since we haven't eaten much for dinner, let's go to Wanyanju for a proper meal. Obediently, Xinyo responded, okay. Truthfully, the destination didn't matter as long as she could be with Jingma. How are we getting there? Do you have a car? If not, I can drive us in mine? No need, let's go pick up my car first. A glint of sharp light flashed in Bei Xinyao's eyes. Big brother, I never knew you had a car? That means Big Bro's driving skills are still awesome. Jingma first hailed a Didi to return near the university campus, then instructed Bei Xinyao to wait by the parking lot entrance while he brought the car out. At that moment, a black BMW pulled up in front of Xinyo, and a man's face appeared as the car window rolled down. Hey gorgeous, who are you waiting for in the middle of the night? Why don't I give you a ride? The guy driving this BMW 5 Series is the school's notorious playboy. In Y City, there aren't as many wealthy people as in big metropolises. Driving a BMW 5 Series is already considered rich second-generation status here. Jia Yifan took great pride in collecting beautiful girls as his girlfriends, boasting about the sheer number he'd been with. With that BMW of his, he'd indeed dated quite a few girls. Recently single again, he was in that awkward transitional phase of hunting for his next pretty conquest. Bei Xinya glanced at Jia Yifan and, finding him unattractive, couldn't even muster the will to speak to him. She remained silent and moved to another spot to wait for Jingma to emerge. Jia Yifan found Bei Xinyao's silence even more alluring. The clingy types never appealed to him, it was the aloof ones that sparked his desire for conquest. My family owns a Western restaurant. How about we enjoy a candlelit dinner together? Jia Yifan began flaunting his assets. He believed that as long as he flaunted his wealth, he could win over this beauty today and brag about it to his buddies tomorrow. Get lost. Some lowly restaurant owner thinks he can ask me out? I already have plans. Back off if you know what's good for you. Rejected, Jia Yifan seethed with resentment. He cursed silently, thinking this woman had no idea what was good for her. He refused to believe any woman could resist the lure of money. Got a date with someone? Who could it be? Are they richer than me? Since you're waiting near Y City University, I guess you're meeting a student from there. I know practically all the rich kids at Y City University. Who's your date with? Jia Yifan felt a twinge of jealousy and resentment. How could such a beauty have been snatched up by someone else? He was determined to see who could possibly be wealthier than him. Bei Xinyo was utterly annoyed and couldn't even be bothered to engage with him, just wishing Jingma would hurry up and arrive. Why aren't you saying anything? Could it be that the person you're meeting isn't as wealthy as I am, so you're too embarrassed to say his name? Seeing that Xinyo still remained silent, he assumed he'd guessed correctly and said smugly, if your date isn't as rich as me, I think you should seriously consider me. After all, there are very few people who can afford to drive a BMW 5 Series in their teens. Chapter 46, one hand on the thigh, one hand on the steering wheel. Xinyo really couldn't stand this annoying fly anymore. He kept buzzing around her non-stop. Why is Jingma taking so long to get the car? It's been over 10 minutes. Jia Yifan was about to say something when two piercing matrix headlight beams shot toward him from behind. The glare made him squint. Is that an Audi Horch? This car costs anywhere from 1 to several million, making it an understated luxury vehicle. Jia Yifan himself relied on cars to show off, so he naturally recognized many car brands. This Horch was one of his absolute favorites. As it zoomed past him, he gazed at the Horch with undisguised envy in his eyes. Then, unexpectedly, she actually stopped right in front of his car. Bei Xinyao gave him a meaningful look. My apologies, but I never ride in cars worth less than $1 million. Then she opened the Horch's door and took the passenger seat. His face burned with humiliation. This was utterly mortifying. Just moments ago he was mocking the other guy for dating someone less wealthy, yet the car the guy drove could buy 3 of his own. Watching Horace drive away, Jia Yifan suddenly felt at peace. No wonder the beauty didn't want his car, there was a far better option available. I didn't expect you to be so devoted. Why do you say that? They say online that those who drive Horches are all deeply sentimental. What, do you also have unresolved feelings? Of course not. I just think the Horch looks elegant and grand. Bei Xinyao clicked her tongue twice as she admired the Horch's interior. Never knew my dear brother here comes from a somewhat well-off family. Playfulness tinted her tone. Her small hand patted Jing Mo's thigh. Delicate fingers lightly traced circles on Jing Mo's thigh. You're asking for a beating, aren't you? Who says it has to be inherited wealth? Maybe I'm a self-made millionaire. Jingma drove the Horch with one hand, executing a smooth drift around the curve at high speed while his other hand caressed a pair of snow-white thighs. Bei Xinyao gasped in terror, grabbing Jing Mo's arm tightly with her eyes squeezed shut. When Jing Mo opened his eyes again, he had already rounded the curve. That feeling just now was a bit exhilarating, but Jing Mo's hand was actually gripping his thigh. In all these years, he'd only ever teased others. This was the first time a guy had ever touched him. Her body trembled as if an electric current had coursed through her. Her breathing grew rapid, and she appeared noticeably tense. Jingma noticed Baixinho's bashful reaction through the rearview mirror. Well, looks like the little fox can blush too. You're such a bad boy. Take your hands away right now. It's happening too fast. I'm a little scared. Baixinho lowered her head, her face flushed crimson down to her neck. Acting so slick earlier, trying to tease me, and now that you've really got me riled up, you're scared? Baixinho puckered her lips playfully. I just love stirring the pot. Here's a photo of me. Solve your own problems tonight with it. Fellow drivers on the road, peering through their windows, couldn't help but sigh upon seeing such a young man behind the wheel of a horse. Some are born in Rome, while no matter how hard they try, others can only serve as beasts of burden. Then there's him, driving the horse one-handed with a beauty in the passenger seat. The envy was unbearable. Winding Residence was a high-end restaurant built at a scenic spot in the city center. This place only serves 10 guests per day, and just getting a reservation requires queuing for a full month. It's less of a restaurant and more like a collection of private villas. Each guest can select their own villa, every one of them being a preserved courtyard mansion from wealthy Qing dynasty families, authentic cultural relics. No wonder they say the lifestyles of the rich are beyond the imagination of ordinary people. The location chosen for Wanyanju alone is in the city center where land is worth its weight in gold. Just the plot for such a large area would cost over 2 billion. Then there's the enormous annual expense of maintaining the artifacts at Wanyanju. The system is truly extravagant, gifting Jingma Wanyanju worth nearly 5 billion, just like that. Jingma parked the car in the Bamboo Grove parking lot of Wanyanju. Each bamboo here costs around 100,000 or so. Beyond the Bamboo Grove lies the main courtyard of Wanyan Residence. At the entrance, a hostess with looks rivaling A-list celebrities, dressed in an elegant cheongsam, gracefully welcomes guests. Hello, may I ask if you have a reservation? No wonder Wanyan Residence is considered Y City's most top-tier restaurant. Even the receptionist at the entrance speaks with such crisp and melodious clarity. Tell the general manager Jingma is here. The hostess nodded gently. Would you like to wait in the lobby while I notify them for you? Jingma was escorted to one of the lobby's plush sofas. A cup of Longjing tea was promptly placed before him, the most extravagant variety on the market, priced at over 10,000 per tin. And this could only be used to entertain guests. Have you eaten here before? Baixinho nodded. I've been here a few times, but I don't really care for the food here. I actually prefer street snacks more. Jingma knew this girl wasn't an ordinary person. I came here before with my father. He really likes this place, but reservations are extremely hard to get. If you just walk in, they probably won't seat you. Jingma reclined leisurely on the sofa. I own this place. There's always a table available whenever I want to come. Baixinho shot him a sidelong glance. I'll just quietly watch you brag. My dad said the largest shareholder of Wandering Residence is someone surnamed Xia. He owns 21% of Wandering Residence's shares. Just as Jingma was about to explain he wasn't boasting, someone suddenly called his name from behind. Jing Mo? Jing Mo turned to look. The face seemed somewhat familiar. It was a woman. Zhao Ru? Zhao Ru was the girlfriend the original owner had dated during high school. However, they didn't date for long, just over a month. During their relationship, Zhao Ru cheated on Jing Mo, who then decided to break up with her. At first, Shinru begged him not to end things, and Jing Mo forgave her once. But later, his classmates sent him messages saying they saw Zhao Ru going to a hotel with another man. Because of this, he earned the humiliating nickname King of the Cuckolds. When Jing Mo went to confront her, Zhao Ru smugly replied, "You're way too old-fashioned. I invited you to a hotel several times and you always refused. You must be lacking somehow. I have needs too, so I had to find a sports student instead." Then she broke up with him outright. Even after the breakup, she continued to slander Jing Mo within their social circle. They called Jingma impotent, said he was incapable. Anyway, Zhao Ru's original self had endured plenty of gossip back in high school. Jingma, I thought that back looked just like you. It really is you. Zhao Ru walked over arm in arm with a chubby guy, the legendary born Ma Chao Saint body type, who must have weighed over 200 pounds. Zhao Ru appeared quite petite standing next to him, creating a somewhat mismatched pair. Xiao Ru, is this your friend? The chubby fellow carried himself with slight arrogance. Covering her mouth with a light chuckle, Xiao Ru said, "This is that impotent ex-boyfriend I told you about." Chapter 47. I am the true owner of Winding Mansion. Xia Chu's eyes nearly popped out of his head when he saw the woman standing beside Jing Mo. Truth be told, given his status he'd played around with plenty of women, but never one of such exceptional quality. What a waste for this impotent bastard to be dating someone so breathtakingly beautiful. This is such a waste of natural gifts. People like this deserve to be locked up. Zhao Ru wrapped Xuechu's arm, which wasn't much smaller than a pork knuckle, pulling it against her chest with great effort. So this is that useless ex-boyfriend of yours who's only slightly good-looking? Shuichu shot Jing Mo a deep look before declaring with an air of arrogance. I really don't know what the greeters were thinking, letting just anyone into Wanyan residence. I'll have my dad fire the greeter on duty today. Jing Ma gave the two a penetrating look. Since they clearly came with ill intentions, there was no need to waste words on such people. Taking Bei Xinyao by the hand, he rose to leave. But at that moment, a system notification sounded in his mind. Issuing temporary task, humiliate ex-girlfriend. Mission reward, a luxury penthouse in downtown Y City, plus a private garage. Jing Mo's figure froze momentarily. This system really wouldn't let him stay low-key even if he wanted to. You're calling me names when you're picking up used goods? You actually treasure this kind of trash? Before Xia Chu could respond, Zhao Ru beside him jumped up in anger. Jingma, so many years have passed and you're still this vulgar. How dare you call me this kind of trash? You'll never find another girl as beautiful as me in your entire life. Xia Chu let out a cold laugh. You're really quite the arrogant one, kid. Don't you even look around to see where you are? Shooting your mouth off without thinking. I don't know how you sneaked in here, but in this place, I'm the crown prince. Whether you can walk out that door now depends entirely on my mood. Like Sinyo covered her mouth with a light chuckle, gazing at Xia Chu as if watching a joke unfold. Oh ho ho, what's this? Are you some kind of gangster? This is a society governed by law. You think you can just start throwing punches here? The sight of Baik Sinyo made Xia Chu's heart itch uncontrollably. Such a stunning woman, he simply had to have her. Miss, I'll have you know I'm the son of Xia Long, the largest shareholder of Serpentine Estates. To put it plainly, my father is the ultimate boss of Serpentine Estates. What perfect timing! Not only could I intimidate Jingma, but also show off in front of this beauty. Simply delightful. Did you hear that, Jingma? My man owns this place, you blind fool. Apologize right now for what you said earlier. Zhao Ru stood with arms akimbo, her face brimming with insolence. Bei Xinyao couldn't help but frown when she heard about the other party's background. Xia Long was well aware of this man, a prominent figure in Y City's upper circles whom even his own father would have to treat with polite deference. If they were truly determined to make things difficult, it would be really hard to help Jingma escape unscathed. I told you before, everything I said was the truth. Aren't you just a pair of worn-out shoes? You've been used goods since high school, and only this trash collector doesn't mind picking up second-hand scraps. Zhao Ru glared at Jingma through gritted teeth and spat. You're lying through your teeth. When was I ever deflowered? This is pure slander. Honey, don't believe him. I gave you my first time. Xia Chu's face immediately turned extremely unpleasant. Kid, what did you just say? You're insulting my girlfriend. Believe me, I'll have security beat you up and throw you out right now. Jingmo remained completely unbothered, his expression as calm as still water. I'm telling the truth, but you refuse to believe me. If you don't trust me, go ask around. Everyone in the circle knows about it. Xia Chu shot Zhao Ruru a suspicious glance. Zhao Ruru panicked and said, Honey, don't listen to his nonsense. Haven't you noticed I'm bleeding? Xia Chu thought about it and immediately flew into a rage. You're gonna pay for that mouth of yours, kid. Security. Get security over here. Bei Xinyao's expression turned serious when she saw the confrontation. Don't say anything later, just stay behind me. I'll call my dad. If they demand an apology from you, just apologize properly. Jing Yamo patted Bei Xinyao's curvy bottom. Are you worried about me? Bei Xinyao blushed with anger. This is hardly the time for that. Jing Yamo said indifferently, let him yell all he wants. I told you, I'm the real owner of Wandering Abode. I'm the one who calls the shots here. Jingma, this isn't the time to show off. Bei Xinyao was practically going insane with worry. Xia Chu sneered coldly upon seeing Bei Xinyao in this state. Now you know fear, but it's too late. Though I'm not an unreasonable man, have dinner with me tonight, and I'll let this kid off. How about it? Jingma turned to Xia Chu and added fuel to the fire. With a face like cured pig's head meat come to life, you think you deserve to eat? Go feast on shit instead. Jingma, how dare you? You've crossed my husband today, don't think you'll leave Wanyanju unscathed. Zhao Ru glared at Jingma with venomous malice. Shut your mouth. All you know is licking rich men's assholes. Dating you stains my life's record. What did you say? You bastard. Honey, kill him now. The commotion finally drew the attention of the general manager and a whole squad of security personnel. The hostess who resembled Dilraba was leading the way at the front. The group behind her moved swiftly, appearing somewhat tense. In recent days, there had been sudden changes at the top of Wanyanju. All its shares were unexpectedly acquired and transferred under a single name. This person was named Jingma, and today, Jingma had actually come to Wanyanju. As an employee, how could one not feel nervous? The position of general manager came with an annual salary in the tens of millions. What if the boss wasn't pleased and decided to fire him on a whim? Xia Chu watched the man approach, a mocking grin playing on his lips. Kid, enjoy your petty gloating while it lasts. Later, even if you beg me in tears, I won't let you off the hook. The general manager arrived and, following the greeter's guidance, recognized who his current boss was. Seeing the youthful appearance of Jing Mo, he even doubted if this person was really his boss. But what if he was the heir of some wealthy family? He'd still better tread carefully. Su Zihan, come here. Tell your security guards to beat this guy up for me. As Su Zihan approached, Xia Chu pointed at Jing Mo with a condescending attitude and spoke to him. Su Zihan was terrified and quickly stepped forward to address Jing Mo. Chairman Jing. Greetings, I'm the general manager and person in charge here. You can just call me Xiao Su. You should have let us know you were coming in advance. I could have waited for you at the entrance. The receptionist, who looked strikingly like Dilraba, was completely stunned. Su Zihan, normally aloof and indifferent to everyone, would never behave like this as the general manager. And the person who made her act this way was actually a young man even younger than herself. What's more, this young man was incredibly handsome. From the moment she laid eyes on Jing Mo, the receptionist's heart started pounding wildly. It was love at first sight. But only now did he realize that he was merely an ordinary person with good looks, completely out of her league. He wasn't worthy at all. Chapter 48, Arabian Nights. No worries, I'm just here to have a simple meal with friends. We originally had 10 courtyard seats, but from now on there'll only be 9. Pick the best one for my regular dining use. Su Zihan was utterly shocked when he heard this. Giving up the best courtyard from now on, how much loss would that cause? A single courtyard could earn hundreds of thousands in a single day. But Jingmo was the boss, and he had no choice but to agree to the request. Chen Shi, go inform the staff to clean up the spring courtyard and cancel all today's reservations. From now on, no more slots will be allocated. Su Zihan instructed the receptionist. Right away, manager. With that, Chen Shi turned and strode away on her sky-high heels. Xia Chu saw Su Zihan's obsequious expression and the fact that he ignored him entirely, which instantly made his temper flare. Su Zihan, what are you doing? Why are you wasting words with this idiot? My father is the largest shareholder of Wanyanju. How dare you halt the sale of a courtyard villa without his approval? And what's this about Chairman Jing? Who is he? I've never heard my father mention any young shareholder at Wanyanju. Are you deliberately trying to humiliate me in front of outsiders? Believe me, I'll call my father right now and have you fired, and make sure no restaurant in all of Y City will ever hire you again. Xia Chu said in a threatening tone. Winding Residence was the largest, most upscale, and luxurious restaurant in Y City, and his father happened to be its biggest shareholder. Even if new shareholders joined, how could he not know about it? Besides, wasn't this guy his so-called girlfriend's ex-boyfriend? From what Zhao Ru said earlier, this guy was so poor he was practically pissing blood, still working summer jobs in factories during vacation. With his kind of background, getting through these doors is already a gift from heaven, and he claims to be a shareholder? What a joke. Jing Mo looked at the arrogant expression that screamed second to none and asked Su Zihan suspiciously, who is this guy, telling me I won't get out of Wanyanju in one piece with every breath he takes? Su Zihan immediately grasped Jing Mo's implication. This newcomer had just offended their new boss's pride. With Jing Mo now holding 100% of the shares, Wanyanju had essentially become his personal playground where even major decisions no longer required shareholder votes. Whatever he says goes. Young Master Xia, out of respect for your father I'll call you that, but I won't tolerate any disrespect toward the owner of Wanyanju. Chairman Jing is currently the largest and only shareholder of Wanyanju, having acquired 100% of its shares. Now your father Xia Long has no authority or qualification to fire me. You've offended our Chairman Jing, please leave Wanyanju immediately. Xia Chu wore an expression of utter disbelief. Are you fucking kidding me? Do you know how much it costs to acquire Wanyanju? A total of 7 billion. That's 7 billion. Not 7 million. You're telling me this pretty boy could come up with 7 billion? Is this some kind of joke? I'm calling my dad right now to get you fired. Zhao Ru found it even more unbelievable that Jing Mo could possess such wealth. 70 billion? It was a sum she wouldn't even dare dream of. Had Jing Mo truly been worth over 7 billion previously, she'd have stayed with him even as a mistress or second concubine rather than break up. After dating for a month, didn't she know everything about Jing Mo's family circumstances? He was just a penniless orphan living off his aunt. He could barely afford meals normally. Honey, don't listen to this guy's nonsense. How could he possibly have so much money? He's an orphan living at his aunt's house, just a poor loser. How could he afford to buy Wanyanju? This is pure fantasy. Zhao Ru refused to believe it no matter what. She'd missed out on a tall, rich, and handsome man. Back when she was with Jingma, she'd only been after his good looks. But with looks like mine, finding someone wealthy would be more than sufficient. Xia Chu's appearance was indeed quite off-putting. Even the thought of kissing him disgusted me, and I felt absolutely no desire when sharing a bed. But money talks. In just 6 months of dating, what he spent on me could have bought an apartment in Y City. That expensive hymen restoration surgery wasn't wasted after all. But after all her efforts, it turned out her ex-boyfriend was secretly a rich second generation, something she absolutely couldn't accept. Xia Chu refused to believe it either. How could this pretty boy possibly acquire his father's shares? They were his father's prized possessions. Even if their family went bankrupt, those over 20% shares would never be sold. He frantically took out his phone and called his father. Hello, Xiao Chu? What's wrong? What do you need from Dad? After answering the call, Xia Chu noticed his father's unusually cheerful tone. Dad, what's going on? You sound so happy. Oh son, you know why I've been so worried lately? Our company was facing a financial crisis. We owed the bank 2 billion in loans that we couldn't repay. I've been trying to sell my shares in Wanyan Residence, but no one could take over because the amount is simply too enormous. Just when I was at my wit's end, a tycoon directly spent 3 billion to acquire all the shares of Wanyan Residence. How could I not be happy now? I've repaid the bank loans and still have hundreds of millions left for retirement. Xia Chu felt his heart tighten upon hearing his father say this. He didn't quite dare to look towards Jingma. Dad. Xia Chu's voice trembled slightly as he spoke. What was that tycoon's surname you mentioned? What's his full name? For heaven's sake, don't let it be the Jing family. If it's really them, I'm completely done for. Because Xia Chu wanted to show off, he had his phone on speaker mode, so everyone present could clearly hear what Xia Long had just said. Zhao Ru's face showed a flicker of panic as her hands and feet trembled involuntarily. Impossible. Even if someone were to buy it, that person definitely couldn't be Jing Mo. Jing Mo is just a pauper. Xia Chu's current state was one of a trembling heart and shaking hands. Xia Long sighed on the other end. They say each new generation excels the last one. These youngsters nowadays are truly formidable. At such a young age, he directly offered 10 billion to buy shares of Wanyan Residence. The other shareholders immediately sold their stakes, nearly double the market value. This guy is called Jing Mo. I've never heard of him in Y City before. Probably an outsider. I'll have to find an opportunity to get to know him. Xia Long's tone carried a tinge of emotion. Having lived his whole life, he'd never seen so much money before, and yet someone had casually thrown it out to purchase Wanyanju as effortlessly as buying groceries. Back then, a single phone call settled the deal in under 3 minutes. The payment was transferred almost instantly after the call ended. Truly impressive. Having gone through all this, he still felt as if he were dreaming, as though none of it had really happened. Chapter 49. Do you still remember the love letter I wrote you back then? Xia Chu felt as if he had been plunged into an icy cellar, his limbs completely numb. Both tinnitus and dizziness struck him simultaneously. He seemed to hear his father say that Jingma had acquired Wanyanju for 10 billion yuan. Overwhelmed with weakness, he nearly collapsed disgracefully to the ground. Dad, Jingma is here with me. I think I may have offended him. The air suddenly fell silent, like the calm before a storm. What did you say? Where are you? I'm at Wander Lodge. Jingma is here too. Oh dear, how could I have raised such a spendthrift? If I'd known, I should have just shot it on the wall back then. No matter how you offended him, you go apologize to him right now. If you don't and he gets upset, if he stops acquiring our shares in Wanyanju, he's already the majority shareholder anyway. We'll go bankrupt. Then when he comes to buy, forget 2 billion, even 200,000 would depend on his mood. You start apologizing now, I'm rushing over immediately. Even if I have to grovel with my old face, I'll beg for his forgiveness. You miserable wretch. After saying that, the phone was angrily hung up by Xiaolong. Xia Chu stared blankly at the phone in his hand, trying desperately to process the shocking news he had just heard. He was now utterly bewildered and at a loss. Having just offended someone so severely, and even threatened that he wouldn't leave Wanyanju alive. Now, with just one word from him, there really was no way out for her. The air conditioning in the hall was set to 18 degrees, yet Xia Chu's back was already drenched in cold sweat. Jingma had heard every word of that phone call clearly. Since the shares were a reward from the system, he had no idea how the system had acquired them. But the system is truly outrageous, it just throws money at you without any discussion, straight up using cold hard cash to make you submit. What's more, he wasn't even sure how to handle this Xia Chu, when the man's own father had already handed him the method on a silver platter. Young Master Xia, tell me, should I go inform your father that I don't want these shares anymore? How about you return the money to me instead? Jingma crossed his arms and spoke with undisguised scorn. Xia Chu looked as if he'd been struck by lightning, trembling as he turned toward Jingma, forcing a smile more pathetic than tears. Zhao Ru saw Xia Chu in this state and asked with concern, "Honey, are you okay?" Xia Chu was so furious that he roughly pushed away Qin Ru beside him. "Fuck off. How could I be okay?" Zhao Ru staggered backward from the push and nearly fell. "Honey, you're hurting me." She wanted to act coy and get Xia Chu to comfort her, but who knew he wouldn't even acknowledge her. Instead, he quickly walked over to Jing Mo's side, pleading with a pitiful expression. "Chairman Jing, I sincerely apologize for my earlier disrespectful words. Please don't hold it against someone as insignificant as me, just let it slide like passing gas." As he spoke, Xia Chu even slapped his own face for added effect. Only now did Zhao Ru realize her position. In the eyes of the wealthy, women and profit meant nothing, she wasn't even worth a fart. At this moment, Zhao Ru was filled with bitter regret. her intestines turning green with remorse. She had exhausted every scheme to climb into a rich man's bed, yet this very wealthy man acted so meekly in her ex-boyfriend's presence. What was I, really, pennywise and pound foolish? Yet here I was, blaming myself for being blind to true value and clinging to worthless trinkets. My own words had boomeranged back to slap me square in the face. Now she was the one standing there dumbstruck, utterly at a loss for what to do. Jingma heard the system's notification chime in his mind, confirming the task was complete. The keys to both the luxury penthouse and the car were already in Jingma's pocket. He genuinely couldn't be bothered to deal with these people any longer. All this fuss was just about completing the mission. Jingma waved his hand impatiently. Alright, scram already. Be more careful next time and don't let a woman play you around like that. There wouldn't have been any trouble if you hadn't made yourself look so pathetic. Jingma looked at Xia Chu, who was pleading with a pitiful expression. This fat guy had offended him entirely because Zhao Ru kept pouring fuel on the fire. To be honest, his fault wasn't that big, he was just a bit too arrogant. But what's wrong with rich people being a little arrogant? If they're not arrogant, how can they be rich? Thank you for your great kindness, your lesson is one I'll never forget. Xia Chu heaved a sigh of relief, and a hint of color returned to his pale face. Originally, I wanted to cover your expenses tonight as an apology, but since the entire Wanyanju is yours, I suppose there aren't even any places where you'd need to spend money. To show my sincerity, you can drive the Porsche 911 I just bought. Jingma waved his hand and said, no need, keep it for yourself. I have more cars than I can drive. Mainly because I'm almost out of parking space. I wonder if the garage rewarded by the system can accommodate 3 cars. Then I'll get lost now, won't disturb you and the missus enjoying your lovely evening. Bei Xinyao also just realized. So Jingma wasn't lying to her, he really was the owner of Wanyanju. Though being called sister-in-law actually felt rather nice, but she had to maintain some surface-level restraint. We're just friends, not in the relationship you think we are. Xia Chu wore an expression that clearly said, do you really expect me to believe that? Without another word, he turned and walked away alone. Today's incident served as a lesson, one can't just play around with any woman. Who knows when it might backfire? Darling, slow down. Are you abandoning me? Zhao Ru understood the principle of minimizing losses. Having already lost Jingma, she couldn't afford to lose Xia Chu whom she had pursued so desperately. If this free ATM machine were gone, she would truly lose everything. Zhao Ru put on a pitiful act, her face brimming with tender affection. Fuck off, you worthless bitch. Stop clinging to me. Did you think I wouldn't find out about your hospital trip to get fixed? I was just playing along for fun, but now you almost got me killed. Get the hell away from me, the farther, the better. Xia Chu was no fool, he knew exactly what Zhao Ru was made of. Back in high school, she was already a cunning gold digger and a social butterfly. I've probably dated more guys than I can count on both hands. If it weren't for her decent looks, he wouldn't even bother with her. Because of this nonsense, he'd been forced to slap his own face in public. What a humiliation. He swore he'd never set foot in Wanyan residence again. That bitch nearly got him killed, and he'd probably lose his allowance after his dad gave him a good beating when he got home. Zhao Ru watched Xia Chu's retreating figure with mixed emotions. She was certain she'd hidden it well enough. How did Xia Chu know? Didn't I look like a complete clown before? Putting on an act of innocence around Xia Chu, pretending to know nothing in his eyes, I must have been utterly ridiculous. Now that things had come to a head, it was clear that Xia Chu would never accept her again, so she turned her gaze toward Jing Mo, who stood nearby. Jingma, do you still remember the love letter I wrote you back then? Do you recall when we watched the moon by Yulon Lake? Zhao Ru was clever, compared to begging. Reviving fond memories was far more effective. Chapter 50, I Can Be Your Lover. Jingma, I don't remember. Get lost. Jingma, you can't be this heartless. I've always loved you. Didn't you always say I was your favorite before? Don't you have even a shred of affection left for the past? Jing Mo glanced sideways at Zhao Ru. That's Su Zihan, right? Why would such a low-class person appear at Wanyan residence? Su Zihan gave Zhao Ru a disdainful look. Miss, please leave. Zhao Ru was used to being domineering and had never been shooed away like this before. How dare you, a mere servant working for others, kick me out. Once I reconcile with your boss, you'll be the first one I fire. Jingma, I'm begging you, give me one more chance. From now on, I'll only be your woman. Jing Mo hadn't even spoken when Bei Xinyao stepped forward from beside him. You're truly beyond redemption, she said. One moment you're sneering at Jing Mo for being poor, and the next you're throwing yourself at him knowing he has money. Have you no dignity at all? Zhao Ru pressed her lips together, casting a hostile glare at Bei Xinyao. Who are you to act so pious? Zhao Ru retorted. You're only with Jing Mo for his money too. I'm the one who truly loves him. We're a match made in heaven. Why don't you do us all a favor and get lost? Bei Xinyao furrowed her willow-like brows and said angrily, do you think all women in the world are as money-obsessed as you? Jingma and I haven't progressed to that boyfriend-girlfriend stage yet. Besides, my father is the chairman of the Bei Group in Y City. Do you really think I lack money? Jingma knew Bei Xinyao came from a well-off family, but he never expected her to be the heiress of the Bay Group. The Bay Group is a local economic entity in Y City, encompassing numerous business sectors. It has ventures in food, logistics, internet services, and more. It's considered the wealthiest company in Y City. Zhao Ru had absolutely no idea what the Bay Group was. She's the type of woman who only cares about which family's young master she can get into bed with. She's not even qualified to know about high society figures like the Bay family. What Bay Corporation? You're just trying to get Jing Mo to invest in your company by deliberately getting close to him. Bei Xinyo had nothing to say to this kind of woman. Her intelligence was truly worrying. Probably nothing but sex and money on her mind. Jing Mo spoke up. Zhao Ru, get lost already. Stop bothering me. Having you waiting here will ruin my appetite. Jing Mo now found this woman genuinely repulsive. He wouldn't want her even if she paid him. Jing Mo, you must still have feelings for me, right? I know you can't forgive me now, but could you give me a chance? Just let me stay by your side. I could be your mistress. I don't care if you have other women. Jingma thought this woman was truly beyond redemption. How could she utter such self-degrading words in front of so many people? Get lost already. Can't a lowlife like you even understand human speech? Zhao Ru's shamelessness genuinely infuriated Bei Xinyo. Zhao Ru turned to Bei Xinyo, a sudden smirk twisting her face. I knew it. You see me as a threat and will stop at nothing to drive me away. Don't worry, just don't drive me away. You can be the main wife and I'll be the secondary one. I promise I won't pose any threat to you. Let's serve Jingma together. Bei Xinyo's face darkened with fury. She wanted nothing more than to slap this shameless woman. Zhao Ru clung stubbornly like a piece of sticky plaster, leaving Jingma helpless against such shamelessness. There's absolutely zero possibility between us. Get lost now. Su Zihan, call security to throw her out. Su Zihan directly ordered the security team behind him, and several security personnel stepped forward to prepare to throw Zhao Ru out. Jingma, you can't be this heartless. I love you. Jingma, let go of me. I'll call the police and report you for sexual harassment. Zhao Ru was forcibly escorted out of Wanyanju by several security personnel. What a bizarre ex-girlfriend you have. I can hardly imagine what your taste was like before. Bei Xinyao couldn't help but remark. Even as a woman herself, this was the first time she'd encountered someone so shameless. My taste was bad before, but now it's improved. Are you going back to the dorm after dinner tonight? Bei Xinyo grinned like a little fox. Of course I'm going back to the dorm. Then you can go back now. Bei Xinyo was completely baffled by Jingma. What kind of move was this? Jingma, this isn't appropriate. I'm not that kind of girl. Bei Xinyo was a little indignant. You don't want me to go back? Are you trying to make me spend the night outside with you? With an innocent look, Jingma replied, yeah, so what? Can't we just stay up all night gaming together? Bei Xinyo wore an expression that clearly said, I'll believe it when hell freezes over. You think I'd buy that? Jingma was starting to feel genuinely guilty under her gaze. Alright, let's eat first. Suddenly smiling, Bei Xinyo said, if we're gaming together later, I want to play as Yao. Su Zihan was an extremely perceptive manager. He completely pretended not to hear the conversation between Jing Mo and Bei Xinyo. President Jing, let me take you to Spring Court. Yan Shi, you may attend to other tasks for now. The receptionist, who resembled Dilraba, nodded and gave Jing Mo a profound look before departing. Spring Court was the finest courtyard in Winding Residence, spanning approximately 2 acres with artificial hills and rare vegetation collected from across the nation. Everywhere is lush with greenery. At first glance, the courtyard appeared to be open air, but it wasn't. The space overhead was actually covered with ultra-transparent imported glass. Looking up from below, you couldn't discern there was a layer of glass at all. Right in the center of the courtyard stood the dining table. Dining here is truly a delight. The courtyard resembles a sehiyuan, with rooms available for lodging, allowing some guests to choose overnight stays after their meal. It's said this place was renovated from the residence of a Qing dynasty imperial relative. Mr. Jing, what would you like to order? Jingma casually said, just serve your signature dishes, something simple will do. Su Zihan tentatively asked, how about some Kobe-fied beef, 2 king crabs, white truffles, another 2 lobsters, and some Iberian ham? Do you think this qualifies as something simple? Jingma thought for a moment and replied, I'll eat anything, but considering my friend is from Y City, maybe throw in a Y City fried rice to be safe. Before Jingma could finish, Bei Xinyao rolled her eyes and cut in, nope, I don't eat Y City fried rice. Locals never touch the stuff. Besides, how could I not be used to the food here? I've been to Wanyanju before. Alright then, let's start with this much. I'll order more if it's not enough. Su Zihan nodded, then I won't disturb you and your friend's meal. I'll go tell the kitchen to prepare your food right away. There's a button under the table. If you need anything, just press it. Okay, I'll call if I need anything. You can go attend to other matters now. Su Zihan left the spring courtyard. When only the man and woman remained, the atmosphere became tinged with a subtle flirtatiousness. Today was essentially their first meeting when you thought about it. they'd only known each other for a few hours total. Chapter 51, The Most Despicable of Beasts. Sitting at the dining table, Baixinho felt a bit nervous. This was her first time having a meal alone with a guy. Jingma cleared his throat. How do you like it here? Jingma took the initiative to break the slightly awkward silence with some small talk. Luckily, I've been here before. Don't be nervous. Look how stiff you're sitting. Doesn't it get tiring after a while? Jingma looked at Baixinho with an amused expression as he spoke. Then I'll relax a bit. A long silence hung in the air. Suddenly, it was Baixinho who spoke up first. Are you single? Jingma pondered for a moment. He did have a lover, but not exactly a girlfriend. So technically, I'm single. Sigh, what can I do? I really want to be a good man, but the system won't allow it. I'm single, Jingma said without blushing or batting an eyelid. Baixinho said expressionlessly, then can I be your girlfriend? Jingma was momentarily stunned. This was moving a bit too fast. Just as I was at a loss for how to respond, the system's voice rang out in my mind. Host's romantic interest detected. The system hereby reminds you not to be shackled by sentiments. Prioritize your career. Please reject Baixinho's request. Rejection reward, Dragon Energy Condoms. Jingma cursed inwardly. What the hell? If you're going to reject me, just reject me. Why reward me with a Durex? Isn't this encouraging me to be a scumbag, not agreeing to date her but still wanting to sleep with her? What kind of beast does that make me? Jingma had no choice but to tactfully refuse. We've only just met. I'm not that kind of casual guy. How about we spend some time together first and see where it goes? Baixinho was so embarrassed she could have dug a 3-bedroom apartment out of the ground with her toes. I never expected my bold move would end in rejection. This was literally my first time ever making the first move confessing feelings, yet Jingma actually turned me down. It's fine, I get it. We barely know each other after all. It was a bit sudden. She was shallow like that, fixated on looks. In all her years, she'd never seen someone as handsome as Jingma. Since everyone has different aesthetic standards, what others find handsome might not necessarily appeal to oneself. But Jing Mo truly struck a chord with her personal taste. Initially, she didn't care at all whether Jing Mo had money, because she herself was a wealthy heiress who lacked nothing. She even toyed with the thought of whether she could become his sugar mommy. But when she later learned that Jing Ma was actually the owner of Wanyanju, she knew this plan wouldn't work. Given Jing Ma's financial resources, he could probably afford to support her entirely. Her monthly allowance of just a few 100,000 yuan was nowhere near enough to support Jingma. Bei Xinyao's pretty face flushed slightly red. It feels like she blew all her ultimates in response to a simple auto attack. The queen of nightclubs acts like a rookie soldier when facing the guy she likes. Just then, Jingma heard the system's voice in his mind. Temporary mission, now that you're here. Host, please kiss Bei Xinyao. Mission reward upon completion, Lamborghini Sesto Elemento. Mission failed, no penalty. Damn system, you're really a bastard. First you made me reject Baixinho's confession, and now you're telling me to kiss her. Are you even human? System, I was never human to begin with. The system responded, and don't put all the blame on me, the choice was yours. Jingma, you mother fasterous cur. Jingma, I'm telling you, system, you've got the wrong guy. System, oh, so principled. Are you really refusing the mission? Jingma, I genuinely love the Lamborghini Sesto Elemento. This has nothing to do with taking advantage of someone. Mark my words. System, never before have I witnessed such shameless audacity. Jingma gazed at the blushing, slightly delicate Baixinho, her vividly crimson lips. The moment of sage-like clarity had just passed. A surge of passion boiled within Jingma's heart. An impulse surged straight to his temples. The two were already sitting close together, mere inches apart. Jingmo reached out and cupped Bei Xinyao chin, their gazes locking. Bei Xinyao was nearly overcome by the dizzying allure of Jingmo's eyes, more captivating than the stars. His legs nearly gave out beneath him. Jingma, what are you trying to do? In her dazed state, Jingma's lips pressed directly against hers. Jing's tongue slipped in, wantonly invading her mouth. Peach-flavored? Has this girl been secretly chewing gum? Bei Xinyao's mind went completely blank. It was her first time. His body stiffened, unable to move. After separating, Bei Xinyao stared blankly at Jing Mo. Her large, sparkling eyes were filled with disbelief. Had her first kiss just been taken? Didn't she say she wouldn't agree to date me? Then why did she kiss me? The system's voice chimed in. Congratulations on completing the temporary mission, since you're already here. Mission rewards have been issued. The Lamborghini Sesto Elemento has been directly generated in your garage. Congratulations, host. You have earned the title, the Beast Among Beasts. Acquired passive primary hypnosis skill. Primary hypnosis. The host can make eye contact with others, causing them to believe the host's words without question. Please continue your efforts, host, and stray further down the path of being a beast. The system's voice instantly doused the impulse that had just surged within Jing Mo's heart. He had nearly taken Bei Xinyao right then and there. Now this was what you called the king of all beasts. Wasn't I forced to do this by the system? And what's with this hypnosis skill? Since I don't want to be a scumbag, what use do I have for this thing? System, What do you mean by this? Are you constantly tempting me to become a scumbag? System, actually, hypnosis has many applications beyond picking up girls. It's only because the host's mind is dirty that everything seems dirty to you. Jingma was grinding his teeth in frustration, yet had nothing to say to the system. Jingma, what's this? Xinyao, the truth is I really like you, but I can't be with you right now. There's just too much weighing on me, and I don't want this burden to affect you. Let me bear it alone. Jingmo's eyes locked with Baek Sinyo's gaze. Hypnotism activated. Bei Xinyao's heart was subtly moved upon hearing such words, so Jingmo was actually such a responsible person. Come to think of it, with all his wealth, Jingmo still had to manage Wanyan residence. The pressure must have been tremendous. If being with him would inevitably affect him, waiting until he achieved success in his career before offering her a future that would truly make him a good man. Bei Xinyao was deeply moved in her heart. It's okay, Jingma. There's no need to rush into defining our relationship. I just want to be by your side, whether we're officially together or not doesn't matter. Bei Xinyao was already giving herself away under the spell of her own imagination. Jingma wore a look of deep sorrow. I'm sorry I can't give you a proper title now. Wait for me until I settle everything. I swear I'll make it official for you. Jingma genuinely felt guilty, constantly using hypnosis on Bei Xinyao. But what else could he do? He just kissed her, how else would he explain it without resorting to hypnosis? Chapter 52 bought a scratch card and won 100 million. Under Jingmo's hypnosis, Bei Xinyao, who had always been very intelligent, completely believed his words without question. She never even asked what important task Jingmo supposedly had on his shoulders. Soon, the kitchen staff brought out all the dishes. This simple meal was as luxurious as a state banquet. The ingredients for these dishes alone are sourced from all over the world. Bei Xinyao didn't eat much, as she wasn't particularly interested in food to begin with. Her mind was in a daze, still immersed in the electrifying sensation when Jingma kissed her lips earlier. After dinner, Jingma escorted Bei Xinyao back to her school. Jingmo couldn't allow himself to act like a beast anymore. Although he'd felt wicked impulses during their kiss, it would be unforgivable to take things all the way before properly establishing their relationship. As she was leaving, Bei Xinyao couldn't help casting one last reluctant glance at Jingma. Jingma, after the military training ends, let me take you shopping for some new clothes. Yours are all worn out, consider it repayment for treating me today. Jingmo realized it was true, the freshman military training was about to begin. Military training would start the day after tomorrow. After Jingmo agreed, Bei Xinyao returned to school. Actually, she was still worried about whether Jingmo might try to ask her to stay overnight. If he did ask her to stay, should she refuse or not? But Jingmo was such a responsible good man, even though he liked her so much. He didn't try to make her stay overnight. She figured he was probably waiting until they officially became boyfriend and girlfriend before letting her stay with him. Bei Xinyao happily returned to her dorm, her heart fluttering with self-delight. After seeing Bei Xinyao back at school, Jingma drove the horch back to campus. But the dormitory door was locked, and he didn't have a key. He knocked several times, but there was no response. Jingma had no choice but to give No Yangyu a call. Hello, boss. What's up so late at night? Where are you guys? We're out having mouth-watering chicken with Fu Mingming and Komataru. Is there still someone selling spicy chicken at this late hour? No Yangyu chuckled lewdly over the phone. Boss, not that kind of spicy chicken you're thinking of. It is that spicy chicken. At first, Jingma didn't catch on, but Nyo Yongyu's snickering suddenly made him realize what was being implied. You really shouldn't go looking for some biohazard carrier. Nyo Yongyu laughed and said, those are low-end establishments. Our family runs a high-end bathhouse center. All the elite escorts there come with medical examination reports. Hey, by the way big bro, why did you call? No reason, I came back to the dorm and found it empty, so I just called to check in. Why did you go back? We thought you weren't coming back. If not, why don't you come join us for some spicy chicken? Facing Nyo Yongyu's invitation, Jingmo decisively declined. No thanks. Are you guys coming back to the dorm tonight or not? He had no intention of descending further into depravity with Nyo Yongyu and his crew. We weren't planning to, but if you're going back to the dorm, I can return later to bring you the keys. Jingma decided not to spoil their fun. Never mind, just enjoy yourselves. I'll stay out tonight too. Alright then. By the way, are you coming back tomorrow, bro? There's a freshman assembly tomorrow afternoon. I'll be back tomorrow morning. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Jingma glanced at the time. It was already 11:30. Today had been really hectic, and all he wanted was a good night's sleep. He remembered that the system had just rewarded him with a luxury penthouse apartment. I'll stay there tonight. Following the address provided by the system, I drove the horch to an upscale residential area, Celestial Mansions, the most luxurious high-end residential complex in downtown Y City. He quickly found his private garage after entering the residential area. The garage was quite spacious, capable of accommodating 5 cars at once. Now that he already owned 4 luxury cars, Jingmo was suffering from choice paralysis every time he went out. he couldn't decide which one to drive. However, the Rolls-Royce and Lamborghini Aventador were all parked in the lot near campus. He'd have to bring them back when there was a chance. When Jingma opened the garage, the world's top-tier supercar, a Lamborghini Sesto Elemento, sat parked inside. The gray exterior paired with its exaggerated contours made it resemble a ferocious beast, as if poised to pounce on its prey at any moment. Its sleek and powerful body lines, with a muscular presence like a steel behemoth, were utterly captivating. The front end features a distinctive design, with headlights resembling sharp, piercing eyes that exude a cold and unfeeling air. The rear section appears even more aggressive, with a massive spoiler and quad exhaust layout that accentuates its formidable performance credentials. Jingma didn't like this car, it was frankly too ostentatious. He'd have to drive it less frequently. The swarm of women it attracted was already overwhelming, he absolutely could not let their numbers increase. Jingma parked the Hoshi neatly, as the garage elevator could take him directly to his residential floor. Each floor here housed only one residence. Thus, every unit had its own private elevator. The elevator doors opened straight into the apartment. The luxury of the room left Jing Mo utterly stunned. This television, this central air conditioning, this 3-meter-wide bed. Jing Mo savored the privileges that power and money bestowed. How different the world of the wealthy was from the lives of those at society's bottom rung. Now, he had finally stepped into a corner of high society himself. Jingma took out a bottle of premium red wine from the wine cabinet and stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the city lights below. Suddenly, Jingma felt an inexplicable emptiness. He truly was wealthy now, with property, luxury cars, but all these had come to him through the system. So that kind of excitement comes quickly and fades just as fast. When he had everything, his world felt empty. He was a transmigrator, and even the original owner of this body had no parents. Jingma took out his phone and sent a message to his aunt. "Auntie, what are you up to? Just got off work from the factory. What's up? How's school these first couple days? Made any new friends? Do you have enough spending money?" The protagonist's aunt was a divorced woman whose daughter was awarded to the father. Alone, the aunt raised Jingma after his parents passed away. Compared to an aunt, the protagonist felt she was more like a mother to him. Jingma instantly transferred 10 million without hesitation. "Quit your job. I just bought a scratch-off ticket and won 100 million. After receiving the money, his aunt replied, "Our little Mo is truly fortunate. With this 10 million, I won't need to work at the factory anymore. You being away makes me miss you quite a bit. When are you coming home?" Jingma answered, "Let's wait until National Day. We'll have a 7-day holiday then." "Alright, I'll cook you cicadas when you come back, huh?" After chatting for a while, Jingmo lay in bed unable to sleep. His phone kept beeping non-stop with incoming messages. These were all seniors who had added him before, some getting thirsty late at night, looking to hook up with a sugar daddy. Jingmo omitted all these messages. Find a chat window. "You asleep? No, what's up? What are you doing? Let me check where to rent a shop. I'm planning to open a flower store." Chapter 53, Sports Car Club. "Are you free tonight?" "Yeah, nothing much. What's up? I feel like soaring through the clouds." "You?" Early the next morning, Jingma felt the morning sunlight warm on his face. Feng Muyun resembled a real-life sleeping beauty, her slumbering face utterly adorable. Unable to resist, Jingma leaned in and planted a kiss. Her long eyelashes fluttered slightly as her beautiful eyes slowly opened. When their gazes met, Feng Muyun shyly buried half her face under the covers. "Jingma, good morning. Didn't you call me master just last night?" "Gee, good morning, master." Feng Muyun's voice was so soft it was almost inaudible. Feng Muyun had been living in the computer market's staff dormitory, but Jingma told her to move in and live together from now on. That same evening, he drove over to pick her up, telling her to leave all her luggage behind. He'd transfer her 100,000 yuan so she could buy all new daily necessities. Living alone in such a big house made him reluctant to return home. Besides, having a woman at home meant someone could help with household chores and cooking. After breakfast, Jingma drove his Sesto Elemento to school. There have been large crowds at the gate of Y University these past 2 days. With tomorrow marking the official start of the semester, many freshmen and their parents have gathered at the school entrance. Jingma found it incredibly difficult to secure a parking spot. But when Jingma arrived at the campus gate driving the Sesto Elemento, all eyes instantly turned toward him. Pedestrians on the road cleared the way for Jingma as he passed by. "Sir, where can I buy a parking spot on campus?" Jingma noticed there was no parking space available outside the school, so he decided to park inside the campus instead. Without stepping out, he merely rolled down the driver's side window. The security guard, seeing that a student was attempting to drive into the school, flatly refused. All parking spaces on campus are reserved exclusively for faculty and staff. Students and parents must park their vehicles outside the school. Since Jing Mo's car was parked right at the school gate, countless passing students couldn't help but turn their heads to look. "What kind of car is this? Damn, it's slick. This car looks familiar, like I've seen it in a game before." That's the Lamborghini Sesto Elemento from Forza Horizon 4, a concept car that's impossible to find in China. Even the wealthiest people in first-tier cities might not qualify to buy one. Who on earth owns this? Is this a modified Lamborghini Aventador? But even the regular Aventador is rare in Vice City. Who's this young master from some wealthy family? Just yesterday there was a young master driving a Lamborghini Aventador during freshman registration, and now another one today. Are there really this many rich people in City? Why? Could it be just one person? This scene quickly became the talk of many students, but the security guard was being stubborn, refusing to let Jingma enter the campus. Left with no other choice, Jingma had to activate his money power right at the school gate. He stepped out of the car. He approached a parent who had just parked their car. "Excuse me, could you sell this parking spot to me? I really don't want to drive around looking for another space. Here's 1,000 yuan, consider it compensation for your trouble finding another spot." The parent was momentarily stunned at first, but upon hearing such a good deal, immediately agreed. "Alright, I'll move it right away, this parking spot is yours." Jingma promptly transferred 1,000 yuan to the guy, then parked his Sesto Elemento in the vacated space. A student who had just stepped out of his Ferrari F8 spotted the Sesto Elemento parked at the school gates. He is a member of a sports car club. Naturally, he knows about sports cars. He recognized at a glance that this car was the most luxurious and best concept model currently offered by the Lamborghini brand. To get it licensed, you'd need not just money but also connections. Because it would never be allowed on the road through official channels, the DMV wouldn't even approve its license plate registration. Only someone backed by serious connections could get this car street legal with plates. He took out his phone, snapped a photo, and sent it to the club group chat. "Holy shit, brothers, check out the car I just spotted at our school gate." The group was full of Y City's local rich second-generation brats, all car enthusiasts. "Is that a Sesto Elemento? Siyuan, send me a front shot." A group member replied excitedly. "The owner just parked the car. I'll snap a front shot for you later, must be the Sesto Elemento." Which young master of Y City splurged on such insane wheels? Almost every car enthusiast in Y City who wasn't just renting rides to show off was gathered here. The group chat erupted with unanimous claims of ignorance. At this moment, a group member named Xiaoya sent a message. "Are you sure he's around your age? Could he be middle-aged?" "No, I saw a young guy driving it. It must be a student since it was right at the school gate. Let me ask if we can take a photo of the owner with the car, see if anyone recognizes him." Go quickly." Jingma stepped out of the car, locked it, and then prepared to head to school. But Dong Si-yuan excitedly ran over. "Buddy, is this your Lamborghini Huracan? It's seriously so cool. Can I take a photo of you with the car?" Jingma didn't refuse and casually replied, "Go ahead. Do you want me to pose? Just stand by the hood leaning against it. With your looks, bro, these photos will drive a bunch of fangirls crazy when posted online." Jing Mo chuckled dismissively. Following the other's request, he leaned against his car hood to let them take photos. After finishing the photoshoot, Dong Si-yuan showed Jing Mo the resulting pictures. "Damn bro, you look sick. I'm from Y City's Supercar Club, mind if I post your car pics in our group chat?" Jingmo wasn't someone to be hidden away, so he straightforwardly agreed. "Feel free to post it. Bro, could I add you on WeChat? I'd like to invite you to join our Supercar Club." Jingma took out his phone and pulled up the QR code. "Add me." Seeing how straightforward Jingma was, Dong Si-yuan immediately took out his phone as well, and the two added each other on WeChat. "I'm telling you, the admin of this club is actually a beautiful streamer, and also one of the country's top racing drivers. Her skills are top-notch. Plus, we organize races with rich second-generation kids from other cities. Wanna join us and have some fun?" Jingma wanted to refuse, since he preferred living a low-key, couch potato lifestyle. But then another temporary mission notification popped up in his mind. Temporary mission issued. Initial D Speed King. Host must participate in an urban street racing competition within 15 days and secure first place. Mission reward, 10% shares of Pair Mobile Corporation. Failure penalty, chronic constipation. Jingma couldn't even muster the energy to curse anymore. "Sure, do you have any matches coming up?" Dong Si-yuan showed a hint of delight on his face at the other's enthusiasm. "There's a match against teams from Tizhou and Jinling after military training. I can take you if you're interested. However, if you're going to participate in the competition, it would be best not to drive this car there, as it might provoke envy in some people." Chapter 54, High Society's Dirty Little Secrets. Jingma asked in confusion. "Why would you say that?" Dong Si-yuan explained. "It's like this, racing competitions between several urban districts are quite common. But these races aren't just for fun, the losers have to give up something. Most losers end up forfeiting their cars, or the female companions they brought along." Jingma was shocked. While forfeiting cars made perfect sense to him, this forfeiting female companions business, what the hell was that about? So Jingma voiced his confusion aloud. Dong Si-yuan deliberately lowered his voice and spoke. In our car races, we always bring a female companion. Before the race, you can place bets with opponents from other cities wagering either cars or women. After the race, we check the rankings. If your opponent's ranking is lower than yours, you win. Naturally, their ride becomes yours or their woman, if that's what was wagered. According to the rules, the losing side hands over their female companions to us. To humiliate them, we usually have the whole group take turns with her until she gets pregnant before sending her back. Jing Ma was utterly shocked. Damn, the upper crust actually plays such dirty games, what an eye-opener. Is it really that bad? You harbor so much resentment toward other cities that you'd stoop to such disgusting tactics? Dong Si-yuan sighed. Truth is, we used to lose all the past competitions, and that's how our own female companions were treated by them. This year has been decent, with Xiaoya coming back. Otherwise, our sports car club and city would have had to disband. It's really embarrassing, to be honest. People like us, born into wealth, never lack for women. Even if someone gets pregnant, we can just spend some money to take care of it. But don't you think that's incredibly humiliating? Jingma frowned and asked, has Y City been losing all along? Yeah, you have no idea. Y City lost all its races in the past 2 years. But when every enthusiast's car costs millions, who'd dare risk them in a bet? That's why they had to resort to finding female companions instead. So if you're going to compete, try driving a cheaper car. Whatever you do, don't take this one, otherwise, you'll definitely get challenged and pressured into making a high-stakes bet with them. Dong Si-yuan offered the suggestion with a troubled expression. Jing Mo seemed to have caught on. Kid, did you lose before? Such rich experience? Dong Si-yuan smiled awkwardly. Buddy, don't laugh at me, but I've lost 3 times now. The first time, I lost my Aston Martin, otherwise, why do you think I'm driving the cheapest Ferrari? Then you lost again the following 2 times, didn't you? Jing Mo's tone was pregnant with meaning. Dong Si-yuan grew even more embarrassed. Yes, I lost 2 girlfriends. Even though it's just for fun, it's still really humiliating. Jing Mo nodded slowly. This circle is truly disgusting. But damn, now I possess the world's most top-tier operational skills. No matter how strong the opponent is, could they possibly compare to me? It's fine, I'll help you win back the honor you lost. Dong Si-yuan paid no heed to his words. Not wanting to dampen Jingma's spirits, he forced an awkward smile and simply said, go for it. Many of the opposing drivers are professionals, with several having received systematic training from foreign experts. Although Jingma has money, he'd probably just end up making a fool of himself if he joined the race. We should persuade him to hurry up and find a girlfriend instead. Otherwise, if we really have to hand over the Sesto Elemento, the whole of Y City would probably lose face alongside us. /P. The two stood chatting under the blazing sun for ages, looking like complete fools to passers-by. Jingma learned about the competition situation and returned to the dormitory. There's a freshman assembly to attend when coming to school this afternoon. There's going to be a class meeting organized by the homeroom teacher after the assembly, probably to elect class president and committee members. Jingma doesn't want to be an exception. These kinds of things should be attended. Kagoro, you idiot. Playing as you a Shan and you just keep holding onto your ultimate without releasing it. Fucking hell. Are you trying to suffocate yourself holding it in? You're full of shit. You told me to go all out. Now why don't you help me deal with the flames? Xiao Wulong retorted. Stop yelling. I'm gonna buy a charm spell to counter both of you later. Damn it, don't come this way. There's people here. Run. Run my ass. Where the hell can I run? Just as Jingma entered the dorm, he saw the 3 of them chilling with the air conditioning on, using the god-tier gaming PCs he bought them to play Roblox. Jingma leaned in for a closer look. It was their end-match scoreboard. You 3 are absolutely hopeless. Can't even win a gold-tier match. Jingma teased. Fuming Ming wanted to blame the computer's inadequacy, but that excuse might fly at an internet cafe. This was already the top-tier setup with the monitor's frame rate exceeding 500. No excuse could be found. In the end, he could only mutter, hands feel off. Jingma replied, get good if you're trash. This remark instantly infuriated Fu Mingming. Male gamers were like that, never able to tolerate being called noobs. You can find countless excuses but just can't admit you suck. Damn, let me see how good you really are. Get online. Jingma figured there was nothing better to do, so he directly opened his own computer and took Fu Mingming's spot to form a trio with Nyo Yanyu and Yamamoto Kagoro. Half an hour later, Jingma took a deep drag from his cigarette. The computer screen displayed a dragon-slaying battle scene. If you suck, practice more. Can't handle it? Then don't play. Fu Mingming was about to lose his composure. Jingma was about to start another round when his phone rang. Checking his phone, Jingma saw it was Zhou Xiang calling him. Jingma yielded his seat to Fu Mingming. He picked up the phone and answered the call. Hello? Have the contracts been printed? Jingma got straight to the point. Yes, I'll transfer the million to your account right away. You can just sign the contract online directly. They say technology changes lives for a reason. Before, closing a deal required going out for meals and drinks. Now, there's no need to go out for business anymore. Contracts can be signed remotely online. They all have the same legal effect. Jingma glanced at the signed document that was sent. He signed it without hesitation. As the signature was completed, the system dispersed the rewards from the previous task. A miracle cure for cancer. If this could be mass-produced, it would benefit all of society. But he's not planning to reveal it yet. This belongs to the category of national strategic assets. Bringing it out would surely win a Nobel Prize. But since he's such a low-key person, there's no need for that now. Jingma acquired shares in a local private enterprise called Wanfu Pharmaceuticals. The company's market valuation is approximately over 2 billion yuan. Money is truly no longer an issue for Jingma now. Market valuations mean nothing to him. Should the need arise later, having his own pharmaceutical factory would ensure he has the means to produce specialized cancer treatment drugs. This is what truly matters. Seeing that Jing Mo had signed the contract, Zhou Xian promptly transferred another million to him. These 5% represented nearly half of the combined assets between himself and Wang Qichuan. I hope my gamble pays off. I'd privately hired underground informants to investigate Jingma. This person is a bit odd, and they're from X state. Both parents passed away, so they live with an aunt. The aunt is an ordinary worker at a factory, yet they live in X state's most luxurious standalone villa. This is complete nonsense, isn't it? Living in a villa and still going to work at some factory? What kind of joke is that? Chapter 55, You're fired. Zhou Xian wasn't a fool to fall for such a cheap trick. This is clearly a hidden rich second-generation heir. As for why the information broker only found out that his aunt was a factory worker, it can only prove that his family background is unfathomable. Even information brokers and private investigators couldn't uncover his true identity. Based on Zhou Xiang's experience in making such judgments, either they're involved in the underworld or they're laundering money. Both types of wealth can't see the light of day. Whichever it is, it would be a great help to Wanfu Pharmaceuticals. Bringing Jingma into the fold might not be a bad idea. Master Jing, there's a shareholders meeting in a few days that requires your in-person attendance. If you're too busy to attend, you don't have to come. I'll brief you on the meeting contents, you just need to indicate whether you agree with the proposals discussed. Jing Mo had quite a lot on his plate and wasn't sure if he'd be available then. We'll see, I'll go if I have time. Then I won't disturb your rest any further. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Xiang sat in his office rubbing the bridge of his nose. Who's going to start making trouble at this shareholders meeting again? The contract had just been signed when a middle-aged man barged in aggressively without knocking. He was dressed in a black suit, with his hair slicked back, sharp-eyed, and wearing glasses. His gaze swept across the surroundings before landing on several computers, letting out a disdainful snort. Good for nothing. Niu Yanyu had always been a spoiled brat from a wealthy family. There was no way he'd tolerate this kind of attitude. Who the hell are you? Is this your dorm? You think you can just waltz in here whenever you want? Can't you knock properly? The middle-aged man fixed his sharp gaze on the boys in the dormitory and spoke slowly. My name is Bai Shunli. I'm the director of Y University's Academic Affairs Office. All 4 of you are expelled. The statement left all 4 young men utterly stunned. It's only been 2 days since the semester started, and today I'm already getting expelled? Hold on, you can't just expel me on a whim. What gives you the right? Niu Yangyu protested indignantly. Fu Mingming chimed in from the side. Yeah, give us a reason then? You're just firing us for no reason at all? Bai Shengli swept an arrogant, prison warden-like gaze across each of their faces one by one. Every one of them wore expressions of defiance, not a single remorseful look among them. This only deepened his disgust. Tell me, last night, didn't you harass girls near the school and get arrested by the police? Do you realize how much reputational damage this has caused the school? Let me tell you, expelling you would be letting you off easy. At today's freshman assembly, I'll have to publicly announce disciplinary actions against all 4 of you before the entire school. Niu Yanyu grew even angrier upon hearing this. Have you even investigated properly before making such baseless accusations? Haven't you seen the latest content published online? We never harassed any girl. Bai Shengli let out a cold laugh. So you're Niu Yanyu, huh? Right from the start of the semester, you've been bullying fellow students at the school gate in your Maybach, even trying to extort over 100,000 from her. I wouldn't believe a word from someone like you. You're Fu Mingming, right? Just look at that red-dyed hair of yours, it screams slacker. Honestly, what are you even doing at this school? Using such high-end computers at school just for gaming, you have no conscience at all, squandering your parents' money like this. As for you too, you're no saints either, especially you, Jingma. Driving around in such a flashy car right after arriving at school, I see right through your motives. It was you who got filmed getting into a police car last night and posted it online. Bai Shengli began interrogating the 4 dorm mates without even asking for an explanation. Jingma slowly raised his eyes with an icy expression. Director Bai, how we behave is none of your concern. Just worry about yourself. Seeing Jingma still defiant, Bai Shengli grew even more furious. His authority was being challenged. I've taught at this school for so many years, yet never had a student dare speak to me like this. You're utterly hopeless as a student. As your teacher, I say students like you who show no respect for their elders don't deserve to study at our Y University. I advise you to pack up and get out immediately. Otherwise, I'll publicly reprimand you for your actions in front of thousands of teachers and students on the school field. I wonder if you'll be able to handle that. And don't you dare threaten me later with claims of depression or suicidal thoughts. Every year there are always a few troublemakers who try to threaten me with this. Do you really think I'm afraid of your tactics? Jingma's expression darkened. How could someone like this even be qualified to serve as the school's director? What we do is none of your business. Since you're talking about expelling us now, why should we still hold back? Second brother, shut the door and unleash Kagoro. Nyo Yanyu had long been unable to tolerate it. He immediately went up and shut the dormitory door. Kagoro was itching for action, barely able to restrain himself. Seeing the situation, Bai Shengli's face flashed with panic. Are you kids trying to hit a teacher? Have you any idea what the consequences will be? Nyo Yanyu gave an eerie smile. You're threatening to expel us. Do you really think your words scare us anymore? Come on, tell me exactly what the consequences are. Bai Shengli's ultimate tactic against students had always been expulsion, but he never expected these guys to be unfazed and even ready to throw hands. For a moment, he couldn't think of anything else to threaten them with. Jingma coldly watched the slightly panicked Bai Shengli. Does Director Bai have anything else to say? If not, we'll start taking action. Damn it, in this dorm room, I'm the only decent guy, the other 3 are all hoodlums and beasts. You coming here to threaten them is basically asking for death. Bai Shengli grew afraid. If you dare lay a hand on me, I'll call the police. Komuro let out a scoff. Director Bai, didn't you just say we were detained yesterday for harassing women? Since we were already apprehended and released without consequences, do you really think we'd still fear the police? Bai Shengli finally realized something was wrong. Yeah, didn't Jingma and the others get arrested by the police yesterday? Why are you out so early? Earlier, I was only focused on the few student council members who had returned. Preoccupied with how to punish them, I hadn't even considered why they were released in the first place. Could they possibly be colluding with the police? The sky is falling over Y City. You can't do this. I'll report you to the higher-ups. Report your mother. Prepare to die. It's common knowledge that Yamamoto Kagoro's combat skills are extraordinary. Beating 4 or 5 1.8-meter tall bodyguards would be child's play for him, let alone dealing with some middle-aged department head suffering from kidney deficiency. He beat Bai Shengli until blood gushed from his nose and he howled in pain, covering his head. Student Council, assemble! Student Council, assemble! Where the hell is the Student Council? Yamamoto Kagoro saw this bastard still acting up, and his hand that had just paused lifted once more. Just you wait, you'll definitely be expelled. Chapter 56, Student Council Assembly. Yamamoto Kagoro beat Bai Shengli half to death, then grabbed him by the scruff of his neck and threw him out of the dorm. Damn, so much for being a director. What a jinx. Yamamoto Kagoro tossed the guy out of the dorm and looked at Jingmo with concern. Godfather, now that we've beaten this guy up, we might actually get expelled. What do we do? Jingmo waved his hand dismissively and said, just let me make a phone call. If I really get expelled, the first thing I'll do is spill everything about what happened at the police station online. Jingmo made a call to the municipal bureau. Hello? Who's calling? This is Jingma. Oh, it's young brother Jingma. What brings you to call me? Because of the previous incident, the school is going to expel us. I want to ask you to testify for us. We didn't commit any crime. The municipal bureau still owes Jingma a huge favor. If it weren't for Jingma covering up and taking down all the videos posted online, this matter would have been much worse. If this really comes to light, I won't be able to keep my official position. But Jingma is actually about to be expelled? I'm at an out-of-town conference and can't get back right now. Aren't you studying at Y University? I'll have my daughter speak to the school on your behalf. What a coincidence, my daughter is also a freshman at Y University, just like you. Jing-mo didn't think too much about it. The important thing was just to let the school know they hadn't committed any crime. As for who would speak up, anyone with enough credibility would do. The daughter of the municipal bureau chief carried sufficient weight. After being thrown out of the dorm, Bai Shengli covered his face shamefully and scurried away. One's dignity is more important than anything else. Returning to his office, he swept everything off the desk with a furious slap. How dare these people hit him? Having served as department head for so many years, he had never encountered a student who dared disrespect him. Even the student's parents treated him with utmost deference. Among these parents were corporate executives, factory owners, and government officials, but their children were under his jurisdiction. With just one word, he held the power to determine whether their children could remain at the school. These people who hold such high positions outside wouldn't dare speak harshly to him, always fawning over him instead. But today, he actually got beaten up by a student. This was beyond endurance. If he didn't get his revenge, then he wasn't Bai Shengli. He also had his own connections. Today's incident would spread through the higher echelons of Y City's academic circles. By expelling them himself, they wouldn't stand a chance at any other school either. He was cutting off their entire path to education. Merely expelling them wouldn't be enough to quell the hatred burning in his heart. He had to ensure the school officially documented the incident in their permanent records. Whether they actually harassed female students or not, I'm going to record it as if they did. Today, during the freshman assembly at school, I'll personally announce their expulsion by name. I must make an example of them to warn others. Let's see who dares challenge my authority at Y University after this. Student Union, assemble! Bai Shengli shouted directly. A group of student council members rushed in through the doorway. Director! Director! The student council members stood in a row, just like soldiers at attention. Bai Shengli's mouth still bore the bruises from being struck. Where's the student council president? Student council president Li Biao, standing at the forefront, took a step forward. I'm here. What are your instructions, Dean? Bai Shengli gave him a cold glance. Does your student union only know how to pick up girls under its name? The school has such vicious students, and you're not doing anything about it? If you're this useless, then I think the student union shouldn't exist at all. Bai Shengli desperately needed someone to vent his anger on, and the bunch of student council members were just perfect targets. The student council members were berated until they were soaking in blood, not daring to even let out a peep. After thoroughly cursing them out, Bai Shengli went next door to a colleague's desk, took a paper cup, poured himself some water, and took a sip. A student assaulted a teacher and refuses to obey discipline. That kind of student should be expelled. Li Biao, you're scheduled to speak at today's freshman assembly, right? Make sure to publicly announce this criticism before the entire student body. Bai Shengli nodded. Understood, Director. I'll follow your arrangements. But should we perhaps inform the principal first? All speakers at the freshman assembly were provided with prepared speeches. Wouldn't improvising this edition risk displeasing the principal? But he had no choice but to obey the director's orders. Whoever provoked Bai Shengli was going to get beaten up the moment he got back. You shouldn't worry about the principal. A troublemaker like this is nothing but trouble. I doubt the principal would support keeping them around. The girls' dormitory. Zhang Saiwu had just answered a phone call. My old man actually wants me to find the principal and pass on a message to vouch for some student named Jing Mo, proving he hasn't committed any crime. On the contrary, he's a model youth in society, and the commendation banner is on its way here. Make sure she presents the award at the freshman assembly in front of all the students. After all, she was the campus belle. Here she was presenting an embroidered banner to a male classmate, and in front of so many students at that. The girl was naturally shy, and being in front of so many students only made her even more embarrassed. Moreover, she had never met this Jing Mo before. How presumptuous would this be? But she couldn't disobey her father's words either, so she had no choice but to grit her teeth and go through with it. She first went to the principal's office, but unexpectedly, the principal wasn't even at school. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. The freshman assembly was already setting up the stage. Was she really supposed to just go up and call Zhang Mo to claim the prize? Poor Zhang Saiwu, at the thought of over 10,000 pairs of eyes watching her, her slender legs began to tremble uncontrollably. No sooner had Li Biao stepped out of Bai Shengli's office than his face instantly darkened like the bottom of a burnt pot. Ask the dormitory office to find out who this Jing Mo really is. Damn it, he made me take the blame for so long. If I don't teach him a lesson, I'll take his surname. A girl in a short skirt pressed close to Li Biao's side, trying to calm him down. Didn't you see even old Ghost Bai got beaten up? Since he's already getting expelled anyway, just announce it during the freshman orientation speech and be done with it. No need to complicate matters further. Li Biao wasn't stupid either. He knew this matter had little to do with him. Often enough, withdrawing a step leads to boundless horizons. Knowing when not to meddle in affairs that didn't concern him was precisely the secret to how he'd attained the student council president position. Truth be told, he'd just been making empty threats earlier, never actually intending to cause Jing Mo any real trouble. But Bai Shengli had pushed him onto the stage, and if anything went wrong, he'd still be the one left holding the bag. If the principal starts blaming someone, it'll be me getting the heat. If Bai Xingli isn't reporting to the principal, then I'll have to go see him myself. The principal still holds the highest authority in the school. If I accidentally upset him, wouldn't that be the end of me? It's alright, I understand. You all can go back to your work now, but remember to revise the speech draft. I'm going to the principal's office. In the principal's office, Li Biao caught sight of a graceful figure, and his heart was instantly captivated. Chapter 57, Instructor Zhang Qingqing. Li Biao had never seen such a beautiful girl before. He hadn't encountered such a knockout beauty in all his 3 years at the university. Watching her hesitate and linger outside the principal's office, Li Biao seized the opportunity to approach her and strike up a conversation. What are you doing standing by the principal's office, student? Zhang Saiwu was somewhat introverted and terrible at social interactions. Startled by the stranger's sudden question, she flinched. Seeing that she didn't recognize the person, she instinctively took a step back. I wanted to see the dean, but he wasn't in his office. Zhang Saiwu's voice came softly, with a sweet and gentle tone. Li Biao noticed she was clearly a socially anxious girl, and that made him like her even more. These shy, introverted types always seem so easy to deceive. I'm the student council president. If the principal isn't available, you can tell me what you need. Zhang Saiwu shrank her neck slightly and said timidly, my father asked me to discuss something with the principal. Li Biao had originally intended to find the principal, but his attention was now completely focused on this female student. The entire reason he became student council president was to meet cute girls. Otherwise, what's the point of being student council president? Li Biao gradually softened his tone, taking a long time to get the full story. After understanding the situation, he nearly bit his own tongue off. Damn lucky I went to see the principal. And this socially awkward underclassman turned out to be the daughter of the city's police chief. Holy shit. I was so scared I nearly went limp. If I piss off this girl while we're together, I probably won't even know how I die. Luckily I didn't provoke this Jing Mo. He's got the bureau chief backing him up. He was now deeply terrified at the thought. His avoidant nature paid off this time. No wonder he even dared to hit old Ghost Bai. If he had the backing of the bureau chief behind him, he'd probably dare to take a shit on Bai Shengli's desk and make him eat it. But this is also a great opportunity. If I can be with Zhang Saiwu, I'd practically be able to walk sideways through city Y with no fear. Besides, Zhang Saiwu is so gorgeous. If I could land a girlfriend like her, why the hell would I ever think about switching? Only poor people drive crappy cars as transitional vehicles. The truly wealthy go straight for the best. Those playboys only act that way because they've never dated someone truly beautiful. Hand them a campus belle, and you think they'd dare to trade up? Now Zhang Saiwu is in a dilemma. If I help her here, wouldn't she develop a good impression of me later? Classmate Saiwu, how about this? You give me the ceremonial banner, and I'll help present the award on stage to that classmate Jingma you mentioned. What do you think? Just as Li Biao had anticipated, a flash of joy momentarily lit up Zhang Saiwu's eyes. Really? Then how should I thank you? Zhang Saiwu felt this was an immense favor done for her. Li Biao pretended to be modest and said, no problem at all. As the student council president, helping fellow students is simply my duty. As for thanks, no need. Just treat me to dinner tonight. Zhang Saiwu thought about it and found nothing inappropriate about the request, so she agreed. Jing Mo swaggered toward the sports field with his 2 younger brothers and an adoptive son, walking with such an arrogant stride that he seemed to disregard all family ties. Nyo Yongyu and Fu Mingming felt sick watching Yamamoto Kamaru grovel and fawn over others. Adoptive father, the sun's blazing outside, you need an umbrella for shade. Yamamoto Kagoro walked beside Jingma, clutching an umbrella. Jingma gradually felt that this adopted son seemed much better than those 2 brothers. Obedient and sensible, but most importantly, capable in a fight. Its practicality goes without saying. The 4 of them were the first to take shelter from the heat under the shade of trees near the playground. Countless beautiful girls were heading toward the sports field. The 3 beasts once again entered their eyes can't keep up mode. The freshman assembly was mandatory attendance required by the university. All the girls who'd never been seen before suddenly appeared in one go. While the 4 were still enjoying the shade, Bai Shengli, with a band-aid on his face and his sycophantic student council lackeys in tow, strutted over with an arrogant swagger. You guys really have no shame, do you? How dare you still show up at the freshman assembly? Soon they'll announce the disciplinary action against you. If you had even an ounce of dignity, you wouldn't be lounging around coolly like this. Jingma felt his headache at the sight of Bai Shengli. Why is this guy as annoying as a fly in the toilet? Can't you just stop bothering us already? Nyo Yongyu stepped forward. He'd never seen someone so utterly disgusting in his life. With his cronies from the student council by his side, Bai Shengli naturally wasn't afraid of Jing Mo's group anymore. Earlier, he'd been careless and caught off guard. He had fallen right into Jing Ma's trap. Now that he had backup and was surrounded by so many students, he didn't believe Jing Ma and the others would dare lay a hand on him. But Bai Shengli was worrying over nothing. Jing Ma had no intention of hitting him again. People like him could never be reformed through beating. Oomph. Sharp tongue. You really don't care about your future at all. Let's see how cocky you'll be after I get you expelled later. Let me be straight with you, if you get expelled, don't even think about transferring to another school. No school would dare take you. I'd love to see the look on your faces after working so hard for over a decade to get into university, only to get expelled for hitting me. By then, begging me won't do you any good. Jing Mo couldn't even be bothered to respond to him. With a wave, he led the three of them toward the area assigned to his class. Jingma's major was quite common, with a nearly equal gender ratio. In fact, there were slightly more female students than male ones. Tang Hongtao stared at Jing Mo with undisguised hostility. In this entire class, Jing Mo seemed to be the only one better looking than himself. His once proud looks instantly dropped a tier when compared to Jingma. It was obvious at a glance, the female classmates who had been pointing and whispering about him earlier were now eyeing him differently, with some even preparing to approach him for his WeChat. But Jingma's arrival instantly captured the attention of all the girls in the class. Watching this scene, Tang Hongtao was nearly dying of jealousy. Soon after, a woman appeared about 26 or 27 years old, wearing a short-sleeved dress, her face lightly made up and exquisitely refined, with her long hair neatly pinned at the back of her head. She had an hourglass figure, full in the right places, yet slender overall. Hello everyone, I'm your academic advisor, Jiang Qingqing. Jiang Qingqing stood on the running track, with all eyes in the area fixed on her. Everyone please line up in 2 orderly rows, 1 row for boys and 1 for girls. Sort yourselves by height, with the shortest at the front. Jiang Qingqing was the epitome of a mature beauty, her looks rivaling even the campus belle. Male students would stare at their curvaceous counselor like dogs drooling over bones. Maybe dating a teacher isn't such a bad idea after all. Jiang Qingqing began maintaining order as they awaited the upcoming freshman assembly. Save any matters for our class meeting after the assembly. No talking now, the freshman orientation is about to begin. Chapter 58, Come to my office after the meeting. Jiang Qingqing exuded an air of authoritative elegance, her words carrying an irresistible magnetism. The classmates obediently lined up in formation, while some male students toward the back whispered comments about Jiang Qingqing's striking appearance. Jingma and Niu Yanyu stood at the very rear of the line, their height making them particularly conspicuous. Yamamoto and Fu Mingming, who were relatively short, stood at the front. Jingma stood there feeling somewhat bored. The midday weather was perfect for napping. Standing under the sun was practically roasting them alive. He hadn't slept well last night and was still feeling drowsy when nap time rolled around. The freshman orientation was just something to get through, and I couldn't muster the slightest interest in it. Attending this orientation won't help me complete any tasks anyway. Sigh, what a frustrating situation. Just as I was lost in thought, the system suddenly issued a new mission in my mind. Release temporary task. As a future tycoon and global leader, you must always remain the focal point in every circle. Therefore, show constant care for those around you, buy each classmate and teacher a cup of Starbucks. Task completion reward, Rolex Gold Day Date. Task failure, no penalty. Jingma suddenly became much more alert upon hearing the system's notification sound, his previous drowsiness fading away. Rolex? Should I keep this thing or not? Forget it. Just treat it as completing the main quest. I must always think about spending money and seize every opportunity to spend. This system is being kinda stingy this time. What exactly is the use of this Rolex watch? It's practically useless except for showing off and being flashy. Jingma called out to Niu Yanyu, then told Jiang Qingqing that his stomach hurt as an excuse, and promptly made his escape. But when he thought about it, 2 people really couldn't carry over 60 Starbucks cups. They'd need to figure out a way to transport them. When it comes to burning money, you've got to learn from Niu Yanyu. Tang Hongtao was originally a little upset that Jingma had stolen his thunder. Within moments, he had already ranked the looks of all the girls in the class, concluding that the prettiest was the one standing at the end of the girls' line. This girl was standing right next to Jingma, her eyes constantly darting in his direction. Tang Hongtao regarded Jingma as his greatest threat. However, when Jingma left, Tang Hongtao wore a look of disdain. Jingma seemed indifferent to the girls in their class, probably due to a poor family background, some inferiority complex at play. Now, Tang focused all his attention on the girl standing last in line. This girl is simply stunning. Even standing here in the blazing sun, many girls couldn't hide their complaints. The school showed no consideration at all, making them stand out here in such scorching heat. Tang Hongtao sensed his opportunity had arrived. Finding an excuse, he dashed to the campus store and bought an ice-cold soda. He walked over to the goddess he had been admiring and handed her the soda he had just bought. Hello, classmate. It's such a hot day, have some water. Kai Miamia was nearly baked by the scorching heat, parched with thirst but unwilling to make the long trek to buy water. Who would have thought a classmate would be so considerate as to bring her a chilled drink? Thank you, classmate. How much do I owe you? I'll transfer it to you now. Kai Miamia immediately took out her phone to transfer the money. Tang Hongtao smiled and said, no worries, let's just consider it making a new friend. I'm Tang Hongtao, and you are? My name is Kai Miao Miao. Since we're going to be friends, let's swap WeChat IDs. Kai Miao Miao pulled out her phone without hesitation. Just scan me then. Kai Miao Miao was actually quite happy, because among all these girls, she was the only one who received water from someone else, proof that she was the prettiest of them all. At least that's how it appeared in Tang Hongtao's eyes. Moreover, Tang Hongtao was quite handsome and genuinely considerate. Had she not recently taken a liking to another classmate, she might have been swayed by his charms. Just then, Jing Ma and Niu Yanyu returned. Behind him, a grand procession of 10 Starbucks employees walked over, each carrying several bags of Starbucks beverages. The scene happening on this side managed to capture the attention of some people on the sports field. Everyone, I saw how unbearably hot the weather is, so I bought some Starbucks drinks to help quench your thirst. Students in the back, please pass the drinks forward. Jing Mo gave a meaningful glance to the employees behind him as he finished speaking. The staff began distributing drinks. Jing Mo personally took a cup and handed it to Jiang Qingqing. Teacher, you've worked hard. Thank you. Jiang Qingqing's beautiful eyes gazed at Jing Mo. This student was rather peculiar. Earlier, this kid had actually lied to her about having a stomachache, only to sneak off and buy Starbucks. How could she possibly fault him when his intentions were so considerate? Tang Hongtao was livid. What the hell was wrong with this crazy kid? A Starbucks drink costs dozens of yuan for 60 people. That would be over 2,000. Was it really worth such extravagance just to upstage me? After Jing Ma watched as every classmate held a Starbucks cup in their hands, he made another public remark. From now on, all my classmates can enjoy free Starbucks drinks at the campus store. I own that place now. Jing Mo had just stepped out and outright bought the entire shop. Not much, just over $1 million. Tang Hongtao was so pissed off he could cough up blood. Damn, do you have to be so ruthless? Free Starbucks for the whole class from now on, just to show off and pick up girls? Fu Mingming watched with admiration. Truly impressive, boss. You flex with such grand gestures effortlessly. Jing Mo addressed his 10 employees. Register all of them. From now on, anyone from our class can enjoy unlimited purchases at the store. Right away, boss. Just moments ago, the female classmates had been somewhat envious of Kai Miao Miao for having a boy buy drinks for her. Now they don't envy anymore. The more handsome guy actually treated them to unlimited Starbucks drinks. It would have been perfect if he'd just given them the drinks himself. And he's so young yet already owns a Starbucks franchise. What kind of resources does he have? I'll have to learn from my sworn elder brother properly. To instantly gain preferential mating rights like this, now that's a skill I truly admire. Jingma was somewhat speechless upon hearing Yamamoto Kojiro and Fu Mingming's remarks. It had to be Niu Yanyu. If not for his system, any family fortune would have been squandered at his rate of reckless spending. He was just completing the mission, truly not trying to hit on girls. Mission completed. Rewards have been issued. Jingma's arms suddenly felt heavy as a watch materialized out of nowhere on his wrist. Jingma glanced at the watch and nearly cursed out loud. Damn, this thing was way too flashy. The entire watch gleamed with blinding golden light, about as tacky as it gets. The sunlight reflecting off it was so bright it hurt to keep your eyes open. It practically screamed new money in your face. Jingma wanted to cover it with his sleeve, but wearing long sleeves made that impossible. Whatever, might as well leave it alone. I'm drifting further and further away from the word low-key. This system really wants me to flaunt my wealth. Jingma's statement just now sent the entire class into cheers, and Jiang Qingqing had quite a struggle to restore order. She shot Jingma a fierce glare. Come to my office after the meeting. I'll teach you a lesson. Chapter 59, I will protect my students' rights. Just as the female classmates were batting their eyelashes at Jing Mo, Bai Xingli showed up again, leading a group of student union members. Professor Jiang, several black sheep have emerged from your class. Their disgraceful behavior has tarnished the school's reputation. At today's freshman assembly, the student council president will publicly announce their disciplinary punishment. I'm informing you in advance. Bai Xingli didn't say this privately at all, he announced it loudly in front of the entire class. However, Bai Xingli didn't possess any lion's roar technique, so only the few students standing at the front could hear his words. Bai Xingli could no longer bear watching Jing Mo acting so smug over there. Seeing Bai Xingli show off made him feel like a million ants were crawling down his back. The commotion caught the attention of other students in the class. The classmates at the back began asking those in front one after another. The students at the front relayed the news to those behind them. Jingma instinctively knew Bai Xingli had come specifically to target him. Niu Yanyu said angrily, "Why the hell does that bastard keep haunting us? Boss, maybe hire a hitman organization and pay someone to take him out." Jingma widened his eyes in utter disbelief. No, what kind of grudge is this? But do you even know any hitmen? Niu Yanyu wore an expression of utter disbelief. Boss, you're not actually thinking of killing this old man, are you? I was just joking. But didn't you already call the city bureau? Didn't they say they'd handle this matter for you? Why is this old bastard still chasing after us? Jing Mo was also somewhat puzzled. Logically speaking, the municipal bureau wouldn't lie to him. If they really publicly criticized him during the freshman assembly for harassing female students last night, even if Jing Mo wasn't expelled, his reputation would be utterly ruined. Judging by Shengli's confident demeanor about this public criticism, he must have prepared everything in advance. No, if the city bureau can't be relied upon, then we need to prepare a backup plan. Jiang Qingqing furrowed her willow leaf eyebrows and asked in a cool voice, "May I ask which students the director is referring to?" Shengli casually scanned the classmates, his gaze lingering on Jing Mo's face for a few seconds as the corners of his mouth unconsciously twitched upward. His expression then turned serious again. "These would be Jing Mo, Niu Yangyu, Fu Mingming, and Yamamoto Kagaro from your class." Jiang Qingqing pondered for a moment before asking sternly, "Director, what exactly have these students done wrong?" "Last night, they harassed female students from another school off campus and got arrested by the police. Today, when I tried to verbally reprimand them, they actually had the audacity to hit me. Don't you think such student behavior is utterly despicable? Shouldn't they be expelled?" Jiang Qingqing didn't personally know the students Shengli had named. Jing Mo, Niu Yangyu, Fu Mingming, and Yamamoto Kagaro, step forward. Jiang Qingqing called out their names to have them step forward. These were the students who would be under her supervision later on. Typically, such incidents would result in expulsion. But what if there was some misunderstanding in all this? If this wasn't clarified, wouldn't it ruin the futures of these 4 students? After being expelled from Y University, what school would still accept me? Jing Ma and the others were called out by name and stepped out of line one by one. Jiang Qingqing's expression turned somewhat peculiar when she saw Jing Ma. Such a handsome guy, was there really a need to flirt with other girls? "Professor Jiang, these 4 students have shown deplorable moral character. I hope you'll deal with them seriously, make them stand below the podium for self-reflection, exposed to the gaze of thousands of teachers and students, so shame may awaken their conscience." Yamamoto Kagaro and Niu Yangyu, the most hot-tempered of the 4, nearly lost control and almost beat this asshole right then and there when they heard this. But Jingma shot them a look, signaling them to stay calm for now. The last time they'd beaten him up, it had been in private, with no outsiders watching. There are over 10,000 witnesses here. Even the city bureau couldn't cover up their wrongdoing if we took action now. Jiang Qingqing glanced at Jing Mo. "Tell me," she demanded, "does Dean Bai's accusation hold any truth, that you harassed girls from another school off campus last night?" Jing Mo denied it outright. "Absolutely not." Jiang Qingqing turned her gaze towards Shengli. Shengli wore a mocking expression as he said, "Surely Teacher Jiang wouldn't believe the words of such morally corrupt students so easily?" He took out his phone from his pocket and played a video showing Jingma being escorted into a police car by officers. "Solid evidence here, let's see how you try to talk your way out of this, Jingma. If you didn't harass that girl from another school, why would the police arrest you?" Jingma was utterly speechless. This video had long been forcibly removed by the city bureau through official channels contacting the platform. The only way Shengli still had this video was if he'd downloaded and saved it on his phone yesterday. Just how obsessed must this Shengli be with such things? After seeing the video, Jiang Qingqing found it impossible to say anything comforting to Jingma, and her tone couldn't help but come across as somewhat harsh. "Jingma, could you please explain what really happened here? Did you actually do this or not?" Jingma had no choice but to repeat what the city bureau had told the media last night. It was just a staged act between him and Dong Roy, pretending to harass another girl for online clout. They were already lectured by the police and released after going to the station yesterday. With that, he took out his phone and searched for the official account of Y City Public Security Bureau on Douyin. The first video posted was about the case that occurred last night. This proved that Jingma wasn't lying. Shengli was dumbfounded when he saw this. Seeing Jingma about to brush the matter off, he immediately started quibbling unreasonably. "You're talking nonsense. You definitely harassed that girl from another school yesterday. I don't know if you paid your way out of trouble or if the police simply can't do their jobs, but I can see right through students with wicked intentions like you." Jiang Qingqing couldn't stand it any longer. She'd never believed Jing Mo would harass a girl from another school in the first place. Seeing her student being unjustly accused, she said angrily, "Director Bai, mind your words. My student may be a bit mischievous, but he's nowhere near as bad as you're making him out to be." Shengli's expression darkened when even a mere teacher dared to speak to him like this. "Teacher Jiang, do you realize what you're doing? You're shielding a criminal." "Director Bai, I am safeguarding my student's rights. You can't convict my student without any evidence." Jing Mo and the others watched as their academic advisor boldly stood up to the school director for them. Words like heroic demeanor couldn't even begin to describe it. Even when angry, this woman looked rather attractive. Fine. Teacher Jiang, you've really done it now, just wait until I report this to the principal. All of you, just you wait." With that, he turned and left, followed by his pack of sycophantic student council lackeys. It's really frustrating to keep getting stonewalled by Jingma. At this inopportune moment, Li Biao foolishly asked, "Should I still announce the public reprimand for Jing Mo and the others when we go on stage later?" Bai Shengli was already fuming with rage. "I am the department head. Are you refusing to follow my orders? Did I say not to report it? Should we still use the previous charges then?" Of course. Chapter 60, I'm catching grasshoppers. Jing Mo watched Bai Shengli return empty-handed and felt considerably more pleased. "Professor Jiang, we'll go back to the team now." Jiang Qingqing snorted softly. "Be more careful from now on, don't let others catch your little slip-ups again." Jing Mo and the others exchanged meaningful smiles before getting ready to rejoin their group. At this very moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind. "Temporary mission issued. Host has received assistance from the academic advisor. As repayment, host must touch their buttocks within 30 seconds. Mission completion reward, 10-minute martial arts mastery experience card. Mission failure penalty, constipation." Damn system, the whole class is watching, and you're telling me to grab her ass? Given how unapproachable she looks, will I even survive if I actually touch her butt? With no other choice and time running out, Jingma pretended to trip and brushed his hand against Jiang Qingqing's perky bottom when falling. Jiang Qingqing felt movement behind her and turned around to find Jingma sprawled on the floor doing who knows what. Jingma pretended nothing had happened, then stuck his hands in his pockets and whistled as he tried to walk away. Although Jiang Qingqing felt something was off about Jingma's behavior, she didn't pay it much mind. "Stop dawdling. The freshman assembly is about to start. Hurry back to your group." Jiang Qingqing snapped at him before turning her attention away from Jingma. "Hee, Grandpa's smart as hell. What chance does a little system have against me?" Just as Jingma was feeling smug, the system's voice echoed in his mind. "Detected host attempting to cut corners. Current mission remains incomplete with additional conditions now attached. Host must maintain physical contact with the instructor's buttocks for a minimum of 10 seconds during the task." Jing Mo stumbled and fell again. This time it wasn't pretended, he genuinely fell. "System, Grandpa's just too clever. Could a puny host ever outsmart this system?" The commotion caught Jiang Qingqing's attention as she turned around to see Jing Mo sprawled on the ground once more. With a puzzled look, he asked, "Jingma, what are you doing?" Jingma coughed tactically, "Nothing, I just saw some grasshoppers on the field and thought I'd catch a few to roast for dinner." Jiang Qingqing frowned slightly. "Stop catching grasshoppers and get back in line." Jingma gnashed his teeth. "Miss Jiang, I need to talk to you about something." Looking at Jiang Qingqing's solemn expression, this woman was like some kind of iron lady. Touching her ass would be practically suicidal. "But I really don't want to be stuck with this shit." Jiang Qingqing looked puzzled. "Is there something else, Jingma?" Jingma moved closer to Jiang Qingqing. "Professor Jiang, thank you for speaking up for me earlier. How about I treat you to dinner tonight?" Jingma pressed himself so close against Jiang Qingqing. To outsiders, it looked like they were whispering intimately, but at that very moment, Jingma's lecherous hand suddenly groped Jiang Qingqing's peach-like bottom. Fortunately, the high podium behind them blocked anyone's view, otherwise the school forum would have exploded again. "It's fine, I'm your tutor." Jingma suddenly leaning so close made her wonder if they were getting too intimate. But not wanting him to think she disliked him, she didn't pull away. Yet Jingma actually pinched her butt. What did Jingma feel? It's really soft, incredibly soft. It was still quite round, making him wonder if Jiang Qingqing had a regular fitness routine. This ass really has great shape. This ass is perkier than Feng Muyun's. Feng Muyun's figure is more slender, giving men a sense of aggressive desire. But this Jiang Qingqing gives men a feeling of conquest. But Jingma didn't have time to dwell on these thoughts now, he was only doing this to complete the mission. Otherwise, what kind of beast would dare to harass his own teacher? "Jingma, have you touched enough?" Jiang Qingqing felt a bit flustered, her tone firm yet tinged with irritation. But Jingma still hadn't heard the system's alert tone in his mind. "Not yet, Professor Jiang. Could you block me a bit? You surely don't want the whole class to know about our little interaction." If there weren't so many people watching, Jiang Qingqing would have already lost her temper. How dare this Jingma be so bold? All these years, countless men have pursued me, yet I've never allowed a single one to lay a finger on me. But this Jing Mo actually went straight for groping his butt. She now somewhat suspects whether Jing Mo had truly refrained from flirting with girls from other schools last night. It's hard to say with that playboy Jingma. "Jingma, I just helped you, and this is how you repay your teacher?" Jingma shamelessly replied, "Yeah." Jiang Qingqing truly had no way to deal with Jingma, because several times he had actually touched her in that private area. A flush appeared on her face, it was a physical reaction. Suddenly, Jiang Qingqing actually let out a soft moan. This made Jingma's hand pause, looking at Jiang Qingqing with some surprise. Jiang Qingqing's face instantly flushed crimson. "Jingma, let go first. We'll talk in the office." Jingma nearly dropped his jaw in shock. At that moment, the system's notification sound finally arrived. "Ding! Congratulations on completing the mission, rewards have been issued." Jingma swallowed hard, his face a picture of astonishment. Back to the office? What office? What does Jiang Qingqing mean by that? Realizing she had misspoken, Jiang Qingqing quickly explained, Jingma, when I said back to the office just now, I meant going back to teach you a lesson. Jingma had nothing to say in response and could only slink away in disgrace. No one else besides Jingma and Jiang Qingqing knew about this little episode. Jiang Qingqing was utterly furious. This Jingma actually dared to flirt with a teacher. What outrageous audacity! After years of working as a counselor, she had never encountered a student so bold. Jingma returned to the ranks and waited for the freshman assembly as if nothing had happened. At 2 in the afternoon, the freshman assembly was finally convened. Damn! We have a meeting at 2 p.m. but you're making us come at 1? The school really doesn't treat us like human beings. Niu Yangyu complained angrily. Jingma, on the other hand, started yawning again. But then he heard a girl's voice beside him. What did Professor John want with you just now? Turning his head, Jingma saw a pretty face staring at him with curious, gossipy eyes. Jingma definitely didn't want to admit he'd been called over for harassing a girl. I made up some random excuse. You just saw me lying on the ground, right? Yeah. What were you doing lying on the ground? Kai Miao Miao became even more curious, her grape-like eyes blinking rapidly. Our advisor is afraid of grasshoppers, so she made us catch them for her. This humorous joke made Kai cover her mouth with a chuckle, her small eyes narrowing into slits. Tang Hongtao saw the girl he liked actually chatting and laughing with Jingma together. How could he tolerate this? After eavesdropping on their conversation, he abruptly butted in without hesitation. Miao Miao, don't listen to his nonsense. My uncle is the director of this school. Jing Mo got into trouble last night and was just called over for criticism. Chapter 61, Freshman Assembly. Jing Mo glanced sideways at the interjector. Tang Hongtao had originally been standing 2 rows ahead of Jing Mo. To conveniently expose his wrongdoing, Jing Mo switched places with someone behind him. Tang Hongtao wore a look that said, I've got you all figured out. Jingma, is it true that last night you harassed a girl from another school, forced her to drink with you, and slapped her when she refused, ending up getting arrested by the police? Jingma glanced at the idiot with disdain. He asked Niu Yangyu, did he drink the Starbucks I gave him? Niu Yangyu thought for a moment and replied, I remember he drank some. Since the drinks were brought based on headcount, they were all distributed. Jingma looked at Tang Hongtao. I've decided not to give you anything. Return my Starbucks drink, and from now on, no matter what name you go by, you won't get freebies at my shop. Niu Yangyu protested unhappily. That won't do, boss. I've got this feeling that kid might be connected to that old fox by Xingli. Didn't he say his uncle was a department head? Could it be by Xingli? Jing Mo was reminded of something when Niu Yangyu mentioned it. Then don't ever think of coming to my shop again. From now on, dogs and you are both banned from entering. Tang Hongtao gnashed his teeth and said, who cares about your Starbucks? Niu Yangyu looked at him with contempt. If you don't like it, then why did you finish drinking it? Tang Hongtao looked frustrated. How much? I'll scan your payment code. Jingma gave Niu Yangyu a meaningful glance. Niu Yangyu took out his phone and pulled up the payment QR code. 1,000 yuan, scan this. Tang Hongtao's hand that was holding the phone trembled uncontrollably. $1,000? What the hell did you put in there that costs 1,000? Niu Yangyu said with a cocky, punchable expression, none of your damn business what's inside. My boss owns Starbucks. We say it's 1,000. So it's 1,000. I could have charged you 10 million too. If you can't afford it, why the hell are you putting on airs? Tang Hongtao came from just an average family. At most, his monthly allowance was 2 or 3,000 yuan, already quite generous by most standards. $1,000 for a Starbucks cup, what a sucker I'd be if I actually handed that over. But not paying would be even more humiliating. Tang Hongtao's face flushed crimson with indignation. Fine, I'll scan it. Niu Yangyu instantly broke into a wide grin. Boss, this kid's really got money to burn. I think we shouldn't just let him come to our shop, we should raise all drink prices to $1,000 per cup when he's here. Money's no object for him. Kai Miao Miao found herself liking Jing Mo more and more as she watched the duo's humorous banter. Tang Hongtao had initially made a favorable impression on her, but seeing him played for a fool by these two suggested his intellect wasn't exactly top tier. But despite hearing that Jingma had allegedly harassed girls from another school, she absolutely refused to believe it. Setting aside Jingma's financial status, which few girls would refuse, just looking at his handsome appearance alone, he would never harass other girls. If anything, people would worry about other girls harassing him. Boys need to protect themselves too when they're out and about. Jingma's looks are so extraordinarily handsome that if he were to harass other girls, they'd probably just laugh it off. No one would take it as harassment, they'd consider it flirting instead. It's 2024 already. What kind of girl would still be so conservative these days? Tang Hongtao reluctantly transferred the money with gritted teeth. Then he began arrogantly accusing Jingma of his misdeeds. Jingma, you harassed a girl from another school last night. The student council president will publicly criticize you during the freshman assembly later, and the consequence will naturally be expulsion. I really don't know where you get the nerve to still stand here. Nowadays everyone in society despises men who act like hooligans. Just wait till you get cancelled online. I'll record the video from the audience and post it online, making sure you lose all face." Jingma looked completely unfazed. "Then go ahead and record. Just make sure I look handsome in the footage later." Tang Hongtao had never met someone so shameless. Before Tang Hongtao could continue slandering Jingmo, the freshman orientation assembly on stage had already commenced. The first to take the stage was naturally the principal, delivering a bland and uninspiring speech. "Hello, class of 2024. I am Lu Zhu, the president of Y University." Generally, those who hold the position of president at a 211 university aren't just educators, they also wield significant influence in government roles. It's similar to how the principal of a county-level high school might simultaneously serve as the head of a local bureau. No one reacted upon hearing this name. Although Lu Zhu was a provincial party committee member, he wasn't prominent enough to appear on CCTV1. He might make occasional appearances, but which young person these days would still pay attention to that? No one reacted, including Jingma, except for one person in the room whose face was completely stunned. That person was Zheng Saiwu. Because Zheng Saiwu was the daughter of the city bureau's director, she had met this provincial official before. In fact, their families were quite close and had a good relationship. During holidays, the city bureau director often took his daughter to visit Lu Zhu's home. Who would have thought this prominent figure was actually the principal of her school? No wonder her father had told her to seek out the principal, thinking that his dad probably didn't come not because he didn't have time, but simply because he didn't feel like it. Lu Zhu, as expected of a high-ranking figure, had excellent public speaking skills. Just a few sentences were enough to capture the freshman's attention. This was the result of years of experience enabling him to improvise on the spot, rather than rigidly reading from a prepared speech. In my opinion, young people should be full of energy and ambition. This world belongs to your future selves. Of course, no matter what achievements you make in the future, you'll all be contributing your share to building our nation. It's not necessarily about becoming entrepreneurs or scientists to serve the country. Everyone shining in their own position is already making a significant contribution. Only in this way will our motherland and the land beneath our feet grow increasingly prosperous and strong. This impassioned speech stirred the students' enthusiasm, drawing thunderous applause from many. After the principal spoke came the turn of the board chairman, followed by various senior leaders, the department heads, and finally the professors. Those counselors, teachers, and students simply didn't get a chance to take the stage. Lastly, it was the student council president's turn. But even then, only a little time was allocated to the president. This was just how things had been done every year, an unbroken tradition. The freshman orientation at Huaxia University was essentially an opportunity for new students to meet the school's senior administrators. This might be the only chance to see Lu Zhu. After all, Lu Zhu was a provincial party committee member, someone who normally wouldn't set foot on campus at all. Unlike other leaders who drone on about studying hard or serving up empty motivational slogans, the provincial committee member's speech was entirely focused on national affairs. Who doesn't harbor dreams of serving their country with unwavering loyalty? For nearly 2 full hours, one leader after another took to the stage. Only the university president made a memorable impression. By the time the assembly ended, the names of the other officials were probably long forgotten. It was almost over at last. An enthusiastic senior from the broadcasting department announced loudly, "Next, let's welcome Student Union President Li Biao to the podium." Bai Shengli was thrilled. He couldn't wait to see the bitter looks on Jingma and the others' faces. Tang Hongtao was equally delighted. "Just wait, Jingma. You're about to face public censure." Tang Hongtao now stood right in front of Jingma, immediately turning to sneer. That gloating expression almost made Niu Yangyu unable to restrain himself from punching him. Chapter 62, Brotherly Bonds. Could this opportunity be given to the more worthy nephew? Jingma didn't want to waste words on a clown. Talking to such people would only lower his own standards. Li Biao stepped onto the stage, picked up the microphone in front of him, and began speaking with a smile on his face. "Hello everyone, I'm Li Biao, the student council president. I'm very grateful to the school for giving me this opportunity to stand here." Li Biao spouted his usual meaningless speech as always. After the speech concluded, according to the script's progression, it was time for the closing remarks and curtain call. But Li Biao suddenly changed his tone. "I'd like to mention a few students by name here. Jing Mo from Computer Science Class 2, Niu Yangyu, Fu Mingming, Yamamoto Kagoro." Everyone present perked up immediately, sensing that some juicy drama was about to unfold. Even Tang Hongtao got so excited he could barely contain himself. Kai Miao Miao frowned slightly. Could it be? Did Jing Mo and the others really harass girls from another school last night, forcing them to drink, as Tang Hongtao had claimed? Bai Shengli's expression in the audience grew increasingly mocking. As long as Li Biao publicly accused Jing Mo of forcing girls from other schools to drink with him off campus, truth or not, the stain would stick to him either way. He'd find another opportunity to whisper in the principal's ear and get these 4 expelled. This was the consequence of crossing him. Bai Shengli had forced many students to drop out in the past, including one female student who jumped to her death from Y University's building. Yet Bai Shengli only grew more tyrannical, continuing to reign as the petty tyrant of the school. Enjoying the sight of the students' fearful expressions, Li Biao's next words left him stunned. Here, we'd like to commend these 4 students who assisted the police in subduing a criminal yesterday, bringing honor to our school. A special commendation goes to Jingma, who risked danger to protect public safety. The Municipal Public Security Bureau has awarded him an honorary banner. Let's give everyone a round of applause. Tang Hongtao and Bai Shengli were petrified on the spot, their mocking expressions frozen in place. What the hell is Li Biao playing at? How is this even possible? Bai Shengli angrily stomped his foot with a violent thud. I almost rushed up to tear Li Biao to pieces. At the critical moment, this guy actually turned traitor. Just as Li Biao's words faded, cheerful music blasted through all the speakers across the venue. 2 beautiful senior sisters carried an honorary banner onto the stage, watched by tens of thousands of freshmen. Jing Mo was completely stunned. Was the municipal bureau going overboard? He just didn't want to get expelled, but they were presenting him with an honorary banner in front of everyone. Wasn't this showing off a bit too much? Everyone, please give Jing Mo a round of applause. Li Biao called out to Jing Mo again when he didn't come up immediately. This kind of opportunity to receive an award in front of tens of thousands is something many people can only dream of. Such are the simple pleasures of a man's romance. Jing Mo truly didn't want to go up there. He had no desire to show off in front of others. Such a high-profile entrance was far too ostentatious, completely out of character for him. Niu Yangyu, go accept the award on my behalf. Niu Yangyu was so moved by this that tears welled up in his eyes. He couldn't believe this incredible opportunity was really being given to him. No need to say anything more, we're brothers for life. There were probably many cameras filming below. Showing his face this time would likely secure him priority mating rights. Niu Yangyu straightened his tie and hair, regretting wearing those yellow boxer shorts now that he realized he'd be accepting an award on stage today. But with his level of attractiveness, even beggar's robes could charm thousands of young girls. Niu Yangyu began stepping out of the line, preparing to go on stage to receive the award. But Fu Mingming and Yamamoto Kamaru at the front of the line were extremely displeased. They wanted to receive the award too. If they couldn't go, then Niu Yangyu shouldn't be able to go either. As Niu Yangyu was passing by Yamamoto Kagoro, Yamamoto suddenly stuck out his leg and tripped him. Ouch! Niu Yangyu fell flat on the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Fu Mingming poured her unfinished Starbucks drink over his head. Ouch ouch ouch. It's scalding hot. Niu Yangyu got drenched with coffee as if being baptized by boiling water. In such a disheveled state, there was no way he could go on stage to accept the award now. If he went up looking like this, it'd probably be downright humiliating. Second brother, how could you be so careless? Quick, help second brother up. Fu Mingming feigned concern, stepping forward with an anxious expression to help Niu Yangyu up. Niu Yangyu was on the verge of breaking down. Such a rare opportunity to show off, and just like that, it slipped away. If he went back to the dorm to shower and change, by the time he returned, the moment would be long gone. Brother, let me go for you. Fu Mingming looked at Niu Yangyu with genuine sincerity. Damn it, Fu Mingming, was it you who poured Starbucks on my head? Fu Mingming played dumb. What are you talking about, brother? How could I pour coffee on you when we're as close as brothers? Do you think I'm stupid? Right after I walked past that bastard Yamamoto, he tripped and fell, then got coffee dumped on his head right next to you. Are you telling me that's just a coincidence? Seriously, bro, what a crazy coincidence. Hey, let's talk about this back at the dorm. First, tell me if my tie is straight or not. At that moment, Niu Yangyu suddenly realized the guy had changed into a suit at some point, with a tie around his neck. Uncles, why don't you let your worthy nephew have this opportunity? Yamamoto Komatsu is truly shameless, degrading himself just to get on stage. Don't even think about it. This opportunity is mine. It's mine. Li Biao felt somewhat awkward. Why wasn't Jing Mo coming out after calling his name twice? Just then, ceremonial cannons fired at the school entrance, followed by a marching band making a grand entrance. At the forefront was a banner carried by the Red Cross Society. Thank you, Jing Mo, for donating 10 million to support children in mountainous regions. Jing Mo felt a twinge of regret. This had been his contingency plan. If he couldn't resolve the matter through the city bureau, he would have to rely on his money power to clear his name. Before attending the assembly, he had already donated 10 million to a charity. He hadn't expected it to come to this. The crowd of over 10,000 teachers and students fell silent at first when they saw the banner, then burst into chatter like boiling water. Holy crap! This is like a real-life Lei Feng. Badass, donating 10 million outright. Isn't this Jing Mo the same young Master Jing who bought all those mattresses before? It must be him, though I haven't seen what he looks like yet. Rich people are all pot-bellied fat guys. Don't get fooled by novels into thinking they're all handsome oppas from Korea. The person involved, Jing Ma, was thrust into the spotlight. He turned to Kai Miao Miao beside him and said, "Do you have a mask? Lend me one. Just a regular disposable medical mask." "Why do you ask?" Kai Miao Miao replied suspiciously. Jing Ma said helplessly, "Going on stage to receive the award, I'm too handsome and don't want to cause a sensation." Kai Miao Miao was speechless, yet couldn't find anything to nitpick, because she had to admit Jing Mo was indeed exceptionally, breathtakingly handsome. If he's the one going on stage, this assembly's most memorable moment for freshmen will probably be Jing Mo. Kai Miao Miao handed Jing Mo a new disposable mask. "Thank you." Chapter 63, Class Monitor Election. Jing Mo walked toward the stage with reluctant steps. His every movement captivated the gaze of everyone in the room. They were all intensely curious about what this freshman, who had been awarded a commendatory banner and made a 10 million yuan donation in one go, actually looked like. From her corner by the stage, Yu Ruoro stared at Jing Mo, her gaze practically smoldering. It was the object of his secret crush. He'd recognize that silhouette even if it turned to ashes. Fan Xingshue's gaze at Jing Mo's back was complicated. This classmate she'd only met a couple days ago had certainly caused quite a stir across campus in such short time. She always harbored some inexplicable feeling toward Jing Mo. There was both yearning and affection. Jiang Saiwu, the newly crowned campus belle, was gazing into the distance with wide eyes, wondering what the young man who had earned her father's commendation banner actually looked like. Countless people were burning with curiosity. Who exactly is this Jing Mo? Jing Mo stepped into the public eye just like that, ascending the stage to give a slight bow before tens of thousands of teachers and students. "I really didn't want to come up here. After all, our elders taught us that good deeds should be done anonymously. But since the chairman kept insisting, refusing would have been disrespectful. So here I am." This humorous quip drew laughter from many teachers and students in the audience. Unbothered by Jing Mo's teasing, Li Biao took the commendation banner from the two female student council members and personally presented it to Jing Mo. Jing Mo casually accepted it with his hand. He then prepared to step down from the stage, but Li Biao stopped him. "This is an honorary banner awarded to you by the Municipal Public Security Bureau, and our school will also confer a medal upon you." With these words, Lu Zhu strode forward with firm steps, a smile plastered across his face. The MC beside him was holding a red box. Young people these days are truly impressive. Such boldness. Lu Zhu gave appreciative pats on Jing Mo's shoulder. Then he took the medal from the host's hands and personally placed it around Jing Mo's neck. For the first time, the freshmen in the audience felt the overwhelming gap between people. They had just finished unpacking their luggage these past 2 days and hadn't even memorized all their roommates' names yet. Look at this guy, he's getting honored right in front of everyone. That's next level showing off. Sports cars, beautiful women, rich heirs, everything pales in comparison to this scene. Tang Hontao and Bai Shengli's faces turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Especially Bai Shengli, his face looked as if he'd swallowed a dead fly, so disgusted he could barely keep from vomiting. His fists clenched with a crack, but there was nothing he could do. What kind of honor is this? With this medal personally awarded by the principal, at Y University, it was practically an immunity pass. Who would dare lay a finger on him now? What? You're saying he has terrible character? Then aren't you slapping the principal in the face? Young man, don't beat around the bush either. Just take off your mask and let's take a photo together. Lu Zhu smiled and began to speak. Jing Ma had no choice but to reluctantly consider removing his mask when the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Temporary mission, what is humility? Option 1, decline the principal's request and keep your face concealed. Reward, sheet music of the top 10 classic Mandarin pop songs from your past life. Option 2, accept the principal's request and reveal your face to the public. Reward, 10% shares of Tianyi Music Corporation. Jing Ma felt that shares and stocks weren't important, but these top 10 famous compositions were truly significant. The musical standards in this world were so backward that casually pulling out any one of these pieces could make him famous overnight. No thank you, principal. I'm quite a shy person and don't wish to become famous. Lu Zhu was an open-minded man. If someone didn't want to remove their mask, there must be their own concerns, and such wishes shouldn't be forced. Well then, never mind. Young man, I hope you'll continue to work hard in the future. The freshman assembly concluded just like that. This year's freshman assembly was far more entertaining than previous ones, largely due to the buzzworthy appearance of Jing Ma. Even though Jing Ma didn't remove his mask, many female students judged from his physique and the half of his face that was visible that he must be an extraordinarily handsome guy. As a result, Jing Ma's name unexpectedly skyrocketed straight to the top of the school's most attractive male students ranking. Bai Xingli chose not to report the beating incident to the principal or anyone else, swallowing his anger for the time being while waiting for an opportunity to cause trouble for Jing Ma. Jing Ma's rising influence made any immediate retaliation a thankless task. Student council, assemble. Student council. Where's the student union? Bai Shengli called for his usual lackeys as he always did, but now the student union had latched onto someone more powerful. Li Biao followed Jiang Saiwu into the principal's office. The freshman assembly was over, but Jiang Qingqing still needed to hold a small class meeting. This class meeting mainly focuses on 3 matters. The first is arrangements for military training. The second is electing class officers. The third is getting to know each other. Regarding military training, there actually isn't much to discuss. It's mainly about scheduling and training locations. Jiang Qingqing quickly wrapped up explaining most of the matters. Alright, now let's have everyone introduce themselves. Then we'll vote to elect a class monitor. Let's start from this side, one by one. Jiang Qingqing finished speaking and led the applause, then waited for the first student to come on stage. My name is Sun Di, and I'm from. One by one, they began their introductions. When it was Jing Mo's turn to take the stage, surprisingly all the female students in the class simultaneously raised their phones to snap pictures. Want a close-up of Jing Mo's face? Damn it, Jing Mo felt like flipping the table. Advisor, doesn't everyone already know my name? I don't need to introduce myself. Jiang Qingqing still hadn't gotten revenge for Jing Mo groping her, but earlier, she wouldn't pass up this chance to mess with him. No, Jing Mo, everyone has taken turns going up. Why shouldn't you go when it's your turn? No exceptions allowed. Jingma finally went on stage and gave a brief self-introduction. However, Jingma's good looks genuinely drew praise from many female classmates, with a group of girls chattering excitedly about how handsome he was. This left Niu Yangyu, Fu Mingming, and Yamamoto Kagoro absolutely green with envy. Jingma's level had always been what they aspired to. After everyone introduced themselves one by one, the next step was the class cadre elections. After a simple round of voting, as expected, Jingma became the class monitor. Deputy class monitor Niu Yangyu, Fu Mingming, the cultural and arts committee member. Even Yamamoto Kamaru was elected by the class as the hygiene committee member. Kyagoku sighed. This class is pretty much done for under the management of these 4. Where's Tang Hontao, who originally aspired to be class president, got any competitiveness? The votes were over 50 for the other guy. The whole class only has 60 people. Since there's no class president, deputy class president should fall to me, right? As several of Niu Yangyu's friends were in the same dorm as Jing Mo, it resulted in the entire class voting for them. Jiang Qingqing found herself powerless in this situation. She was the one who had proposed voting after all. But just look at who ended up being chosen. These 4 standing there look like a bunch of bandits from a den of thieves. And these are the 4 helping her manage the class? Stop joking. After Jingma became class president, Kai Miao clasped her hands behind her back, squinted her eyes with a teasing smile and said, "Class president, add me on WeChat?" That's right, class president, add us on WeChat. Class president, class monitor. Chapter 64, Jingma, you bastard. All the female classmates in the audience stood up and started cheering. Heaven and earth bear witness, Jing Mo never intended to become class monitor. Even vice monitor Niu Yangyu and the other committee members, Fu Mingming, Yamamoto Kagoro, were completely bewildered. How could this mismatched bunch possibly be suited for leadership roles? But the most devastated was Tang Hontao. He nearly fainted upon hearing Kai Miao actively ask for Jing Mo's contact information. He wanted to be class monitor precisely because he noticed Kai Miao had the same ambition, which ultimately stemmed from his own desire to pursue her. Now it's all over. Judging by Kai Miao's attitude, she's probably going to chase Jing Mo instead. Tears streamed uncontrollably from his eyes as a stifling sense of frustration welled up inside him. Kai Miao smiled and leaned close to Jing Mo. Monitor Jing Mo, I was class monitor all through middle school. If you need any guidance, I can mentor you. Jing Mo asked in confusion, the kind of tutoring I'm thinking of? Kai Miao froze momentarily, then her pretty face flushed slightly red. As expected of our class president, noticing she finally had someone to share the pressure with, Jiang Qingqing quickly chimed in. Since Kai insists on helping you, don't refuse, it's a sincere gesture on his part after all. Seeing the situation unfold, Jingmo realized he'd likely end up as class monitor. Feeling somewhat resigned, he figured since Kai Miao volunteered to assist him in the role, he might as well make her his proxy from now on, let her handle the actual responsibilities. With all class committee positions filled, today's class meeting came to a close. Before leaving, Jingma, now as class monitor, was called into Jiang Qingqing's office. The office wasn't large, with only 3 other desks placed inside. There was no one else in the office, the other faculty members must have already left for the day. Jiang Qingqing sat down on a chair as soon as she entered the office, casually crossing her long legs. The evening sunlight illuminated her legs, her fair skin reflecting a distinctive glow. Jingma gulped hard. Classmate Jingma, did you touch the teachers this afternoon? Jiang Qingqing's eyes turned sharp, unleashing the full aura of a powerful career woman. Just then, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Temporary mission issued, no matter how strong you are. This world does not permit women to look down upon the host with arrogance. Conquer Jiang Qingqing. Mission reward, Glory of King's Core Code. Failure penalty, constipation. Jingma genuinely wanted to curse his ancestors. System, you're truly a beast. She's my teacher, and you want me to conquer her? What do I have to conquer with? Damn system, you can't keep fleecing wool from Jiang Qingqing alone. Jingma cleared his throat tactically. He casually found a chair and prepared to sit down. Who said you could sit down? Stand up. Jiang Qingqing's face darkened. Jing Yamo took a deep breath and placed the chair in his hand back to its original spot. Faced with such a domineering female CEO type, I really had no idea how to approach her. But there's nothing he can do to change the system's will. What does it matter even if it's his teacher? Teacher, I actually like you. Hypnosis activated. Jiang Qingqing felt as if Jing Mo's eyes were as vast as the starry sky, and in that fleeting moment, it seemed her very soul had been swept away. Jiang Qingqing became firmly convinced that Jing Mo had feelings for her. The system teased in northeastern dialect. See? I told ya, giving you hypnosis could have done so many things, but all you want to do is chase skirts. Jing Mo cursed. Fuck off, you damn system. All you do is screw me over. Other systems let their hosts progress gradually through proper cultivation paths. How abstract this system of mine is. Right off the bat, it wants me to conquer someone. It even gave me hypnotism techniques. Isn't that practically forcing me to commit a crime? Jingma actually likes me, but she's my student. The age gap between us is so wide. No way. Jiang Qingqing's expression turned somewhat dazed. She had absolutely no experience with this sort of situation. Should she refuse? But I've never been in a relationship before. What's this feeling? Anticipation and excitement, mixed with a tinge of thrill. Have I really been single for so long that I become this desperate? Would I even go after my own student? Jiang Qingqing, get a hold of yourself. Jiang Qingqing's delicate frame trembled as she found herself torn between impossible choices, utterly at a loss for how to respond. Of course, this outcome was the result of Jingma employing hypnosis techniques. It instantly shattered Jiang Qingqing's rationality. Jingma seized the opportunity to wrap his arm around Jiang Qingqing's slender waist, then tilted her chin and pressed his lips against her dazed yet alluring crimson mouth. Jiang Qingqing's eyes widened in astonishment. What was he doing? This was her own student. She was being kissed by her own student. And this was her very first kiss. Jiang Qingqing felt an unprecedented flutter of emotion spreading through her entire body. Perhaps it had been too long since she'd indulged in desire. Jiang Qingqing's response grew even more passionate. She pulled Jingma into a fierce embrace, as if trying to merge him into her very being. Her mind went completely blank in an instant, as if it had exploded. Jingma felt a sharp pain on his lips as the taste of blood spread in his mouth. A full 3 minutes passed before the two finally separated. Jiang Qingqing's face was flushed as she gasped for fresh air. Get out! Get the hell out! Jiang Qingqing pointed at the door and screamed hoarsely. She needed to calm down. Everything that had just happened felt like a dream. Jingma knew this woman wouldn't be conquered in a single day. This required long-term planning. Then take care of yourself, Professor. Don't forget to change your skirt. I'll head out first. Jingma's reminder suddenly made her aware. Her face instantly flushed red with embarrassment. Social suicide. She lowered her head and pointed at the office door. Get out now. The usually aloof Jiang Qingqing was now trembling as she spoke, her voice choked with sobs. Jing Yamo pushed open the office door and rushed out as if fleeing for his life. Only Jiang Qingqing remained in the office, staring blankly as she absent-mindedly touched her lips with her fingers, which came away stained with a streak of blood. She pursed her lips, the taste of blood. Everyone's first kiss had flavors like cigarettes or strawberries, but hers was actually the taste of blood. Jingma, you absolute jerk! Jiang Qingqing roared in fury. Jingma dashed back to the dorm and gulped down a whole glass of water in one go. He had sprinted all the way back just now. What kind of mess was this anyway? The other 3 dorm mates were busy gaming inside. Boss, you're back. You were seriously awesome today. The principal personally awarded you. That's so impressive. Oh yeah, military training starts tomorrow. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Fan Qingxue stared at a chat window on her phone, recalling how she had wanted to invite Jingma out for a meal, only to be rejected. Then he hadn't replied to me for 2 days. I still owed him a meal. Should I take the initiative and treat him again? She was really torn. If she kept asking after being rejected once, wouldn't she come across as desperate? At this thought, Fan Qingxue almost chuckled at herself. The idea that she, the campus belle, might be seen as desperate rumor had it her reputation would be ruined if word got out. But Jingma kept ignoring him. If he didn't make a move first, what if another girl snatched her away? He did genuinely have feelings for her. Chapter 65, The Simp Strategist. Qingxue, what are you doing? I've been watching you stare blankly at your phone this whole time. Xiaoji was doing sit-ups on a yoga mat in the dorm room. Since earlier, Fan Qingxue had been sitting motionless on a nearby chair, lost in thought. Xiaoji cautiously leaned over to glance at Fan Qingxue's phone screen. Wow, Xiaoxue, you're thinking about sending a message to Jingma, aren't you? Fan Qingxue was startled by the sudden voice. In her panic, she turned off her phone screen. Seeing Qiuji unexpectedly beside her, she complained, "Xiao Qiu, what are you doing? You actually peeked at my phone." Qiuji retorted proudly, "You kept ignoring me, I called your name several times just now." Then Xiao Jihuan switched to a gossipy expression. "Xiao Shui, after that incident the other day, are you still in touch with Jingma?" "No, he doesn't message me first, and I don't message him either. Maybe he's forgotten about me." "Oh my, this isn't something our campus Belle would usually say. Normally you're always saying stuff like, so-and-so won't stop chasing me." How strange that Jingma would just leave a great beauty like you alone. I wonder what he's thinking about. Let me ask you something. Do you have any feelings for Jingma? Fan Xingxue didn't know how to answer. Truthfully, she wasn't sure what her feelings towards Jingma were. Ever since their first meeting, she'd felt something different about him. Because Jingma gave off an air of indifference and nonchalance, few boys would remain unaffected by her looks. At first, I was just curious about Jingma, but after spending more time together, I discovered that he's actually a wealthy young master. No wonder such an outstanding guy wasn't interested in me. Probably the only advantage I have over other girls in his eyes is my appearance. For a top-tier rich second generation like Jingma, what kind of girl couldn't he get? It's not like I'm truly the world's most beautiful woman. I don't know whether I have feelings for him or not. Qiuji thought for a moment before speaking. Although I don't know if you have any goodwill toward him. Because of you, he has offended Zhou Xian. Didn't you also tell me before that Zhou Xian's family has considerable connections in this area? Even though Jingma is very wealthy, he seems to be an outsider and unfamiliar with this place. It's possible he might face retaliation from Zhou Xian. At this point, Qiuji's expression grew somewhat serious. Surely not. He wouldn't be that petty, would he? Fan Xingxue felt her nerves tighten at Qiuji's suggestion, realizing this might indeed be possible. "Xiaoxue, Tian told me Zhou Xian is someone who always repays a grudge tenfold. Oh no, does this mean I've gotten Jingma into trouble? I need to find him and warn him." The normally aloof campus Belle Fan Xingxue now paced back and forth in her dorm room like a headless fly. Qiuji saw right through Fan Xingxue at a glance. "Xingxue, I just said it was a possibility earlier. Look how worried you are, you must have feelings for Jingma." Hearing Qiuji's definitive statement made Fan Xingxue question herself. Could it be true that she actually had feelings for Jingma? Impossible, I'm not that shallow. Zhou Xian chased me for 3 years and I never felt anything. I've only known Jingma for a few days, how could I possibly develop feelings so quickly? I was just afraid that Jingma might get hurt because of me. Fan Xingxue's words appeared to be directed at Qiuji, but in truth, they were just an excuse for herself. "Do you really think I'd believe that? I heard you sneaked out of school last night and went to the police station. If it wasn't for Jingma, then who were you so worried about?" Qiuji's enigmatic smirk made it seem as though she had seen right through Fan Xingxue's lies. Fan Xingxue acted like a complete newbie in front of Qiuji. "So are you going to take the initiative to contact Jingma or not? Don't forget, you still owe him a meal." Fan Xingxue clenched her phone so tightly her palms grew sweaty. Seeing her still hesitating, Qiuji delivered the final decisive blow. "I think it'd be best if you invited Jingma out for a meal after all. Aren't you planning to remind her to be cautious around Zhou Xian?" Having said these words, Qiuji visibly relaxed as if a weight had been lifted. What if I ask him out to eat, but he rejects me? Won't we lose even the chance to be friends?" Qiuji felt these words sounded strangely familiar. They resembled what one of her love-struck admirers had told her before. "Come on, haven't you heard of warriors charging for love? If you don't make a move and he doesn't either, maybe this heaven-sent romance will just pass you by?" The hesitation in Fan Xingxue's eyes faded, replaced by determination. "Alright, then I'll ask him if he's free tonight," Qiuji said with a laugh. "Great, try not to come back tonight." "Qiuji, what are you saying?" As she spoke, Qiuji took out her phone and sent a WeChat message to someone. "Xiaoxue has already been persuaded by me. She'll be asking Jingma out to dinner tonight. I've done what you asked. Could we go out for dinner tonight? Would that be okay?" Niu Yanyu replied, "I'd like to try stir-fried milk ice tonight. I can't have anything cold these past couple of days." "Niu Yanyu, my roommate invited me to play Naraka, Blade Point tonight, maybe next time." "Qiuji, then what do you want to eat tonight? I can bring it over for you." "Niu Yanyu, just get me some fried rice noodles, a cola, and a chicken cutlet from the canteen. You can leave it on the table downstairs at the dorm." "Qiuji, but I miss you. Can't you see me even for a moment?" "Niu Yanyu, ugh. Can't you stop being so annoying? Don't you know it's exhausting for men to socialize? I'll see you when I have time, I've got plenty of connections to maintain. Can't you be more sensible?" "Qiuji, I'm sorry, don't be angry. I was wrong." "Niu Yanyu, humph. Good that you know you're wrong. Stop nagging me. If you don't want to chase me, there are plenty of other women who would." "Qiuji, no. Please no Bao. Don't let anyone else chase you, okay? Jingma, are you back at the dorm yet?" Jingma had just lain down on the bed when his phone buzzed. He glanced at the message only to find it was from Fan Xingxue. "I'm heading back to the dorm. what's up? Jingma replied to the message. The other person responded instantly. Nothing much, just wanted to ask if you're free tonight. I was thinking of inviting you to dinner. Fan Xingshue's heart leapt to her throat as she spoke these words. This was her first time initiating an invitation to someone. Afraid Jingma might reply with a rejection. Instead of answering immediately, Jingma opened another chat window. Did you make dinner tonight? Feng Muyun replied, I've been out looking at storefronts today and haven't been home. Next time you plan to come home for dinner, let me know in advance so I can prepare it for you. Jing Mo, have you secured that storefront yet? Feng Muyun, there's one I like, but the rent is a bit steep. Jing Mo transferred $1 million in one swift move. Just buy the property outright. Chapter 66, Handsome Beyond the Heavens. Fan Qingxue was almost dying of anxiety waiting for Jing Mo's news. These 30 seconds felt longer than half a century to her. Fine, wait for me half an hour, I need to shower and change. Alright, which building do you live in? I'll wait for you downstairs at your dorm. No need, let's meet at the school gate later, we'll go out to eat. It's fine, I'll wait for you downstairs at your dorm. Jing Mo stopped refusing when he saw her insistence. That I live in building 8. Just wait for me downstairs. Fan Qingxue put down her phone and let out a heavy sigh of relief. It was hard to imagine that one day she would be waiting downstairs in a dormitory to pursue a guy. No sooner had Fan Qingxue put down her phone than she was already in front of the mirror applying makeup. Her stunning beauty only needed slight refinement to effortlessly surpass 99% of women. Xiao Chou, I'm heading out. Go on then, try not to come back tonight. Get lost. Jingma took a shower and changed into another set of clothes he had brought with him. This time when school started, I brought nothing with me except 2 changes of clothes. I remember these were bought by the original owner during a high school clearance sale. Looks like I should find time to do some shopping. Once military training is over, I'll go to the mall with Bike Sinyo to buy some new outfits. Jing Mo stepping out of the bathroom actually made Fu Mingming stare with eyes wide. What are you looking at me for? I don't have those kinds of special preferences, okay? Jing Mo felt unnerved by the stare and watched Fu Mingming warily. Fu Mingming widened his eyes as he gazed at Jing Mo from head to toe with admiring looks. My, this is a perfect work of art. Jing Mo hurriedly draped her coat back over her shoulders. Fu Mingming hastily stopped him. Boss, hold on with getting dressed. Jingma grew even more wary. That's desperate even for you. You must be really hard up for cash. Fu Mingming said with a look of frustration. Boss, with your facial structure and physique, you'd earn way faster doing modeling or breaking into showbiz than staying in school. Jingma knew this guy always spent time grooming himself, fixing up a handsome hairstyle every time he went out. Who would have thought this guy was so obsessed with his appearance? Boss, let me give you a makeover, I guarantee you'll be the hottest guy on the street. Jingma instinctively wanted to refuse, but then he remembered how embarrassingly tacky his previous hairstyle and outfits had been. Since I'm already looking like such a mess, why not let Fu Mingming tidy me up a bit? Alright, just hurry up. Someone's waiting to have dinner with me. No problem, I'm a pro at this. Half an hour later, Jingma looked at his reflection in the mirror. One word described it, handsome. Originally, Jingma had already been transformed by the system, but now that he was all dressed up, he wore on top the high-end, diamond-encrusted formal wear that Fu Mingming could never bear to part with, paired with slim-fitting LV trousers on the bottom. Plus, his hair had been styled by Fu Mingming into something called a dragon beard slick back, exuding such a rogue vibe that people couldn't bear to meet his gaze. Jingma glanced at the time. Almost an hour had passed. He couldn't keep others waiting any longer, so he grabbed the car keys and set off. Niu Yanyu watched Jingmo's retreating figure. Sigh, our big boss never comes home at night. He probably won't be back tonight either. Yeah, his lifestyle is what dreams are made of. How can his body handle that nightly indulgence? Forget it. Why don't we go get some chicken too? Let's go. With this outfit, Jingma was indeed the flashiest guy on the block, just as Fu Mingming had said. Even many gay men would glance his way. The commotion had already started in the male dormitory because Fan Qingxue had been standing downstairs waiting. After all, it's usually the guys who wait outside the girls' dormitory. It's rare for a girl to wait outside the boys' dormitory. And the fact that it was the newly crowned campus belle Fan Qingxue made it even more sensational. Many guys in the dorm were speculating about who could possibly make the school beauty wait for him downstairs. This is such a face-gaining moment for guys. The moment Jingma stepped out of the dormitory, Fan Qingxue's gaze froze. Jingma used to have long bangs covering his face, but now with dragon whisker slicked back hair revealing his entire face, his entire aura had transformed. Coupled with those indifferent yet fiercely penetrating eyes, any girl who met his gaze would inevitably lower her head in self-conscious awe. Even Fan Qingxue couldn't help but murmur, the finest in the world, the supreme among them all. Even in appearance, she wasn't certain she could outshine Jing Mo. You dressed so handsomely today. Fan Qingxue praised sincerely. My roommate did it for me. You look very beautiful today too. Jingma glanced at Fan Qingxue and returned the compliment. For some reason, she would feel disgusted when other boys looked at her, but when Jingma looked her way, she would blush and wonder if there was any part of her that wasn't perfect. Could it really be like Shoji said, that I actually have feelings for Jingma? Let's go. Where do you want to eat? My treat today. Just name the place and we'll go there. Do you know where to find the most authentic Huayang cuisine? I've been in Y City for so long but still haven't tried the real deal. Oh okay, should you drive or take a taxi? I'll drive. Jingma led Fan Xingxue to the parking lot outside the school. In this parking lot, there was a large empty space in the middle that no one dared to park in. Because 3 luxury cars were parked right in the center, no sane person would dare park beside them. Any scratches or dings would be impossible to afford. Jingma was quite distressed. How on earth was he supposed to move all 3 cars back to the garage? He couldn't possibly drive them all himself. Leaving them parked here indefinitely wasn't an option either. When Fan Xingxue arrived at the parking lot, her eyes immediately searched for the Lamborghini she'd ridden in before. But Jingma walked over to 2 unfamiliar vehicles instead. The Lamborghini she had ridden in was parked on the other side. Which one would you like to take? Even Fan Xingxue, with her typically aloof demeanor, was utterly stunned. Are all 3 of these cars yours? It seems I had truly underestimated Jingma. He wasn't just ordinarily wealthy, he was extraordinarily rich. I'll go with whatever you say. Whichever car you choose is fine with me. Jingma walked over to the Lamborghini Sesto Elemento and slowly lifted its scissor door. Hop in. You navigate, I'll drive. As Jingma started the engine, the distinctive roar of the Lamborghini exploded through the air. Boom! Although shocked, she had long known that Jing Mo was wealthy, so it wouldn't be strange if he owned several cars. Jing Mo leaned slightly toward Fan Xingxue. Fan Xingxue was a bit stunned. Was Jing Mo about to kiss her right then and there? Jingma probably wasn't that kind of person. Just as she had this thought, Jingma reached out and pulled down the seatbelt beside her. So he was just helping her fasten the seatbelt. The seatbelt position in this car is different from others, let me help you with it. Jing Mo noticed Fan Xingxue's blushing cheeks and quickly realized what she was thinking, so he hurried to explain. He had already done enough awful things because of the system, he couldn't keep doing this kind of thing. Chapter 67, Shopping Frenzy. It's fine, I'm starving. Let's go eat quickly. Fan Xingxue quickly changed the subject. Jingma couldn't help but feel amused seeing Fan Xingxue like this. Even when embarrassed, she maintained a stern face pretending nonchalance. Jingma drove the Lamborghini Sesto Elemento out of the parking lot, this being the busiest time at the school gates. Look, it's a Lamborghini. And isn't that our school's famous beauty fan sitting in the passenger seat? Must be nice to drive a Lamborghini, just snap your fingers and the campus bell is yours. Rich guys really get all the luck. While the guys noticed who was riding shotgun, the girls were far more interested in who occupied the driver's seat. Wow, the guy driving the Lamborghini is so handsome. Does anyone know who he is? I wish I could get his contact info. The Lamborghini raced down the road outside the campus gate, with almost no car daring to block its path. Where is that restaurant you mentioned? About 7 or 8 kilometers from campus, there's a shopping mall called Jinghua City. It has a decent Huayang-style restaurant on the 4th floor. How about going there? Fan Xingxue made the suggestion cautiously, unsure whether a person of Jingma's status would consider such a place something she herself regarded as quite nice. To her, spending a few hundred yuan on a meal was already quite extravagant, but for Jingma, those few hundred might mean nothing at all. Jing Mo said indifferently, then let's just grab a bite anywhere. I'm not picky about the place. Right now, Jing Mo was like a god of driving, steering the supercar with one hand as effortlessly as drinking water. Throughout the journey, Fan Xingxue kept stealing glances at Jing Mo through the rearview mirror. Jingma knew this girl had strong self-esteem and couldn't point out she was secretly watching him, otherwise she'd get all shy again. If there's one thing Y City has no shortage of, it's electric bikes. Plus, it was rush hour. Even with Jingma's godlike driving skills, traffic jams were unavoidable. What should have been a 7 or 8 kilometer trip ended up taking nearly half an hour. Of course, Jingma's Lamborghini stood out conspicuously amidst the sea of vehicles, turning heads left and right. We're here, we're here. Jingma regretted driving this car, his back was killing him. After parking by the roadside and stepping out, the two instantly became the center of attention in the crowd. Jinghua Mall stood as Y City's largest and most bustling shopping plaza, maintaining lively foot traffic every day. At the shopping mall, Jing Mo looked at the luxury stores on the first and second floors, wondering if he should go on a shopping spree. All the clothes he was wearing now belonged to Fu Mingming. Given his current status, while he shouldn't dress too ostentatiously, he also couldn't afford to look too low-end, or else he'd be looked down upon everywhere he went. I'd like to buy a few outfits, mind helping me pick some out? Fan Xingxue's thoughts began to stir again after hearing this. How intimate. Normally, only couples would go shopping for clothes together. Is Jingma dropping hints to me? In truth, Jingma simply wasn't good at shopping and didn't know which stores had nice clothes, so he wanted Fan Xingxue's feminine perspective. So Jingma, what style are you looking to buy? Hoodies, high street fashion, suits, or windbreakers? Fan Qingxue pondered seriously. Let's just browse around and buy whatever catches my eye. A windbreaker is the best cosmetic surgery for men. There's the North Face and Arc'teryx up ahead. Which one will you choose? These two jackets are both outdoor-grade windbreakers, either one costs several thousand yuan. Jingma thought for a moment and said, let's pick a few pieces from each. Fan Qingxue came from an ordinary family. She only came into contact with these two brands when buying a birthday gift for her father once. Back then she was still agonizing over the price. But shopping with Jingma required no consideration of cost, just buying freely. This feeling was truly exhilarating. So Fan Qingxue felt somewhat excited and instinctively grabbed Jingma's hand as they hurried into the store. Upon entering the shop, Jingma thought the clothes here were quite stylish. Arc'teryx was a brand he hadn't heard of before. However, glancing at the prices, he was shocked to see a single windbreaker cost over 7,000 yuan, while the limited edition collaborative pieces reached upwards of 10,000. A saleswoman quickly approached to greet the newcomers. Hello, let me introduce you to our latest models. As she caught sight of the visitors, she couldn't help but marvel to herself. These two are absolutely stunning. They must be celebrities from some film set. She was just a sales assistant who'd seen plenty of handsome men and beautiful women inside and outside the store, but never one of such exceptional quality before. Taking a closer look at their outfits, decent enough, entirely composed of branded items. Especially the young man, his formal attire alone was worth over 10,000 yuan. These two don't seem like they're just browsing. This should seal the deal. We'd like to check out men's windbreakers. Pull out all your latest designs for my friend to try on. Jingma waved his hand dismissively. Since you're here, I'll gift you a few outfits too. Can't have you running errands for nothing. The female clerk's smile brightened even more upon hearing this. This was clearly a big spending customer. Jingma thought this was an opportunity to spend money that simply couldn't be missed. But Fan Qingxue felt rather overwhelmed by such unexpected favor. No, I can't let you buy things for me without any reason, Jing Mo said nonchalantly. It's not like it costs much money anyway. Besides, didn't you treat me to a meal? Returning the favor by buying you some clothes is really nothing special. The female shop assistant initially thought the two must be a couple, but then why would lovers act so distant with each other? If they're not a couple, two people going shopping alone together must mean their relationship isn't ordinary. It's definitely one party pursuing the other. If a guy buys things for a girl, it undoubtedly means he's courting her. Miss, since your boyfriend wants to buy you something, don't refuse his kindness. No, he's not. Before Fan Qingxue could finish explaining, Jing Mo directly pointed at a row of clothes. These are all nice, give me one of every piece in size XL. This sentence completely stumped the salesperson. This row must have at least a dozen items. At an average of 5,000 yuan per piece, 20 items would cost 100 grand. Holy cow, we've got ourselves a real big spender here. Jingma felt it was strange that the system-rewarded luxury apartment had a dedicated changing room that was completely empty. He needed to buy some items to furnish it. Sir, are you sure you want everything in this entire row? The female clerk asked again in disbelief. Jingma frowned slightly. Is there a problem? The saleswoman spoke cautiously now. Wouldn't you like to try them on to see if they fit? We don't accept returns once purchases are made here. Jingma said indifferently. No need. I'll try them on slowly when I get home. That whole row over there is women's wear, right? The female clerk hurried over to make an introduction. Yes, the pieces in front are all the latest. Before the clerk could finish speaking, Jingma interrupted directly. Buy one piece from this row in this lady's size. Chapter 68. Hurry and eat. It's right over there. This is the very definition of extravagance. Jingma waved his hand and nearly bought out the entire store's clothing inventory. Fan Qingxue said uncomfortably, don't buy these for me. I only treated you to one meal, but all these clothes must cost tens of thousands. Spending a few hundred on a meal for you is like me spending tens of thousands. It makes no difference. So don't refuse. Jingma then simply had the store clerk wrap up the clothes they bought, arranging for a delivery service to pick them up later. There was no way the two of them could carry all these clothes by themselves. The total came to 230,000, which Jingma paid in one scan with his phone. Then they moved on to the next store. And just like that, Jingma began to sweep through every high-end boutique in Jinghua City, not even glancing at styles or prices, buying everything outright. LV shoes, AJ collab sneakers, four-leaf clover belts, Patagonia pants, and colon short sleeves. Every item fell victim to his shopping spree. He even splurged tens of thousands on jewelry. At first, Fan Qingxue was stunned by Jingma's extravagant spending, but gradually she grew numb to it. As a girl, she loved shopping and splurging like anyone else, but definitely not the way Jingma did. This was outright nouveau riche behavior. Initially, Jingma held back a little, but soon he walked into stores and simply declared, one of each in sizes S and XL. Then he'd check out and move on to the next store to repeat the raid. The entire commercial district of Jinghua City was buzzing with excitement. Today was a day blessed by the god of wealth. Someone started calculating how much Jingma had spent in total today. Just the massive shopping spree in clothes alone cost over 3 million. Jing Mo felt he had bought enough, and it was getting late. Should I have the clothes I bought for you delivered to your home or to your school? The manager of Jinghua Mall knew that Jing Mo was a big spender after his generous purchases, so he called over a few errand runners to deliver Jing Mo's purchases to his home. Deliver them to my home. My school wardrobe can't fit them all. Jing Ma directly arranged for the delivery of purchased items in 2 batches, all menswear to Shengshi Tianguang and all womenswear to Fan Qingshua's home. Fan Qingshuo watched the goods being transported on carts, feeling somewhat dreamlike at that moment. So this is how wealthy people shop. Finally, Jing Ma intended to buy a suit. Now that I'm the owner of Wanyan Residence and a shareholder in the company, I'll need to wear proper attire when attending meetings. I should definitely get a few suits ready for future high-end events. The two of them arrived at LMYKSVJ store, a place specializing in custom-made suits. The outlet in Jinghua City only takes customers' measurements before sending the data to their headquarters on the island nation. There, a master tailor with decades of experience designs the patterns, which are then handmade. This store actually only exists in first-tier metropolises like the capital, Shanghai, and Nanjing. Y City merely has a small branch, as there are usually hardly any customers who would come here. The brand LMYKSVJ is known only to a select few in the upper-class circles because the clothes here are outrageously expensive. Even a single shirt can cost over 100,000 yuan. Just as Jing Mo and Fan Qingxue arrived at the store entrance, a sneering voice rang out beside them. Oh, you think just because you have a bit of spare cash you can waltz into LM? Let me warn you, it's best not to go in, you can't afford anything inside anyway. Wouldn't want you to embarrass yourself in vain. Zhou Xian stood beside Jingma, arm in arm with a girl dressed in JK fashion, and sneered as he spoke. Zhou Xian, what are you doing here? Fan Qingxue frowned slightly and said with displeasure. Where I am shouldn't have anything to do with the campus Belle, Fan Qingxue, right? Even though Zhou Xian had women around him, he still felt a possessive desire towards Fan Qingxue because she was simply too beautiful. Among all the women he had played with, none could compare to her. He had once sworn that if he never got to have Fan Qingxue in this lifetime, he would die with regret. But the time was coming soon. Since normal pursuit wouldn't work, he would just have to resort to unconventional methods. Honey, who is this? The girl in the JK uniform with quite attractive looks clung tightly to Zhou Xian's arm and asked affectionately, Isn't this our university's renowned beauty fan? The girl in the JK uniform giggled and said, A woman's discernment is crucial when choosing a man. Looks aren't everything, you've got to consider substance too. Pick wrong, and you'll end up like a wilted flower nobody values anymore. This sentence was clearly implying Fan Qingxue had poor taste, and even called her a fallen woman. Keep your filthy thoughts to yourselves. Jingma and I are just friends. The girl in the JK uniform found the name Jingma oddly familiar, as if she'd heard it somewhere before, but she couldn't quite place it at the moment. Oh please, stop pretending to be pure while acting otherwise. Just friends shopping together? Bet that guy beside you spent a fortune on you today. How do you think he feels hearing you say that? Fan Qingxue's temperament had always been prideful. Ordinarily she wouldn't deign to respond to such remarks. But with Jingma present, even if she could ignore it, she feared he might overthink things. Then I like him. I'm pursuing him. These words silenced the entire room. Jingma stared blankly at Fan Qingxue beside him. Zhou Xian clenched his fists tightly. Fan Qingxue immediately regretted her words. For the first time, she blushed so hard she couldn't meet Jingma's eyes. Watching Fan Qingxue display such uncharacteristically shy femininity, Jingma found it rather endearing. Zhou Xian couldn't hold his composure anymore. Damn it, I've been chasing her for so long and must have spent over 100 grand. How could that bitch be so shameless as to choose some penniless loser? But with his newly dating girlfriend right beside him, these words couldn't be spoken aloud. He could only glare at Jingma with resentment. Jingma, you think just because you have some spare change you can come to LM? Let me tell you, the cheapest outfit here costs over $1 million. You can't afford it. Jingma pulled Fan Qingxue behind him. Stop barking like a dog. Have you forgotten you still owe us a meal of shit? Zhou Xian couldn't understand why, though he always prided himself as being a refined gentleman from a completely different world than Jing Mo. He could never gain the upper hand in verbal exchanges whenever he tried to show off in front of Jing Mo. Jing Mo didn't bother with subtlety at all, resorting directly to the crudest street insults. Unless Zhou Xian stooped to Jing Mo's level and traded vulgarities, he could never come out on top. He put on airs of being cultured and high-minded in front of women, but Fan Qingxue simply didn't like him no matter what. Yet Jing Mo could curse like a sailor right in front of Fan Qingxue, and she'd still like him anyway. Sometimes he even wondered if this woman was just plain shameless. Zhou Xian's expression stiffened at first. I just wanted to remind you that everything here is expensive. You'll embarrass yourself in front of women if you go in. Zhou Xian could barely contain the anger in his voice. Jingma didn't even bother responding to him, simply pointing toward the restroom. Go eat over there. Chapter 69, Loser Calls the Other Daddy. Joe Xin chose to ignore Jing Mo's words because there was simply no way to carry on a conversation with him. Fan Qingxue, considering our past relationship, I advise you to stay away from him from now on. Fan Qingxue couldn't hold back anymore. Joe Xin, could you please stop meddling in my business? It's my freedom to choose who I want to be with. How did you become like this now? Were you just pretending the whole time when you were with me before? I never thought you'd get angry, Fan Qingxue. Weren't you always so indifferent before? Nothing ever seemed to bother you. Why are you getting upset over some guy now? Fan Qingxue looked at Joe Xin with undisguised disdain. I never expected you to be this kind of person. From now on, we're strangers. Don't ever say you know me again. Fan Qingxue, I admit you're somewhat attractive, but I've had my share of women. Don't flatter yourself too much. Believe me when I say I could ruin this Jing guy in an instant. Joe Xin glared darkly at Jing Mo and Fan Qingxue. The girl in the JK uniform beside Joe Xin pursed her lips slightly. Although she had some objections to his words, she knew her place. It was just a transaction where Joe Xin paid and she provided her body. If Joe Xin wanted, there were always women willing to replace her at any time. Fan Qingxue's worst fear came true. Joe Xin was actually targeting Jing Mo. Joe Xin, this is between the two of us. Don't drag Jing Mo into it, he has nothing to do with this. She knew from high school that Joe Xin came from a wealthy and influential family with strong connections, because one time the car that picked him up after school was a Rolls-Royce. Although Jing Mo was quite wealthy, he wasn't a local. As the saying goes, a powerful dragon cannot crush a snake in its own territory. Joe Xin's family had deeply intricate connections in Y City, so causing trouble for Jing Mo was still somewhat concerning. A system prompt echoed in Jing Mo's mind. Host under threat detected. Issuing temporary mission, your daddy will always be your daddy. Make Joe Xin call you daddy within 10 minutes. Mission reward, knowledge spicy strips. Failure penalty, incomplete urination. Damn this godforsaken system. Jingma had genuinely intended to ignore Joe Xin, but this damned system was forcing him to show off. Joe Xin, didn't you say I couldn't afford anything here? How about we make a bet, let's see who can buy more items in this place. Joe Xin hesitated upon hearing this. The prices here were exorbitant, with even the cheapest items costing over 100,000. Jing Mo didn't seem like a broke loser this time, and having been burned once before in the cafeteria, Joe Xin wasn't eager to take the risk again. But Fan Qingxue and his newly acquired girlfriend were watching. If he backed down now, he'd lose face big time. Fine, but if it's a bet, there's gotta be stakes, right? Jingma rolled her eyes. You never honored the last bet. I'm seriously starting to question your integrity. Joe Xin's face turned crimson. How is that even a proper wager? Forget about last time already. If you lose this round, how about calling me daddy? If what I buy turns out cheaper than yours, I'll call you that. Jing Mo said with a smile. Fan Qingxue, seeing Jing Mo like this, knew he was setting another trap for someone. But remembering his deep pockets, she relaxed. After all, Jing Mo had spent millions today. Though Joe Xin was wealthy, he surely couldn't match Jing Mo's fortune. Joe Xin was deeply conflicted, because Jing Mo's expression brimmed with absolute confidence. Last time had ended in his humiliating defeat. If he lost again this time and had to call the other daddy, he'd never be able to lift his head in front of Jing Mo and Fan Qingxue. Jing Mo felt slightly shortchanged after speaking. As a future tycoon, countless people would clamor to be his son someday. Wasn't this arrangement letting the other party off too lightly? Darling, let's just leave it be and go, she pleaded. The girl beside Joe Xin tried to persuade him. If Joe Xin won, things would be fine, but if he lost and ended up calling someone else daddy, she'd probably have to call him daddy that night too. Besides, Joe Xin would never keep someone around who had witnessed him embarrassing himself. It might have been alright if left unsaid, but the girl's words only fueled Joe Xin's fury instead. So you think I'm not as wealthy as him? I'll take that bet. Men fight for pride, gods compete for incense. Isn't living in this world all about pursuing face and dignity? Jingma pretended to hesitate, saying, oh dear, why did you agree so quickly? I don't have that much cash on me right now. Give me a moment, I need to make a couple calls to gather the funds. Joe Xin breathed a sigh of relief and immediately regained his haughty expression. Thought he was somebody special, turns out he's just bluffing. First, watch how your daddy spends money. Take notes on what real audacity and vision look like. Let's see how that compares to your stingy little haggling ways. With that, he walked into the shop arm in arm with his JK uniformed girlfriend. The LMYKSVJ store in City Y has a very small floor area. The entire shop only displays materials for making clothes on its shelves. The buyer must first select the fabric and color, then proceed with measurements. All these specifications are sent to the flagship store on the island nation, requiring approximately over a month for completion. followed by another half-month for shipping before the order arrives. This is the world's finest custom-tailored suit. It's said that even the buttons on the garment are masterpiece-level artworks crafted by Kuratori Takashi. You could sell those buttons directly to a jewelry store for cash. The button is studded with ruby. The quality of the ruby is on par with those on the British Queen's crown. Of course, this is the most premium suit. Almost no one would spend 40 million to have a garment custom made. Hello, welcome to LM. A middle-aged woman wearing gold-rimmed glasses stepped out from behind the counter to greet the group. She was dressed in a custom-made employee uniform from the LM brand, reportedly worth around 700,000 yuan per set. The outfit gave the sales associate an aristocratic air that seemed entirely unlike typical service staff. We only accept clients for custom-tailored suits here. We don't carry ready-made pieces. Every garment our brand creates for clients is one of a kind in the world, so we don't have samples to show you. The middle-aged woman noticed they were all unfamiliar young faces and reminded them cautiously. Even Zhou Xian spoke with careful deference in this kind of place. LM never lacked for clients. If you showed any disrespect, you might well find yourself blacklisted. Hello, I'd like to order a custom suit. The middle-aged woman glanced at Zhou Xian. Then please come a bit closer. Let me first take your measurements. Zhou Xian stepped forward and stood properly with his arms spread wide, waiting for the middle-aged woman to measure his body dimensions. Holding a tablet in one hand and a measuring tape in the other, the middle-aged woman carefully measured every part of Zhou Xian's physique. Chapter 70. Call or get beaten until you scream. After the staff uploaded all of Zhou Xian's measurements to LM's official website, they began introducing the customized clothing options and fabrics. The sales associate rattled off a stream of technical jargon, mentioning luxurious silks sourced from around the globe, along with custom-made brooches and buttons requiring pure handcraftsmanship. Of course, the quoted price was shockingly expensive. Zhou Xian cautiously inquired about prices before selecting the fabric, ultimately spending 900,000 yuan to make a pair of trousers and a shirt. Even Jing Mo was somewhat taken aback by the price. He observed the entire process from the sidelines. The fabric Zhou Xian chose was among the cheaper silks in the store, all domestically produced. Only the fabric at the cuffs is imported from Italy. With the additional 500,000 yuan craftsmanship fee, the total comes close to 1 million. After paying half the deposit, Zhou Xian felt a sharp sting in his wallet. The price is outrageously high. Spending 900,000 yuan on a single shirt is downright insane. I just made an impulse purchase, but now that I've cooled down, I realize what a sucker I've been. His gaze turned toward Jingma. As long as Jingma calls him daddy in front of Fan Qingxue, spending those 900,000 yuan would be worth it. Jingma, did you manage to scrape together 1 million? You should feel honored. I spent 900,000 just to hear you call me daddy. That's one expensive word. Jingmo rolled his eyes at Zhou Xian. And here I thought you were going to show us what real boldness looks like, he remarked. Seems like you're just being petty, making such a fuss over buying a single shirt. Zhou Xian's face darkened with resentment. This guy had just caused him to spend 900,000 yuan, and now he had the nerve to make sarcastic remarks. He vowed to thoroughly humiliate him when he inevitably couldn't afford anything later. Ignoring Zhou Xian, Jing Mo took Fan Qingxue's hand and stepped forward. Please take measurements for both myself and this lady. I'd like to order several suits. Fan Qingxue's heart was pounding. Was Jing Mo really going to have custom clothes made for her too? But this was completely different from their previous shopping trips. A single outfit here cost several 100,000. She'd never seen so much money in her entire life. Wanting to say he didn't need it, but afraid Jingma might be upset, the saleswoman measured Jingma and Fan Qingxue's sizes before asking about the fabric for the suits. Jingma opted for nothing but imported fabric, insisting on gemstones and agate for every button and brooch. By the time it came to settling the bill, not even counting the 500,000 yuan tailoring fee, the total had already reached 4 million. Zhou Xian's hands trembled when he heard the number. How absurd was this? Seeing Fan Qingxue's hesitation in selecting fabric, Jingma took the initiative to choose the same material as his own for her. The women's version naturally cost more due to its additional decorative elements compared to the men's. The girl in the JK outfit beside Zhou Xian looked at Jing Mo and Fan Qingxue with extremely complicated emotions. Her gaze at Fan Qingxue was filled entirely with jealousy. Girls like her had no real feelings. They'd follow whoever had money, saying insincere words, yet in the end, they'd never live as well as those born naturally beautiful. Her eyes dimmed slightly. So, in the end, she was just a plaything after all. Zhou Xian would never buy himself something so expensive. Hello, the total amount comes to 9 million, which includes the craftsmanship fee and logistics costs. Here's the itemized list for your review. The sales clerk maintained the same indifferent expression from the outset, showing no change in demeanor whether toward Zhou Xian or Jing Mo. Fan Qingxue stared blankly at the bill in her hand, 5 million yuan. The number felt somewhat surreal to her. The most expensive clothes she'd ever bought cost just 5,000 yuan. 5 million could buy 3 apartments in the city center. I need to wear clothes worth 5 million. Jingma wanted to buy a few more sets, but the clerk told him each client could only order custom pieces once every 6 months. So many rules. Fine, let's check out. Jingma took out his social security card from his pocket and handed it to the clerk. The clerk walked over to the counter and brought out the POS machine. Zhou Xian stared fixedly at the POS machine, thinking desperately, please, don't let it go through. But the dreaded notification of a failed payment never came. Thank you for choosing LM. Please provide your shipping address here. Payment successful? Zhou Xian felt his limbs go weak, nearly fainting from the shock. How is this possible? Just who is Jing Mo? How could he casually spend 9 million on a suit without batting an eye? After completing the registration, Jing Ma turned his gaze towards Zhou Xian. Sonny, a bet's a bet. Call out my name now. Zhou Xian said through gritted teeth. Jing Ma, my father is the district head of Hanjiang District, and my mother is a shareholder of Chongqing Hotel. Don't push too far, there's wisdom in knowing when to show mercy. Jingma raised an eyebrow. What's the matter? Trying to worm your way out again? Can't handle it? Zero credibility. Don't play if you can't take the loss. Facing Jingmo's sarcasm, Zhou Xian remained silent with a darkened expression. But that word dad was truly something he couldn't bring himself to say. I really don't want to acknowledge you as my son. You never listen to a word I say, always scheming ways to scam your own father. Truly unfilial behavior. Jingma kept fueling the fire. Zhou Xian's face had turned pitch black with rage. Young man, are you really determined to make this a fight to the death? You'd better take back what you said. This is why city here, I am the law. Zhou Xian threatened. Don't you have any sense of masculinity? They say a great man has a large heart. Must you insist on making things difficult for my husband? The JK-style girl beside Zhou Xian also chimed in to persuade. Jing Mo completely ignored the woman, his gaze remaining fixed on Zhou Xian. You'll call me daddy today whether you want to or I'll beat it out of you. Jingma didn't want to develop incontinence at such a young age. This bastard is truly disgusting. Every time he shows up, it triggers a system mission. I haven't even settled scores with him yet, and this motherfucker already dares to threaten me. You dare lay a hand on me? With so many people watching, you'd actually hit me in front of everyone? Jingma scoffed coldly. Why wouldn't I dare? Feel free to test me. Jing Ma took a step forward. Zhou Xian looked at Jing Mo's towering stature. Over the years, he had exhausted all his vitality indulging with women, and in a fight, 3 Zhou probably wouldn't stand a chance against Jing Mo. Zhou Xian immediately backed down. Don't move, I'll call them right now. Zhou Xian's face turned extremely grim. Dad. After speaking, he felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation, one so intense that he no longer had the face to remain there. He turned and walked away without even a glance at the JK girl beside him. Ding! Congratulations, host, the mission is complete. Rewards have been issued. Jingmo was a bit curious about what this knowledge jerky really was. He had gotten one as a reward before too. The knowledge jerky can imprint a skill, and once the host consumes it, they will gain that skill. Holy shit! Why did it take you so long to tell me how to use such an amazing thing? This is treasure. What's the most precious thing in the world? It's not money, it's knowledge. Knowledge creates wealth. Fan Qingxue watched Zhou Xian's retreating figure and cautioned. Zhou Xian bears grudges over the smallest things. You must be very careful with him. Jingma glanced at Fan Qingxue. Are you worried about me? No, I just don't want you to get into trouble because of me. Fan Qingxue's words were entirely driven by her tsundere nature, and she regretted them the moment they left her mouth. That's not what I meant. I meant I don't want you to be in danger. Fan Qingxue only made matters worse with her explanation. Chapter 71. Please reject the school beauty's confession. Even with Jingma's current shopping spree, he was still far from achieving his goal of spending 100 million. What a headache. Let's go. I'm a bit hungry. Shall we grab something to eat? Fan Qingxue quite naturally took Jingma's hand. When she realized what she'd done, Fan Qingxue's cheeks flushed faintly pink as she recalled this being goodness knows how many times she'd held Jingma's hand today. Her face instantly burned scarlet enough to drip water. Fan Qingxue released Jingma's hand and covered her face with both hands, too embarrassed to look at anyone. Jingma rubbed his nose somewhat indifferently. Was holding hands really something to get so flustered about? Is that the shop you were talking about? Jingma quickly changed the subject, pointing to a restaurant called Huayangrenjia. After they were seated, Fan Qingxue kept her head down, lost in thought. Her little brain was nearly overwhelmed. Jingma spent nearly 10 million on her today. Could he be trying to keep me as his mistress? Should I refuse? She wasn't the kind of girl who'd sell herself for money. If Jingma really proposed such an arrangement, she'd have to turn him down. But Jingma didn't seem like he wanted to be her sugar daddy. Could it be that he actually wanted to date her properly? Yet after all this time, he hadn't made any moves. If he confessed to her now, she'd probably say yes. Jingma didn't think much about it. He was currently holding the system-rewarded knowledge spicy strips in his hand. This thing can actually make someone master a skill. How do I use this system? It's very simple. Just eat spicy strips while looking at the skill you want to learn. Can this knowledge spicy strip teach anything? Yes, anything from music to chess, calligraphy to painting. Damn, that's wild. Jingma and Fan Qingxue were completely on different wavelengths about this. For Jingma, going out was simply about grabbing dinner and picking up some stuff along the way to complete tasks. He had absolutely no other intentions. There are already too many beautiful women around me, my body can't handle it anymore. Jingma, I really appreciate you buying me so many clothes today, but our relationship isn't that close yet. I feel somewhat embarrassed by such generosity. Fan Qingxue had nearly convinced herself through self-delusion at this point. She felt that Jingma must be too embarrassed to confess his feelings, and decided she must create an opportunity for him. It's nothing, you've come all this way to treat me to dinner today. This small amount is nothing, Jingma muttered while shoveling rice into her mouth. Does he really like me? Why does it feel like all he wants to do is eat? For a moment, even Fan Qingxue began to doubt. But Jingma treats me so well, how should I repay him? I'm really anxious. Fan Qingxue stared at Jingma's face. Even the way he ate heartily was so handsome. Jingma, so delicious, even better than Wanyanju's. Maybe I actually like Jingma. If he won't confess first, what's wrong with me taking the initiative for once? Of course, this wasn't about repaying Jingma, it was simply because I genuinely liked him as a person. Jingma, are you single? Jingma mumbled through a mouthful of rice. Yeah, I'm single. Don't have a girlfriend. Something about this question felt oddly familiar, as if I'd heard it somewhere before. I like you. Can I be your girlfriend? Jingma's chopsticks paused mid-bite. Those words sounded familiar. Wasn't this the part where the system should make its entrance? Host, as a future tycoon, you must prioritize your career. Please reject the school bell's confession. Mission reward, holographic projection technology. Failure penalty, constipation. Jingma couldn't even muster the energy to complain, having already grown accustomed to this. Thankfully, this time was different from last time when it forced him to behave worse than an animal, refusing a relationship yet still having to forcibly kiss someone. Still thinking about it? The system's voice came again. Temporary mission issued, since you're already here too. All beautiful girls in this world belong to the host. This evening, take Fan Qingxue to a hotel for the night and sleep while holding her. Mission reward, 10-minute experience card for the world's most advanced surgical techniques. Failure punishment, constipation. Damn it, you really are a beast of a system. Jing Mo choked to death on a mouthful of rice. Fan Qingxue noticed Jing Mo visibly sweating after her confession. Jingma must really have feelings for me, otherwise why would she be so nervous? Sometimes rejecting a confession is harder than accepting one, because turning down someone who likes you will inevitably hurt their feelings. What makes the system even more bastardly is that it forces you to reject them while still requiring you to keep them under your wing. In my past life, what I hated most was reading harem novels. I found those male protagonists downright disgusting. In the end, the demon-slaying youth became a demon himself. A single clear tear rolled down Jingma's cheek. My lifelong reputation is ruined, he lamented. Seeing Jingma inexplicably shedding tears, Fan Qingxue mistakenly thought her confession had moved him deeply. Her heart was pounding with nervousness at this moment. Her heart had been thumping wildly all day, almost leaping out of her chest. Qingxue, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Jingma immediately went full drama queen, wailing loudly in front of everyone. Fan Qingxue was dumbfounded at the sight. What on earth was happening? The commotion drew the attention of many onlookers nearby. Jingma, stop crying. What's wrong? The usually aloof Fan Qingxue found her heart softening whenever she was around Jingmo. Jingma cried so hard that it broke her heart. I'm sorry, Qingxue, I can't be with you. Fan Qingxue's heart turned cold upon hearing these words, nearly shattering on the spot. Please listen to me first, Qingxue. I truly want to be with you, but I have my reasons. My family has been forcing me into an arranged marriage with a vegetative patient to secure the family's interests. I've been constantly monitored by my fiancé's family. If they see any girl getting close to me, they drag me back and lock me up in confinement. And they wouldn't give me food or water. Several times I nearly starved to death. Jing Mo was even resorting to hypnotism. What kind of excuse was that? Only fools would believe it. Fan Qingxue's heart ached terribly upon hearing this. So behind Jing Mo's glamorous facade, he actually had to marry a vegetative woman? All the money she'd spent of his turned out to have been bought with his happiness. And she had nearly dragged him into danger too. That family was truly heartless, locking Jing Mo in confinement without food or water. This is absolutely outrageous. Fan Qingxue slammed her hand on the table in righteous fury. But immediately, a wave of helplessness washed over her. What could a powerless young girl like her possibly do about it? Jing Mo would suffer if he stayed with her. She thought about eloping, but nowadays with enough money, you could be found even if you hid deep in the mountains. The family that could raise a young master like Jing Mo was undoubtedly extraordinary. How could she possibly escape their grasp? There's only one solution left: work hard myself, earn enough money, and then I'll be able to rescue Jingma. Watching Jingma in such sorrow, Fan Qingshua's heart felt as though it were being ripped apart. Chapter 72. Spending the night at a hotel. Jingma cried for a while before finally calming down through choked sobs. Only now, his arm was wrapped around Fan Qingxue. Because she had been crying so hard just moments ago, Fan Qingxue didn't know how to comfort Jing Mo, so she could only sit beside him and pat his shoulder gently. Jing Mo naturally wrapped his arms around Fan Qingxue and held her close. Jingma, don't worry. I won't just stand by and watch you suffer. I'll work hard to earn money and save you. Actually, that won't be necessary. My fiancé is about to die soon. Once she's gone, the engagement will be void, and then we can be together. Fan Qingxue felt something was off, but couldn't quite put her finger on it, especially since Jingma had already pulled her into an embrace. Mission accomplished. Rewards have been distributed. Jingma suddenly had new knowledge in his mind. It was the blueprint for creating holographic projections. In the next few days, I'll buy a research institute and personally develop this thing. By then, I should be able to win a Nobel Prize. As a freshman who just started college, handcrafting holographic projection technology and winning a Nobel shouldn't be too outrageous, right? The first task is already complete, but the second one seems a bit tricky. How can I get Fan Qingxue to go to a hotel with me? What excuse should I come up with? I'll have to figure out a way. I don't have much experience with this kind of thing. I should ask someone who's experienced about this. If there's anyone who deserves the title King of Ideas, we should definitely call Niu Yangyu. I'll go wash my face in the restroom first. Jingma found an excuse and let go of Fan Qingxue, whose face was flushed with embarrassment. Upon reaching the restroom, Jingma took out his phone and made a call to Niu Yangyu. Hello, boss. Didn't you go out to eat with Fan, the campus beauty? How do you have time to call me? Just finished eating. Never mind that now. I need to ask you something. Oh, what is it? How do you usually get girls to skip dorm curfew when you take them out for dinner? Niu Yangyu fell silent on the other end of the line. Boss, I'm not that kind of guy. I don't have experience with this stuff. You should ask Yamamoto, he does stuff like that all the time. Cut the crap, you're no saint either. Stop pretending with me. Niu Yangyu chuckled on the other end of the phone. Boss, how did you know? You saw right through me. I usually start by having dinner with the girl to buy some time, then catch a movie, then find a bar for drinks and chat. Just wait until it's past curfew. That's so you. What if we skip the movie and drinks? Then boss, you'll just have to settle for this. Niu Yangyu shared his plan with Jing Mo. Jing Mo thought this move was too ruthless, so he directly transferred 1 million to him. Jing Mo returned to the dining table and saw Fan Qingxue had returned to normal. I've already settled the bill. Let's head back to campus. Jingma nodded. Then let's head back. Ever since Fan Qingxue confessed her feelings to Jingma and was rejected, the atmosphere between them had become somewhat peculiar. Instead of growing distant, their relationship had taken on a vaguely ambiguous quality. Fan Qingxue couldn't stop replaying the memory of Jingma holding her in his arms. Seems pretty amazing, and he's probably the only one who knows Whisper's secret, right? Only he could be this intimate with Whisper. Lost in these thoughts, she didn't even notice Whisper was holding her hand. Getting into Jing Mo's Lamborghini with him, Jing Mo drove the car, heading back to campus. As they approached the school vicinity, severe traffic congestion lay ahead. Jing Mo's Lamborghini got stuck motionless in the middle of the traffic jam. Jingma furrowed his brows. Why is there a traffic jam out of nowhere? Fan Qingxue watched through the car window as many drivers got out to inspect the situation. This stretch of road shouldn't be congested, or not even in the city center. What's stranger is that all the stuck vehicles are DD ride-hailing cars and taxis, trapped in the same spot for half an hour without moving an inch. Jingma let out a weary sigh. We'll have to take a detour. Fan Qingxue reassured him, it's alright, no hurry. We can wait slowly, the traffic will probably clear up soon. Jingma waited in the car for another hour. By the time it reached 9 o'clock, the line of cars still hadn't budged. Even Fan Qingxue grew somewhat anxious, as the dormitory gates would close at 10. Jingma also feigned anxiety, turning the car around. Detour it is, then. I'll take you another way. The Lamborghini made a U-turn and headed down an alternate route. In her distress, Fan Qingxue failed to notice that their new path was completely free of traffic jams. Jingma drove back toward the city center, preparing to choose another route. When they neared the Wanyanju area, he deliberately stalled the car. Oh no! What's going on? Why did this piece of junk car stall? Jingma then put on a show of pretending to try restarting the engine. But after several attempts, the car still wouldn't respond. Look at this, how could a perfectly fine car just break down like this? Jingma got out of the car to check the situation. He fiddled with the car for show. Fan Qingxue stepped out of the vehicle and stood beside Jingma. How's it going? Have you found out what's wrong with the car? Probably got busted from going over that speed bump just now. Fan Xingxue took out her phone. It was already 9:40. The dorm is about to close, only 20 minutes left. If it doesn't work out, I'll just call a cab and leave the car here for now. Fan Xingxue pulled out her phone as she spoke. Jingma thought briefly and said, then book your ride on the phone while I check if any taxis pass by. Fan Xingxue nodded in agreement. She took out her phone and began to summon a ride. 5 minutes passed. Can't get a taxi at all. What's going on here? It's not even rush hour now. Why can't we get a taxi? Finally, Fan Xingxue managed to hail one. I booked us a ride, Jingma. Jingma couldn't help but smile. At the same time, over 50 DD cars were lined up outside the school gate. Hey classmate, I accepted the order from the account you mentioned. Niu Yangyu glanced at the driver's phone and confirmed that the order was indeed placed under Fan Xingxue's phone number. Keep it for now, cancel the order after 10 o'clock. Fan Xingxue waited like this for the driver to pick her up, but 10 minutes had already passed, and the driver was still circling around one spot with no intention of approaching her. At that very moment, a bolt of lightning split the sky as rain began to patter down. Jingma first asked Fan Xingxue to take shelter from the rain in the car. After they got into the car, Jingma asked, did you manage to hail a taxi? Fan Xingxue looked at her phone and said, I got a ride, but the driver isn't coming to pick us up. Look at this heavy rain, I doubt we'll be able to get back to campus tonight. Fan Xingxue's face instantly turned red at these words. Ah, well, then, where are we going tonight? I see there's this hotel nearby called Wanyanju, why don't we stay there for tonight? Fan Xingxue hesitated, too shy to agree. Going to a hotel together already? Chapter 73 Taking a Bath. Fan Xingxue wrestled with herself for a long time before finally deciding not to return to school and instead stay at a hotel. This was, after all, her first time staying out all night with a boy in her life. Mostly, it was due to special circumstances. First there was heavy traffic, then the car broke down on the road. She tried to hail a cab, but the driver never arrived, and then it started raining. Fan Xingxue could only console herself this way. Jingma abandoned the car on the road and rushed into Wanyanju with Fan Xingxue, both drenched by the rain. Hello, Director Jing? Jing Yamo quickly shot a glance at the receptionist who bore a striking resemblance to Doraba. Meanwhile, his hands subtly gestured behind his back. Of course, Yen Shi immediately understood the unspoken message. Then he pretended not to know Jing Yamo and spoke up. Welcome, dear guest, to Wanyanju. Seeing that Jing Yamo and Fan Xingxue had come in drenched by the rain, he quickly brought over a warm towel. Here, please dry your hair first so you don't catch a cold. Jing Yamo waved his hand and said, get me 2 rooms. Before Yen Shi could say anything, Su Zihan walked over. Sir, staying at Wanyan residence requires prior reservation. If you don't have one, we currently have no available rooms for you. Fan Xingxue stepped forward to inquire. Is there really no available room for guests here? Su Zihan glanced at Jingma and pretended to hesitate before saying, at the moment, we truly don't have enough rooms to accommodate all of you. Fan Xingxue glanced at the torrential rain outside the gate. Going out now would probably leave me drenched to the bone. What do you mean by not having enough rooms? That implies there's still one available, doesn't it? Jing Yamo asked knowingly, feigning ignorance as he spoke. Su Zihan chimed in cooperatively, yes, we currently only have 1 room left. Would the 2 of you like to check in? Fan Xingxue's entire face visibly flushed crimson. Was she really going to share a room with Jing Yamo? Is it a twin room or a king-size bed? Fan Xingxue asked in a hushed voice. Of course it's a king-size bedroom, our winding residence doesn't have twin beds. Ah! Fan Xingxue felt her entire body go numb. Could it be that she'd have to share a bed with Jingma tonight? But Jingma hasn't accepted my confession. Wouldn't it be inappropriate to share a bed like this? Xingxue, how about we take this room? I can just make do sleeping on the sofa for 1 night. Fan Xingxue quickly waved her hands. I can't possibly let you sleep on the sofa. I'll take the sofa and you can have the bed for tonight. Let's not argue about who takes the sofa yet. First let's secure this room before another guest snatches the last available one. Jingma pretended to register at the front desk with Su Zihan, then led Fan Xingxue towards the spring courtyard. Opening the door to the spring courtyard room, Jingma stepped inside first. Fan Xingxue stood frozen at the doorway, clearly at a loss. Jingma glanced back, sighed, then reached out to pull Fan Xingxue inside abruptly before quickly shutting the door behind them. Bang! With the sound of the door closing, Fan Xingxue felt her heart racing wildly. Even a hint of fear welled up inside her. Jing Yamo saw Fan Xingxue standing blankly by the doorway, so he tore open a pair of disposable slippers and tossed them in front of her before heading off to the bathroom for some unknown reason. Fan Xingxue stood frozen like a robot, adrenaline surging through her veins at the unfolding scene. She remained rooted at the doorway, utterly unsure of what to do. After a brief contemplation, she decided to change into slippers and step into the living room. The guest room at Wanyanju was extraordinarily luxurious, surpassing even high-end residential apartments by untold degrees. To emphasize the spring in its courtyard theme, Chen Yuan, one floor-to-ceiling glass wall in the living room revealed an emerald bamboo grove just beyond. Fan Qingxue sat on the living room sofa, lost in thought. Jingma had already changed into his pajamas and come out. "You can take the bedroom later. I'll sleep on the sofa." "Alright," came the reply. Jingmo thought Fan Qingxue would surely refuse out of politeness and insist on letting him sleep on the bed while she took the sofa. Yet Fan Qingxue agreed straight away without hesitation. This left Jingmo, who'd been playing hard to get, feeling like his scheme had backfired. Quickly, Jingmo faked several sneezes, pretending he might catch a cold. Fan Qingxue fell for the bait indeed. "You'll catch a cold like that. Don't sleep on the sofa, you take the bed and I'll sleep here." "No, this sofa isn't comfortable to sleep on. You should take the bedroom." Jingma's refusal was firm. "That makes it even more impossible to let you sleep here. You're so tall, you probably couldn't even stretch your legs properly on this tiny couch. And you're the one who paid for the hotel room too." They kept politely refusing like this, until they somehow ended up shuffling all the way from the living room into the bedroom. Only after Fan Qingxue and Jingma had entered the bedroom did they suddenly realize how did the two of them end up in the bedroom together. Jingma looked at Fan Qingxue's damp hair. "Why don't you go take a shower first? Catching a cold wouldn't be good." Hearing the word shower made Fan Qingxue blush even more. Would Jingma peek at her while she was showering? She instinctively scratched at her slightly itchy hair. Being caught in the rain had left her feeling uncomfortable all over. Jingma noticed her hesitation. "You should go take a shower in the bathroom. I saw there's a lock on the door, just lock it once you're inside." "Oh, okay," Fan Qingxue replied in a barely audible voice, her jade-like earlobes already flushed scarlet. "If you're not washing up, I'll go take a shower first." So Jingma took off his outer short-sleeved shirt. Jingmo's physique had been remodeled by the System 8-pack abs, broad shoulder frame that looked lean in clothes, but now, with his shirt off, nearly made Fan Qingxue faint from sheer embarrassment. After Jingmo entered the bathroom, Fan Qingxue picked up her phone and scrolled through videos, trying to calm her wildly pounding heart. Soon, she could hear the sound of rushing water coming from the shower. Just the thought of Jingmo bathing mere inches away, behind that wall, made her mind uncontrollably drift back to his sculpted figure. What does Jingmo look like when he's showering? For a moment, Fan Qingxue actually started fantasizing about it. She didn't even notice what Joji had messaged her on the phone. "This is wrong." Fan Qingxue hurriedly pushed aside her stray thoughts. How could she be thinking such things? Despite Fan Qingxue's efforts to distract herself and turn up the volume on her phone, the sound of running water still reached her ears. Soon, the water stopped, and Jingma stepped out of the bathroom with a towel wrapped around him. Jingma wasn't wearing a shirt, and every droplet rolling down his abs was crystal clear to Fan Qingxue's eyes. Gulp! Fan Qingxue's eyes suddenly widened in disbelief. Could she really be that kind of person? What was she doing? Was she actually lusting after Jingmo's body? So she turned out to be a perv after all? Fan Qingxue's carefully crafted persona completely collapsed before Jingmo at this moment. Having never been in a relationship before, Fan Qingxue found her heart in complete turmoil around Jingmo. After finishing his shower, Jingmo urged Fan Qingxue to go wash up. Realizing Jingmo hadn't noticed her little act, Fan Qingxue sighed in profound relief before quickly slipping into the bathroom. Chapter 74 Sleeping While Holding. Fan Qingxue was taking a shower in the bathroom. Postgraduate Hua Jingmo was hardly a paragon of virtue like Lu Xiaohui. With such an incredibly beautiful woman showering next door, it was impossible for Jingma not to feel a little restless. For a moment, Jingma even harbored the wicked thought of sneaking a peek. But Jingma suppressed such wicked thoughts. He had only brought Fan Qingxue to the hotel to complete the mission, with no other intentions. 20 minutes later, Fan Qingxue emerged from the bathroom like a water lily freshly bloomed. She still walked out somewhat shyly. The bathrobe wrapped around her made her feel uneasy. "It's getting late, come to bed soon," Jingma called out to Fan Qingxue. "We have to wake up early tomorrow to return to school. Then I'll sleep on the couch." Fan Qingxue walked straight to the living room after coming out of the shower. Jingma stepped forward and stopped Fan Qingxue. The two stood very close, with Fan Qingxue bowing her head. Jingma could practically feel her warm breath against his chest. "No, I should be the one sleeping on the sofa. Why on earth? I'll take the couch." "You." The two argued for another 3 minutes. Fan Qingxue couldn't understand why Jingma was being so stubborn. Why must he insist on claiming the sofa for himself? As time grew later, they both knew they shouldn't drag this argument on much longer. Ultimately, Fan Qingxue reluctantly spoke up. "I think the bed is quite big. How about we use a blanket as a divider and each take one side?" Fan Qingxue's cheeks flushed with unmistakable redness as she spoke these words. She actually proposed such a suggestion. Could it be that today she'd actually share a bed with Jingmo? They'd only known each other for a few days. She sat on the edge of the bed, hugging her slender legs, her heart filled with unease. What if Jingma tries something with me tonight? Even though I like Jingma, I shouldn't just casually offer myself up like that. After all, I'm still a girl. If something really happened, I'd be the one at a disadvantage. How can she just sleep here so carelessly? Where's her sense of safety awareness? If Jingma tried anything with her, she wouldn't be able to resist at all. Jingma tidied up and lay on the bed, patting the space beside him. "What are you sitting there for? Come lie down already." Fan Qingxue curled up uneasily in the farthest corner of the bed. "Should I turn off the lights?" "All right, go ahead and turn them off." After switching off the lights, Jingma casually set the room's air conditioner to 18 degrees Celsius with strong wind. In the darkness of the bedroom, the two lay in bed back to back, separated by a quilt in the middle. Fortunately, the blanket was large enough, otherwise, it might not have been enough for two people to share like this. Fan Qingxue clung tightly to the edge of the bed, covering half her face with the blanket, leaving only her eyes uncovered. The rest of her body was wrapped up like a mummy. She squeezed her eyes shut with effort, but the pounding of her heart soon forced them open again. Even with her back turned to Jingma, she could still feel his steady breathing behind her. At the slightest movement from Jingmo, she would tremble in fear, then desperately pull the blankets tighter around herself. Right now, if Jingma were to just roll over, she could practically pin me beneath her. After about half an hour like this, her eyelids grew increasingly heavy. Half asleep, she felt freezing cold and instinctively snuggled toward the warm spot beside her. After falling asleep, she felt wonderfully warm, as if hugging a large stove. It was just that this stove had a peculiar, unusually long handle that felt a bit uncomfortable. The most miserable one at this moment was Jingma. Fan Qingxue was anything but well behaved while sleeping, clinging to Jingma like an octopus. Even through the bathrobe, Jingma could distinctly feel that softness against him. Fan Qingxue kept pressing closer, her warm breaths caressing his chest, stirring an itch in Jingma's heart he couldn't scratch. And the moment he held her longer, she'd grow restless from the heat, fumbling to peel open the bathrobe with sleep-clumsy defiance. Jingma thought, "This won't do. This isn't just a bathrobe, it's the last shackle restraining his desires." He hastily helped Fan Qingxue properly put on her bathrobe. Fortunately, the system notification pinged at this moment, signaling Jingma's task completion. The system rewards had been issued, a 10-minute experience card of the world's most extraordinary surgical skills. After working hard all night, all I got was this useless thing. What good is it anyway? So Jingma also dozed off in a daze. Early the next morning, when Fan Qingxue opened her eyes, she found herself lying in Jingma's arms. Her whole system crashed instantly. She checked herself, the bathrobe was still properly wrapped around her body. Luckily, I didn't do anything with Jingma, so she carefully started moving away from Jingma while he was asleep. Little did she know, Jingma couldn't hold back his laughter at that moment. "Qingxue, you're truly adorable," he said. "Ah." Fan Qingxue, the usually aloof and elegant lady, had now completely turned into a blushing mess. She quickly buried her face in the pillow. Jingmo directly pulled her into his embrace. "Last night you kept snuggling into my arms, and now you want to run away?" Fan Qingxue still buried her face. "I didn't." At 6 in the morning, Jingma asked Su Zihan to prepare 2 breakfasts, insisting on the most authentic Y City morning delicacies. Jingma ate 3 crab roe soup dumplings and half a bowl of dried tofu shreds before feeling full. Yanxi, watching from the side, thought the boss must have expended too much energy last night and was eating more due to exhaustion. She secretly wished she could receive the boss's favor one day too. After the meal, Jingma took Fan Qingxue and left Wanyanju. "I'll just take a taxi back to school." As she spoke, Fan Qingxue took out her phone to hail a ride. "Stop taking taxis every day. Do you have a driver's license?" Fan Qingxue replied blankly, "Yes, I just got it this summer." "Take the Lamborghini Aventador parked near campus. I can't drive all these cars by myself." "Oh no, I couldn't possibly, your car is too expensive. I'm not that good at driving and couldn't afford to pay if I crashed it." Jingmo casually replied, "If you can't pay, you can repay with yourself. Besides, it's just a Lamborghini, if it gets wrecked, so be it. As long as you're unharmed." Fan Qingxue felt a pang of inferiority. The dignified campus belle of Y University felt inferior before a guy, because she felt she and Jingmo belonged to completely different worlds. She believed what Jingmo had just said, his tone genuinely sounded like someone gifting a long-used bag to a friend. What she considered millions probably meant no more than a few hundred yuan in Jingmo's eyes. "Then aren't you afraid I'll take your car now and immediately crash it into a wall, then cling to you forever?" Fan Qingxue felt her cheeks burn at her own audacity as she said those words. Jingmo glanced at Fan Qingxue with an amused smile. "I'd welcome that outcome, but forget it, I already owe you too much. I'll work hard to repay you in the future. I don't want to just be a vase or a canary by your side, that would make me worthless to you, and I'd inevitably be abandoned someday. Only when I stand at the same height as you can we truly walk together." Chapter 75, The Campus Belle Brings Water. "Oh, you're quite insightful. I'm going to start striving hard, fighting to become your woman." Jingma couldn't bear to dampen Fan Qingxue's fighting spirit when he saw her so enthusiastic. Anyway, this was the system's arrangement. With several women already by his side, one more wouldn't make a difference. "Hop in, we'll go back to school together." Seeing Jingma get back into the same broken Lamborghini, Fan Xingxue asked puzzled. Didn't you say your car broke down? Jingma waved his hand. Got soaked in the rain all last night, that fixed me right up. Zhang Qingqing had already gathered their classmates for formation drills on the school's sports field early in the morning. This was originally the duty of Jingma as class monitor, but he showed zero awareness of his responsibilities, not even arriving early for military training despite knowing about it. Jingma went straight to the sports field to locate his class formation without even returning to the dormitory after arriving at school. Erdi and Yitzi were already waiting for Jingma. Seeing Jingma arrive, they quickly greeted him and beckoned him over. Boss, you're seriously amazing. You haven't spent a single night in the dorm since school started. You should take care of yourself. Want me to get you some goat penis soup for nourishment? Fu Mingming teased with a smile. Now, these four in Jingma's little group had become something like the core figures of their class. On top of that, aside from Jingma, the other three each looked more like street toughs than the last, which meant hardly anyone dared to cause them trouble. September in Y City was still sweltering. Even though last night had seen torrential rain, it did nothing to stop the blazing sun from scorching the earth today. On the playground of Y City University, over 1,000 freshmen stood at military attention in their camouflage uniforms. The air was already scorching, and yesterday's heavy rainfall had left the atmosphere thick with humidity, making the heat even more oppressive. Sweat poured relentlessly from the students, their bodies drenched as if they'd been soaking in water. Good. Everyone, hold on for 10 more minutes, then you can rest. Just hang in there a little longer. Back when I first had to stand at military attention, our drill sergeant made us hold it for a full hour. Drill instructors always love to talk about their current military careers. After resting, Jingma collapsed onto the ground. System, is there any reward for physical enhancement? I'm about to die from exhaustion. The system, no. Even if there were, I wouldn't give it to you. Jingma strongly suspected the system was just trying to mess with him. So thirsty. Need water. Anyone want to buy the class monitor some water? I'll pay for the delivery fee. Jingma said weakly. Of course, everyone in the class thought Jingma was just joking. Kai Miao approached with a sweet smile on her face. Class monitor, are you thirsty? Why not drink from my bottle? With that, Kai Miao pulled out a half-drunk Coke from her pocket. The entire class, including the drill instructor, turned their gazes toward them. This was the very drink Kai Miao, the class flower, had just sipped from. If Jingma drank it now, wouldn't that count as an indirect kiss? The guys were staring with wide eyes. Their gazes were filled with envy. The girls were jealous too, regretting not having bought water themselves. Jingma was just about to accept and drink it. Shouts of surprise came from not far away. At the entrance of the sports field, a slender figure appeared wearing a military uniform with her hair tied in pigtails. While the uniform looked bulky on other girls, this tall girl wore it with an air of capable elegance and heroic charm. Damn, who is that? There's such a gorgeous girl among the freshmen? You idiot, that's the newly crowned campus Belle Fan Xingxue. Her reputation has now surpassed Xia Ronin to claim the top spot on the school beauty rankings. But why is the great campus Belle Fan walking towards our classroom? It wasn't just Jingmo's male classmates, practically all the boys from other classes were looking over too. Fan Xingxue is simply stunningly beautiful. School Belle Fan is walking towards me, she's coming for me. Get lost, can't you see she's looking in my direction? Honestly, I can't imagine what kind of man would be unworthy of such a woman. If I could have a woman like her in this lifetime, I'd be willing to die right now. Fan Xingxue was currently holding a bottle of alien electrolyte water in her hand. She walked near Jingma's classroom and called out toward where Jingma was sitting. Jingma! Jingma stood up and reluctantly walked over. Then without waiting for Fan Xingxue to say anything, he snatched the bottle from her hand and gulped down half of it in one go. Burp! Jingma even let out an unrestrained belch, completely disregarding his image. This scene utterly stunned all the onlookers around them. How dare you act so casually in front of the campus goddess? Aren't you afraid she'll be disgusted by you? And she hadn't even said the water was for you. What gives you the right to just snatch it like that? Just when everyone expected Fan Xingxue to be angry, she didn't get mad at all. Instead, she covered her mouth and let out a soft laugh. The crowd was shocked again. This was impossible. Everyone knew Fan Xingxue was the famous ice beauty of the campus. But now this ice queen was actually smiling tenderly at someone. Xiaozhi was just a step slower than Fan Xingxue, but Fan Xingxue was truly so stunning that none of the other beauties even got noticed. Niu Bao, I'm over here. Niu Yangyu also walked over reluctantly, mirroring Jing Mo's approach exactly. He grabbed the bottle of water Xiaozhi had just bought, gulped down half of it in one go, then let out a satisfied belch. The surrounding male students were nearly losing their minds. How could you guys do this? Couldn't you cherish the beauty more? If any of them had such an opportunity with her, they'd be treasuring it. Fu Mingming had been happily laughing along, but now realized he was actually the only single one left. The boss is handsome and rich, having a girlfriend is normal for him. Yamamoto Kagoro is just a playboy who never lacks female company. He thought Niu Yangyu was a fellow lone wolf like himself, but turns out he was the only idiot sitting in the dorm playing video games. These guys are having such wild fun without including me, what lousy buddies. After finishing his water, Jingma started shooing people away. You had break time but didn't rest properly. Why'd you even bother bringing me water? I'd have managed without you coming. Fan Qingxue wasn't upset by Jingma's complaints, instead, she took it as concern for her. I was just worried you might be thirsty. I noticed you didn't buy any water after driving me back, so I figured you'd be thirsty around now. Alright, you should head back now. You've got training soon anyway. Then I won't disturb your training any longer. I'll be heading back first. After Fan Qingxue made her grand entrance, this woman who seemed to walk with her own background music, delivered the water. All the girls on the sports field noticed for the first time that among the freshmen, there was actually such a handsome guy. Damn, who's that handsome guy? Wait, what did she just call him? Jingma. It's Jingma. Who's Jingma? Oh my, that's the guy who got the award from the principal himself yesterday. Holy cow, the one who donated 10 million? So handsome and rich, no wonder even the campus queen had to bring him water personally. Chapter 76. You think you can compare with me? The way the girls looked at Jingma wasn't much different from how the boys stared at Fan Qingxue. It was all greed and drooling desire. Not only was Jingma incredibly handsome, but he also possessed that uniquely carefree and effortless charm which had already bewitched countless girls. Most Gen Zers aren't materialistic and don't really get hung up on money, but the vast majority are absolute looks enthusiasts. Many senior female students who had gathered nearby to watch looked at Jingma with deep regret. Someone even secretly took Jingma's photo and posted it on the school forum with the caption, "Exclusive scoop, the most handsome freshman of this year emerges, a candidate for campus heartthrob." Soon the post was pushed to the top of the forum. To begin with, Jingma had already been making quite a stir on campus these past couple of days. What's this about arriving in a Lamborghini to register, buying a 4 million yuan mattress, and receiving an award from the principal himself? When you connect the dots, doesn't that mean Jing Mo has exploded in popularity across the internet? After being dismissed by Jing Mo, Fan Qingxue returned to the queue area to continue resting. Passing by Kai Miao Miao, she noticed the girl was giving her a rather complicated look. "Classmate Kai, someone already brought me water, so I won't need yours, thanks." Kai Miao Miao pressed her lips together and let out a bitter laugh. What was she supposed to say to that? The male students in the class burned with envy. Why did these campus goddesses turn into simps for Jingma just as they themselves had? Why is it that Jingma, also a freshman, gets the campus belle bringing him drinks? Judging by how things look, it's actually the belle chasing after Jingma. Is it really just because I don't have money? Damn capitalism. It seemed he couldn't just sit idly by anymore, strike first to gain advantage. If he didn't actively pursue a girlfriend soon, the good ones would probably all be taken by other guys. Suddenly from another direction in the line, a melodious voice called Jingmo's name again. "Jingma, could you come out for a moment?" Encouraged by her roommates, Ruoroyi finally mustered the courage to meet Jingma. No sooner had one wave subsided than another rose. Ruoroyi was also a freshman this year and one of the campus beauties on the student elected list. It's just that her family background is quite ordinary, earning her the title of the common people's campus belle. She and Fan Qingxue are different types of beauties. If Fan Qingxue is the poised older sister type, then Yi Ruoro is the sweet girl from Jiangnan. Lively, delicate, and demure, these are the words that define her. The oversized military uniform accentuated her slender figure even more. Her face flushed red as she slightly lowered her head, feeling uncomfortable under the gazes of so many male students. Yi Ruoro was holding a bottle of Pepsi Cola, apparently bringing water for Jing Mo as well. Another one? Including the class beauty, that makes 3 already. Is Jingma planning to monopolize all the beauties on the school flower ranking list? How are the rest of us supposed to survive this? Jingma glanced at the girl who called out to him and felt somewhat familiar. Just who exactly was she, coming to look for him? Beside them, Fu Mingming curled his toes in second-hand embarrassment, tactfully coughed twice, then leaned close to Jingma's ear to mutter a few words. Jingma shot Yi Ruoro a meaningful glance. He rose and walked toward her. Every male present watched with eyes reddened by envy. Damn it, Jingma is such a scoundrel, already has the campus belle and still flirts with another one. There are only a handful of top-tier beauties, and now Jingma has 2 all to himself. How can anyone not despise him? What a jerk. Campus belle, get away from him. Campus belle fan just brought him a drink earlier. That guy's too timing, you absolutely mustn't fall for his tricks. All the boys in Yi Ruoro's class had reddened eyes as they desperately tried to stop her, hoping to make her see reason and turn back from the wrong path. Being in the same class as the campus beauty is incredibly fortunate. You start off with closer proximity than students from other classes, giving you far more opportunities to pursue her. Everyone understands the advantage of being the first to benefit from a favorable position. They were also fantasizing about what would happen if the campus belle took a liking to them. But on the very first day of military training, Their goddess actually brought water to a guy from another class? Many saw their dreams shattered, feeling an irrational urge as if they'd been cheated on. Yi Ruoroe hated it most when people spoke ill of Jing Mo. What I do is none of your business? Her gift is from her heart, and mine is from mine. Just having him accept me is more than enough. Yi Ruoroe finally stood side by side with the man she'd been dreaming about night and day. That carefree, devil-may-care look of his was truly irresistible. Look at that handsome face, the disdainful gaze. Jingma, classmate, I bought you a cola. Yi Ruoroe's body stiffened, unaware that her speech had begun to stutter. Surely Jingma wouldn't reject her. Thank you for helping me before. Jingmo took the cola and waved his hand. No big deal, you can go ahead. Damn, that's seriously badass, a true role model for our generation. Fu Mingming and Yamamoto Kamuro sighed in admiration from the side. Yi Ruoroe wasn't disappointed at all, she was actually delighted that Jing Mo didn't reject the drink she gave him. Can I add you on WeChat? Classmate, since you already have the campus Belle fan, please stay away from Yi Ruoroe. A male student from Yi Ruoroe's class suddenly intervened. This guy named Zhang Jiwen had decided he must have her the moment he first laid eyes on Yi Ruoroe. Knowing Yi Ruoroe's modest family background made him even more confident, since he considered himself a second-generation rich kid. Seeing Yi Ruoroe gazing at another guy with such obvious admiration filled him with a strong sense of crisis. I hope you can be more faithful and not embarrass men like us. Jingma rolled his eyes at the guy. I'm still single. Can't you see they're the ones harassing me? Zhang Jiwen said with a darkened face. You've got some nerve saying that without shame. Just stay away from Ruoroe from now on. Hearing this, the three lackeys Erdi, Yitzi and another immediately stepped forward to confront Zhang Jiwen. You've got guts, kid, daring to compete with our boss for a woman. The last guy who tried to steal a girl from my boss still owes us a shit-eating session. Not far away, Zhou Xian watched through gritted teeth, fists clenched. Looks like you've never heard of the 4 notorious bullies from Class 2, Computer Science. Zhang Jiwen saw they had strength in numbers, yet refused to back down an inch. He didn't believe these guys would actually try anything in broad daylight. Yi Ruoroe doesn't understand anything yet, she must have been fooled by your handsome face. In this society, good looks are worthless. Only money truly matters. Zhang Jiwen spoke these words with palpable arrogance. Do you know how much a single building costs in Y City for our family? I can make over 200,000 yuan a month just by lying at home collecting rent. Do you really think you can compare to me? Hearing this, many people around fell silent. Because what this guy said was true. With such conditions, many present couldn't compare. Many came from rural backgrounds with impoverished families, and these words made them feel deeply inferior. Even with outstanding academic achievements, what job after graduation could possibly earn them 200,000 yuan a month? Chapter 77 Side Quest, Taking Advantage of Others' Misfortune. Although Y City isn't a first-tier metropolis, how much would it cost to own an entire building in the urban area? Several tens of millions? My family owns a building, something you couldn't afford even after several lifetimes of hard work. Although Zhang Jiwen's words were unpleasant, he was telling the truth. He looked at Jing Mo and the others with a proud expression. What do you have to compete with me for, Yi Ruoroe? After saying this, his face was full of smugness. If there hadn't been so many people around, Fu Mingming would have already punched this guy. What's the use of being handsome? What really matters in this world is heritage and financial power. Hearing about his wealth, some female students secretly resolved to pursue this guy. After all, good looks truly can't compare to having money. Though this Zhang Jiwen may look somewhat unconventional, that doesn't change the fact he's loaded. Nowadays, a golden goose is always in high demand. Just then, the security guard at the gate walked over. Which one of you is Jingma? Jingma glanced around, noticing quite a few people had been looking for him today. That would be me. What's up? Are those 2 Lamborghinis and 1 Rolls-Royce in the parking lot at the school entrance yours? Jingma pulled out a set of car keys. They're indeed mine. What's the matter? The vice principal asks you not to park there anymore. You can park your cars directly in the school parking lot from now on. After all, your cars are too valuable to be left outside. They're worried about their safety. Alright, wait a sec. Fu Mingming, Niu Yangyu, help me park the car. As he spoke, he took out 2 keys and handed one to each of them. With that, the 3 of them ignored Zhang Jiwen and headed out of the school. Zhang Jiwen was completely stunned when he saw this scene. 3 luxury cars? A freshman actually parked 3 luxury cars right at the school gate? That bulging pocket actually held a luxury car key? How could this be? Zhang Jiwen felt the world had become somewhat surreal. Everyone in the class except Jingma's dorm mates were stunned speechless. I can't believe what I just heard. Suddenly someone recalled that a freshman had arrived on campus driving a Lamborghini for registration. Could that person be Jingma? No wonder he could casually donate 10 million yuan just like that. Now that's what you call vision and generosity. Now look at Zhang Jiwen again. 2 Lamborghinis and 1 Rolls-Royce? How much would that cost? I'm not sure. The cheapest Lamborghini is the Huracan, which still starts at 4 million. The cheapest Aventador goes for 8 million. The The Rolls-Royce is the pinnacle of luxury business cars. Even the most basic model costs over 5 million. This is a true young master. In his eyes, these luxury cars are probably just collectibles or toys. Hearing the murmurs from the crowd, Zhang Jiwen was so embarrassed he wished he could die on the spot. Boom! 3 top-tier luxury cars driving onto campus together created such an astonishing spectacle that every freshman participating in military training turned their heads to look. Oh my god! That's a Lamborghini concept car, the Lamborghini Sesto Elemento, that costs over 20 million yuan. After Jingma and the other two parked their cars, the trio walked back to the group chatting and laughing. Kai Miao stepped forward to ask, "Class monitor, how much are these 3 cars worth?" Jingma counted on his fingers. The Lamborghini Aventador costs 10 million, the Rolls-Royce 12 million, the Sesto Elemento 27 million, and we've got a Horch at home too, just about half a small goal, 500 million yuan, in total. 50 million. The entire class was petrified. 50 million. 50 million. How much would it be in cash? They probably haven't seen that much money in their entire lives. 50 million could probably buy 2 buildings in City Y. All the male students looked at Jingma with jealousy, their hearts filled with complicated emotions. They just received a harsh life lesson before even entering society. Zhang Jiwen wanted to return to his own class. He was dying of embarrassment in this place, desperately wishing he could take back what he just said. He had boasted about his family owning a building, but that property was just an illiquid asset valuable on paper, but if sold, it wouldn't even fetch 10 million yuan. And this guy casually spent 50 million on a car. They clearly weren't even from the same world. Not to mention 50 million, even a $5 million car was something his family couldn't bear to buy for him. He felt like he'd walked right into Jing Mo's trap just to get humiliated. As Jing Mo passed by Zhang Jiwen and Yi Ruoro, he casually remarked, "Huh, you two still here?" Zhang Jiwen slunk away in disgrace, not daring to utter another word. Yi Ruoro didn't show any particular expression. Her goal had been achieved after adding Jing Mo on WeChat. This farce finally came to an end, though many were still savoring it. Even their drill instructor kept pointing at Jing Mo while whispering. The morning military training nearly broke Jing Mo. My stomach was growling with hunger during the midday break. He and his 2 younger siblings were preparing to go to the cafeteria for lunch. At the entrance of the playground, 2 graceful figures were waiting for them. One was Fan Xingxue, and the other was Qiuji. Yamamoto Kagoro tactfully found an excuse to slip away, taking Fu Mingming with him. Qiuji took Niu Yangyu away too. Fan Xingxue left with Jing Mo. Jing Mo, I know a particularly delicious spicy skewer place near campus. Let's go eat together. Fan Xingxue didn't appear cold or aloof in front of Jing Mo at all, behaving just like an ordinary girl. Jing Mo only wanted to eat. He'd take anything as long as it was food. The spicy hot pot place Fan Xingxue mentioned was indeed delicious, with queues already forming at the serving windows. Knowing Jing Mo was exhausted from military training, Fan Xingxue told him to find a seat first while she queued to buy their meal. Jing Mo didn't stand on ceremony with Fan Xingxue either, casually finding a seat to sit down and wait for her to buy him dinner. Upperclassmen in their 2nd and 3rd years all around couldn't help but stare at Jing Mo. Such a gorgeous underclass woman lining up to buy food for a guy, this was simply too unreal. Fan Xingxue returned with 2 bowls of spicy hot pot. The two sat together chatting while eating. Mid-meal, Fan Xingxue's phone rang. "I need to take this call," she said. "It's fine, go ahead and answer it." Jingma picked up his phone, opened a novel app, and continued eating while reading. Recently, there's this novel called God of Wealth, driving a Lamborghini to freshman orientation. It's really well written, though the protagonist is a bit of a jerk. "Hello, Mom? What's up? I'm just eating at school right now. What did you say?" Fan Xingxue's face suddenly changed, losing all color entirely. "Okay, I'll head over right away. Which hospital is it?" Jing Mo, upon hearing the word hospital, immediately asked, "What happened?" "Something came up at home. I need to go back for a while." As she spoke, Fan Xingxue prepared to get up and leave. Jingma kept reading his novel while eating, his head still lowered. But just then, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Detected Fan Xingxue's sister in critical condition. Host, please proceed to rescue. Issuing side quest, take advantage of someone's misfortune. Host, please rescue Fan Xingxue's sister, then use this as leverage to make her become your lover. Chapter 78, Heart Bypass. One thing after another, could they just give me a moment's peace? No wonder the system's last reward was a 10-minute surgical skills experience card. It was waiting for him here all along? Only now did he realize the system's terrifying foresight. It had predicted Fan Xingxue's younger sister would fall seriously ill today. Unconsciously, Jing Mo found himself moving forward according to the system's plans, aided by both current and previous rewards. This time, the assigned task came without punishment. It was clearly a test for Jing Mo. As for why there was no punishment, it was because the system knew Jing Mo would definitely complete this mission. Even if he didn't want this reward, when people around him were about to die and he could save them, Jing Mo would feel somewhat uneasy about not acting. Wait a moment, did I say you could leave? Jingma gathered the bowls and chopsticks, preparing to take them to the dish return area. Fan Qingxue looked slightly anxious. Jingma, I'm really sorry, but something urgent has come up at home. I must go back immediately. Jingma sighed, I'll go back with you. Maybe I can be of some help. Fan Qingxue shook her head. It was better not to involve Jingma in her family affairs, because even if Jingma went along, it wouldn't be any help. It's not like he could perform surgery, could he? Waiting for me at school, are you? Don't worry, I won't run off with some other guy, she teased. Fan Qingxue assumed Jingma couldn't bear to part with her and quickly sweet-talked him. Jingma didn't bother explaining. Grabbing his car keys, he said, isn't it urgent at home? If you want to get there fast, you'll still need my car. Have you forgotten? I'm an excellent driver. Fan Qingxue didn't refuse when Jingma said this. The two quickly walked to the parking lot and got into the Lamborghini Sesto Elemento. Finally able to drive fast today, Jingma felt like he had been unleashed. Vroom! As the Lamborghini roared to life, Jingma gently revved the engine. With that, he drove off under the gaze of the entire school. His phone rang just as he left campus, and to his surprise, Jiang Qingqing was calling. Jingma, military training is about to start. What are you doing leaving campus at this time? I have something urgent to take care of. I'll be back tonight. Jiang Qingqing sounded utterly exasperated on the other end of the phone. This Jingma is completely uncontrollable, and I don't even dare to take him to the office alone to reprimand him. Why didn't you ask me and the instructor for leave first if something came up? Jiang Qingqing's tone carried a hint of reproach. Jingma felt a headache coming on upon hearing this. If you can't think of a reason, just consider it personal leave. Jiang Qingqing felt thoroughly insulted. Jing Mo couldn't even be bothered to feign courtesy with her anymore. This practically counted as skipping class, but this was Jing Mo after all, and she knew she had to make an exception for him. Just this once. Jingma smiled and said, I'll treat you to dinner when we get back tonight. Get lost. Where to? Name the spot. Subei Hospital. Jingma's driving skills were unquestionable. He reached the destination in just over 10 minutes. Fan Qingxue's eyes were slightly reddened. Even as the notoriously aloof campus belle, this situation proved too much to bear. After all, she was still just a young girl at heart. It's really too much trouble for you. You still have military training, and it must be hard to get leave. No big deal. Let's hurry inside. No need, I can go in by myself. You should head back to school quickly. Jingma refused outright. Since we're already at the hospital, that means someone in your family is sick. Take me to see them. My sister suddenly had a heart attack and is now in the ICU. My mom just called me to come over. We need to get there right now. Fan Qingxue felt an overwhelming sense of security with Jingma by her side, her burdens noticeably lighter. At this moment, Fan Qingxue recounted everything that had happened to Jingma. Fan Qingxue's younger sister was in second grade. Because their mother was too busy to make breakfast, she gave her 10 yuan to buy breakfast outside. But Fan Qingxue's little sister skipped breakfast to save money. She had planned to wait until noon to go home and eat, but when class was dismissed, the teacher kept dragging on the lesson, causing Fan Qingxue's sister to faint from hunger. The other students in class thought she was just asleep, and no one alerted the teacher. By the time the teacher noticed and checked on her, Fan Qingxue's little sister was already barely breathing and on the verge of death. The terrified teacher immediately called 120. Upon arriving at the hospital and undergoing examination, Fan Qingxue's younger sister was immediately sent to the intensive care unit, and a call was made to their mother, who was at work. The call was to inform her that her daughter had been issued a critical condition notice. Upon receiving the news, Fan Qingxue's mother immediately called her eldest daughter, Fan Qingxue, who was at school. Fan Qingxue rushed over upon receiving the message, and thanks to Jing Mo's driving skills, she arrived even faster than her mother. Fan Qingxue was currently frantic like a headless fly, her face filled with anxiety as she had no idea what to do. What about your father? My dad divorced my mom when I was very young. I've only lived with my mom and younger sister ever since. After Fan Qingxue's father got married, he met a female CEO, then had an affair during his marriage. After being caught, he left the household with nothing. Jingma had no choice but to first take Fan Qingxue to the intensive care unit to inquire about the actual situation. After asking around, the two arrived at the hospital's intensive care unit. The doctor informed Fan Qingxue that her younger sister had congenital heart disease, and her long-term irregular eating habits had triggered a heart attack. Moreover, due to the delayed arrival at the hospital, the current situation is extremely critical. The hospital doctors are discussing treatment options, but given the current state of domestic medical capabilities, performing coronary artery bypass surgery on a child this young remains nearly impossible. Even the most skilled doctors from abroad would only have a 10% success rate for this surgery. Hearing these words, Fan Qingxue felt as if struck by lightning. She only had two family members left, her mother and her sister. If she were to lose either one of them, Fan Qingxue collapsed onto a chair in the hospital hallway. Jingma peered through the glass of the intensive care unit. A little girl girl who bore a striking resemblance to Fan Qingxue lay on the hospital bed. The bed was too large for her small frame, creating a jarring contrast. Through the glass, he could see the girl's face tightly furrowed in pain even with closed eyes. System, can the surgical skills you rewarded me be used to operate on Fan Xiaoxia? System, scan shows Fan Xiaoxia's body has entered a critical state. If the surgery isn't performed within 12 hours, even if the host uses the experience card, it would be beyond saving. Will 10 minutes actually be enough? System, theoretically, it should suffice. What do you mean, theoretically enough? This is human life we're talking about, not some joke. System, theoretically speaking, if the host possesses knowledge about cardiac bypass surgery, combined with 10 minutes of this world's most advanced surgical techniques, it would be sufficient to cure Fan Xiaoxia. Chapter 79, Racing Against Time. The system's words made Jingmo realize the crucial point, possessing knowledge about cardiac bypass procedures. But I've never studied medicine. This is something that hardly anyone in the country knows how to do, let alone me. System, can this experience card be given to someone else? Jingmo thought if he could give the experience card to a doctor in the country who's capable of performing coronary artery bypass surgery, they might be able to operate on Fan Xiaoxia. System, no, the system's products serve only the host. But how exactly could he instantly acquire all the knowledge about coronary artery bypass surgery? Wait, Jingmo widened his eyes in an instant. Knowledge? Knowledge jerky? Could this also have been anticipated by the system long ago? System, can knowledge jerky give me all the knowledge about coronary artery bypass grafting? The system, certainly. The host only needs to eat knowledge-flavored snacks while watching the corresponding material. Just as Jing Mo was bantering with the system, Fan Qingshua's mother arrived. Following behind Wang Nan was a middle-aged man. Seeing her mother approach, Fan Qingxue quickly wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, not wanting her to know she'd been crying. At this moment, Wang Nan's eyes were red-rimmed, clearly having cried as well. The middle-aged man beside her wore a face full of resentment. Can't even watch a child properly, you're utterly useless. Here I am, so busy, yet still have to make time to deal with your messes. Not a single one of you gives me peace of mind. The middle-aged man was Fan Qingshue's father, Fan Zhou. Fan Qingsue treated Fan Zhou as if he were an enemy when she saw him. Hearing Fan Zhou's words only made her angrier. If you're so busy, you might as well not come at all. Fan Zhou flew into a rage upon hearing this. You think I want to bother with you two money losers? If I didn't come, could you pay your sister's medical bills? Fan Qingsue wanted to retort but remembered her sister was still in the ICU. They desperately needed the money right now. Don't let your tongue cost your sister her treatment. Fan Zhou snorted disdainfully upon seeing Fan Qingsue fall silent. The two of you only know how to spend my money. What good are you? How will you ever repay me? Combined, you're still not half as useful as your brother. He's not my brother. Fan Zhou frowned and said, Oh, aren't you my daughter then? Have the guts to deny you carry the Fan family blood in your veins? At this point, Wang Nan interjected, What's the point of arguing now? Don't any of you care about Xiao Xiao's life? Fan Zhou snorted coldly and went to inquire about the situation from the doctor. Fan Qingsue introduced to Wang Nan, This is my boyfriend. Wang Nan gave Jing Mo a brief glance, nodded slightly, and then turned away, keeping his eyes fixed on his daughter through the glass of the intensive care unit. Fan Qingsue explained on her mother's behalf, Sorry about saying we're in a relationship. I just didn't want my mom to worry. Jingmo rubbed his nose, appearing rather unimpressed by the explanation. Several white-coated doctors wearing surgical caps and face masks approached. Fan Qingsue, Fan Zhou, and Wang Nan all moved closer to see what was happening. Doctor, how is my daughter doing? The attending physician's expression turned grave. Your daughter is simply too young. The coronary artery bypass surgery carries enormous risks, but we have no choice but to proceed. Her blood vessels have already ruptured, which directly affects her respiratory system. After deliberation, we've decided to have the most experienced bypass surgeon in our hospital perform the operation, but the success rate is less than 10%. If it succeeds, it would be a medical miracle, so please prepare yourselves for the worst. The doctor's words struck them like a hammer to the head. Then, Doctor, how much will the medical expenses be? Fan Zhou, meanwhile, was preoccupied with the cost. Since the success rate of his daughter's surgery is so low, if the cost is too high, he would have to consider whether spending that money is really necessary. What if the money is spent but her life isn't saved? Wouldn't that be a huge loss? The doctor roughly estimated the cost to be around 500,000 renminbi. Fan Zhou couldn't help but gasp inwardly when he heard that. Doctor, please save my sister. Fan Qingsue spoke with a trembling voice. The doctor frowned and said, This surgery is extremely challenging, but we'll do our utmost. The nurse handed numerous consent forms to Fan Zhou and Wang Nan to sign. Fan Zhou hesitated, unable to bring himself to do it. Wang Nan's hands trembled as he signed. Wang Nan, I don't think Xia Xia's body can be saved anymore. Maybe we should give up, this way we could save some money. After long hesitation, Fan Zhou finally blurted out these words. Wang Nan widened her eyes in utter disbelief. Fangio, she's your own daughter. How can you just stand by and watch her die? Fangio's expression darkened at her words. What kind of talk is that? Haven't we done our best already? Fan Xingxue gritted her teeth and said, what effort have you made? As a father, you won't even pay for the medical fees. The doctor already said the treatment only has a 10% success rate. If she recovers, it'd be a medical miracle. Spending this money would just be throwing it away. If you pay for the treatment, she still has a 10% chance of survival. If you don't, Xia is absolutely doomed. Fangio, I'm begging you this one time. Wang Nan knelt directly on the ground. Please, for the sake of our past marital bond and father-daughter affection, save Xia this one time. As long as you cover the medical expenses, our family will never ask you for another penny. Fan Xingxue stepped forward with reddened eyes to support Wang Nan. Mom, let's not beg him. Someone so heartless doesn't deserve to be called our father. Xiaoxue, only Fangio can save Xiaoxia now. Fan Xingxue pressed her lips together, thinking of Jingma by her side. If I were to beg Qingma for help, he definitely wouldn't just stand by and do nothing. But the relationship between Qingma and me isn't particularly close yet. If I asked for his help at this moment, it would definitely make him feel very uncomfortable. When Fangio saw his ex-wife kneeling and begging him, he also felt somewhat embarrassed, especially with all the people around pointing fingers at him. Fine, I'll cover this expense, but after this, we're cutting all ties. Don't ever disturb my life again. Wang Nan bowed his head humbly. As long as you save Xia, we'll never bother you again from now on. Fangio promptly went to the hospital lobby to pay the fee. Prepare for surgery. The attending physician saw the payment had cleared and hurriedly prepared to take action. Just at that moment, a nurse came rushing out from the inpatient ward in a panic. Director Shang, it's bad. Another critically ill patient has arrived who also needs coronary artery bypass surgery. But there's only one set of blood vessels suitable for the procedure available right now. Their side is demanding the hospital give this opportunity to them. How could this be? Both of them need coronary artery bypass surgery. The attending physician's expression darkened severely upon hearing this. Fan Xiaoxia's condition was currently extremely critical. They were now racing against time to snatch her back from the jaws of death. Chapter 80. Whatever you donate, I'll double it. Ordinary hospitals typically cannot perform coronary artery bypass surgery. Subei Hospital is the largest in Y City, but even they rarely undertake such highly complex procedures. Therefore, the hospital only kept one backup vascular graft in storage. If additional were needed, they'd have to be delivered from pharmaceutical suppliers. Can Wanfu Pharmaceuticals be notified to urgently deliver another vascular graft for the bypass procedure? The attending physician asked this while observing Fan Xiaoxia, who was rapidly deteriorating in the hospital bed. They're working overtime at Wanfu to get it ready, but even at the fastest, it'll take 4 hours to deliver. Let me see the medical records of the other patient who needs bypass surgery. After reviewing the records, the chief physician said, this patient's heart condition has been chronically poor but stable. Waiting another 4 hours won't be an issue. Let's perform the bypass surgery on this young lady first. Thank you, Chief Shang. Thank you so much. Wang Nan's eyes welled up with tears upon hearing this. It wasn't that she was heartless, but veins were limited, and she hadn't been selfless enough to give hers away. Beside them, Fan Xingxue leaned against Jing Mo's shoulder and began to sob quietly. This is nothing. We clearly understand what takes priority. The little girl's condition is truly life-threatening. She can't wait any longer. The surgery must be performed immediately. The attending physician finished speaking and led the doctors into the operating room, while the nurses wheeled out an ashen-faced Fan Xiaoxia from the intensive care unit. Wang Nan rushed forward the moment she saw her daughter being pushed out, but she dared not touch her upon seeing her pallid face. Just as Fan Xiaoxia was about to be wheeled into the operating room, Director Shang, wait a moment. A voice called out to stop the attending physician. A middle-aged man in a white coat walked over, pushing a patient on a stretcher behind him. Director Shang recognized him as the vice president of their own hospital. Director Shang, please perform coronary artery bypass surgery on the patient behind me first. Director Shang's expression changed, but the deputy director frowned with an authoritative air and said, whatever you have to say it after the surgery. The family member of the later patient was a middle-aged woman in a red top, looking to be in her 40s. Dr. Shang, my husband has donated millions worth of medical equipment to Subei Hospital over the years, enough to save countless lives. Yet when he falls ill himself, his surgery gets postponed. Do you think that's fair? Madam, your husband's condition is stable. We can wait until the additional blood vessel becomes available before proceeding with the surgery. Chief Physician Shang stepped forward to mediate. Chief Shang, from what I understand, this girl's condition has slim chances of success even with surgery. Why waste this precious opportunity to save someone? Shouldn't it go to someone with better prospects? The deputy director spoke up at this point. But Dean, this girl's condition still has a chance of being treated. The deputy director interrupted rudely. that's only a theoretical possibility. What if the treatment fails and the family starts making trouble at the hospital again? Nanjing isn't far from here. With quick transport, she can reach a Nanjing hospital in less than 2 hours. Their medical facilities are surely better than ours. Let the patient go there for the surgery. Director Shan was about to say something more when the vice dean reprimanded him sharply. Director Shang, remember your place. Are you defying my decision? Director Shang, this surgery was booked by us in advance. Do you think it's fair to us if you give it to someone else now? The woman in red feared Director Shang might perform the surgery on her husband while emotionally compromised, so she quickly spoke up to soothe his feelings. Director Shang took a deep breath, then said, I'll perform the surgery, alright? With those words, he turned and walked into the operating room. He couldn't bear to face Fan Qingshua's family again. The deputy director instructed the nurses to wheel the newly arrived man into the operating room. Wang Nan grew frantic the instant he saw this. Please, you can't do this. My daughter's condition is critical right now. I beg you, perform her surgery first. With that, he immediately knelt down in front of the vice dean. A mother knelt down twice in front of others to save her daughter. Fan Qingxue was now completely at a loss, with the visibly sickly Fan Xiaoxia right beside her. The deputy dean paid no attention to Wang Nan, who was kneeling before him, and instead turned to the woman beside him, saying, Mr. Li's condition has been consistently stable. After this bypass surgery, he probably won't need much longer before being discharged from the hospital. The woman in red glanced at him and said arrogantly, once the surgery is over, I'll donate another 5 million to the hospital as a token of appreciation. Hearing this, the deputy dean's face immediately lit up with joy, and he hurriedly replied that it was all part of their duty as doctors. Their conversation completely ignored Jingma's presence. They didn't pay any attention to Wang Nan and Fan Qingxue at all. Jingma suddenly stepped forward. Doctor, were the blood vessels needed for your coronary bypass surgery just now provided by Wanfu Pharmaceuticals? Jingma's sudden appearance interrupted their conversation. The deputy director looked displeased as he turned to Jingma. Yes, Wanfu Pharmaceuticals is Y City's largest local medical equipment manufacturer. All the medical supplies used in our hospital are provided by them. Jingma scratched his head and asked, if I have them deliver a blood vessel for coronary artery bypass surgery now, can we get to choose when the operation is performed? The deputy director took another look at Jingma. The kid was still wearing military training clothes, clearly a freshman. What right did a mere freshman have to be discussing things with him here? Then why don't you show your capability by having Wanfu Pharmaceuticals deliver a blood vessel right now? The remark was clearly laced with disdain and mockery. He simply didn't believe Jingma could possibly know anyone from Wanfu Pharmaceuticals. Even if he did, it was probably just some distant relative working there as a low-level employee. To get Wanfu Pharmaceuticals to deliver a blood vessel right now would require approval from top management. Because such resources are all pre-arranged with hospitals, every single unit is already reserved by other medical institutions. How could they possibly just give it to you? Would other hospitals agree to that? Who could have imagined Jingma would pull out his phone right then and there, making a call right in front of him after saying this? Hello, is this Wang Qichuan? It's Jingma here. Long time no see, really long time. I need to ask you for a favor. If you can deliver it immediately, that'd be best. Please hurry, it's a matter of life and death. Jingma hung up and turned to the deputy dean. I'm a shareholder of Wanfu Pharmaceuticals. They said the blood vessels will be delivered within half an hour. You said our patient gets priority for surgery. Everyone present was stunned, especially the vice president, because the chairman of Wanfu Pharmaceutical was indeed named Wang Qichuan. Also, ma'am, you previously claimed that the hospital must prioritize your surgery because you donated money. Well then, whatever amount you donated, I'll donate double. Let us have the surgery first. Chapter 81, Failed Surgery. Jingma's words left everyone present staring at him in stunned silence. The deputy dean frowned and said, You little brat sure know how to talk big. Do you know how much Madame Han has donated to Subei? You dare say you'll donate double? I said it, no matter how much this lady donated, I'll give double. This scene left even the deputy dean momentarily at a loss for words. Ms. Han frowned and said, I've donated nearly 20 million to this hospital over the years. If you can truly come up with 40 million, then I'd be willing to let you have this surgery opportunity. What difference would it make? She fundamentally didn't believe Jingma could casually produce 40 million just to snatch a surgery slot. 40 million, what an astronomical sum that was. Wang Nan and Fan Qingxue were equally stunned behind them. Fan Qingxue truly didn't want to put Jingma in a difficult position. 40 million was likely an amount she could never repay in this lifetime. Wang Nan's gaze towards Jingma began gradually changing. Wang Nan had never taken Jingma seriously, reasoning that this fair-faced young man probably deceived her inexperienced daughter. Her daughter had never dated before, and many friends often mentioned wanting her to marry their sons given her remarkable beauty. Suitors chasing Fan Qingxue could form a line stretching from City Y all the way to Jinling. Wang Nan initially disliked Jingma, but now seeing that Jingma was willing to donate 40 million to the hospital for her second daughter's sake, Plus, he casually mentioned being a shareholder of Wanfu Pharmaceuticals and got them to deliver the urgently needed blood vessels for her daughter with just one phone call. This finally won Wang Nan's approval. But judging his son-in-law shouldn't be based solely on appearance and background, character matters most. Still gotta check it out. Jingma noticed Wang Nan kept looking at him but didn't pay it much mind. Everything he did was solely to complete the system mission. Only after making Fan Qingxue owe him more could he make that request of her when this was all over. Just thinking about it got him a little excited. This was Fan Qingxue we're talking about, after all. Ranked first on Y University's campus Belle list, the deputy director had a nurse directly bring a letter of intent to Jingma. Jingma straightforwardly transferred 40 million to the hospital's account. When the finance department informed the dean that 40 million had indeed been credited, he was utterly shocked before immediately greeting Jingma with a beaming smile. "Oh my, I really can't thank you enough. On behalf of all the patients at Subei Hospital, I want to express our deepest gratitude. Your 40 million will save so many lives." The vice dean spoke while hypocritically bowing to Jingma. Jingma genuinely found this kind of person disgusting. For Jing Mo, this donation was nothing like a charity, it was practically an auction, where the highest bidder got priority for surgery. When Mrs. Han saw that Jing Mo actually had 40 million, her face was filled with shock. Their family's donation of 20 million was accumulated over time, but Jing Mo donated it all at once. Just how extraordinary must his background be? Faced with such a wealthy young man, they ought to steer clear of him. "Vice Dean, please perform the surgery for this young man's family. Didn't he say another blood vessel would arrive in half an hour? We can wait a little longer." Seeing their agreement, the vice dean swiftly arranged for the nurses to will Fan Xiaoxiao into surgery while instructing Chief Shang to do everything possible for her treatment. Soon, Fan Xiaoxiao was wheeled into the operating room. Wang Nan, eyes filled with sorrow, looked at the vice dean. "We truly appreciate your help." With a complicated expression, the vice dean replied, "You should thank that young man over there instead." Wang Nan approached Jing Mo somewhat awkwardly and said, "I was a bit neglectful towards you at first. I was just too anxious in my heart. Please don't take it to heart. I agree to the matter between you and Xiao Xue. I approve of you two dating." Seeing Wang Nan speak so cautiously to him, Jing Mo quickly responded, "It's fine, saving the little girl is what matters. Auntie, you don't need to be so courteous with me. I didn't do much." "Oh my, what are you saying? You spent 40 million to secure my daughter's surgery opportunity. This is literally a life-saving grace." Wang Nan became visibly warmer towards Jingma because of his attitude, showering him with solicitous care. "Xiao Xue, how are you getting back? Your boyfriend came all this way, couldn't you at least buy him a bottle of water?" Wang Nan pretended to complain. Fan Xiaoxue looked at Jing Mo. Even her own mother was speaking up for him now, and they weren't even married yet. "No need to be so polite. Shui already bought me water, I left it in the car." Not only was Wang Nan enthusiastic about Jingma, but even the hospital showed great warmth toward him. Many nurses would periodically ask Jingma if he was thirsty, hungry, or needed anything at all. Jingma courteously declined them all. Because the tension in Jing Mo, Wang Nan, and Fan Qingxue had eased significantly, the atmosphere outside the operating room was no longer as heavy as before. Fan Qingxue gazed toward the operating room with a devout expression, as if in prayer. "I hope my sister will be safe and sound." The nurse stepped forward to comfort them. "Don't worry, Director Shang is our hospital's most experienced doctor for bypass surgeries. He'll definitely pull through this successfully. Let's hope so." Just then, a middle-aged man approached. He was the hospital director who had come to thank Jingma for the 40 million donation. Witnessing the scene, he sighed. "Hello, I'm the director of Subei Hospital. Thank you so much for your generous donation, young man." Wang Nan was somewhat overwhelmed by the unexpected honor, seeing even the dean had come. Fan Qingxue glanced at Jingma, knowing full well the dean had lowered himself to come solely because of Jingma. Meanwhile, inside the operating room, tension hung thick in the air. "Chief Shang, the patient's breathing is becoming increasingly faint. The heart rate is dropping further." Dr. Shang's forehead was beaded with fine sweat. He had no confidence whatsoever in this procedure. Performing bypass surgery on a 10-year-old girl, it was incredibly difficult. A child's heart at that age isn't fully developed, their blood vessels so delicate. To replace one would require hands steadier than a machine. Director Shang hesitated for a long time, but just couldn't bring himself to proceed. Blood pressure is gradually dropping due to insufficient blood supply from the bleeding. "We need to increase the transfusion rate." An hour later, Director Shang collapsed into his chair. The surgery had failed once again. The blood vessels were too thin, replacement was simply impossible. The slightest movement nearly caused the girl's heart to stop beating altogether. A nurse walked out of the operating room. All four people at the door immediately stood up and anxiously asked, "How is it going?" The nurse said with a sorrowful expression, "The patient's blood vessels are too narrow for bypass surgery. The situation is extremely critical now. We estimate the patient only has about 3 hours left." Boom! Wang Nan felt as if thunder had struck him, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the spot. Fan Xingxue felt as though her heart had been pierced by a knife. Mom, Xiao Xia. Without caring about her dignity, she cried out at the top of her lungs. The dean stepped forward and tried to console him. Please accept our condolences. It's all fate. After saying that, he even gave Jingma a meaningful look, signaling him to offer some comforting words as well. The nurse asked Fan Xingxue, do you wish to proceed with the surgery? If we stop now, there are still 3 hours left. But if we continue, we need the family's consent to take this final gamble. Fan Xingxue's eyes were filled with lifeless despair. Chapter 82, Performing Surgery While Eating Spicy Strips. Fan Xingxue now found herself in a dilemma. If she agreed to continue the surgery, death would likely come immediately. Without surgery, he probably only has 3 hours left to live. Fan Xingxue asked unwillingly, is there really no way at all? The nurse sighed and shook her head. We've tried every possible method. There's really nothing more we can do. Fan Xingxue seemed to have lost all her strength, her tall frame slumping forward. Seeing the moment was ripe, Jingma spoke to Fan Xingxue. Xingxue, do you trust me? Fan Xingxue stared blankly at Jingma, but a faint glimmer of life returned to her eyes upon hearing his words. Could Jingma possibly have another way? I believe in you, I always have. I can save her, but there's one condition. Upon hearing that her sister could be saved, Fan Xingxue eagerly agreed. As long as you can save my sister, I'll agree to whatever you say. Jingma couldn't bear to see Fan Xingxue in her current state. Using this matter to coerce her into becoming his lover was indeed rather dishonorable. He was truly walking further and further down the path of becoming a beast. I want you to be my lover. I agree. Who knew Fan Xingxue would agree without even hesitating? I owe you so much already. I'm just an ordinary girl, pretty enough, but nothing extraordinary. If you want me to be your lover, I'll be your lover. Mission complete. Reward distribution, 10% shares of Tencent Corporation bestowed, hypnosis skill upgraded to intermediate level, with additional bonus of 1 billion RMB. Alipay incoming transfer, 1 billion yuan. Jingma's remaining guilt vanished like smoke upon seeing the generous rewards. Jingma went to find the dean. Could I get some books on coronary artery bypass surgery? Though puzzled by the request, the dean readily agreed to such a simple favor. I have authoritative books on cardiology written by foreign experts in my office bookshelf. Let me get them for you. One more thing, I must participate in Fan Xiaoxia's surgery. The director stared at Jingma in astonishment. Is this guy out of his mind? Having served as dean for so many years, this was the first time he'd ever heard such a request. Recalling Jingma's recent request for books on coronary artery bypass surgery, it suddenly struck him, was this guy planning to learn and apply the knowledge on the spot? This was beyond absurd. Young man, this violates regulations. To enter the operating room, you'd at least need a medical license. Otherwise, if we're caught, we could face penalties from the authorities. The dean spoke with great reluctance. In fact, Jingmo had donated 40 million yuan. As long as the request wasn't excessively unreasonable, the dean would agree to whatever Jingmo asked for. But this particular request would significantly impact the hospital's operations, which made it rather difficult to approve. Don't worry about that. I have excellent connections with the municipal authorities. If anything goes wrong, I'll take full responsibility myself. The dean, upon hearing it involved the municipal bureau, couldn't very well object and had no choice but to agree. He was still puzzling in his mind just what background did this young man have? A shareholder of Wanfu Pharmaceuticals, able to produce 40 million at the drop of a hat, and even knew people at the municipal bureau? After picking up a few books on cardiology, Jingma went straight into the operating room. Seeing Jingma actually heading into the operating room, Fan Xingxue followed after him. Jingmo stopped her. You'd better not go in. If you trust me, wait outside. I'll definitely bring your sister back. The hospital director nearby gave a bitter smile. Though he didn't know what Jing Mo planned to do, such boastful claims about saving a patient that even Y City's top doctors couldn't cure seemed truly arrogant. However, since Jing Mo donated 40 million, there wasn't much he could say about it. At any rate, he'd done everything possible. There was no way Jiang Mo could find an excuse to get this 40 million refunded. Fan Xingxue glanced at the look in Jing Mo's eyes. Jing Mo usually carried an air of lazy indifference, making this unusually solemn expression even more rare. Looking at Jingmo like this, Fan Xingxue actually felt much calmer inside. She was starting to genuinely believe that if even doctors couldn't save someone, Jingmo might be able to bring them back. Jingmo turned and walked toward the operating room. Inside the operating room, doctors were still doing their utmost to stabilize Fan Xiaoxia's vital signs. Director Shang heard movement behind him and thought the nurse had returned. How about it? Does the family still want to proceed with the surgery? But when there was no response after speaking, he angrily turned around. Seeing Jingmo had actually entered the operating room, he froze momentarily before scolding. Family members aren't allowed in the operating room. Get out and wait outside. Jingmo, oblivious to the tension, continued walking toward the operating table. The director asked me to assist in this surgery. Chief Shan was puzzled why the director would involve Jingmo in this operation, but he had to obey his superior's orders nonetheless. Then just stand by and watch, no interference. Who knew Jing Mo had no sense of propriety at all? He sidled up to the operating table, one hand holding a book while the other munched on spicy strips. Director Shang and his assistants were all dumbfounded. There are so many absurdities here that I don't even know where to start with my complaints. Wait, how can anyone eat in such a gory scene? This is an operating room, not a cafeteria. You're learning on the spot here. This isn't just last-minute cramming, this is straight-up calling Buddha in an emergency. And you're flipping through those pages way too fast. What on earth could you possibly be picking up? But as Jingma munched on his knowledge-flavored jerky, he felt himself slipping into a strangely enlightening state of sudden comprehension. The world seemed to have become much clearer, every blade of grass and every tree around him etched vividly in his mind, while every movement of the nurses and doctors imprinted itself sharply in his consciousness. Though he could skim 10 lines at a glance while reading, his newfound photographic memory allowed the knowledge from the books to flood into Jingma's mind as effortlessly as data transferring to a USB drive. Within minutes, the spicy strips were finished, and the book was read through. Director Shang, pass me a pair of gloves. Director Shang and his assistants were all stunned. Does this guy want gloves because he intends to operate himself? This is surgery, not child's play. Do you really think reading a few books qualifies you to perform an operation? You're treating human life with reckless disregard. This is criminal behavior. Director Shang was genuinely angry now, unable to contain his fury anymore. Jingma said coldly, "You can't save her. Let me handle this, no more nonsense." Intermediate hypnosis technique activated. Director Shang and all the assistants were instantly hypnotized by Jingma. The assistant helped Jingma put on gloves and a medical apron. Activate surgical technique experience card. In an instant, Jingma felt his hands become extremely steady as countless surgical experiences flooded into his mind. Jingma picked up the scalpel. Scalpel. Director Shang was initially entranced, but upon regaining full awareness, he found himself utterly awestruck by Jingma's surgical technique. Bold, innovative, hands steadier than precision machinery. This was skill comparable only to the most elite attending physicians overseas. It was as if he saw a reflection of his idol in Jingma. His idol was the top-tier physician of the empire where the sun never sets. Though now nearing retirement, this doctor had performed hundreds of surgeries throughout his career, both major and minor. He was the one who studied surgical knowledge during school days, watching instructional videos that belonged to him. Chapter 83 Dining with You All. 10 minutes passed quickly. Jingma only completed the most challenging part of the surgery within that time. The remaining finishing work was still handled by Director Shang. When the bright light above the operating room went out, it meant the surgery had ended. Fan Qingxue and the just-awakened Wang Nan felt their hearts tighten once more. Not long after, the door opened. Director Shan walked out of the operating room looking exhausted. The surgery was very successful. The patient is out of critical condition. The dean waiting at the door was utterly shocked upon hearing this. After Jing Mo entered, the surgery actually succeeded. How was this possible? During the surgery earlier, the dean had someone inquire about Jing Mo's background. He was just a freshman majoring in computer science at Y University, nothing more. This computer science major has nothing whatsoever to do with medicine. Though filled with questions, now wasn't the appropriate time to ask them. All they could do was celebrate the patient's safety alongside the family. Fan Qingxue and Wang Nan heaved a deep sigh of relief. Wang Nan had already seen Jing Mo enter the operating room. Though she didn't know what method he used, it was enough that he could miraculously bring her daughter back to life. Fan Xiaoxiao was wheeled out again. At this point, the anesthesia hadn't worn off yet, but her breathing had visibly stabilized considerably. Since the surgery had just been completed, she still needed to be transferred to the ICU for observation over the next few days to monitor for any rejection symptoms. Once the patient regained consciousness, it would indicate she was nearly recovered. Fan Qingxue and Wang Nan took turns wearing isolation gowns to visit Fan Xiaoxiao briefly in the ICU before leaving. Jingma didn't even bother going in because he knew Fan Xiaoxiao would be perfectly fine. After this whole incident lasted all afternoon, Fan Qingxue tugged at her mother's sleeve and said, "Mom, look how hard Jingma has worked this entire afternoon. Why don't we treat him to dinner tonight?" Wang Nan's face was filled with unrestrained joy. Her younger daughter was safe and sound, and her elder daughter had even found such a promising boyfriend. What doubly delightful news. You're too kind. Young man, your name is Jingma, right? What a fine name. Come on, let auntie treat you, just name whatever you'd like to eat. With the heavy weight lifted from her heart, Wang Nan's tone became much lighter. Those past few hours had been absolute torment for her, terrified that her daughter wouldn't pull through the emergency treatment. The main issue was the tremendous pressure from the hospital, saying the success rate was less than 10%. Now that everything was completely resolved, she finally had time to properly examine Jingma. His looks went without saying. Though she was over 50, her discerning eye remained sharp, having been a celebrated socialite in her youth. She might be old now, but when younger, she'd had no shortage of male admirers. Having seen enough of the world, she naturally understood just how exquisite Jingma's looks were. She'd never encountered a boy this handsome in either the previous era or this one. Jingma, would you like to eat out or come home with me? Auntie's cooking skills are truly unmatched. Xiaoxue still calls from school sometimes saying she misses my cooking. Jingma also wanted to taste homemade food again. It had been so long since he'd cooked for himself at home. The last time I had beef brisket was when my aunt made it for me before I came to school to register. Then let's go home and eat. Sorry to trouble you to cook, Auntie. Don't say that. You've helped our family so much, how could one meal be any trouble? Mom, I'll go to the market with Jingma to buy some groceries. Tonight we'll make grilled fish for Jingma. He immediately took Jingma by the hand and walked out of the hospital. He couldn't let his mother stay with Jingma for too long, it might blow his cover. Considering he was Jingma's lover? How on earth could he explain that? Though he was perfectly happy being the lover, his mother would surely think he was being shameless. What about your mom? How will she get back? Don't worry about it. She'll ride her electric bike home. Alright then, Auntie, we'll go buy groceries first and head straight to your place later. Okay, be careful on your way. Jing Mo drove the Lamborghini Sesto Elemento with Fan Xingxue to visit the open-air vegetable market. This place was already far from the city center, more like a small town. The open-air market wasn't exactly in great condition, and the foot traffic was heavy. Plus, with it being cooking time, many people were out buying groceries, making it impossible to even find a parking spot. Really sorry about this, my home's neighborhood is a bit remote and there aren't any parking spaces. Fan Xingxue spoke with a somewhat downcast expression, tinged with self-doubt. It's fine, I see people parking on the roadside all the time. If I get a ticket, I'll just pay the fine, consider it parking fees. Jingma casually parked the car by the roadside. With a net worth exceeding hundreds of millions, Jingma found shopping at these small street stalls ridiculously affordable. Half an hour later, Jingma and Fan Xingxue walked back to the car carrying several bags of fresh groceries. Remote locations have their perks. You could park randomly by the roadside without anyone bothering you. Plenty of passers-by actually wanted to take photos with the luxury car though. Their striking good looks made them stand out conspicuously in the crowd, as if they belonged to another world entirely. They spent over 200 yuan on groceries, stocking up on several pounds each of lamb and beef, plus a generous quantity of large prawns. Jing Mo loves eating prawns the most. After returning home, Mom, I'm back. Fan Xingxue's family lives in a residential complex not too far from the city center. The housing prices here aren't exactly luxurious but certainly not cheap either. Being able to afford such a spacious property in this neighborhood means the household must at least be comfortably middle class. The interior decoration of the rooms is quite refined, clearly not from impoverished circumstances. Wang Nan emerged from the kitchen at that moment, wearing an apron. You're back. I'm making soup for your sister right now. The hospital cafeteria food doesn't seem very flavorful, and I was worried she'd wake up with nothing to eat. Jingma, how was your trip to the market? Tired? Here, give me those groceries you're carrying. I really appreciate you coming all this way and even going shopping for us. No problem, Auntie. Xingxue is my woman, this is just what I should do. Wang Nan thought the phrase sounded odd, but she didn't dwell on it. Maybe it was just the young couple's playful teasing. He didn't say anything more. I'll cook for you both soon, then you two can eat at home while I go to the hospital to take care of your sister. I'm really worried about your sister being alone at the hospital. Mom, Jingma barely ever gets to visit. Can't you at least have dinner with us before going? Fan Xingxue was somewhat resentful. It's alright, Shui. Let Auntie go. I don't need any help here. I'm a bit worried about leaving my little sister alone at the hospital. How about this, Auntie, you go take care of Xia at the hospital directly, and I'll handle the cooking at home. I'm actually not too bad in the kitchen. Wang Nan felt genuinely embarrassed upon hearing this, but he truly wanted to go take care of his daughter. After all, he had just undergone surgery and was still very weak. That Xiao Mo, I'm really sorry. Just look at this, your first visit to our home, and I can't even stay to eat with you. Chapter 84, Jing Mo pays a visit. It's alright, Auntie, there'll be plenty of opportunities later. You should go now, then I'll be on my way. Wang Nan was now genuinely pleased with this son-in-law. Though he was wealthy, he didn't put on airs at all and was truly approachable. Should I give you a ride? It'd be quicker if I drive. No need to be so polite, Xiaoma. Riding my electric bike is convenient enough for going back and forth. If you drive me there, I won't have any transportation to come back tomorrow. Although Fan Xingxue was only Jingma's mistress, she could sense that Jingma genuinely had feelings for her. He had nothing but good things to say about his own mother and was always trying to please her. This was truly unusual for the usually proud Jingma. Xiaoxue, you must take good care of Jingma. She's a guest, so don't make her do the cooking. Mom, I know, now go take care of my sister. I'll be going then. With that, he bid Jingma farewell and went downstairs to leave. Now only Fan Xingxue and Jingma remained in the living room. Jingma, what would you like to eat? I'll make it for you. Of course, I want to eat you. Jingma put on his shoes and prepared to head downstairs back to school. He had already taken the afternoon off from Jiang Qingqing, and if he didn't return to school now, he'd definitely get scolded. Look at you, even walking is difficult. You should rest properly in bed. I'll head back first. Fan Qingxue leaned against the wall with red-rimmed eyes. Then see you at school tomorrow. You're leaving and you don't even know to give me a kiss first? Saying this, Jingma deliberately pretended to be a little angry. Don't be mad. I'll kiss you right away. Fan Qingxue stood on her tiptoes and kissed Jingma's lips. My lips are practically worn out from all that kissing today. I'm way past feeling shy about it. I'll teach you a few things when we have time later. Ha, what kind of things? I mean positions. Is military training tough? Of course it is. Take this afternoon, for example, I skipped training only to have to make up for it at night. This was supposed to be leisure time, yet Jing Mo stood alone in the corner. The rest of the class sat on the field, chatting and joking around. Although Jing Mo was standing, Yi Ruoro, the commoner campus belle, surprisingly feared he might feel hot and was fanning him with a book by his side. Under everyone's envious gazes, Yi Ruoro even opened a bottle of cola and brought it to Jing Mo's lips. Damn it! Yi Ruoro had changed into fresh clothes after finishing her training before coming. Yi Ruoro was actually wearing a bold white lace halter top, with cat ear hairbands on her head, leaving the other students staring wide-eyed. Fu Mingming couldn't hide his jealousy as he spoke up. Boss, go easy on that cola, it kills sperm, you know. Jing Mo gulped down another massive swig and quipped, your big brother here has energy to spare, can't even use it all up. Besides, he still had the vigor of a dragon and the vitality of a tiger. System, I've run out of dragon essence and tiger vigor. When are you going to issue another mission and give me some more? System, not available at the moment. Host should exercise moderation. Don't end up dying prematurely before becoming a tycoon. What kind of nonsense is that? System, who do you think you're looking down on? There was no training in the evening, with squadrons from each class gathered together resting. Someone must have suggested letting those with talents come forward to perform, which garnered unanimous approval from the crowd. A bold female student stepped forward, played a trending Douyin song, and danced with suggestive moves. Her figure swayed to the rhythm, drawing cheers from many male students. Thinking it was time to make his move, Fu Mingming decided to inquire about this girl's contact info later. The girl's passionate dancing ignited the atmosphere, and many boys began whistling to catch her attention. Though her looks may not rival the school belles, her figure is absolutely stunning. That must be a meticulously trained body, just look at those abdominal lines. As the music ended, Zhang Xinyu gasped for breath, her gaze drifting toward Jingma standing at military attention nearby. She didn't care at all about the other boys teasing, because the only one she liked was Jingma. Zhang Xinyu's sultry dance was filmed and posted on the forum, with many seniors asking for her contact information. Standing at about 1.75 meters tall, Zhang Xinyu had a neat short haircut, with beads of sweat on her fair forehead. Having taken off her military uniform, she now wore a cropped inner shirt that exposed her midriff. Which class is this girl from? Is she single? Stop asking. Are you daydreaming? What's wrong? I'm so handsome. What if she falls for me? Didn't you notice? Her eyes keep glancing in one direction. Many guys followed the gaze, only to see a guy who was being fanned by the campus belle while sipping cola. Jingma, are you standing at military attention or enjoying the shade? The instructor couldn't take it anymore and scolded sharply. Jingma helplessly waved his hand. Don't blame me unfairly, I didn't ask her to fan me or feed me. She's doing it all voluntarily. Yi Ruoro was quite obedient. As soon as Jingma spoke, she quickly apologized in a small voice. I'm sorry. I just thought brother Jingma looked so exhausted, and wanted to fan him for a little relief. Please don't blame him. Hearing this, the surrounding girls cursed inwardly. What a scheming little flirt. But how could the drill instructor bear to scold such a girl? Seeing that today's training was about to end, he let Jingma stop standing at attention and join the others for a rest. Jingma happily returned to the group, leaving Yaruoro standing there with a lost expression, uncertain where to go. Showing some decency, Jingma waved at Yaruoro, gesturing for her to come sit beside him. Yaruoro's eyes instantly lit up, and she practically skipped over to obediently take her seat next to Jingma. It's over, Yaruoro has truly been trained into an obedient simp. And the key point is Jing Mo didn't even do anything special, it was just his sheer charisma. The attention of all the guys around them, which had been focused on Zhang Xinyu, completely shifted to Jing Mo. They were practically green with envy. As expected of the man I've set my sights on, such strong character. Jing Mo from Computer Science Class 2, care to have a go too? Jingma, who had been called out, pointed at his own nose in disbelief. How had he suddenly been volunteered for a performance when he was just minding his own business? At the goddess's announcement, everyone's attention shifted back to Zhang Xinyu, especially the girls. When they heard the name Jingma, their faces lit up with excitement, just like fans spotting their idol. Right now at Y City University, Jingma basically holds the status of every girl's dream boyfriend. Mention Jingma, and whether they're freshmen, sophomores, or juniors, every girl would declare, if I had a boyfriend like Jingma, I'd die happy. When it comes to Jingma, he's instantly synonymous with Lamborghini in people's minds. Unofficially, on the campus heartthrob rankings, Jingma now holds the top spot, a position determined by popular vote. Jingma leads by a landslide. The combined votes of second, third, and fourth place don't even come close to his tally. He truly lives up to being Y City University's undisputed campus heartthrob. The girls went wild, cheering for Jingma and urging him to take the spotlight.